please hold your questions. We will give you everything that we possibly can, okay? So 11 o'clock, we will see you at the headquarters, and we will go again from there, okay? No questions.
The device is confirmed, right? The device is confirmed?
Thank you all. We will see you at 11 a.m.
We're going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game, and yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon, okay?
Can you elaborate on the device? You did say something about the device.
We actually are not going to be taking questions this morning until we have more information. That's why we will give you an 11 o'clock briefing. So until then, please hold your questions. We will give you everything that we possibly can, okay? So 11 o'clock, we will see you at the headquarters, and we will go again from there, okay? No questions.
The device is confirmed, right? The device is confirmed?
Thank you all. We will see you at 11 a.m.
So Megan Ross is here.
All right, so we just got that confirmation and information from NOPD, and as well as Mayor LaToya Cantrell. Mayor LaToya Cantrell was the first to arrive and speak, and she says that this is a terrorist attack and that she's been in contact with members of the White House, and she is also asking people here in the area to stay far away from Bourbon Street, at least 8 blocks away from Bourbon Street. This is a situation, again, where a pickup truck on Bourbon Street drove into many people and plowed into many people around 3 a.m. this morning. And the chief did confirm that this act was intentional. The mayor saying that this was a terrorist attack. However, the federal agent who was speaking did make some contradicting statements, saying that it wasn't a terrorist attack. At least 35, I would see 26, 30, 35 people or more people, 35 or more people have been injured, and 10 are confirmed dead from the situation that took place in the early morning hours. They did say they had information on the demographic of the victims. They didn't go into great detail, but they said that the majority of the victims in this incident are local, opposed to being tourists. Of course, the Sugar Bowl is today, and there are a lot of visitors.
Doing another briefing this morning, and we'll, of course, be sure to be there and let you know what else we learned from this. Michael?
All right, Katie, just a tragic start to the new year, and our hearts go out to everyone affected. Thank you for your reporting. Our coverage will continue on our streaming channel, CBS News 24/7, and on your local news. Many of you will return now to CBS Mornings. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm Michael George in New York.
"60 Minutes takes you to Paris for the unveiling of the restored Cathedral of Notre Dame.
It resisted to 2 world wars. This is a message of achievement.
How did America help? You'll be surprised as you get a tour like no other. It's time for 60 Minutes.
I can see clearly now.
Clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS.
Yeah!
Tony, you coming?
No, I'm gonna stick around for an hour.
CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel, right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus fun.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Could be a reason as to why Bourbon Street is being blocked off for 8 blocks in the surrounding area. So we're continuing to get developments and to get information, but right now that's the latest that we have from NOPD as well as the mayor's office here in New Orleans.
All right, solid reporting there, Winston. We do thank you. And Chief Kirkpatrick saying that that person was, quote, hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did. ignoring those barriers. As Winston mentioned, going at a high rate of speed there, crashing into a group of people there. Taking a look at the number of injuries, we did get an update there from Chief Kirkpatrick and other first responders, investigators on scene. They do tell us that along with the 10 people who were killed, some 26 have been taken for treatment at UMC, 4 over to Turo Hospital, 4 to Ochsner Baptist, 1 person at Tulane, but the chief also saying that she's hearing that there may be other people who may have taken themselves to the hospital. They're still trying to get a better idea of this, also trying to get a better idea of how those 2 officers are doing. The chief saying that they are on their way to the hospital right now to see them after they were shot by this person who shot at those 2 officers, according to Superintendent Kirkpatrick, after ignoring barriers and crashing into a group of people hours after we celebrated the New Year here in New Orleans.
And if you're kind of keeping tally there, that is now 35 people at least that we know of that are injured. So that's kind of been increased a little bit. And if you have those unconfirmed reports of other people taken to hospitals, it could be even more than that. Now, the number of deaths did stay the same. She said that it was set at 10. Now, you did hear Winston talked about this as well, some of that mixed messaging when it comes to, was this a terrorist attack, was it not? You heard the mayor use that term terrorist. It stood out to me. I'm sure it stood out to anybody who was listening to her speech.
Sure.
Then you have the federal agent saying not terrorism. It could be a matter of how each would define who a terrorist is and what a terrorist is going to be doing in the city. We will work to clarify that, to kind of get some better messaging from the city. That's, of course, why it's important to be able to take questions and ask those questions on the back end of a news conference like this. Now, you mentioned 26 people taken to UMC. That is where our Lily Cummings is this morning. She has been there for a little while now. We're going to toss to her and check in with her. Hey there, Lily.
Good morning, Mike and Brandon. Yeah, we just got that update learning that 26 people were brought here to UMC Hospital following this attack. Now we know the proximity, obviously, from Bourbon Street here to UMC. It's one of the closest hospitals to the actual area where this happened. We also know that 4 were taken to Turo, 4 to Ochsner Baptist, and 2 to Tulane. So that totals 36 total injured. Now, I'm not sure at this time if that 36 includes those 2 officers that were shot. Obviously, you just heard Chief Kirkpatrick saying there that those officers are in stable condition, but that she has not had the opportunity yet to visit with them at the hospital. We're not sure if those officers are here at UMC or not, but we're going to be keeping an eye out to see if the chief does arrive here at UMC. Now, recently, y'all, I did a story with someone whose family was tragically shot and killed on Bourbon Street this summer, and they told us that they had trouble figuring out where their loved one was following that event. So if it's any help to anyone who might be watching, wondering where maybe my loved one was taken, UMC is a level 1 trauma center. It is one of our best hospitals in the region. It's our only trauma center here in Southeast Louisiana. So when you hear that they're taken here, know that they are in good hands. We have the best of the best doctors and nurses here that are trained to handle gunshot wounds and some of the worst by the best of the best doctors and nurses. So that is just something to keep in mind. Also, you heard those numbers of where they might be at some of the other local area hospitals. So obviously, with such a mass casualty event like this was, you can see how they were spread out across our region at different hospitals. And you also heard Winston reporting earlier this morning that you saw multiple agencies as far as ambulances that were arriving to the scene. You had St. Charles Parish and various others. So it wasn't just New Orleans EMS responding to this scene. This is obviously a very hands-on, active situation where we had help from across the region. But right now, still awaiting to see if this is the hospital where Chief Kirkpatrick arrives to check on those 2 officers that were shot. And we know that as of this morning, 36 people were injured, 26 of which are being treated right here at UMC. Guys.
All right, Leah, thanks. Of course, we do know that the governor has been briefed about all of this. We are also being told that he plans to do a news conference at some point today. We don't know if that's going to be in Baton Rouge or if it's going to be in New Orleans, but as soon as we started hearing that he was being briefed, then we did see a tweet from the governor, so we'll pull that up right now. He is saying a horrific act of violence taking place on Bourbon Street earlier this morning. He was asking for everyone to join he and his wife in prayer, in praying for the victims and the first responders who are on scene. And of course, a lot of them still on scene at this hour. You know, I was just pulling up, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, the governor's Twitter feed, and if you look at the tweet that's directly under this, which was his last tweet, it was a video message, and he even has some text in there welcoming everybody, all these football fans to Louisiana as New Orleans does host the Sugar Bowl, which is happening today. And he was asking that everyone enjoy the world-class hospitality here, the culture, the cuisine, of course, what we're known for and what we want to celebrate here in New Orleans, of course, now marred by this violent act.
Yeah, very much so. A juxtaposition this morning, that tale of two narratives playing out within the matter of a couple hours here on this New Year's Day, from Governor Landry saying that. Also, Chief Kirkpatrick mentioning that too, that most of the victims, she said, who are being treated at the hospital, she says, appear to be locals right now. They're working to get to the bottom of that as well. But for the people who are still here in the city, making sure that they know that their safety is paramount here as they're here for what was supposed to be a joyous occasion.
And asking, of course, for folks to just avoid Bourbon Street in an 8-block radius. Just stay away from it if you're going to be out and about today. Of course, one thing that stood out to me as the chief was talking, that this was an intentional act, that this man tried to run over as many people as possible with intention.
Avoiding barriers there because Bourbon Street was blocked off to traffic, as we've told you. Here's our Leah McNeil. She's live now at Canal Street with the very latest. Leah, good morning.
Loitering is prohibited here. Thank you. Hey guys, yeah, just as you heard city officials say, this is an active and ongoing investigation. We still see an extremely heavy police presence out here at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon this morning. Still that mounted patrol out here, dozens of NOPD officers, state police out here. We also see a hazardous materials unit out here as well. So just a very expansive and robust police presence out here. The Orleans Parish Coroner is also here on scene. We've been out here since about 4 o'clock this morning, speaking to witnesses, hearing from people who heard the shots, were there feet away from when this all unfolded, when that car intentionally plowed into crowds of people on Bourbon Street. I did speak to one man earlier who was actually staying at the Royal Sonesta this morning. Here, take a listen to what he said from this morning.
Yeah, so it was about a little bit before 3:20 this morning. We heard loud banging sounds coming up. We're in our room just pretty much closing down for the evening at the end of all the events and everything. And when we looked out the window, we noticed there was a lot of bodies laying on the ground. Truck was speeding away. Immediately ran downstairs to see if there was some people that can help out. And unfortunately, some people did perish during that event. There were some people we put into the hotel for assistance, and it was just, you know, the scene was just horrific. You know, cops are doing a really good job. EMTs trying to help whoever they can at the time. But then maybe about 35, 40 minutes afterwards, there was a bomb scare alert that was sent out, and the hotel was there, and at that point evacuated, and they started pushing everybody away from the hotel around the back end of the hotel on the opposite side of Bourbon Street.
So you said that bomb threat came in after the shooting had happened, right?
Maybe about 30 minutes afterwards.
Tell me what was going through your mind, because I know you said you are a medic, so you know you were able to help out people. What was going through your mind when you were seeing all this unfold?
Well, one, you know, being a Marine Corps vet, it felt like, you know, back in Iraq again. You know, just jumping right in, just seeing the people and everything laying down, not knowing exactly what to do. So at that moment, I just had to do what I needed to do, just go right back into my training and try to see people that I can actually help, and pretty much trying to triage. There was another gentleman that was there with me. He was a trained medic as well. So between the two of us, we tried to help anybody that we could.
And when you're just thinking back about that bomb threat, I know situations like this, you mentioned feeling like you're back in Iraq. I know this can be very triggering for you. That when that bomb threat came in, have you heard any other information about that, or did they just say, hey, get out, there's a bomb threat?
Yeah, so there was no other information provided, timelines or nothing like that. They just pretty much evacuated the area. Pretty much everything from Bourbon Street and pushing everybody. They said, go wherever you want to go, but here. So we went door to door, at least on our floor, the 5th floor, started pushing people out. And hotel security was as well helping direct everybody out, and we're just pushing everybody away from the hotels. And we thought it was just our hotel specifically, but it turned out to be more than that.
And that is still the message here this morning. Go everywhere but here. Police and, of course, city leaders are asking folks to steer clear of an 8-block radius surrounding Bourbon Street. As we all know, the French Quarter is not very big, so I think it's probably best to just avoid this area altogether. You also heard that man who was staying in the Royal Senestus mention that, his hotel and other hotels around the area was evacuated due to a bomb threat. We did hear from the FBI agent, a part of this case, who is now taking over this investigation. They did say that they are working to confirm an improvised explosive device. So we are still waiting to hear more about that piece of this puzzle. Also want to mention 2 officers were injured. We heard from Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick mentioned that earlier in her press conference as well. When we first got here on scene, that was one of the first reports that we got. But initially, of course, everyone's kind of focusing on the aftermath of that scene where that car, we now know, according to Chief Ann Kirkpatrick, intentionally plowed into that crowd on Bourbon Street. But among those now 36 some odd people injured, we now know that 2 officers are also injured as well. So still a lot to come out of this. As you all know, as you can see here behind me, dozens and dozens of people are still out here on scene on the law enforcement front, still making sure the scene is secure for us this morning and trying to get out more information and put this whole story together. So we'll continue to stay on top of this and, of course, bring you all the latest.
All right, Leah, thanks. And of course, one big question that we still don't know right now is this man who intentionally drove that truck into this crowd. Was he arrested? Was he shot? What is the status of that person? We do not know. NOPD did not take any questions after that news conference a little bit earlier. They didn't say anything about the suspect other than it being a man who intentionally did this and fired at officers.
Hopefully we'll get an answer to that at 11 o'clock when investigators say they'll provide their next update from NOPD headquarters, because there is a lot that people do need to know about what's going on here. We did tell you a couple minutes ago that we are hearing from Governor Jeff Landry, who did issue his prayers and thoughts to the victims here as investigators work to provide the very latest, and he is briefed on this matter too. We were talking earlier, Mike, just about the timing here and this happening during a time where the spotlight is on the city of New Orleans, with a lot of people there in the area. The governor's social media feed alluding to that, not alluding to it, speaking quite specifically to where we are right now on this day.
Yeah, especially the Sugar Bowl, of course, welcoming folks. Just take a listen to the message that he had put out previously.
And with that, the 2024 season comes to an end. Good night.
So we're looking at what the governor's office posted as a year in review, but he had posted a video on his Twitter feed yesterday, and what it was just welcoming the visitors here to the city, and we were just talking about, again, the messaging there, or the juxtaposition of messaging there.
Yeah, and it's just a welcoming message. It's not a slam against the governor's office. It's the governor welcoming people to the city of New Orleans, getting out to enjoy the city and actually enjoy what the city has to offer. So take a listen to the message like we have it now.
Hello, football fans. I'm Governor Jeff Landry, and I'm proud to welcome you to Louisiana as New Orleans hosts our Sugar Bowl. Like you, our state is passionate about football, fun, and winning. So if you're ready to let the good times roll on the road to college football championship, you've come to the right place. Enjoy all of the world-class hospitality our state has to offer, and we'll let the best team win.
And he's right. We do want people to have a good time here, but that was only to be followed up with this new tweet about this horrific act of violence that transpired in the very place he's welcoming people to enjoy themselves.
We do hope to hear from the governor a little later this morning, too, as investigators are going to update us at 11 o'clock this morning. But we did hear from them within the past 30 minutes or so. Chief Ann Kirkpatrick confirming that a man in a pickup truck plowed into a group of people on Bourbon near Iberville at around 3:15 this morning. According to Kirkpatrick, quote, this person was hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did, ignoring barriers, driving at a high rate of speed, crashing to where he ultimately did, again, killing right now the numbers at 10, injuring some 35 people who are being treated at hospitals throughout the area.
And that's the exact quote that stood out to me when I heard from the chief as well, was hell-bent, and I have it in capital letters here, on creating the carnage and damage that he did. We do know that the FBI given the nature of this crime, is now going to be handling and taking over this investigation. We heard from the agent in charge there a few minutes ago, along with Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, saying that there's also reports of this improvised explosive device. They are working to try to figure out how that piece of the puzzle really fits into this crime and where it goes from there. So we do know the FBI now taking over this investigation from NOPD, going to be working alongside state and local investigators as well.
And they didn't answer questions there. They said that they will provide more information a little later. But I want to point out again that Special Agent Duncan from the FBI said that this was not a terrorist attack here. Mayor LaToya Cantrell did refer to it as such. Not to dwell on the semantics of language, because again, there are a lot of moving parts here, but we just want to point that out, that the FBI is saying that this was not a terrorist attack. Either way, someone driving at a high rate of speed in a pickup truck, avoiding and ignoring barriers to crash into a group of people, killing at least 10, injuring at least 35 others, is very much so terroristic. So again, this investigation well underway as we work to learn more about who was behind the wheel.
When you mentioned who behind the wheel, I know even with us, the big question is what happened to that person. Is there more than one person involved? Right now, police did not allude to anything other than it being just one man acting alone, driving at a high rate of speed, going around police barricades purposely into a crowd of people, trying to kill as many people as possible. We do not know if that man has been arrested, if that man has been shot by officers who were returning fire after he shot them, or what may have transpired after he crashed his vehicle and then fired on those officers. So we don't know at this point. We are waiting to try and get more information from NOPD. They did not provide us with that information. It did not take questions a little bit earlier.
2 officers shot there on scene, according to NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, who also said that that's where she was heading right now to get an update on how they are doing. We do know that they are stable at the hospital as they're being treated. Those 2 officers shot by the driver of the truck who plowed into the group of people intentionally, according to investigators. As we take a look at the scene during the 3 o'clock hour, 4 o'clock hour this morning, minutes after that situation took place on Bourbon Street, people describing what they said was running for their lives, others being treated by EMS on the ground there, wrapped in blankets, some of them tourists staying in hotels that were also forced to evacuate amid, according to witnesses on scene, speaking to our reporters, calls of a bomb threat. Now again, Special Agent Duncan from the FBI did address that somewhat, saying that they did find IEDs, improvised explosive devices, but didn't clarify or specify as to what those were, when they were found, where they were found. So working to get to the bottom of that one as well.
You know, of course, we can sit here and have so many questions for officers, but they have a lot of questions too. They're still trying to put this together as all of this unfolds, trying to get us the information. So we're not slamming, of course, the police department. They're trying to do their job. They're trying to answer all these questions as well, because they probably still don't know why this man purposely decided to do this.
Live picture right now at Bourbon Street as we take a look at this earth cam shot. You see investigators remain there on scene here overnight. You can see the police tape still up there as there is a barrier. Earlier you may have seen, as we had this shot up, officers speaking to a gentleman there and guiding him out of the area. Again, a lot of questions. You see people walking by, walking up, folks presumably trying.
All right, this is a CBS News special report. You've been listening to WWL, our station in New Orleans. I'm Michael George in New York. We are continuing our coverage of a mass casualty incident overnight in New Orleans. At least 10 people were killed when a truck drove into a crowd of New Year's Eve revelers in the city's world-famous French Quarter. The incident began around 3:15 a.m. Central Time. Here's what we know from police. A man driving a pickup truck drove through barricades at a high rate of speed, hitting multiple people. At least 35 people were transported to hospitals with injuries. And this appears to be an intentional act because police say the suspect got out of his vehicle and shot 2 officers. They were hit and are now in stable condition. Also, possible explosives were also found nearby. It's unclear right now if they're related to the attack. Now, the FBI will be taking over the investigation, and here's what the assistant special agent in charge had to say.
This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if this is a viable device or not.
You've just heard video of a news briefing earlier from New Orleans where, again, at least 10 people were killed when a truck drove into a crowd in the early morning hours. Katie Weiss arrived at the scene a short time after this incident happened. Katie, what are witnesses telling you right now?
Well, good morning. It's just been a chaotic morning, to say the least. A lot of really scared people. That's plain and simple, to put it in those terms for you, here in the iconic French Quarter of New Orleans. You know, this is an area, Bourbon Street is the place for a joyous, party on New Year's Eve. This is a place where people are walking around. The streets are closed to cars. This is a place where people are walking around in the street, having a good time, ringing in the new year. Suddenly, witnesses told me all of a sudden this truck just came in, plowed through this crowd of people. And as we heard from the NOLA police superintendent, this person was showing some, quote, very intentional behavior. They were, quote, trying to run over as many people as they could, that this was not just a DUI situation. And that aligns with what I heard from witnesses just moments after this happened, that this truck plowed through a crowd of people. Many people were hit. One woman even told me her husband's ankle was clipped by the truck. She said they ducked into a club to try to be safe and find some cover. Everyone was looking out of windows of bars, trying to see what was going on. No one really had any information other than people just saying there's bodies all over the ground. And as police started letting people out of the different bars in that area, those tourists, those locals alike, local employees, everyone got a view of how horrific this really was. I mean, we saw people on the ground getting help, both from first responders and from Good Samaritans. We saw people being put onto stretchers. It was terrifying. It was absolutely terrifying. It's not a way that you want to ring in the new year, for sure. A terrible way to start out this first day of 2025. And of course, as you heard some of the folks with the local station WWL talking about, today is also a big game day here. You know, just a few blocks from where this took place is where that big game is going to happen. And we know from New Orleans police that they will be on top of it. They've assured everyone, don't worry, quote, we are going to make sure our Superdome is safe today for the game. New Orleans police has really tried to step up their efforts when it comes to security. There's many more security cameras in the French Quarter right now and in the Central Business District, many more security cameras than ever before. But unfortunately, here we are seeing this very unexpected, horrific act of violence. Michael?
Katie, one of the big questions that's unanswered right now, police haven't said what happened to the suspect. Is he alive? Is he in custody? Have you heard anything about this suspect?
That's something that I'm working to find out as well. I think that's a big question on everyone's mind. We know that after this suspect allegedly plowed through this crowd of people, witnesses did tell me that the person who was driving that truck got out with what appeared to be some kind of automatic style weapon. I asked, did it look like a pistol or more of like a rifle? Witnesses described it more as a rifle style automatic weapon who shot allegedly at these police officers. But as far as what may have happened, we're still trying to find out. It was chaos. People just said they heard multiple gunshots after the truck plowed through the crowd of people. So still gathering a lot more information. We know there's going to be a police briefing just in a couple of hours. I'm going to be there. I'll be sure to bring you much more information as soon as I get it, Michael.
Katie, I want to set the scene for our viewers. Bourbon Street. This happened around 3 a.m. New Year's Eve, New Year's morning. Tell us about what things were like leading up to this. I have to imagine there were hundreds, if not thousands, of people out there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a big holiday for New Orleans. You know, I grew up just a couple hours away in Mobile. Many people all across the Gulf Coast travel here to New Orleans to spend their New Year's here. So whether you're from Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, or even, you know, any of the other southern states or beyond, other countries, people come here to this iconic place to celebrate. You get this kind of Mardi Gras style way of celebrating the new year. New Orleans is a city unlike any other in this country. It's got this European feel. It's a special place, and it's the only place in many respects where, you know, things don't really get going until far after midnight on a New Year's Eve kind of night. 3 a.m. is a peak hour, really, for this kind of a city. So this is when a lot of people are out, and many people know that as well. So as far as the intent here, certainly something that a potential attacker may know. Did they know this? Was this part of the plan? That is something we are going to continue to try to find out and get more confirmation. But as far as, you know, how popular this is, 3 a.m. was definitely a big time of night for many, many people to be out on Bourbon at that hour.
And Katie, we heard from police earlier in the news conference that this suspect drove through and around barricades. Are roads typically closed off in that area, especially on New Year's?
Absolutely. That part of the French Quarter is known to be a walkable area. There are these big barricades that come up from out of the ground. So they're big metal barricades. There's also removable barricades as well that block vehicles off to traffic. And so there's multiple barricades that would prevent a car from coming through, theoretically. So this would have to be something where someone would need to really, you know, put some force behind it to make their way through.
Katie, stand by with us. I want to bring in, we spoke with some witnesses, Jim and Nicole Maurer, Des Moines residents who were visiting family in New Orleans. They were on Bourbon Street when the incident happened. Let's take a listen.
It was traveling at a very high rate of speed, and so we were in the middle of the road and managed to run off the road onto the sidewalk and into the doorway of a building for cover. We did hear gunfire, saw police running that direction. We stayed in the alcove until the gunfire stopped, came out into the street, and came across several people who had been hit. Wanted to see what we could do to help and administer any first aid. The people we came across were unfortunately deceased.
Just horrific scene there that we're hearing from the people on the ground in New Orleans. Again, this is 3 a.m. right in the heart of the city on Bourbon Street. Let's go back now to Katie Weiss. She's been on the scene from the early morning hours. Katie, I know you've been talking with witnesses. At that time, on New Year's morning, there had to be a lot of noise, music, big crowds. From what you've heard from witnesses, when did people realize what was happening?
That's a really great question. I mean, I think it all happened very rapidly. All of a sudden, people started saying, there's a shooting. And then suddenly, as people started looking out the windows, started, you know, talking amongst each other, people were saying, no, it wasn't just a shooting. There was a car, there was a truck, that truck there, that was the one. And so people were trying to help each other get more information because everyone, understandably, was worried. Hey, what is going on here? And is my safety at risk at this point? Certainly a big development to hear that there were potential explosives found elsewhere. That was something that many people had no idea at that hour. Many people just thinking, okay, seems like the shooting's over. Can we go? You know, for a long time, police kept the scene clear, kept people in the bars near where this all took place. People were anxiously waiting to get out. But I could certainly relate to that man's testimony, witness testimony about, you know, seeing people on the ground getting help. It was pretty awful, pretty terrible, tragic to see all of these people in agony, people in critical situations needing medical attention at that kind of an hour.
And Katie, it's a quarter past the hour. We want to get people up to speed. Right now, we're seeing a live picture in New Orleans, the site of this awful New Year's tragedy, our continued coverage of a mass casualty incident overnight in New Orleans. At least 10 people were killed when a truck drove into a crowd of New Year's Eve revelers in the city's world-famous French Quarter. Again, this started around 3:15 local time. A man driving a pickup truck, according to police, drove through barricades at a high rate of speed, hitting multiple people. At least 35 were transported to hospitals with injuries. The suspect then got out of his vehicle and shot 2 officers. They were hit and are apparently in stable condition. Right now, police haven't said whether or not the suspect is in custody. Also, possible explosives were found nearby. It's unclear if they're related to the attack. The FBI will be taking over the investigation. Now, all morning, Katie Weiss has been on the ground talking with witnesses, talking with the people there who were just trying to enjoy their New Year's. Katie, if you could talk about, when we think about New Year's, people come in with an optimistic, positive mindset. I'm sure people out there were just having a good time, enjoying the night, and this is what they realize is happening right in front of their eyes. If you can talk about the mood from the witnesses that you've spoken with.
That's a great question. I think the mood was just shock and terror. A lot of people just wanting to have answers. Many people in disbelief. You have all these people out having a wonderful time. Suddenly your mind has to shift from I'm ringing in the new year to I'm trying to make sure my life is not at risk. And so all of these people at once we're trying to make this shift mentally together. Everyone asking questions. Did you see this? Do you know what happened? I saw this. I saw that. People trying to help piece together what may have happened to make sure that they are okay and that they can move forward. Because looking at that scene, seeing the bodies strung across Bourbon Street, was something that many people never would have anticipated like that.
And at this point, we don't know the motive. We have been hearing from police that what is clear is this was intentional. According to police, this was not an accident. This person drove at a high rate of speed through barricades, came out shooting at officers. Again, police have not said whether or not the suspect is in custody. We are waiting to hear more information. They have promised an update at 11 a.m. But we are still waiting to hear what was behind this attack. Did witnesses that you spoke with, Katie, indicate whether it was clear to them that this was an intentional act, not an accident?
Well, from what I heard from witnesses just after 3 a.m. when this took place, it sure seemed intentional to them. People said, I saw this truck barreling down from Canal, which is a busy highway, into Bourbon, which is into the French Quarter, down Bourbon Street. So very much an intentional act from what witnesses saw, from what witnesses told me. This truck, they said, it appeared he was going 90 miles an hour, someone even said. We don't know exactly the rate of speed, but we do know for someone to say that, they must have seen that truck going very, very fast. No one goes that fast down Bourbon through barricades, metal barricades, unless there's some kind of reason behind it. We know after this happened, there were over 300 officers that responded, according to officials. So it certainly was a scene that even police officers may not have been expecting at that time.
And even if they weren't expecting it, certainly there would likely be a lot of officers there anyway because of the New Year's celebrations. Katie, I want to ask, we have been hearing from some witnesses that there were people, good Samaritans on the scene, who rushed in to try and administer first aid, to try and help in whatever way they could. We always see this when there are tragedies. There are people who come to help. Have you heard from any witnesses about that?
Yes, when I was there just after this all took place, and we were leaving the area where there were still many people on the ground, you could see several people receiving aid, receiving help both from first responders and some passerbys. There were, many people who were trying to leave the scene, but also many people who worked in the area trying to get through, trying to go and make sure that their employees were okay, that their coworkers, colleagues, friends, family were okay. So certainly chaotic, to say the least.
A couple things that I want to update our viewers on. First off is the terminology. Again, we don't know the motive behind this attack. The mayor at an earlier news conference referred to this as a terror attack. The FBI says they don't believe at this point that this is terror related. Now, this could be semantics over the language of the term terror. What everyone is in agreement about is this was intentional. Again, the motive unclear, and the suspect, we don't know the suspect's status, whether that person is in custody or not. What we do know is police said at a news conference a short time ago that the city is safe, but they didn't take questions at that news conference. They didn't answer that question as to, is the suspect alive? Is the suspect in custody? We don't know at this point. Another thing that we want to bring up that police brought up at the news conference, possible explosives found nearby. Now, police have not confirmed whether those were related. Katie, if you're still with us, I want to talk about whether you have heard anything from witnesses there about, we know that they heard gunshots. Anything about possible explosives? Have witnesses reported anything like that to you in your conversations with them?
When I was just there at the scene this morning, right after this all took place, no one at that time knew anything about the explosives. This, for me, is a big development and something that I'm already reaching out to several people about to try to get more information. But I think certainly comes as a shock because many folks were feeling, that this is, at the time, many people thought it was a car into a crowd and a subsequent shooting. People at the time did not know anything about explosives being nearby. And so to know that potentially these two incidents may have been related is, I think, even more unsettling for many of the people who witnessed this, who were near there, or for their family or friends who were there at the time as well.
Katie, stick around with us. Right now, first we want to mention that President Biden has been briefed on the incident unfolding in New Orleans, but I want to bring in former NYPD Detective Sergeant Felipe Rodriguez, who's an adjunct professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us. First off, your reaction to what's unfolding right now in New Orleans.
Once again, we're seeing, these terrorist acts, whether they labeled it at this time or not, due to the, huge amount of deaths that we have here. And now we also might have secondary explosives or, something else that could have been plotted. At this time, they're not giving any information whether the individual was arrested. It might be because, it might be some sort of sleeper cell, something related to terrorism, and we want to tip our hand at this time.
Problems. If you're still with us, I want to ask a little bit about, police prepare for this. New Year's morning, every major city's police department in the country is prepared for the possibility of an incident like this on New Year's. How do police departments, like the New Orleans Police Department, prepare for an incident like this?
Well, one of the statements they made, they said that, we did have full staffing at 100%, but in reality, every department is short. So while we say every officer could have been working that night, that doesn't mean that they had enough individuals to cover all the areas. And they themselves said that they had to bring additional officers from other departments to help supplement them. So that might be something we might have to look at. Even NYPD at this time is suffering with over 7,000 officers less than they should have. The other thing is, the implementation of a block of vehicles. In New York, we use our own patrol cars to make sure that we safeguard the intersections. And at times, we bring in large sand trucks from the sanitation department. So we do try to prevent or mitigate a situation like this.
Can you talk about the scope of protecting an event like this when we're talking about tens of thousands of people out on the streets in a large area? How do police departments prepare for something of this scope, covering such a wide area and so many people?
It is. I've been down to New Orleans, and I can tell you it is a massive task. And it's just making sure that we have the resources, the amount of officers, and something like this is a mass casualty incident. So what happens is, you know what, EMS could become overwhelmed, the police officers could become overwhelmed due to the fact that you're trying to control a huge crowd at the same time while rendering aid, while trying to capture an individual that's committing the act. So as you can see, it's just a lot to take in at one time. And, you know, sometimes some things can't be prevented.
I want to mention that according to police, 2 officers have been shot. They were transported to the hospital, and we are told they are in stable condition. Of course, our thoughts are with them. I want to talk about just, you know, are some of these incidents that we are seeing, we saw in Germany just a few days ago, a similar incident where somebody drove into a crowd. Is there any amount of preparation that can prevent incidents like this? Is this just something that you know, we can't prevent? If somebody wants to do something like this, go to a major location where thousands of people are and drive into a crowd?
It is. Depending, you know, we look at the structures and the way the cities are set up. Sometimes we will have bullards put in place or even large planters when we have large-scale incidents. That's another way of slowing a vehicle down on a sidewalk. But in reality, any vehicle could jump a sidewalk and mow people down. It's, you know, unfortunately, this is something that, you know, not always could be prevented. That's correct.
I want to play some sound right now from the New Orleans Police Department Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, who spoke about how this was a very deliberate action.
Did you see anything?
It was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. Because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
And we want to continue to talk with Felipe Rodriguez, formerly of the NYPD. And I want to, you heard the comments right there. Just what you get a sense from hearing the nature of the attack so far, it seems very clear that this was deliberate. This was not accidental. This was potentially planned based on the nature of it. What do you take away from those comments?
It's like an accident reconstruction. You know, when our investigators go out and we actually see it, there's not going to be any time that the individual, you know, pressed his brakes, so there won't be any sorts of tire marks. The deliberate manner in which he went through the barricades that were put in place, and you know, even the engine sounds and everything that people are hearing, the screeching, and it definitely shows, you know, that there was intent here.
You talked about this before, but we have not yet heard from police whether or not this suspect is alive, whether or not this suspect is in custody. Why at this stage would they necessarily not release that information? Are there reasons why they wouldn't go public with whether or not they're looking for a suspect at this time?
At this time, you know what, we want to get motive. You know, he is alive. We want to make sure that there's no other individuals that could be planning some other secondary attacks. We're trying to get as much evidence that we could get from him. And it's just intel. We just want to make sure that, you know, he's not part of a larger group that's planning, you know, some other sort of terrorist attack. So it's an investigative technique that's being done at this time because, you know what, we're trying to get answers as much as anybody else. And always establish a motive, because that's important when it comes to, you know, a criminal act and the prosecution of an individual.
Important that you bring that up because we have heard different characterizations of this incident. The mayor called it a terror attack. The FBI says not terror-related, but clearly intentional. That is what we are hearing right now. I also want to ask about, you know, a situation like this, New Year's Eve, 3 a.m., New Orleans. You talked about the limitations sometimes with manpower, but there would likely be dozens of officers in that area for an event of this size.
That's correct. And, you know, the statement that was made that they did call additional resources from other departments, and I've seen that done in New Orleans, at which time, you know, the departments are still suffering. So, you know, they asked for a mutual aid assistance. So officers are brought in, the Louisiana State Police, and other departments basically come in and give a hand. At NYPD, one of the things that we do is we actually have the graduating class of officers that are just coming out. We specifically assign them to the New Year's Eve detail. This way, you know, we have extra manpower. But in a situation like this, it is an overwhelming situation where the mass casualty incident protocol has to come into place and additional resources have to come in.
All right, it is now half past the hour. We want to get people up to speed. For people just joining us, we are continuing our coverage of a mass casualty incident overnight in New Orleans. At least 10 people were killed when a truck drove into a crowd of New Year's Eve revelers in the city's world-famous French Quarter. Now, the incident began around 3:15 Central Time, 3:15 a.m. A man driving a pickup truck, according to police, drove through barricades at a high rate of speed, hitting multiple people. At least 35 were transported to hospitals with injuries. The suspect then got out of his vehicle and shot 2 officers. They were hit and are in stable condition. Also, possible explosives found nearby. It's unclear right now if they're related to the attack. The FBI will be taking over the investigation. And I want to take us back to that press conference with the New Orleans Police Department and the FBI. Let's take a listen.
We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Oshner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals. But from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge. This is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan, and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners. But Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if this is a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes, I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game, and yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon, okay?
Can you elaborate on the device? You did say something about the device.
We actually are not going to be taking questions this morning until we have more information.
All right, we've been listening to the New Orleans Police Department update on the tragedy in New Orleans. Right now, I want to go to CBS News reporter Nicole Skanga on the phone. Nicole, what are your sources saying about this attack?
Well, right now, FBI, of course, investigating possible explosive devices at the scene. Federal law enforcement working with local law enforcement down there to really sweep the scene and determine, are there any other incendiary devices, any other improvised explosives as part of this horrific attack? You know, investigators say on the scene that they found what appeared to be an improvised explosive device at the scene of the crash, but they're trying to determine right now whether or not any of those devices were viable. And of course, the FBI has resources. They have, labs in Huntsville nearby, in Quantico. Likely now that at least some of the evidence from the scene, once documented, will make its way there for investigators to find out a little bit more about the sophistication of this attack, as well as the scope of it. You know, this obviously, a mass casualty attack, whether the suspect here was motivated by ideology, still an open question. We heard there from the FBI that this was not a terrorist event. But of course, over the last decade, vehicles have been used as weapons to target, to kill, to injure pedestrians in cities from, London to New York to Berlin in similar terrorist incidents. So a lot more questions than answers at this point, but FBI rushing to the scene there, what was an already heavily law enforcement secured area with barricades, yet still, at parts a soft target, leading to this horrific attack, and trying to determine again, just the scope of this attack, who might have been behind it, and what the horrific motivations were.
We know that New Year's, there's always heightened security. Was there any particular threat, either in New Orleans or nationwide, that federal authorities were monitoring? Was there a heightened level of threats around New Year's?
There was concern following, the incident that you referenced at the Christmas market in Magdeburg, Germany, where at least 5 people were killed, more than 200 injured after that car plowed into the holiday market. Federal law enforcement always concerned about a copycat attack. And so there had been some, discussion within the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, just a heightened sense of awareness that that incident could trigger another one here in the homeland. But there was no specific or credible, incident that police were aware of, either in New Orleans or even in, places with larger celebrations like New York City. Of course, law enforcement enforcement always monitoring these kinds of cities for any sort of disturbance. But we know there was a heightened number of law enforcement who were there on the ground. Of course, this happening in the French Quarter, the heart of the tourism industry, so many people visiting for, New Year's Eve. On top of that, of course, hours before the city is hosting the Sugar Bowl, the football game between the University of Georgia and Notre Dame. So, of course, there were more law enforcement on the ground there, but no specific incident that law enforcement was aware of. But there has been this real heightened sense of alert, and in federal law enforcement bulletins that CBS News has obtained over the past 6 months, over the past year, there is a constant mention of vehicle ramming because, investigators know that this is one of those low barrier mass casualty attack weapons that, access to a car, unfortunately, might incentivize this kind of attack, and it's a difficult attack, to sort of safeguard against. Of course, cities can employ design strategies to try to prevent vehicle ramming. They can consider, more barricades, but there are, of course, trade-offs between securing the cities and designing streets that way and just the everyday use of public spaces. And of course, the French Quarter, so historic, a place for people to gather, and especially in the new year, one where you want people to be able to move freely and to celebrate.
Nicole Skanga in Washington, thank you. As we look live at New Orleans, the site of this horrific New Year's tragedy, people celebrating new beginnings, optimism at the beginning of the new year, and now the people of New Orleans, the people across America waking up to this tragedy that is unfolding right now in Louisiana. We want to bring in CBS News producer Pat Milton, who covers national security. She's talking with her sources. Pat, what have you learned right now?
We are talking with our law enforcement sources, and they tell us that the situation is extremely fluid. There's many unanswered questions. What is the motive? Were there more people involved here? We don't know the status of the suspect. We don't know if the person is in custody or whether they're deceased. We're still trying to determine what the situation is there. As Nicole has said, the FBI is the lead. But they have not yet declared this an official act of terrorism, although this is a terror act. They're still trying to determine that. They've mobilized, FBI and their resources, including the FBI national security agents, teams trying to work with partners overseas to see if there's any kind of connection that this person may have had in this horrific event.
Pat, I want to ask also about, you mentioned terror, and we heard the FBI say this is not a terror attack. Can you explain why that terminology, why law enforcement officials are careful about using that terminology when at this point we don't know what the motive is?
Exactly right, and that's what they're trying to determine. They're trying to determine, was this an act that was politically motivated? Was it motivated by any kind of ideology? Or was this just a person a lone wolf that decided to commit this horrific event? So they're trying to determine, going into the background of this suspect, going into any connections that he may have had, looking at his any possible social media postings. So they've dug in. They're very careful whether to declare this an act of terrorism. But again, it's an FBI act of terrorism, a federal act of terrorism that they're looking at. Although this is, a terror act, an act on people that have terrorized them.
All right, Pat Milton, thank you. Right now, we want to turn to CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd, a former Department of Homeland Security official in the Biden administration. Sam, thanks for joining us. First off, just your reaction to what's unfolding right now in New Orleans.
Well, this is obviously horrific. Unfortunately, it is relatively unsurprising. I will tell you as a counterterrorism official, the holidays and New Year's Eve are supposed to be a joyous occasion. They are always a cause for concern. That is because a range of bad actors view these high-profile moments, these holidays, as a prime opportunity to inflict damage. We saw that at a Christmas market in Germany just a few weeks ago. We've seen that throughout history, and we're seeing that now. These are high-profile moments in which there are large mass gatherings of people, like, unfortunately, what occurred at Bourbon Street on Tuesday night and early Wednesday morning. So these attacks, perpetrators know, are likely to inflict maximum damage and likely to get a lot of attention. Now, what we have learned over the course of history with these kinds of attacks is there are a range of motivations involved. The biggest terrorism-related threat facing this country now is from what we call lone actors, individuals who are radicalized and mobilized to violence on their own. Authorities are not yet calling this an act of terror, but there are a range of other potential motivations, whether it be criminal in nature, a personal grievance, or another matter. So right now, authorities are trying to stabilize the situation, learn more about the subject or the suspect, including whom this individual may have been in touch with, and most importantly, Michael, to make sure that this is an isolated threat and that there aren't other attacks planned by this individual or co-conspirators to inflict more violence.
And Sam, I want to talk about the suspect because we still haven't heard from local police or federal authorities whether the suspect is in custody, whether the suspect is alive. Why might they not want to release that information at this point?
There are a range of reasons I've encountered working with law enforcement as to why they wouldn't want to release more information on the suspect. In the first instance, they likely have to ascertain if someone in custody was the person who they believe perpetuated the crime. And at this stage, they are likely gathering a range of biographic details, what we call biometric details. If they have a potential suspect, they're running that individual's identity through criminal databases and doing other kinds of searches to see whether this individual at any point rose to the level of law enforcement concern. But again, from a law enforcement perspective, this is incredibly early in an investigation, and it's a balance. Law enforcement wants to inform the public. They want to share whether there are any other associated threats or whether it's been contained, but they want to be certain that they have accurate information to share with the public. So I would expect law enforcement to share more information on the suspect. They have a suspect in the coming hours, but they have to tread very carefully here to make sure they have accurate information. And we've seen similar situations unfold in other instances of violence of this kind.
Sam, you touched on this earlier, but this kind of attack is nothing new. This was New Orleans. It was New Year's Eve. It was Bourbon Street. It was a target that police were aware could be attacked and obviously took precautions. Are there precautions that law enforcement can take to prevent these kinds of attacks where somebody drives into a crowd, and what kind of precautions are taken?
Well, I can tell you that these kinds of attacks are the hardest ones to prevent. If this was, in fact, a lone actor, law enforcement and intelligence officials are working around the clock to try to see whether an individual displays worrying signs about planning an attack on social media, in comments to family and otherwise. But preventing a lone wolf attack is one of the hardest things that I encountered in my career, because oftentimes these individuals radicalize and mobilize in private by themselves and don't share information on their aspirations with others. And if they do share information on their aspirations, others are too worried to come forward to law enforcement. So what we need is to build a culture in this country where people reach out to law enforcement at the earliest possible stage when there are concerning signs. From a prevention standpoint as well, likely there were barricades in place at Bourbon Street. There was a large law enforcement presence, but when it's law enforcement and barricades against a vehicle traveling incredibly fast, that is going to err on the side of the perpetrator, unfortunately. So at this point, law enforcement is very aware that vehicular attacks are incredibly difficult to actually stop once they're in motion. And that comes back, Michael, to trying to find perpetrators of attacks well before they actually put their foot on the gas pedal to launch violence of this kind.
All right, Sam Vinograd, thank you for sharing your perspective. Stay with us as we're approaching the top of the hour. I want to get viewers up to speed. We are covering a mass casualty incident overnight in New Orleans, Americans waking up to a New Year's tragedy. At least 10 people were killed when a truck drove into a crowd of New Year's Eve revelers in the city's world-famous French Quarter. Now, this incident began around 3:15 a.m. Central Time. A man driving a pickup drove through barricades at a high rate of speed, hitting multiple people. At least 35 were transported to hospitals with injuries. And then the suspect, according to police, got out of his vehicle and shot 2 officers. They were hit and are in stable condition. and police are calling this an intentional act. We also want to mention that possible explosives were also found nearby. It's unclear right now if they're related to the attack. Now, the FBI is already on the ground, and they are taking over the investigation. We want to rejoin Katie Weiss, who has been on the scene all morning. She was there just moments after the attack. Katie, what have you learned?
Morning, I think this morning throughout, I'm hearing a little bit of mixed minus for our folks back in the control room, but I wanted to go ahead and just tell you a little bit about what I saw. I happened to be in the area in the French Quarter just after this happened, and stepped into an area for cover whenever I saw some commotion happening, and I talked with some witnesses who did the very same. One woman even told me that she even heard her husband, rather, had been clipped by the vehicle that had come plowing through this group of people, this crowd on Bourbon Street, in a very popular area on Bourbon Street. Still hearing something back in the control room, just so for you guys to know.
Katie, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're going to shift gears right now. We are going to join Mary Ellen O'Toole, a former senior FBI criminal profiler. She is now director of the Forensic Science Program at George Mason University in Virginia. Good morning. First off, your reaction to the incident unfolding right now in New Orleans.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yeah, I mean, this is a horrifying situation, and the fact that it happened at the time that it did at a location where it occurred really ensured for this offender for maximum lethality. And the reason that I say that is that this is not somebody, regardless of who it is that they identify, this is not somebody that woke up yesterday and decided that they wanted to commit homicide and possibly suicide, and this was how they were going to put it together in such a sensational and lethal way. This took a lot of planning, and it's that in and of itself that will direct law enforcement as to what to look for in the offender's background, because you can't do this in secrecy.
What we're seeing right now, police are characterizing this. This is a quote from police. This person was hell-bent on creating carnage. From what you've seen, the details unfolding in this incident, is that an accurate description of what this attacker was trying to do?
Sure. When you start to break it down, when you have a descriptor like that, you take a look at what was the weapon of choice, how was the weapon utilized. So a large vehicle, presumably a truck, going quite fast, and in an area that was unusually occupied with a lot of people. I mean, I know New Orleans in that area is very popular, but this is New Year's Eve. So you're looking at somebody that wanted the set of circumstances to be such that with his weapons, he was going to be able to create maximum damage. And that becomes important to really identify what was going on in his head. Again, the goal was to hurt and kill as many people as possible. Now, this means that they'll bring in the behavioral analysts, which is the unit that I came from in the FBI, and they'll start to look at what was it that contributed to this person's development as he started to plan this. This was not a warm and loving person yesterday. This is somebody that started having these ideas of being extremely vengeful, and oftentimes they're fueled by other events, very possibly by the one in Germany. So this person had a lot of problems in their life, and they were mad and they were angry, and they were going to take it out early this morning. That's the kind of thing that they'll be looking for. Again, a lot of times we think people just snap and create this kind of a tragedy. That's definitely not the case.
And we want to remind our viewers that at this point, police and federal authorities have not said whether the suspect is alive or in custody. We don't know at this point. But I do want to ask, because in your work as an FBI agent and profiler, what work takes place on the ground in the immediate aftermath of an incident like this? What are agents going to be doing?
Well, they'll have different agents will come in with different areas of expertise. So you'll have agents that are on the ground who have a background like mine in the behavioral assessment of the individual. You'll have agents that are there that are explosives expert. You'll have agents that are there who are experts in evidence response techniques, and you'll have agents there that are experts in creating leads that could go internationally. So you will not have just one thing taking place. There'll be multiple areas of investigation that will be going on all at the same time, which is really why the FBI, in working with local law enforcement, in this case, the New Orleans Police Department, are really so good at what they do, because they have many different agents with many different types of expertise that are critical to this case. You can't just handle a case like this in a linear fashion. You can't. It's not even possible.
We know right now that the FBI is saying that, of course, this was an intentional act, but they're saying not a terrorist act. Why might that terminology be something they're cautious about using? If you can explain, when we talk about terror, this was clearly an intentional act. They say it was intended to create carnage, but why might they not call that terror?
Well, I think there's a splitting of hairs that's going on here, and that goes on in these kinds of cases. So when the use of the term terror is used by the FBI, they're using the legal definition, which is, was this individual inspired by some kind of ideological thinking? Like, were they part of a group? Was this part of a domestic group that was upset about something that was environmental, racial, social, or religious? That is the legal definition. However, the act itself is terrifying. So the reason that it becomes important is that they, at this point, don't want to go down a specific rabbit hole to say that this individual, about whom they probably don't know that much at this point, was inspired by an ideological goal. So they want to be open to it. And when the FBI and law enforcement are open to all the possibilities, they're going to be open to more people coming forward and talking to them about the suspect and, you know, why he or she did what they did. So that's why it becomes important. Yes, it's terrifying, but what is the motivation, and how was it inspired?
Is part of the investigation also looking into whether there were warning signs and if they could have been caught earlier? Always. You cannot plan for a crime like this and do it as the invisible man or woman. Can't do it. I mean, you have to get prepared. You have to get your weapons together. If there are explosive devices, you have to put them together. It's not easy to build a bomb that works effectively. You have to buy the components. So, and you have to plan it. You have to think about it. And I would also say this, they are also probably considering that there were other venues that this individual might have considered for this attack. It may not have been just New Orleans. New Orleans may have been the final choice, but this individual may have traveled to other places in the United States to see if there were other venues which would get this kind of attention and which would give the offender the opportunity to carry out the crime effectively. So the FBI is going to be looking for that as well, just to see the full extent of the planning. And at this point, because unfortunately this crime was so successful, the planning really had to go to make it successful. That's where the warning behaviors come from. And it's possible that this person has been talking about it, maybe in a very oblique way, to other people, talking about, well, you may want to turn the news on, New Year's Day, something big is going to happen. It's amazing what people want others to know about what they're going to do and what they're planning, because they want the credit for it. Another thing we heard, Mary Ellen, from the FBI is that possible improvised explosive devices were found nearby, but they are being cautious in saying it is unclear right now if that is related to this incident. If you can talk about the search for, in a situation like this, we're talking about a wide area, Bourbon Street, the heart of New Year's. How do they cover ground and look for devices in a situation like this?
Yeah, that's a great question, because that requires a lot of manpower, but it also requires a lot of specialized manpower to be able to do that. Again, it goes to this whole idea of planning. Was this an offender who got to that location before early this morning and maybe planted devices beforehand? I mean, that's the extent to which they're looking for the kind of effort that this person put into it. Was this Was this somebody that had maybe help that went into the area in New Orleans to make sure that there were places where they could secrete devices or firearms or other things that the offender thought he might need, depending on how long he was able to carry out this lethal attack. So what they do is they'll saturate the area, and people will know what to look for. The agents and the officers will know what they're looking for because they have to take certain precautions. If there were explosive devices that were planted down there ahead of time, you have to know what you're looking for. You have to know what the device looks like. You have to know the potential damage that device can inflict on people if you come up against it. You know, what will trigger the device. So there'll be a lot of training, education on the ground before people go into this area in New Orleans and start looking for things. But they will saturate it with the manpower, but they'll be very careful to do it because if there are devices, they could be very volatile and very dangerous. They just don't know at this point. All right, we've been talking with Mary Ellen O'Toole, former FBI agent and profiler. Stick with us, Mary, but right now it is the top of the hour, and Americans are waking up to a national tragedy on New Year's. Extended coverage right now of a mass casualty incident overnight in New Orleans. At least 10 people were killed when a truck drove into a crowd of New Year's Eve revelers in the city's world-famous French Quarter. About 35 people were transported to hospitals with injuries. The driver smashed through barricades at a high rate of speed, hitting multiple people. The suspect then got out of his vehicle and shot 2 officers. They were wounded and we're told they are in stable condition. Sources are now telling CBS News the gunman was killed in the firefight. Now let's play some tape of what the mayor and New Orleans police officials said in a briefing earlier this morning.
We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Ochsner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals. But from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator, who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge. This is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan, and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners. But Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if this is a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes. I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game, and yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from...
All right, that is a police and FBI news conference from New Orleans. Right now, we want to go to CBS News reporter Nicole Skanga on the phone to find out. Nicole, what are your sources saying about this attack?
Yeah, Michael, 2 law enforcement sources telling CBS News the driver of this vehicle is dead. Law enforcement, FBI, and police now searching that vehicle, scouring for evidence, looking for additional weapons. You know, the mission here really is to determine a motive. And, you know, we heard the same word from police and FBI. That word is intentional. They called this incident complex, serious. No indication as of yet that this was terrorism, that there were any political, you know, religious, ideological goals, but it's still very early in this investigation, and no doubt this perpetrator intended to commit a mass casualty attack. The suspect here fired on officers. We heard law enforcement say that. It appears that fire was returned. 2 law enforcement officers at least injured, no casualties there at this time that we're aware of, but of course a mass casualty event. And this will complicate the FBI's investigation as they seek to determine why this suspect did what they did.
Nicole, do we know at this point if this was a lone attack, or is there a continued search for the possibility of additional suspects?
There is a continued search for the possibility of either additional suspects or those who might have aided or abetted this individual. That is more standard than anything. I mean, what law enforcement is doing now is a forensic and digital analysis of this individual once they positively identify the suspect here, the driver here. So, at this point, we have not heard law enforcement rule out the possibility of others. However, I will say, this has all the makings, in speaking with law enforcement, of a lone wolf attack, which, as Sam Vinograd mentioned on the phone earlier, is something that is constantly top of mind of all federal law enforcement officials, particularly when it comes to this kind of incident, this vehicle ramming incident, because it leaves investigators with less dots to connect. So at this point, we don't know of anyone else, connected to this horrific incident, has the makings of a lone wolf attack based on conversations I've had. But again, law enforcement certainly not ready to rule out the possibility of others who might have been involved or frankly might have known, that this driver, this suspect had intended to carry out something so horrific.
All right, Nicole Skanga, thank you. Now let's go back to Katie Weiss. She has been on the scene since the early morning hours. Katie, you've been talking with witnesses. You have been talking with people who were there in those early morning hours. What can you tell us about what they're saying?
Well, good morning. It's been a long morning for a lot of people here in this city that is unlike any other in the United States. It's a special place. It's a place where people come to have a good time. They let the good times roll here in New Orleans in the Big Easy, but far from an easy morning for so many people. We have more than 30 people now in the hospital, and it was just a chaotic scene. I was there just minutes after it happened. I saw people strewn across the street on the ground, getting help from first responders. There were a lot of people who looked to be in very critical condition, if alive at all. It was a very graphic, scary thing to witness, but a lot of people now searching for answers and wanting to know why something so horrific could happen on a night when so many people are having a joyous occasion, ringing in the new year.
I want to talk about that because this happened at 3 a.m. on Bourbon Street. For people who know Bourbon Street, there's a celebratory atmosphere on a normal day. We're talking about New Year's morning. If you can set the scene a little bit and talk about the mood. This is New Year's. There is a sense of optimism, a sense of new beginnings for so many people. And for this to happen here, of all places, if you can talk about the mood as you talk to witnesses there.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, in a place like New Orleans, this is a time, 3 a.m. is a time when things are at their peak, really, for people to be out having a good time. People joke that, the party doesn't get started till after midnight in this town. And so there were a lot of people that were out and about on Bourbon Street having a good time at that hour. This is right near where the French Quarter ends. So I spoke with witnesses who told me that they saw this truck plow through this crowd on Bourbon, which is a pedestrian-only street. It is closed to through traffic. There are no cars going down Bourbon at that time. So they saw this truck coming and just hitting people. One woman told me her husband's ankle got clipped, but fortunately he was able to get out of the way. And then witnesses told me that they just heard gunshots all of a sudden. It was chaos and something really startling and scary that many people were not expecting at all at a time when they were having a great time.
Horrifying to hear these stories from the people on the ground there. Katie, thank you. We're going to check back in with you shortly, but earlier this morning we spoke with a witness who saw the carnage unfold and jumped in to help. Take a listen.
I'm an Iraq war veteran, and so have seen combat, and I think that's kind of immediately my instinct was to try to provide first aid as quickly as we could. I was hoping to, the thing that I know is to stop bleeding, as quickly as possible. Applying pressure or a tourniquet, or anything that can help stop bleeding as quickly as possible, and that was really the only thing going through my mind. And again, when we checked on people, they just were very clearly deceased, and there's nothing we could do.
Just a heartbreaking scene. They're talking about the victims there on the ground, bystanders jumping in to administer first aid. Right now, I want to bring in CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinaigrette, a former Department of Homeland Security official in the Biden administration. Sam, I know you're talking with your sources. What can you tell us? What are you hearing right now?
Well, we've just learned that the FBI has issued a new statement indicating that they are investigating this as an act of terrorism. Now, I will stress, having unfortunately dealt with far too many mass casualty events, we are in the nascent stages of the investigation. There are a range of motivations that could have been employed by this individual who we now have learned is deceased. This could have been terrorism related, it could be criminal in nature, it could be a personal grievance. What we do know is it appears as if a lone actor drove a vehicle into a large mass gathering of individuals on a very high profile evening, New Year's Eve. These kinds of attacks, unfortunately, have made their way through the course of history. Bad actors of all kinds view holidays like New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, July 4th as prime opportunities to inflict damage because there are large numbers of people gathered in one place. They can count on that. Bourbon Street was going to be crowded last night, as well as the fact that these are high-profile moments. There's so much media attention during these holidays and these events like New Year's Eve. So these holidays are oftentimes prime opportunities for bad actors of all kinds to inflict damage. So what we now know is that the FBI is taking the lead on the investigation. They're investigating this as an act of terrorism. And at this time, the primary focus is working to ascertain whether this individual did or did not act alone. We are still waiting to hear from law enforcement as to whether this threat has been neutralized and or whether this individual was in touch with anybody else who may be planning similar attacks, Michael.
Sam, we've been talking about this all morning, but down there on Bourbon Street on New Year's morning, there are barricades. There is a large law enforcement presence, and they are aware of the possibility of attacks just like this. Is there anything that can be done to prevent this? We saw this in Germany at the Christmas market, but similar attacks like this, it feels sometimes like there is no way to prevent this.
It may feel that way, and I will note that physical barriers alone are unlikely to stop vehicular attacks of this kind. What is needed is a culture of prevention in this country, whereby when an individual starts making concerning statements, perhaps alluding to plans to inflict damage, that individuals who hear about this or see this on social media immediately contact law enforcement to get help to the individual making these kinds of statements. This looks like a carefully planned attack. The individual had a firearm on his person. He shot 2 officers. There may have been improvised explosive devices in the vehicle. He knew where he was going, and so it is not unlikely that this individual shared even tidbits of his plans with others. So what we need is a cultural shift in this country whereby individuals are mobilized to engage in prevention at the earliest possible stage versus waiting to see whether somebody takes their car or some other kind of asset to inflict damage. But I don't think that all the physical barriers in the world are going to keep these kinds of open air mass gatherings safe from the threat of a vehicular attack.
All right, Sam Vinograd, thank you so much. We're going to continue to check in with you. And joining us now is Mary Ellen O'Toole, former senior FBI criminal profiler, and she's now director of the Forensic Science Program at George Mason University in Virginia. Mary Ellen, thanks so much for joining us. Now we have learned, we have confirmed through law enforcement sources that the suspect is deceased. If you can talk about what work goes on now that we know that the initial threat is over, what takes place now?
Sure. Good morning. Thank you for having me. Well, one of the important things for the FBI and law enforcement to consider, and they are considering that at this point, is are there other events that could occur? And what I mean by that is, did this individual think enough ahead or plan enough ahead to place, for example, an explosive device in another location? So are there still ongoing threats to the public? And they have to discern that and make sure that the general public is safe. Because at this point, we know what we know in terms of what happened in New Orleans, but we don't know if the plan was even bigger and greater than that. So they really do have to plan for that. But now what they're looking at is to better understand when this plan was initially started and what went into it and who else may have known about it. And I know the last person you talked to referenced that, and that's very important. Not necessarily because the person that's responsible, the person that's dead now, not because they had a partner, but because other people may have seen the warning behaviors and just didn't come forward to law enforcement. We do know that these kinds of crimes, they just don't happen in a vacuum. This person who planned this didn't do it as the invisible man. So he had to think about it, plan it, get the weapons. If there were explosive devices, he had to get those, plan those, construct those. So people would have seen his actions, but as important, people would have been aware of his personal philosophies. Again, you don't wake up a warm, loving, kind human being and then 10 hours later, you attempt to engage in an extreme lethal attack like this. So he would have been espousing all sorts of comments that may have been offhanded and bizarre, but he still would have been on the computer talking to other people and engaging in what we call leakage to talk about what he had planned to do. This is such a sensational attack in so many ways. It's very unlikely that he would have been silent about it beforehand.
Yeah, and I want to ask about that because very often in the early stages of an attack, law enforcement is very careful as to how to characterize it. We don't know the motive yet in this attack, but very early on, the FBI came out and said this was clearly an intentional act, and police even said this person was hell-bent on creating carnage. What about this attack makes it immediately apparent that this was an intentional act?
Sure, it's a great question. And just on the surface, when you look at it, it was New Orleans on New Year's Eve or New Year's morning. There were hundreds of people there, and this person chose that venue. So it wasn't a venue where there were no people, where he could drive fast down the street and bombs could have exploded or he could have used his firearms. He chose a venue where there were human beings, and he chose to drive into the venue going very fast, using a very large vehicle. And again, that indicates that he wanted to create maximum lethality. So in order to be able to do that, he had to be in the right state of mind. And the right state of mind is, I want to kill and hurt as many people as possible and create as much chaos as possible. Now, if from that, there are ideological motivations, they'll find that out. But just on the surface, based on what we can see now, he didn't want to create just a little bit of carnage or hurt a few people. That was not the goal here. If it were the goal, he would have gone someplace else to do it.
All right, Mary Ellen O'Toole, thank you so much for joining us. Now we want to turn to Congressional correspondent Scott McFarland. Scott, what are you hearing this morning?
Yeah, there's been this concern ever since the December 21st vehicle attack in Germany about the prospect of copycats or this metastasizing into other attacks in other places. You'll recall what happened in Germany a couple weeks ago, where there were dozens of people critically injured in a vehicular intentional attack there. We know in so many cities around the country, and New Orleans has talked about this in the past, they try to reduce the risk of this by putting up bollards, putting up impediments to vehicles. Here in Washington, D.C., we're quite accustomed to seeing those dump trucks and sand trucks at all the major entry points to the city on the major roads when there's an inauguration, when there's a security event, when there's going to be a large crowd. In Times Square last night, the police spotlighted that they had vehicle barriers up. But Sam Vinograd's correct. There's only so much risk you can minimize by blocking access points to cars. It requires intelligence on the ground. And you're going to see that rolled out when they talk about the Super Bowl security regimen in New Orleans. Yes, the Super Bowl's there in a few weeks. They make that a national homeland security event, and they're going to emphasize how they have their intelligence and analysis teams there to try to further minimize risk. The FBI report, speaking to CBS News, is that the driver of the truck is dead after some type of interaction with the police there. But we know from the past few months, watching a very symmetrical investigation, when the person responsible, believed responsible, is dead, what law enforcement does next. We know this from Butler, Pennsylvania in July, when the shooter who attempted to kill Donald Trump was killed on site. Among the first things investigators did was go to the parents' house, talk to the friends, go through the IT equipment in that person's home to try to get some sense immediately about whether there's a possible motive to deduce, but also, are there others somehow affiliated to this that are themselves a threat of a future attack, but also can inform what happened overnight in New Orleans? You can see how, Michael, this all expands into a web of an investigation that transcends just New Orleans itself. They find out where this attacker is from, the investigation moves there, but also everybody redoubles their security around events in that city and outside that city. It's worth reinforcing, Michael. Sugar Bowl is there tonight.
Right, and Scott, you make a good point. We're going to have a reckoning about how we protect these major events. Now I want to turn back to Katie Weiss. She is down at the scene in New Orleans. She's been there all morning, and I understand you have some new information for us, Katie.
Well, good morning. Yes, I'm just a few blocks away from where this all took place in downtown New Orleans. This all took place in the French Quarter, just at the edge of the French Quarter near Iberville and Bourbon. And some new information that we have this morning, reportedly from the New York Times, 30 people injured in the attack were transported from the scene by ambulance to 5 different hospitals. This is according to a Captain Lewis with New Orleans Emergency Services. We also know that 14 of the people injured were taken to University Medical Center, which is a level 1 trauma center. And additional people who were injured also sought care at hospitals on their own. So some new information at this hour as far as the people injured. But we do know, tragically, 10 people were killed in this incident. And really what witnesses told me, because I was there just moments after this happened, and people were scared. They were terrified. I spoke with one woman who watched this happen. This truck plowed through a big group of people who were walking on Bourbon Street just after 3 in the morning. This truck plowed through people. We know, according to police, that the police superintendent here in town even said that they were trying to hit as many people as possible, very intentionally driving through this crowd of people. And when I was able to walk through the scene, when police let us out of a bar area and to get out of the French Quarter, I passed by several people on the ground, critically injured, some people who appeared not to be alive anymore. It was very graphic. It was very scary. Everyone was terrified for their lives. It was a moment that I don't think anyone who was there this morning will ever forget.
And Katie, I can't stop thinking about this is Bourbon Street at 3 a.m. on New Year's. I have to imagine it was lively. There was music. People were partying. Did it take some time for people to even realize that something was happening?
Absolutely. It was all of a sudden people said there were gunshots. There was a shooting. And it went from just, oh, this is just some crime, typical shooting, in one person situation to, oh my gosh, this is something really serious. And people were wondering what's happening. People were saying, no, there was a truck involved. There was a truck that ran through. And so people were trying to get information from one another, a very just like chaotic, what's going on kind of situation. But I mean, within minutes, I was able to look out of the window of a club that I had stepped into for cover, and I was able to see people all across Bourbon on the ground getting help from first responders that had come to the scene. It was certainly like something out of a movie.
All right, Katie Weiss, thank you for your reporting. We want to bring in former NYPD Detective Sergeant Felipe Rodriguez. He's also an adjunct professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. We've been talking this morning about how we've seen this kind of attack before. We know that these locations, especially on New Year's, are a target. How does the NYPD protect against incidents like this? Because there may be no police department in the world that has more experience with terror attacks. So what does the NYPD do to protect, say, Times Square from vehicle attacks?
Times Square is something that we call a target-rich environment, right? Due to the amount of numerous individuals that come to visit, not only locally, from all over the world. It's something that's attractive to someone that's willing to commit either a lone wolf attack or some sort of terrorist incident. We start from the outer ring almost, to enter. So the outer would be, we have intelligence officers, detectives that are stationed all throughout the world. This way we get real-time information when it comes to any leads or any information regarding possible terrorist attack. We also have our intelligence division. We have officers assigned to the Joint Terrorist Task Force. And at the end of the day, we have specialized officers that have anti-terrorism training, bomb recognition. I was one of those officers. I was assigned to the convention at one time, and we had to go to bomb school for almost a week just in the recognition of these types of improvised explosive devices. But what we have here right now is a large crime scene, which people don't realize. It's going to be intense, and the crime scene had to be first guess what? It had to be secured. So it might take a while till we get through this whole process in New Orleans.
Today on Bourbon Street this morning, there were plenty of officers. There were barricades. The suspect drove around or through the barricades. Are we going to have to reassess how we protect large gatherings going forward?
We will. Every incident that happens becomes a learning tool for us. We're going to have to end up maybe parts of New York City put permanent bullards. But what we do is we actually put these giant concrete pieces of protection that we put into place for situations like this to prevent vehicles from jumping the sidewalk. But as we've said before, throughout this news report right now, this is one of the hardest incidents to prevent,
And it is something that we're going to continue to discuss in the days and weeks to come. Again, we're still trying to assess the motive and whether or not anyone else is involved at this point. It's being characterized as a lone attacker. Felipe, thank you for joining us. As we're approaching the bottom of the hour, I want to get everyone up to speed. We are covering a mass casualty incident overnight in New Orleans. 10 people, at least, were killed when a truck drove into a crowd of New Year's Eve revelers in the city's world-famous French Quarter. The incident began around 3:15 a.m. Central Time. A man driving a pickup truck drove through some barricades at a high rate of speed, hitting multiple people. At least 35 were transported to hospitals with injuries. The suspect then got out of his vehicle and shot 2 officers. They were hit and are in stable condition. Law enforcement sources are now telling CBS that the suspect is deceased. His identity has not been released right now. We are also told that possible explosives were found nearby, and it's unclear if they are related to the attack. The FBI will be taking over the investigation. Now we want to play you some tape of someone who was in a hotel near the scene of the attack, heard the sound as the incident was unfolding. Kellen P. Coos spoke with our New Orleans affiliate, WWL.
At about 3:15 this morning, it sounded like a very loud crash, and I heard a lot of ruckus. I didn't realize what was going on until, and it took me a little while to go to sleep. But it felt like the building was shaking, and that's from a block away. I'm on the 400 block of Dauphine, and this happened on the 300 block of Bourbon Street.
Kellen, did you see anyone at this point? What did you see after hearing this boom? Just walk us through what happened next.
I didn't really see anything. I was unaware what was going on, but it sounded like, it sounded like a very loud crash.
Is the hotel? Go ahead, sorry.
And I tried to go outside, and it was like, but I didn't, it was just a lot of people running around, so I just went back in the hotel. I came back up to my room, and then eventually I was able to go off to sleep, and then I woke up to my phone going off, people calling me, asking me if I was okay because they knew I was here.
Let's go back to Katie Weiss, who is near the scene in New Orleans. Katie, just thinking about who would have been out there at 3 in the morning, I have to imagine it's a lot of tourists who were out early this morning when this happened.
Absolutely. There were a lot of tourists and locals alike. People come to New Orleans specifically for a big holiday like New Year's. Growing up on the Gulf Coast, this was a place where I would come with my friends for New Year's Eve many holidays in a row. And so for a lot of people, this 3 a.m., that was not a late night. That was a normal peak hour time to be out and about on New Year's Eve in downtown New Orleans on Bourbon Street, an iconic place for people to come out and have a good time and ring in the new year. So it certainly came as the last thing anyone had on their minds at that moment. I spoke with some witnesses who saw this vehicle, this truck, plow through this crowd and then heard gunshots, multiple gunshots. One woman described to me that it sounded like some kind of automatic style weapon. Of course, that's something we're continuing to try to confirm as to specifically what kind of weapon was used. But she said the gunshots sounded so rapid and quick that it sounded like it may have been some kind of automatic weapon of sorts that was used. But so many people just in total shock, not able to really piece together what was going on, just simply looking at the sheer terror of people on the ground in critical condition, blood everywhere. People People were very scared this morning.
Katie, can you talk about the law enforcement presence right there on the scene right now? Because we know the FBI is there, as well as New Orleans police, and we were told other departments have been called in as well. What are you seeing on the ground?
Well, this morning when I was there, which is just a few blocks away from where I'm standing currently, the scene where this incident took place, there were, hundreds of law enforcement officers from multiple different agencies. I could tell, state troopers, sheriffs, all sorts of different law enforcement folks coming together to try to, respond to this appropriately. Crime scene tape was getting put up as I was leaving the area. And then now at this hour, all morning downtown, I've been hearing sirens. I've been seeing helicopters above me. There's certainly a large presence. And as we've mentioned earlier in this show, today's a big day. It's a big game day for New Orleans. A lot of people are here for this day. People are coming here even just to tailgate outside, right, in the streets below me on this rooftop that I'm at. And people are excited for what's to come. But New Orleans police, FBI have made it very clear. If you're here to have a good time, that's great. But stay away from Bourbon Street right now. They need to do their thing. They're working on their investigation. And at the same time, they'll need to protect the football game and other events that are still happening later today. Katie, thank you so much. We're going to check back in with you in a bit. But first, I want to go to CBS News reporter Nicole Skanga on the phone. I know you've been talking, Nicole, with your sources. What are you learning right now?
Yeah, and Michael, there was a bit of a change of posture, or perhaps just a clarification here. The FBI putting out a statement moments ago indicating, first and foremost that the subject, after engaging with local law enforcement, is now deceased. Of course, CBS News already reported that. We do know that this individual had a firearm on their person as they were driving the vehicle, and right now local law enforcement, in conjunction with the FBI, are searching that vehicle. They're looking for any additional weapons, any other improvised explosive devices. We know that law enforcement has found additional improvised explosive devices in the area. Still unclear if those two are connected, but of course, law enforcement scouring the ground now, not only looking over the crime scene, but trying to determine if there were any other weapons or incendiary devices placed nearby as part of this large mass casualty attack. That is the work that is underway now. We also learned from the FBI that they are investigating this as an act of terrorism. Earlier we did hear from law enforcement who initially had suggested that they had ruled that out as a possibility. Of course, still very early on in this investigation. Very clear now that law enforcement and FBI, which is acting as the lead, is in fact looking into this incident as an act of terrorism, looking at whether there were any political, religious, ideological goals associated with this attack. No doubt this perpetrator intended, carnage, as we heard from law enforcement earlier today, but still very early in what will be a weeks and months-long investigation for the FBI and other law enforcement on the ground.
And Nicole, when we talk about terrorism, you and I might use the word differently than federal law enforcement. When they say it's being investigated as a possible act of terrorism, what do they mean by that term?
Yeah, they are looking for any sort of ideological nexus that would connect this to a larger event that was intended to really create panic among society, any political or religious or ideological, phenomenon that were connected to the motivations of the suspect here. And there are specific, statutes, terrorism statutes, both on the state level and the federal level, that of course, will be involved. If and when there are charges related to an incident like this. Of course, now we know that the suspect is dead. Some of that becomes less relevant, but certainly still relevant when it comes to piecing together why this suspect did what they did, whether or not they acted alone, if this was, an inspired attack or a directed attack. And it's still very early in this investigation. One thing that federal law enforcement has already indicated to me they are, of course, concerned about, it is a constant concern, is about this event, creating incentive for others for copycat attacks down the road. And that was a big concern coming out of the Christmas market attack in Germany, that we would see, additional vehicle ramming incidents after that atrocious attack. Now here we are. We don't know whether or not this individual was inspired by the events that took place in Germany. But this is a concern moving forward for law enforcement, and really has been historically.
All right, Nicole Skanga, thank you for your reporting. Let's turn now to Scott McFarland in Washington. I know you've been talking with a lot of your sources. What can you tell us, Scott?
It's worth reinforcing something quite important Nicole said there. The FBI is the lead investigative agency for terrorism, and they always say unequivocally it is their top priority, preventing terrorism in the United States. And they have this checklist, this list of definitions that they use to communicate how they investigate terrorism, but also to make clear what they think the threats are. And they have this acronym called DVE, Domestic Violent Extremism, a primary concern of the FBI, who said in so many different ways over so many months that the lone wolf terror threat is an emerging post-9/11 terror threat they are still grappling with, still trying to minimize. That may inform their investigation in New Orleans, if a possible lone actor, DVE, is ultimately responsible. But I want to bring your attention to a City of New Orleans Public Works memo obtained by CBS News, authored actually 8 years ago in 2017, in which they detailed their concern of just this type of targeting of Bourbon Street. In the memo, they talked about considering vehicle bans, if not tighter restrictions in that entire area, because in so many words they say the French Quarter is often densely packed with pedestrians and represents an area where a mass casualty incident could occur. The memo continues. Since Bourbon Street is one of the focal points in the French Quarter for pedestrians, it's recommended that the city consider closing Bourbon Street to vehicular traffic, with the exception of emergency vehicles at designated times, as risk mitigation measures. What's more, according to the memo reviewed by CBS News, the city was grappling with this because, as is often the case, many of the businesses and homeowners nearby still want to have vehicular traffic to keep the businesses vibrant and to keep the homes accessible. This is one of those dynamics that's going to inform, Michael, so many security plans moving forward in so many U.S. cities. As you see this cascading number of vehicular attacks and the fear of copycats, not only, Michael, will this inform things like security for major events like tonight's Sugar Bowl in New Orleans, next month's Super Bowl in New Orleans, but all of these large pedestrian gatherings in major U.S. cities and communities.
Well, you talk about Bourbon Street and protecting those streets. What we know from police right now is they say that they did have barricades in place. This driver apparently drove around or through barricades at a high rate of speed. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussions in the coming days and weeks about whether those barricades should be extended, whether a perimeter around these areas. You mentioned the Sugar Bowl. You mentioned the Super Bowl. How is security going to change at those events based on what happened today? It's going to be a conversation that we'll continue to have.
And here in Washington, D.C., Michael, obviously we're coming up on a whole series of huge pedestrian gatherings. The inauguration is January 20th. We've seen in past inaugurations, there's hundreds of thousands of people, many of whom are making their way to the scene on open streets, or streets where they've found a place to put their car. This is a component of security planning. It may be an increased component of security planning, but one law enforcement official told me recently, we're going to have all those fences around the Capitol on January 6th. It's a homeland security event. The Super Bowl will have bag checks and fencing, but fencing only does so much. It really is the human intelligence on the ground, the analysis of intelligence that is a more comprehensive way of stopping these types of threats. As we saw overnight in New Orleans, barriers and walls and fences only do so much.
All right, Scott McFarland, thank you so much. Earlier, we spoke to witnesses Jim and Nicole Maurer. They're from Des Moines. They were visiting family in New Orleans, and they were on Bourbon Street when the incident happened. Let's take a listen.
It was traveling at a very high rate of speed, and so we were in the middle of the road and managed to run off the road onto the sidewalk and into the doorway of a building for cover. We did hear gunfire, saw police running that direction. We stayed in the alcove until the gunfire stopped, came out into the street, and came across a lot of several people who had been hit. Wanted to see what we could do to help and administer any first aid. The people we came across were unfortunately deceased.
We've been talking this morning with Mary Ellen O'Toole, a former senior FBI criminal profiler. She is now director of the Forensic Science Program at George Mason University in Virginia. Mary Ellen, good morning. I want to ask about, look, we have a lot of unanswered questions here, but when we know what we know about this incident, what can you tell about the suspect and the nature of the attack just based on what we know so far?
Sure. Thank you, and good morning to everyone. Based on just the behavior that we've seen thus far, this was a very well planned out and unfortunately a very successful attack. And when you see that, that goes to the motivation of the offender. So while it's the typical motivations in a crime are money, revenge, in a case like this person's motivations had to include that they wanted to kill as many people as they possibly could, which is hard for a lot of the general public to understand because this offender didn't even know these people. These people did nothing to him whatsoever, and yet he wanted to kill them and to hurt as many people as possible. But we know that these kind of offenders exist in our society and throughout the world, and that tells us a lot about how he prepared mentally for this crime. And that's what FBI will be looking for, is how did he prepare to carry off such a successful event like this, a successful crime. And I think one of the things that he might have done is to consider other venues besides New Orleans, not unlike the shooter in Las Vegas, when he decided to use Las Vegas as his location. He had considered other sites, including Chicago and a couple of other places. So I think that the FBI will be looking at that just in terms of establishing how well planned out this event was. This was not a spontaneous, this guy just snapped kind of event.
Mary Ellen, how do FBI agents determine whether or not this is a lone attacker? Are they looking not just at people who may have known about the attack, but people that in this person's past we may have shared details or hinted at? We've seen in previous incidents somebody has sort of told a neighbor, told a friend, hinting that they may do something like this. Is that all part of the scope of the investigation?
Yes, and that takes a while. That's just not something that they can opine about today. They won't be able to do that. They'll have to go and look at this person's background, talk to people that knew him, talk to neighbors, families, coworkers, anybody that might have information. And then, of course, they have to go and look at his online presence. Who's he talking to online, or maybe somewhere around the world? So they probably won't be able to offer an opinion on that for for a number of hours, if not longer. It takes a while to make that determination, and they don't want to get that wrong, because if there are other people that help this individual carry out this plot, those people then have to rise to the level of being a target in the investigation and be themselves investigated. So they're going to be very careful in terms of discerning between, did he act alone and then leak his plans to other people? That's called leakage, talking about it ahead of time. And or did he actually have people that supported and helped him to carry out this plot? So it's two different tracks of investigation.
All right, Mary Ellen O'Toole, thank you for sharing your perspective. We want to go back to former NYPD Detective Sergeant Felipe Rodriguez, who is an adjunct professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. We've been talking about how the NYPD protects gatherings, large gatherings, and I've seen barricades. I've seen vehicles used to block roadways. I've seen bollards. Here, in this case, on Bourbon Street, there were barricades. This person drove around or through them. Does that mean that we've got to reassess those barricades?
Any incident like this, we're constantly learning, we're constantly reassessing. what we do at the NYPD is called target hardening. You know, you can't make sometimes something impenetrable, but we want to make sure that when someone comes to try to do actual intelligence or see how they're going to plan their attack, to say, you know what, this isn't the right place, this isn't the right time. We have to look at every large venue like this and make sure that we implement this target hardening mentality. Sometimes, you know, it might be resources. So we do have to take a hard look at all these things. What's more important is when we conduct this investigation, you know, we have to put the detective, you know, thinking on in this. This was a multi-layered, well-planned attack. It just wasn't the fact of someone driving through or driving around bullets. It was the fact, guess what? He had a firearm. You know, when we do our terrorism studies at John Jay, one of the things that we talk about is what? Secondary incidents, secondary devices. And it looks like that's kind of the step that he was going, right? He ended up now engaging law enforcement in a firefight, which that automatically brings about more law enforcement response. Right. At that point, it might have been a situation where we say suicide by cop. He didn't want to get caught alive. And if it's true that he did have improvised explosive devices, that would have been an additional way of what? Harming or killing other individuals, especially first responders when they show up. And when first responders are injured, guess what? It makes the situation even a larger mass critical incident because it slows down our ability to do what? Save other people's lives.
And you bring up a good point because there were officers down there. This incident could have been worse. We know that, according to police, the suspect came out shooting, shot 2 officers who are now in the hospital in stable condition. But had officers not been there, this could have been potentially even worse. I want to mention and update our viewers on a statement that just came out from the White House. President Biden has called the mayor of New Orleans, LaToya Cantrell, to offer support. The president has been briefed on the latest developments by senior FBI and DHS leadership and his Homeland Security team. And he's going to continue to be briefed on this incident throughout the day. The FBI is the lead on the investigation. I know that in your dealings, Felipe, when you've worked with the NYPD, you have worked hand in hand with the FBI. What can the FBI offer in terms of resources that will help a local police department handle a situation like this?
Well, once again, you know, a mass casualty incident, you know, a lot of police departments, people don't realize 90% of most police departments have 50 officers or less. They are the top notch when it comes to technology, forensics, you know, investigations. We have to be able to pick up cell phones from these individuals and get information, be it from social media or anything else that might have been in their cell phones, who they're contacting. You know, the FBI has the best labs in the world. And that's the type of resources they bring, not to mention the expertise. You know, not every department has an expert in every realm, you know, be it explosives or, you know, some sort of digital forensic accounting or research or investigations. And the FBI brings these top, you know, instructors or agents into the investigation, which are sorely needed at times.
Felipe, thank you. And we want to turn now to Scott McFarland. We've been talking all morning, Scott, about all these upcoming major events. We're talking about the Sugar Bowl, the Super Bowl. We're talking about the inauguration. I want to read a statement that I just got from the CEO of the Sugar Bowl, Jeff Hundley. He says that they are devastated by the terrible events from early this morning. They're in ongoing discussions with authorities on the local, state, and federal levels and will communicate further details as they become available. Right now, I have to imagine for everyone involved with these events, they are rethinking how they protect people as they come to a major event involving tens or hundreds of thousands of people.
I think it's broader than that, but you're absolutely right, Michael. I mean, the Super Bowl is truly a national homeland security event. That's a formal designation, which means the weight of the world of federal security is going to be there in place. All the federal agencies checking every potential vulnerability. The Sugar Bowl is also a significant security event in New Orleans tonight. Not federal in that same sense as the Super Bowl, but has all these different players. It's the other types of events that don't have the war footing. There may be a vulnerability that's going to concern law enforcement more. The issues that they don't know about just yet. You mentioned that the White House put out a statement about the president being in touch with the mayor of New Orleans. Obviously, that's symbolically important. It's also practically important because, yes, there are federal resources on the ground in New Orleans right now, and there need to be for the Super Bowl in a few weeks when there are truly hundreds of thousands of people. And all that goes into the Super Bowl right there in those same areas we're seeing on the screen just now. What's more, the two House leaders in the U.S. House are both from Louisiana, one of whom is actually from New Orleans. They both put out statements I want to read. Steve Scalise, the House Majority Leader, the #2 leader in the U.S. House, represents New Orleans. In his statement this morning, he says, please join me in praying for the victims and their families, as well as our first responders in the wake of the historic act of violence on Bourbon Street. Mike Johnson, the U.S. House Speaker, who's expected to be with Donald Trump today at Mar-a-Lago, put out a statement as well. He represents Louisiana, saying the vicious attack on innocent people celebrating the New Year in New Orleans early this morning was an act of pure evil, and justice must be swift for anyone who was involved. Of course, our CBS reporting is that the person behind the wheel of that truck, the suspected attacker, is dead. But this investigation most certainly is going to go into, was anybody else aware of this attack beforehand? Was there somebody involved with a plot or a plan? Was somebody coordinating with this attacker? That's where this investigation most certainly is headed next.
So many questions to be answered. Scott McFarland from Washington, thank you. We want to turn now to CBS News reporter Nicole Sganga on the phone with some new reporting. Nicole, what are you hearing?
Yeah, 2 law enforcement sources now telling CBS News that a long gun was recovered from the scene of the crash, an indication here that the suspect was perhaps using a firearm with a long barrel. And we should say that both FBI and local law enforcement are now working together to search that vehicle for additional weapons. Of course, earlier today, we learned that investigators found what appeared to be improvised explosive devices at the scene of the crash. They're still trying to determine, whether those devices were viable. And furthermore, if those devices are connected to this suspect, we reported earlier the suspect in the attack is dead. Multiple federal law enforcement sources telling CBS News and FBI confirming in a statement. We have not yet heard a name. At this point, law enforcement and FBI likely running forensic analysis, ensuring a positive identification of the suspect before releasing that name. And that will be part of a long and ongoing process to collect and gather as much information as they can regarding, a motivation. As Scott mentioned, trying to determine if there might have been another suspect involved, if anyone else was coordinating with this attacker here. At this point, federal law enforcement have not ruled out the possibility of someone else who might be connected to this attack.
All right, Nicole Sganga, thank you so much for your reporting. Let's go back to Katie Weiss, who is near the scene in New Orleans and has been there since the initial hours of this attack. Katie, when you're talking to people this morning in New Orleans, a lot of people are waking up to this news. We're talking about the new year, and people want to come to this new year with some optimism and with some hopefulness, and this is what they're waking up to. How are the people of New Orleans doing this morning?
Understandably, I think a lot of people are shocked, scared, concerned, frustrated, angry. It's a mixed bag of emotions, I think, for hundreds of people who witnessed this, who were there at that moment when this truck plowed through, a big crowd of people who were just trying to have a good time ringing in 2025. It was a totally unexpected experience for all of these folks. For me as well, I was there in the French Quarter when this happened and was speaking with people, witnesses who had seen this happen just moments after this incident took place. People were telling me that that they saw this truck plow through this crowd of people and they couldn't believe their eyes. One woman said as soon as the truck plowed through, the truck crashed into a barrier, a big metal barrier. She heard a loud boom and then shots. Quick, fast shots going off. We now know from law enforcement sources that there was a long gun recovered at the scene. That's brand new information at this hour. So we're still continuing to learn more information minute by minute, hour by hour. But for folks who were on the ground, just after 3 a.m. when this happened, it is still a shock that is, I think, many people are still really coming to terms with how terrifying, bloody, scary, just downright awful for anyone to have to see after trying to start the new year off, with friends and family having a good time.
And Katie, quickly, I know this is your hometown. This is personal for you. You've been there all morning. You've seen the carnage up close. You've been talking to people there. How are you feeling about everything?
Well, I think, growing up on the Gulf Coast, people from Mobile, where I'm from, all the way here to New Orleans. I live here now. We all like to celebrate New Year's in the French Quarter. It's a special place. It's unlike any other area in the country, and it's something I think that a lot of people are going to come together today and try to just care for each other, make sure that we're checking in with one another and getting through this together.
All right, Katie Weiss, thank you so much for your reporting and for staying out there all morning, keeping us updated. And we want to recap our breaking news right now. At least 10 people are dead, 35 injured after a deadly vehicle attack in New Orleans. CBS News has confirmed the suspect was killed by police, and the FBI is investigating this New Year's Day incident as an act of possible terrorism. Again, this happened on New Year's morning. As many people were still out celebrating on Bourbon Street, the heart of the city. We know right now that there are more than 30 people in the hospital, including 2 officers who were shot by the suspect. Again, the suspect deceased, according to law enforcement, but those officers are listed in stable condition. We don't know the motive yet. Again, police are investigating this as a possible act of terrorism. No indications now that others were involved, but the FBI is continuing to look into that. As well as how this suspect carried out this attack, driving through barricades at a high rate of speed. One thing police are clear on, they say this individual was hell-bent on creating carnage. Live coverage continues on CBS News 24/7. We'll be back with much more on these tragic events later, including another news conference by officials expected around noon Eastern, 11 local. Many of you will now return to CBS Mornings. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm Michael George.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser, and we continue to follow the tragic breaking news out of New Orleans. At least 10 people are dead, dozens more injured after city officials say a man intentionally drove a pickup truck into a crowd. Now, it happened on the world-famous Bourbon Street overnight as people were celebrating the new year. Officials say the man drove around barricades and hurtled down the street in a very intentional behavior before firing shots into the crowd. 2 police officers were hit by gunfire and rushed to the hospital. As you just heard Michael George say, they are in stable condition. CBS News has learned the suspect is dead, apparently shot and killed by police. The city's mayor referred to this as a likely terrorist attack, and the FBI is now saying it is investigating it as terrorism. I want to go ahead and play some of what we heard from a witness at the scene.
It was traveling at a very high rate of speed, and so we were in the middle of the road and managed to run off the road onto the sidewalk and into the doorway of a building for cover. We did hear gunfire, saw police running that direction. We stayed in the alcove until the gunfire stopped, came out into the street, and came across several people who had been hit. Wanted to see what we could do to help and administer any first aid. The people we came across were unfortunately deceased.
I want to bring in CBS News Congressional correspondent Scott McFarland, who is following all this from our D.C. bureau. Scott, we did get an update from New Orleans police reiterating this happened about 3:17 a.m. Local time. 10 victims declared deceased on the scene, 35 additional victims suffering injuries. Also saying that once that vehicle came to a stop, the suspect reportedly opened fire on responding officers who returned fire. What else are you following? What are some other headlines?
Yeah, as we begin the 10 a.m. hour in New Orleans, here are the latest top lines. The suspected attacker is dead, according to our latest CBS News reporting. Also, not just a vehicular attack under investigation here, but also a long gun has been recovered from the scene, which would be a different variable we haven't seen in some of the more recent vehicular attacks elsewhere in the world, including the one in Germany that was fatal on December 21st. We also know from our CBS News reporting the FBI is lead on this investigation. They typically are. In fact, they always are when there's a potential terrorism connection. The FBI takes lead on that. And there was some equivocation during a morning news briefing between the mayor and an assistant special agent in charge at the FBI field office there in New Orleans about whether this was a terror-related incident. We know the FBI takes lead on potential terrorism investigations. We also can expect this is going to change some of the security planning, or at least change how the security plans are articulated for tonight's Sugar Bowl in New Orleans and next month's Super Bowl in New Orleans, but also all the many heavy pedestrian events expected across America today, this New Year's holiday, and in the coming days. Heavy pedestrian events expected, among other places, here in Washington, site of the inauguration, January 20th.
I do believe we have a statement from the Sugar Bowl. We're going to put it up on the screen, and I'm going to read it at the same time as all of you. The statement reads, "The Sugar Bowl committee is devastated by the terrible events from early this morning. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families." That is from CEO Jeff Hundley. Scott, you had mentioned the car attack in Germany as well. I want to read some of what witness statements we have into CBS News. Somebody saying he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did. I mentioned Germany because we know that that person also drove through a crowd at a high rate of speed with a high number of casualties there as well. We're looking at some video from the aftermath of the New Orleans event. Scott, what more are we learning here from law enforcement officials about what else they are investigating at this time? And we were told that possible improvised explosives were found nearby, but unclear if they were related. Any more information that we have about that?
Now, among the first priorities for law enforcement here, Lindsay, is to see if there are other people somehow connected to this attack.
Right.
Were there co-conspirators, others who may have been parts of plotting or planning, or somebody who could help deduce a motive to see if there's a risk of future attack. It's going to be a component of what law enforcement does, and it's likely going to bring them to this attacker's home and to this attacker's family, friends, and associates. That's a next step, but a pretty short-term next step, likely over the coming hours. There's also been, perhaps this is no surprise, a back-and-forth wrestling over what to do about vehicular traffic in the French Quarter of New Orleans. It's been going on for years. CBS News has reviewed memos over the past 10 years from New Orleans city officials in which they've discussed possibly further restricting vehicular access to that area, specifically concerned about this type of threat. In 2017, they put this on paper. Maybe we should further reduce vehicular traffic to prevent a mass casualty incident. We know in 2020, when they were making their plans for the Sugar Bowl that year, they limited vehicular traffic during peak hours of pedestrians, which in New Orleans is 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. These types of reviews are going to be ongoing now in New Orleans, but also in so many other U.S. cities where they've seen this cascading number of vehicular attacks in pedestrian areas, with concerns that this type of thing could be eventually a copycat dynamic.
I do want to ask you more about that because you had sent out a 2017 Public Works memo about this particular area. And according to what we know, this area has barricades. The suspect was able to drive around them. But what can you tell us about that 2017 memo?
That's part of what the criteria is here, is that these barricades are not foolproof. They're not impenetrable, and I think we saw part of that dynamic last night. But in any American city, if you want to shut off vehicular traffic to a business district, you're going to get some concern among the businesses and the residents who want to make sure that they stay open, stay vibrant, and have a good traffic of people. So there's always going to be a push and pull when you want to just stop vehicles from coming through an area. But those of us who've spent a few decades here in Washington, D.C., become very accustomed to seeing those huge dump trucks, those sand trucks, blocking roads, blocking on-ramps during special events. And no doubt we'll see those on January 6th here in Washington, a national security event for the certification of the election, and on January 20th, when hundreds of thousands will be here on foot, on streets for the inauguration. In New Orleans, in New York last night, police always tout that they have those vehicle barriers in place to prevent just this type of thing. And though it's not new in New York to have it, they touted that security apparatus this year ahead of New Year's Eve. This is going to be a dynamic cities across America are going to have to grapple with and rethink with the risk of copycats.
Scott, if you could hang out with us for a little bit, I want to bring in former FBI Special Agent Doug Coons. Doug, thank you for being here. Knowing that the suspect is dead, what are the next steps for investigators?
If they haven't already, identifying this individual, figuring out who he is, what he's about, what kind of ideology might have motivated this, political or religious or whatever it might be. Safety is, obviously the primary concern, making sure that this isn't part of a larger organization or coordinated attack. There's going to be a lot to do in the next days and weeks.
If you were leading this investigation, what questions would you want answered?
First of all, who is this person, and what's the motivation, his history, thorough background investigation into him. Is it a U.S. person who's become radicalized? Is it international? Is it something else? Those are the first questions that come to mind. Everybody wants to know why. It appears that this is not just a drunk person that ran into the crowd. There were IEDs and a gunfight thereafter, and whether or not he has any identification on him and it matches, that would be helpful. But fingerprints and DNA take a while. Figuring out who this is the first order of business.
I heard our national security expert Sam Vinograd speaking in a CBS News special report earlier this morning, saying they will be looking at whether this person acted alone, and that it is very rare for somebody with this kind of ideology who wants to inflict this kind of damage for them not to tell someone of their plans. Do you agree with that assessment, that it is likely, of course it is very early, we're basing this on conjecture right now, but likely that somebody with this goal in mind, this heinous goal, would have shared something at some point with someone?
I would tend to agree. Like you said, we're speculating here, but in my experience, there are lone wolf actors that are completely isolated, but I think it's more common that there would be a network of support. He had to get his guns from somewhere. He had to get his explosives from somewhere. He had to hatch this plan, and law enforcement prepares well for these things, despite things still happening. But these terrorists, these people that do these things, are also good. They study, they do recon, they figure out where the weaknesses are, they plan, and then they attack them. So they obviously found a weak point here and took advantage of it.
All right, Doug, I want to bring in CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd. Sam, we were just mentioning a point that you had made earlier this morning on CBS News, but obviously you and I were talking on December 21st about a similar attack in Europe. Here we are on January 1st talking about one now on our home turf. What are your initial thoughts?
My initial thoughts are that unfortunately this is a tragic event, although it is unsurprising. Lindsay, as we discussed on December 21st, a range of bad actors view holidays as prime opportunities to inflict violence. They view holidays as these prime opportunities because they're high-profile events with a lot of media attention, and there are a lot of mass gatherings, which are viewed as a high-impact moment to inflict damage. And we saw that unfold last night. We're seeing a spate of these kinds of attacks, not just in the U.S., but around the world, and it really begs the question of how do we prevent them? We know that there was a heavy law enforcement presence on Bourbon Street last night, as well as various kinds of barriers, but barriers alone, physical barriers alone, are not going to keep our communities safe at this point. These lone actors are radicalizing and mobilizing in a way that we can't prevent with solely physical barriers alone.
And I do have to issue a slight correction on my part. It was December 20th, that attack in Magdeburg, 5 people killed, 200 injured. But Sam, when we say that this vehicle was able to drive around barriers, and I know you're saying the barriers aren't foolproof, but shouldn't the placement of a barrier preclude a vehicle from driving around one?
Certainly. And so when law enforcement is working to secure any type of site, whether it's open air or whether it's an enclosed space, they place physical barriers as well as uniformed officers and other kinds of assets, aerial assets and assets on the ground as well, in the places where they think they're going to do the maximum amount of good, where they can prevent the most damage. And so I have no doubt that New Orleans law enforcement put barriers in all the places they thought would help prevent damage, but also allow for traffic to pass as necessary, whether on foot or for emergency vehicles. This individual, it is very possible that this individual scoped out this site and understood how to evade these kinds of barriers. We don't have that kind of information yet, but one of the things I'll be listening for in future press conferences is what this individual's history was. Did this individual visit Bourbon Street? Did he scope out the site? How long did he take to prepare for this kind of attack? As your previous guest mentioned, he had to purchase firearms somewhere. If he did make IEDs, the components for those IEDs, improvised explosive devices, had to be purchased from somewhere. So this does not appear to be a spur of the moment random act of violence. And despite the best efforts of law enforcement, this individual was able to inflict a huge amount of tragic damage.
Sam, we do have a statement from Attorney General Merrick Garland, who in part reiterates that the FBI is investigating this as an act of terrorism. What does that mean?
It means that the FBI is keeping open all options at this point. This early on, we're just in the nascent stages of the investigation. Federal, state, and local law enforcement are working in partnership. I've unfortunately worked a lot of these cases where all levels of law enforcement are working together to try to gain a full picture of who this individual was and what his motivations were. It is possible, we just don't know, that there may have been some sort of paraphernalia in this individual's vehicle or on his person. They likely have an identity on this person, or it's possible they have an identity on this person at this stage, and are looking at this individual's social media, his devices, his phone, and visiting where he lived and are talking to acquaintances or loved ones. So while they're investigating it as an act of terrorism, they're also likely trying to see whether this was an act, personal grievance, a criminal act. The police force in New Orleans did already rule out that this was a DUI, so this does look intentional. But again, strong cooperation between all levels of law enforcement, and for the feds, the FBI takes a lead on all terrorism-related investigations.
And Sam, we discussed it earlier in our newscast, but law enforcement sources are telling CBS News that a long gun was recovered from the scene. What kind of work is going to be done to figure out how the suspect got that gun and what is significant about a long gun being recovered?
Well, we are waiting to hear about the full range of assets discovered on this individual's person and in his vehicle, both the long gun and perhaps explosive devices in his vehicle. But what's happening right now is federal authorities, namely the ATF, are likely doing forensics on the gun, trying to trace it and seeing where and when it was purchased. Was it lawfully purchased? From where? How long ago? And to try to get a sense, again, to piece together how this individual was able to inflict such mass damage. Again, he did not just, I don't want to minimize the damage from the car, but he did not just ram into a crowd at a high speed. He fired a weapon as well and seemed prepared for various forms, really, of combat, Lindsay. The gun itself was, as you mentioned, was a long gun and able to inflict a lot of damage, but this individual wasn't just relying on one weapon of choice. He had various options with him, which really indicate he wanted to do as much damage as possible.
I want to bring in Scott McFarland back into the conversation from our D.C. bureau. Scott, what are we hearing from President Biden?
Yeah, President Biden has spoken with the mayor of New Orleans and offered federal resources here, and certainly there are going to be federal resources immediately implemented in New Orleans. This is now a federal investigation. The FBI takes lead on all terrorism investigations in America, and that's where this one is headed. But also, there's a federal prosecutor. There are federal law enforcement agencies that help with these types of things. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms gets involved, especially when a long gun has been recovered, as has been the case here in New Orleans. But this is also happening not in a vacuum, not at a trivial moment, but as large-scale events continue in New Orleans. We mentioned tonight's Sugar Bowl, which will have some complementary federal resources. But then there's next month's Super Bowl, which is truly a national homeland security event. The feds take the lead in securing something as large in scope and size as the Super Bowl. The Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, Immigration, Customs, they're all there. They're all part of the planning for this. The president, speaking with the mayor of New Orleans, has reaffirmed those federal resources are there as New Orleans tries to grapple with not only what happened last night, but what to do moving forward with these heavy pedestrian events that are coming in the next few hours and the next few weeks.
I just want to reiterate for anybody who might just be joining us that we are reporting on breaking news out of New Orleans at around 3:17 a.m. local time. There were reports of a vehicle having driven through a crowd of pedestrians on the packed Bourbon Street as revelers were ringing in the new year. A total of 10 victims declared deceased on the scene, 35 victims to have suffered injuries in this. We also know that the suspect apparently opened fire on responding officers who returned fire, and that person was struck and was subsequently declared deceased on the scene. We know 2 officers in the New Orleans Police Department were struck in the exchange. They are listed in stable condition. I want to bring in back with us former FBI Special Agent Doug Coons. And Doug, as we've been talking to Scott, we've been talking to Sam Vinograd. What are some of your thoughts?
You make a lot of good points. There's a lot of special events coming up, not only in New Orleans, but around the country, football games, college and NFL playoffs and the Super Bowl, along with countless concerts and these kind of things. So all the law enforcement departments around the country are going to be looking at ways to improve the access to these venues to make them even more safe, and that might be parking trucks, normal pedestrian walkways or things like that. So we may see some changes, may see some inconveniences. And it's just how it is, I guess, when we have these things happening. Someone else earlier mentioned there's this line between the businesses and the public's access to these things they want to enjoy, along with the difficulty of keeping them all safe. And it's difficult, but that's what we do.
And while we've been talking, we have new information just into our CBS News newsroom that according to sources, law enforcement and city official sources to our Rob Legary, Anna Schechter, and Rich Esposito, investigators are probing whether the suspect was connected to or inspired by a foreign terror organization. This note also says what we have previously reported, that investigators are analyzing potential explosive devices recovered at or near the scene. So, Doug, when we have the fact that investigators are probing whether the suspect was connected to or inspired by a foreign terror organization, what is the significance of that?
Semantics, this is terrorism, right? This has caused terror and panic amongst the people that are there. People around the country and world are watching this. They're concerned about what's going to happen to them if they go to something like this. So it's terror. So it comes down to, about prosecution and what would someone be charged with. Now, obviously, this person is deceased, but there could be a network of other people. And, the FBI takes the lead in these terrorism investigations. So that's somewhat significant that every field office has a joint terrorism task force comprised of officers from all of the agencies, the state and local agencies and their venue, ATF, DEA. They often are all part of this, and they bring their strengths with them to help out in these kind of investigations. I think another thing they're really going to be looking at is this person's communications. If they recovered a cell phone, any kind of electronic device, who has he been talking to in the last few hours and days before this happened? That will give them a lot of clues as to, is this part of something bigger?
I want to bring Sam Vinograd back into the conversation. Sam, Doug brings up a very good point that, when we're talking about terrorism-related acts, some of it is semantics, that the idea is to create as much terror and fear as possible in a community. But the idea that we can now report, according to sources, investigators are probing whether the suspect was connected to or inspired by a foreign terror organization. Is that something that would happen in any given investigation, or do they have maybe some kind of indication already, and that is why we were able to report that?
Well, Lindsay, I think it could be either of those two options. So typically in a situation like this, investigators are going to look as to whether this individual was inspired by a foreign terrorist organization, was in touch with a foreign terrorist organization, what we call a homegrown violent extremist, or whether this individual was inspired or in touch with domestic terrorists of any kind. So it is usually par for the course to look at whether a suspect in a mass casualty event that's being investigated as terrorism has had any contact or inspiration from a terrorism group of any kind. What we don't know is if law enforcement has found any signs already on the individual's person, in his vehicle, perhaps at his residence, if they know where he lived or where he was staying, or on his social media profiles, which may still be active as far as we know, that this individual had ties to a foreign terrorist organization like ISIS or Al-Qaeda or others. At the same time, as I mentioned, they are also likely reviewing whether this individual was inspired by or in touch with any domestic terrorist organization as well. That is standard in these kinds of investigations.
Sam, what changes might we see tonight at the Sugar Bowl game?
Certainly, there will be an enhanced level of vigilance by law enforcement, but what is hard to predict at this stage is whether there is any associated threat from what occurred at Bourbon Street last night. We have not yet heard from law enforcement that the threat has been totally neutralized, that this individual acted alone and that this individual was not in touch with others to try to inspire them to engage in attacks as well in and around the attack last night. So at the press conference in about 2 hours, I'll be waiting to hear if that is the case. We should expect already there to be significant physical barriers in and around the game where there's a lot of pedestrian traffic. That is likely in place. And we could see some additional level of screening of vehicles coming into or out of parking facilities near to the game itself. But Lindsay, I would have guessed that already there was going to be a high level of security for this event. And so we'll have to wait and see from the press conference whether there's any associated threats with this individual. That the toughest nut to crack is whether there's any copycat attacks, anybody inspired by what transpired a few hours ago to try to take similar action. And those kinds of copycat attacks by lone actors are incredibly difficult to prevent.
You know, we had heard from our CBS News correspondent, Nikki Batiste, yesterday. She was reporting on preparations in New York's Times Square, and that one of the law enforcement officials that she had spoken with said one of the biggest challenges is the unpredictability of this. Obviously, for, you know, these actors, bad actors with ill intentions, trying to fly under the radar. And so I wonder, and given the sensitivity of this and the fact that so many people are suffering in New Orleans, what is it about that area, that Bourbon and Canal Street, that would have made it such a target?
Well, it was a target because there was such a dense concentration of individuals and it's a high profile area. So unfortunately, from an impact perspective, this was a high value target. The suspect was able, if in fact he is a perpetrator, to inflict maximum damage in a very short amount of time, to inflict a lot of physical violence. But I do want to note one thing: as difficult as these lone actors and small groups are to find and to prevent attacks occurring from their actions, law enforcement does have a range of tools that they employ, including confidential sources, including surveillance, in both social media channels as well as encrypted platforms, to try to find these individuals before they actually engage in violence. So law enforcement is using every tool at their disposal to try to find individuals before they engage in an act of violence. So it's a responsibility for law enforcement to use those assets very carefully, as well as for the public to contact law enforcement if they ever feel that they see an individual radicalizing to violence. So it's really those two tracks that are going to help make our country safer, Lindsay.
For anyone who is just joining us, I want to go ahead and play some sound that we have from New Orleans Police Department Superintendent about just some of the facts of the case. Let's listen.
This event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could.
I want to bring back former FBI Special Agent Doug Coons. So, Doug, that assessment there from the New Orleans Police Superintendent, is a lot of the information right now that law enforcement are working with or witness statements and testimony? And do you think by now they're also looking at whether there was any CCTV footage, any closed circuit television footage from surveillance cameras?
Yeah, absolutely. Several hours have elapsed now, and I'm sure multiple witnesses have been interviewed. There are cameras everywhere, and those are being gathered and reviewed as we speak, analyzed. They want to know not just, what happened during that time, but can they trace that car back farther? Where did it come from? where did that person stay the night or the day leading up to this? Basically trying to recreate the entire day, much like with the marathon bombing in Boston years ago. They were able to piece together well back before the actual incident occurred, and that helped them identify who the person was and ultimately make the arrests on that.
All right, Doug Coons, unfortunate that you have to join us on this New Year's Day on this topic, but we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam, I want to throw it back to you and your thoughts.
I agree with everything that Doug said. I think what's really going to be instructive over the coming hours is understanding more about this suspect's history, whether he displayed any signs of worrisome behavior over the past several hours, past several days, past several weeks, whether he was known to law enforcement, Lindsay. We don't know whether this individual had any kind of criminal history, because what that'll help piece together is how we can prevent these kinds of attacks going forward. Again, preventing acts of targeted violence and terrorism, and the FBI is still investigating whether this is an act of terrorism, requires action by law enforcement using a range of authorized techniques like surveillance, like confidential human sources, and other methodologies, as well as actions by the public to raise a red flag and ask for help from law enforcement whenever they see an individual engaging in worrisome behavior. So understanding this individual's history is going to be incredibly important. And then, of course, law enforcement is certainly going to take a step back and review their security protocols in and around Bourbon Street to try to identify how this individual was able to weave through the barriers that had been put in place and how he was able to kill, unfortunately, at least 10 people prior to being neutralized by law enforcement. So that after action is certainly going to be put into effect despite law enforcement engaging in heroic actions last night.
And Sam, the fact that law enforcement was prepared and already on the scene, does that help when it comes to triage and getting treatment immediately to those who are injured?
Certainly, law enforcement and emergency responders practice, unfortunately, for these kinds of mass casualty events all the time. Somewhere like Bourbon Street, even when it's not New Year's Eve, has a heavy concentration of law enforcement, and emergency responders are used to going to that scene for a variety of reasons. So the ability to quickly provide emergency response was likely incredibly helpful, relatively speaking. But that doesn't change the fact that 10 people are dead, many more injured, and we could see the fatality count rise. But law enforcement and emergency responders practice, unfortunately, but necessarily, very regularly to respond quickly and efficiently to triage at the scene and to provide medical support, as well as to begin investigating immediately, because oftentimes there's critical evidence that's out there, both in terms of people who witnessed the attack, as well as other assets that may be on the scene that need to be immediately investigated as part of law enforcement's efforts to figure out what happened.
All right, Sam, hang on for us because I want to bring in Anna Schechter, who is joining us now on the phone, senior coordinating producer for our CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. Anna, what are you learning?
Well, I just got off the phone with a local official who tells me it's tragic because they were in the midst of upgrading their bollard system to protect pedestrians ahead of the Super Bowl. And so these temporary bollards were put in place, which were easier to ram through. So that's very unfortunate in terms of timing.
Anna, wait, let me ask you a question about that. Because I have the Public Works project here on my computer that construction began in November 2024. It was scheduled to continue through February 2025, weather permitting. Does that mean that some bollards were not replaced, or does that mean some were temporary? What are you learning about the nature of the barricades that were in place amidst this project?
They were temporary for at this period of time. So the more secure permanent ones were removed. Okay. And what was in place was a temporary system that, was going to be fully replaced in February with a very secure bollard system to better protect pedestrians. So the fact that they were in the midst and they were in this interim period made Bourbon Street more vulnerable. That's according to a city official that I just got off the phone with just now.
Did city officials make any concessions for that? I mean, we had been talking with Scott McFarland earlier, and he had said that oftentimes vehicle barriers are used at events like this. Were you aware of any additional measures that were in place given the temporary nature of those barricades?
Well, they felt that they had this temporary scenario in place and that was good enough. Okay. Obviously, they were not expecting this. That's what, according to a city official that I just spoke to. So I think they're going to do an assessment immediately. You know, it's a holiday, so people are traveling, but this is definitely on the lips of everybody who is working on that project. And there might be some consequences. People, you know, well, let's see what comes from that assessment. Right. But on the investigation, in terms of the suspect, who is deceased, as we've been reporting, investigators are probing whether he was connected to or inspired by a foreign terror organization. Our sources tell us that there were potential explosive devices found in the vehicle or near the scene. And investigators are analyzing those and also looking to see if the suspect had outside help.
What are we learning about the suspect?
Very little at this point. We don't have much information from investigators that we are talking to. Right now, that's close hold. What we do know is that investigators are concerned that he was inspired by a foreign terror organization and had pre-planned, had an elaborate plan to cause as much destruction as possible.
Anna, we have previously reported that, according to law enforcement officials, a long gun was discovered at the scene. What work is being done to determine, to trace that firearm?
So the ATF is now involved. That tracing process is already underway. There are local officials. There's a local FBI field office on the scene. The FBI took over this investigation more than an hour ago. So ATF has already kicked into play and started that process. The long gun is, of course, of interest. We know that the suspect engaged with local law enforcement. It appears that he was shot by local law enforcement after he himself fired. So that is as much as we know at this time. We know 2 law enforcement officers were injured, at least, at this time. So this is very early days or early hours right now in terms of where we're at.
Okay. Anna, thank you so much, and we'll come back to you. Let's bring in Cedric Richmond, who previously served Louisiana in Congress, served as a senior advisor for President Biden as well. I know that you were born in this area, from this area, represented this area. What are your thoughts for your community this morning?
Well, it's tragic. And I would just say that New Orleans is a city that has bounced back from a lot, but it doesn't make it any easier. You had people out celebrating, planning to bring in a new year with new hopes, new ambitions. And unfortunately, those people's families are getting calls today telling them that those people won't be in the new year with them. And so you have a bit of sadness and profound grief for those families. I'm sure that you, at least I do. There's, of course, anger. But it's just unfortunate that we live in a society and in this day and age where these events are becoming all too common. And the hard part is that law enforcement has to get it right 100% of the time. Yeah. And the terrorists only have to get it right once. And this is the result of when they get it right and they find a scene that they can slip through and create havoc and turmoil and as much carnage as possible.
What do you know about the type of celebration that would have been going on at this time, around 3 a.m. local time at Bourbon and Canal Streets?
Well, the ball drops, the baby drops at midnight, and then you have a number of people who are still out celebrating. You have live music. It's a open air festival. But what you also have is people that work in that area that are getting off of work and they're out and about. You have people who actually live in the French Quarter. So it is a combination of hotels, entertainment, homes, and it's our most historic, probably 16 blocks in the United States. And so it hits a nerve and it strikes home when it's Bourbon Street in New Orleans. And think of it this way, our former Congresswoman and Ambassador Lindy Boggs lived on Bourbon Street. Her home was on Bourbon Street. And so we know that there was a massive celebration going on, hence all of the injuries. And so, you know, it will damper the celebration, but it will not keep us from celebrating those people who lost their lives, celebrating those people who were hurt, and celebrating this magnificent city of love and fun.
Cedric, it is very early on, and I am sensitive to that there will still be plenty of time to ask questions as this investigation unfolds. But do you have any, after hearing my conversation with Anna, in that the city was in the process of upgrading its barricade and bollard system in that area, and that was actually in place were temporary bollards that perhaps made it easier for a bad actor to barrel through?
Look, it's early, and I don't have too much to say about that, except the fact that, you know, most of the time where there's a will, there's a way. And this guy had bad intentions. So whether he rode down Bourbon Street or whether he rode down Canal Street, which intersects with it, with just as many people and without barricades, he was intent on hurting people. He was going to hurt people. We're a city that 20 million people visit a year. I'm sure our visitors for this weekend are north of 1 million people. And so he could find a number of areas to do it. And unfortunately, he was able to get around a barrier or a structure on Bourbon Street as being reported. But I'm not going to fault city officials. I'm not going to fault law enforcement or our leadership, because generally in my experience, you know, bad actors will be as creative as they possibly can to do bad things. We've seen people use planes as weapons on 9/11, and we've seen all kinds of incidents. So we have to be as diligent as we possibly can. We have to, you know, those things we can predict, we have to prevent. And I think that you saw that in the city preparing to get those things erected for Super Bowl when all eyes of the world would be on New Orleans.
What is your message to your community right now?
Well, we get knocked down a lot, but we always get back up. Whether it was Hurricane Betsy, whether it was Hurricane Katrina, whether it was the fires in the 1700s that burned down almost 80% of the city. In New Orleans, we, you know, sometimes you get knocked down and that's not your fault, but we don't stay down. The things we control, and it's not gonna, we're not gonna let his act dampen our spirit, dampen our happiness and who we are. But at the same time, I think it sends a serious message out there that there are people who want to do harm to American citizens and disrupt American way of life. And we have to be vigilant. We have to mean what we say when we say something, say something, so that we are prepared and we can prevent these type of incidents. And that's the real message. But we're going to go into this new year in New Orleans, holding each other a little bit tighter, celebrating each other a little bit more, and making sure that we look out for each other and prepare for our days ahead. But make no mistake about it. We will mourn just like we do almost every day in New Orleans. Someone passes, we mourn. And then we have a jazz funeral to celebrate their life. And we're going to celebrate the lives of the people we lost. We're going to celebrate New Orleans. We're going to celebrate the fact that we bounced back. And you're not going to steal our joy. You may dampen it for a moment, but you're not going to steal it, and we're going to bounce back.
Cedric Richmond, we appreciate your time and deeply sorry that we're speaking under these circumstances, but thank you for your time.
Thank you for your coverage.
We are continuing to monitor breaking news out of New Orleans, where at least 10 people have been killed and 35 hurt when a man drove a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street. The FBI is investigating the attack as possible terrorism. The suspect is dead. Our New Orleans affiliate WWL is covering the story. Let's go ahead and join them.
Over here right now, I'm not sure exactly. It looks like possibly an NOPD officer. But yeah, just this morning at 12 o'clock, this was absolutely packed. And on a day like this, usually the French Quarter would likely see more foot traffic. Bourbon Street would likely see more foot traffic. We're not sure exactly how long the street is going to be closed off, but it's been closed off again for hours right now. I'm sure it's going to be closed off for quite a bit. We've had people kind of come up and say, hey, I need to get to work. Hey, my house is right there, or I need to get here. And they've been turned away and said, I'm sorry, but you cannot go through here. This is an active scene right now. They are still investigating this. So we're hoping to get more answers. NOPD said a little while ago, if you are looking for someone, or if you haven't heard from your loved one and you think they might have been here, call 311. They say do not call 911, but call 311 and they'll be able to get you the help that you need and hopefully point you into the direction to find the person. So again, call 311, not 911. We're hoping again to get more information. We're going to head over to that press conference in just a little bit. And of course, I'll keep you guys updated as more information comes in. But for now, I'll turn it back to you guys.
All right, Alyssa, we do thank you for your reporting. Of course, we will see you at 11 from NOPD headquarters when the next briefing is scheduled to take place. But we now want to draw your attention. We talked about a lot of the pictures and videos circulating social media. I want to bring up a couple pictures that we found online. And we show them because they're pretty telling about what we've learned thus far about the investigation.
So we do believe, or law enforcement believes, this is the truck that was involved this morning. If you look on the right-hand side of the photo there, you can see actually what appears to be bullet holes in the back windshield of that F-150, a Ford truck with a Texas license plate. We can see it has crashed. If you look at the left-hand side, it has crashed in one of those I don't know what you call it, construction vehicles or some type of
a little cherry
vehicle.
Picker up there, right.
That's where that truck came to a stop, and that is when the suspect, the driver, started to shoot at officers, who then shot back, killing the suspect, who we do know is a man. We don't know anything beyond that identifying-wise, but this is right in front of the Royal Sonesta Hotel. You can see in the photo on the left that someone's up on the balcony kind of looking down, just to kind of give you perspective of where these two photos were taken. But this, of course, making its rounds on social media.
And if you do zoom into those pictures, not asking the control room to do so, but if you do look closely, you can see the back rear view of that truck. You can see very obviously what appears to be gunshot holes in the rear of that vehicle. Now, we do not know if those were there before this morning. Investigators have not said, but a picture being as telling as it is, we can tell you that the driver of the truck did die in an exchange of gunfire with police after shooting 2 police officers. With that being said, we're hearing from our investigator, Mike Perlstein, who is speaking to his sources, who can confirm that that gun, again described as a long gun, had a silencer, according to Mike's sources, or specifically what's being referred to as a suppressive device here. Also, according to Mike's reporting, he says that scene sources tell him that definitely the attacker was killed here by police gunfire, which we have since been able to confirm. Particularly information involving the IED, the explosive device that was found there. Mike is reporting this morning that that explosive device, or parts of an explosive device found in the truck on scene, were immediately alerted to the FBI to investigate. Mike goes on to say additional evidence, including a profile of the suspect, who is dead now, and the case, all of that, the FBI and Department of Justice are now overseeing, which we all know. We read that statement from CBS regarding Attorney General Merrick Garland, who has been alerted to this and overseeing everything as we do uncover it.
And part of that investigation is probing, as CBS is reporting, whether the suspect was connected to or inspired by a foreign terror organization. Of course, the FBI calling it investigation into terror at this point, so that being the terminology that they are using. In continuing our team coverage, we're going to go back out to our Leah McNeil, who has been out there all morning with more updates from her. Hey there, Leah.
Still out here talking to those Notre Dame and Georgia fans, and many of them are honestly still just very shaken up by this situation. As you can see right now behind me, still a very active scene out here with state troopers on scene, also New Orleans Police Department. I've also seen the Levee District out here, so that just goes to show you how expansive their response is from police out here on the scene. EMS still out here, the coroner's van still out here, as we still continue to see a very active scene and a large police response after this horrific attack that happened earlier this morning here on Bourbon Street. People are, again, just moving out and about here along Canal Street, kind of just like normal. But again, we want to stress the importance of not to do that. Police are asking people to just avoid the 8-block radius of this area. Just being out here right now, I know it's very easy for people to kind of just be out and about and kind of just see what there is to see. But the best advice I can tell you right now is just to stay away, because they do not want anyone here in the area right now. So just be aware of that as you all do make your way out and about in this area. Avoid the 8-block radius surrounding Bourbon Street. It just keep those who are the lost loved ones, and of course those who are injured, in your thoughts this morning as we all continue to await more information from NOPD. Again, that's expected to come at 11 o'clock.
Leah, thank you. And Leah also underscoring where our focus should be, just very much so keeping our thoughts with those who either lost their lives today or are being treated in one of the many hospitals that are treating victims of this horrific incident.
All right, we are going to some video now. We showed you some photos just a moment ago of what was believed to be the truck involved in this crime. We do have some video that we want to show you, if we can get that on as well. Or this is another photo actually taken from a street level there of the same truck that we showed you. This is on the other side, so you're looking at the hood kind of crashed into the cherry picker there, piece of equipment. With the hood up, you can see the door open as a horde of police officers have surrounded it at that point. We do know that the driver of that truck crashed that vehicle, shot at officers, according to NOPD, who then fired back.
On the back end of that truck, we showed you another image from another source showing what appeared to be bullet holes in the back rear mirror of window rather of the truck. You see that imagery here. Again, can't confirm if that happened overnight or if that was there previously, but again, this picture showing the investigation here. Also, as far as investigators confirming to CBS News that they're looking into whether this was part of a larger terrorism ring here with accomplices from other walks of life. We've heard from two of our local officials, both State Senator Royce Duplessis and City Councilman Freddie King III, that investigators were looking into whether the suspect had an accomplice here locally. So again, we are beginning to see this investigation shake out as far as who was involved here and whether he had anyone else there helping him carry out this attack.
We're going to go back now to our Lily Cummings, who has been at UMC all morning, where the bulk of these injured patients were taken. That, of course, a level 1 trauma center where folks are taken in need of critical care. Hey there, Lily.
Mike, Brandon, that's right. We've been here all morning. As you said, 26 of the 35 reported injuries were brought here to UMC. We also know that 4 were taken to Turo, 2 to Ochsner Baptist, 2 to Tulane, or 1 to Tulane rather. So spread out across all of our local area hospitals. And we don't know at this time if any individuals were taken to the hospital by their own means. But the good news here is that Councilman Oliver Thomas was up in the emergency room speaking with victims and their families, and he did come down here earlier and speak to us live on air, saying that folks up there are doing okay, that there are no life-threatening injuries at this point. The 2 officers who were shot neutralizing the suspect, as he said, he believed there were 4 total NOPD officers who were involved in neutralizing the suspect. He said 2 of which were shot at, and they were brought here to UMC. They're expected to be okay. Chief Ann Kirkpatrick was visiting them here at UMC earlier this morning after wrapping up that press conference, and we're expected to get more details from police around 11 a.m. Now, of course, we've heard from State Senator Royce Duplessis, Councilman Oliver Thomas, as well as Councilman Freddie King. This is Freddie King's district, right in the heart of it where this happened. And so, of course, they're all looking at ways that they can improve policy and safety in the French Quarter moving forward, because, of course, no one wants to see this happen again. So they're already thinking of ways and what that can be done, especially with this Super Bowl coming up in less than a month. So you have Sugar Bowl tonight, Super Bowl in a month, and of course Mardi Gras after that. And New Orleans in and of itself is just a town that brings in a lot of people all the time to come visit. So you have that happening. Councilman Freddie King also spoke to us earlier about how this impacts local businesses in the quarter today who were looking forward to those tourism dollars and those folks that are getting out for New Year's Day and getting out for the Sugar Bowl, and now they're all being asked to avoid the French Quarter as this investigation continues. So you have an economic impact also happening today, but their focus, of course, and everyone's focus is on these victims that are here now. They were visiting with them. Both State Senator Royce Duplessis and Councilman Freddie King were headed up to the emergency room when we spoke to them earlier, and then, of course, Councilman Oliver Thomas was coming down from speaking with them. And Councilman Oliver Thomas, you heard him say New Orleans is a small town. He knew some of the families that were affected by this, some of the victims' families. And you heard Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick earlier this morning say that they believe that the majority of the victims who were injured in this were local. So that just goes to show, you know, he said it himself, Councilman Oliver Thomas, that locals enjoy Bourbon Street and the French Quarter and all the places that the tourists do just the same. And so they were out celebrating the new year when this tragedy occurred. So those are the updates that we have now from UMC, and we'll continue to follow this here at the hospital and, of course, keep our ears to the ground to see if any more injuries are reported. But it seems at this hour that those injuries, thankfully, will not be reporting any additional deaths. 10 killed in this, but those roughly 35 that were injured are expected to be okay, at least the ones that were brought here to UMC. Now, it's unclear at this time the others that were taken to local area hospitals, and if any were brought to the hospital by their own means again. That's the update we have from UMC. Brandon and Mike, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Lily, thanks. I mean, there are a lot of moving parts in different areas of the city when it comes to this, but just to kind of walk everybody back in how we got here now 7 hours later. This happened all just after about 3 a.m. this morning. The city had just wrapped up all the fireworks on the river there. A lot of folks had filtered back into the quarter after seeing the show, seeing the fireworks, still celebrating, still reveling, and then this transpires, you know, right there on Bourbon Street at Canal and Iberville, down towards Bienville and the Royal Sonesta, where it finally ended, and about 3:15, 3:20 is when officers started getting the calls.
And that's around the time that many of us began to arrive here at WWL for the morning shift. Mike, you had noticed the police presence coming into work.
I did.
I'm coming in on the back end from Treme along St. Philip, so I didn't see any flashing lights, but my biggest takeaway there was so many people I saw. Now, it's not uncommon to still see people mulling about at that hour, especially if there's something fun going on here, but there were just a lot of people, and they seem to be in a rush, and so now we know now what that is. Again, we mentioned that tonight is the Sugar Bowl there at the Caesars Superdome. Our Amelia Strahan is live there with the very latest. Amelia.
And there's definitely been an increase in that police presence. When we got here, there were a handful of cars outside, and I would say the presence has doubled, maybe even tripled in probably the last hour or so. We also know that there are officers inside sweeping the dome. We've seen bomb dogs walking outside as well, coming in and out of the building. We've seen multiple law enforcement agencies definitely an all hands on deck approach. We've seen Homeland Security, JPSO officers, of course, NOPD, Harbor Patrol, Levee Police, State Police, and even Tulane Police. So they have a lot of officers out here, and we've seen football fans already starting to walk up and down the dome, people in their gear, their Georgia gear. We spoke to two gentlemen who actually said their hotel is just a couple of blocks from Canal now in Bourbon, and they were on Bourbon Street just about an hour before this morning's tragedy. And, they kept saying, they were asking themselves, what if it had been me? What if I had been there just a little bit longer? I'm sure that's kind of what's going through a lot of people's minds right now. There were a lot of people out on that street. We have the big game today. It's New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. So a lot of people are, shaken by what's going on. The gentleman we spoke to, they said that the heavy police presence that they're seeing, it does make them feel safer, going in to the game this afternoon.
It's kind of shocking. I just lost my daughter last month to a DUI guy, and I just know she was watching over us. So, I know she got us away. Time to go home, Daddy. So, but I feel safe here. I see, all the police and the different authorities around, and we're just going to go in there this afternoon and watch that ball game and take the Lord with us.
And we did hear from the Sugar Bowl CEO, Jeff Hundley, this morning. They sent out a statement saying their thoughts and prayers are with the families. Of course, like we've mentioned, there are thousands of people coming in town for this game. A lot of them, probably stayed in that Bourbon Street area, like the gentleman we talked to. So definitely, there are going to be some people that are shaken by that incident. But like we've said, multiple law enforcement agencies on the scene. They are sweeping the dome to try to secure the area. They are out here. Many of them say they were pulled off of normal assignments, so we do know that it is an increase from what they already had planned for this game. We're going to be out here, all morning, so we will keep you updated as we learn more about this police presence and as any new details emerge. Reporting live from the Superdome, Amelia Strahan, WWL, Louisiana.
You think about something like this, I think the Councilman Oliver Thomas, you said it best earlier, when an attack like this is not just an attack on the city, it's an attack on this country. Because so many people across this country look to New Orleans as a destination, as a place to go. Tourists want to come here, enjoy our city for what we have to offer, the culture, the cuisine, the people, the music, the energy. And then you have something like this on the back end of it, just completely marred.
And there's a question about the reinforcement of safety measures that were already out there in place on Bourbon Street overnight. Some people had contacted us asking about the bollards that had been put up there a few years ago, part of a big multi-million-dollar security initiative down there, and whether those bollards, which have been put in place to potentially prevent a situation such as this from occurring, what was the case with those bollards? We can tell you, our partners over at NOLA.com report that they had not been activated, that they were down as they were in the process of either being repaired or replaced here. So that is a significant question for investigators as we continue to wait to learn more from them.
All right, we have been watching our local affiliate WWL report on this tragedy out of New Orleans. At least 10 people declared deceased at the scene, at least 35 additional victims injured, including 2 police officers, according to New Orleans police. We now have a CBS News special report.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Michael George, and we are following a deadly truck attack on a crowd of people celebrating in New Orleans. City officials say the driver deliberately drove into people along world-famous Bourbon Street overnight. 10 people were killed, dozens more hurt in the middle of New Year's Eve celebrations. Listen to this eyewitness describe the attack.
It was traveling at a very high rate of speed, and so we were in the middle of the road and managed to run off the road onto the sidewalk and into the doorway of a building for cover. We did hear gunfire, saw police running that direction. We stayed in the alcove until the gunfire stopped, came out into the street, and came across several people who had been hit. Wanted to see what we could do to help and administer any first aid. the people we came across were unfortunately deceased.
The FBI says the suspect who was behind the wheel of that truck is also dead after a firefight with police. Investigators are looking into whether the suspect was connected or inspired by a foreign terror organization, and they're analyzing potential explosive devices. Now, this happened just before the Sugar Bowl, a major college football game that always draws a huge crowd there. With us now is CBS News national reporter Katie Weiss, who's based in New Orleans and has been at the scene all morning. Katie, good morning.
Good morning. It has been a chaotic, scary, mixed bag of emotions kind of day for so many people here in New Orleans. I happened to be in the French Quarter this morning just as these events were unfolding. Right now, I'm just a few blocks away from that scene. But while I was there this morning, I spoke with eyewitnesses who did see the event actually happen. One woman told me she had to dodge out of the way as this truck barreled into a crowd of people on the iconic Bourbon Street in the French Quarter of the city. She said thankfully her husband is okay, but the truck clipped his ankle. Unfortunately, so many others not as lucky. While we were there waiting for police to let us leave the area where this happened, we were seeing people laying on the ground all over the street on Bourbon Street, injured, some people killed, and police and first responders trying to render aid to them, to help them in any way they could. I saw people getting put onto stretchers, taken to hospitals. We know now so many other people are recovering in the hospital at this hour. We're going to continue to try to get more information for you and keep you updated as we learn more, but certainly a scary moment, an unforgettable day in New Orleans today.
Certainly. Katie Weiss, thank you so much. And now we're going to turn to Scott McFarlane in Washington. Scott, what's the latest on the investigation?
The FBI says they're investigating this as a potential act of terrorism, and they're the lead investigative agency, as is often the case, or necessarily the case with suspected acts of terrorism. A long gun has been recovered from the scene there in New Orleans, and there also is that review of potential explosive devices, and also a review of whether there's a connection or a nexus between the attacker and any foreign terror organization. None of this is happening at a vacuum or at a trivial moment. The Sugar Bowl is in New Orleans tonight, and the Sugar Bowl's put out a statement saying there are ongoing discussions between the organizers of that event and law enforcement to ensure everybody is safe and secure. Federal agencies converge now in New Orleans. The Department of Homeland Security is part of this. The U.S. Attorney General and the Department of Justice are leading this through the FBI. We also expect local police to be a component of any response and any investigation. But where this goes next is always critical. We'd expect already or in the coming minutes and hours a broadening review of this attacker and any potential plotters, planners, co-conspirators, or those who may have known what this attacker had in mind. We'd expect law enforcement to descend on this attacker's home, wherever that may be, and families, wherever that may be. Also a concern about safety of pedestrians moving forward in the French Quarter.
All right, Scott McFarlane, thanks. The White House says President Biden has been briefed on this morning's attack and spoke with New Orleans mayor. A short time ago, President-elect Donald Trump said, quote, "Our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones." Attorney General Merrick Garland calls the deadly incident a, quote, "terrible tragedy," and reaffirms that the FBI is investigating the matter as an act of terrorism. Joining us now on the phone is Mary Ellen O'Toole, a former senior FBI criminal profiler. Mary Ellen, what can you tell us about the suspect?
Thank you for having me. At this point, what it appears is that this is someone that put a lot of planning and thoughtfulness into carrying out this in the most lethal and sensational way possible. So that means that it took a lot of time to pull this plan together. And by that, I mean preparing with firearms, possibly explosive devices, the clothing that the individual wanted to wear, any supplies that they needed. He's not the invisible man. So people that knew him would have been aware of his engaging in this kind of behavior to the exclusion of everyday normal behavior. That's what we want people to look for, are any kind of warning or suspicious behaviors ahead of time that might be predictive of an event like this happening. But it also goes to the intensity of the motive here, which is kill a lot of people and get a lot of attention.
All right, Mary Ellen O'Toole, thanks for joining us. To recap, at least 10 people are dead and 35 injured after a deadly vehicle attack overnight in New Orleans. The FBI is investigating the incident as an act of possible terrorism. Live coverage continues on CBS News 24/7. We'll be back with more from New Orleans in about an hour. City officials plan to hold another news briefing. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm Michael George in New York.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser, and we are following that breaking news out of New Orleans. At least 10 people are dead and dozens more injured after city officials say a man intentionally drove a pickup truck into a crowd. Witnesses and law enforcement say that happened at a high rate of speed and that the suspect did so intentionally. Now, it happened on the world-famous Bourbon Street overnight and Bourbon and Canal Streets as people were celebrating the new year around 3:15 in the morning local time. Officials say the man drove around barricades and hurtled down the street before opening fire on police officers. Now, 2 police officers were hit by gunfire and rushed to the hospital. They are in stable condition. CBS News has learned the suspect is dead, shot and killed by police. Officials say a long gun was recovered from the scene and potential explosive devices were also recovered and are being analyzed. The city's mayor referred to this as a likely terrorist attack, and the FBI is saying it is investigating it as terrorism. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now from West Palm Beach, Florida. Ed, what are we hearing first from the White House?
Lindsay, good to be with you. Yes, the president actually just moments ago, as you were beginning this latest round of reporting, just issued a statement by way of the White House saying that he has been briefed all morning long by his top Homeland Security officials and reiterates that the FBI is in charge of this. The statement reads in part, "I'm grateful for the brave and swift response of local law enforcement in preventing even greater death and injury. I have directed my team to ensure every resource is available as federal, state, and local law enforcement work assiduously to get to the bottom of what happened as quickly as possible and to ensure that there is no remaining threat of any kind." That's notable because it suggests that perhaps there's still a concern, at least among federal and state officials, that maybe there are others out there who've been involved in this in some way that have yet to be discovered. He says he'll continue to receive updates throughout the day and have more to say later. There is no justification, he says, for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities. We're here in West Palm Beach, of course, because President-elect Trump lives here. He is currently over at his golf course, but issued a statement through his Truth Social platform a little while ago, beginning by sort of suggesting, "I told you so," saying that when I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. What he's suggesting there is that whoever this is has come into the country either legally or illegally. We don't know that yet about the alleged attacker in New Orleans. So notable that the president-elect is already putting out that either assumption or perhaps he knows something that hasn't been shared more widely yet. We'll wait and see. But he continues the statement saying our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans Police Department. And the Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. Notably, House Speaker Mike Johnson, who's from Louisiana, is set to be here in Florida today to meet with the president-elect. He tweeted out a little while ago that this vicious attack on innocent people celebrating the New Year in New Orleans early this morning was an act of pure evil, and justice must be swift for anyone who was involved. Please join us in praying for the victims, their families, and the first responders, investigators on the scene. He's from more northern parts of Louisiana, but Steve Scalise, who, of course, is a member of the House Republican leadership team, is from the greater New Orleans area, and he just said a little while ago on social media, please join me in praying for the victims and their families, as well as our first responders in the wake of the horrific act of violence on Bourbon Street. So we will continue to monitor, Lindsay, the federal response, but 2 notable things there. First, that the president himself is suggesting they're still working to ensure that there's nobody else involved in this and that the real threat of it is over. Second, that the president-elect is at least surmising or assuming that this is somebody from outside the United States who caused this. Again, we have to stress, we don't know for certain yet, based on what officials have said, who this individual is, what they were doing. There are concerns about the vehicle that he drove, what's on it, where it came from. Was it from Texas, as the license plates and images suggest, or was it a rental that perhaps was picked up there in Louisiana, because a lot of rental cars do have Texas plates? we'll wait and see. But clearly here on what it was supposed to be, or what would normally be a holiday, all aspects of government now up and running and monitoring this situation and eager to learn more.
All right. Ed O'Keefe, always appreciate your steadfast reporting. Thank you. We are continuing to monitor this breaking news out of New Orleans, where at least 10 people have been killed and at least 35 hurt when a man drove a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street. The FBI is investigating this as possible terrorism. The suspect is dead. We also know that 2 New Orleans police officers were shot in a firefight with the suspect. They are in stable condition. Our New Orleans affiliate WWL is covering this story. Let's join them.
As I told you, they are the ones who are leading this investigation. They're bringing in people from Quantico. This is going to be a very extensive processing of this scene because it is a terrorist attack. We do not expect Bourbon Street to be open anytime soon. Within the next 48 hours, I would say that Bourbon Street will likely be shut down as this investigation continues. I also want to make sure that people know that there are additional sweeps that are happening throughout the French Quarter and also throughout the city as well. Additional bomb dogs have been brought in to do these additional sweeps. Chief Kirkpatrick requested that this morning. There are additional sweeps happening right now at the Superdome. So I would just, at this moment, please stay away from the French Quarter. And also, even if you're navigating around downtown, you're probably not going to be able to drive to where you're thinking you're going to be able to drive through because of all the different sweeps that are occurring at this moment.
Right, and some of our reporters are telling us who are out around parts of the French Quarter and other areas of the city that, and particularly further down Bourbon Street, further into the heart of the quarter, hearing explosions. We don't know if those are other IEDs or if those are just safety explosions. Do you have any information on that?
Yeah, there are additional sweeps happening for potential IEDs, and so that's happening. Whether or not something has been detonated or not, I have not received that kind of information. But yes, that is happening, and there's the potential that there are also other suspects involved.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you know anything more about any other potential accomplices, or do we not know?
So, from what I understand, there is a potential that other suspects could be involved in this, and all hands on deck on determining who these individuals are and finding them.
And we talked about the bollards. When Mayor Mitch Landrieu was in office, a lot of money was spent to put those bollards in. Apparently, those bollards were not there. Do we know why?
So, and speaking with state police, from what I understand is that those bollards were currently being repaired. And so those bollards had not been activated. They would have, from what I understand from state police, been ready for the Super Bowl. But from what I understand, the reason why there were different barricades there is because the bollards at this moment had not been functional.
And they were being repaired, so they were taken out, essentially.
I'm not sure if they were taken out or what, but somehow they were being repaired.
Right, and those were funded with Homeland Security money, so this is precisely what they would have been.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, those bollards, were there for the purpose of keeping individuals from driving down Bourbon Street. But I think now, David, moving forward, we need to come up with an additional plan. And I know that Rodney Hyatt with Troop NOLA is already exploring this right now. What do we do immediately to better secure the French Quarter? Rodney Hyatt with Troop NOLA, he's been looking at different things happening in New York as to different resources that are deployed even for like their New Year's Eve event that they just had last night, and what can be done immediately right now to secure the French Quarter. So whether it's bringing in additional sand trucks, whether that's, bringing in, stronger concrete barricades, like all of those different things, blocking all of the different entrances coming into Bourbon Street, all of those things right now are being looked at and analyzed immediately moving forward.
What about the Sugar Bowl? Is that affected at all by this, or is it going to go forward?
So from what I understand, as I told you, it does appear, and everything I'm hearing is that obviously Bourbon Street will be shut down. Right. But as far as the game goes, yes, that is still scheduled to go on. There are extra police officers, police presence from national to state to local, obviously being deployed. Additional sweeps occurring at the Superdome as we speak right now for the game to go on. The perimeter, the security perimeter around the Superdome, from what I understand, is going to be larger than initially that they had expected. And so, yes, it is expected to go on.
what is your message to tourists and locals who are just scared right now and don't know whether it's safe to go outside?
Yeah, well, what I would say this is that our federal partners, our state police, and our local police department, it is all hands on deck on making sure the people of the city are safe, and that any additional suspects are gone after and dealt with immediately. And so with the federal resources that we have in right now, with the FBI fully in on this investigation and grabbing everyone who potentially could have been involved, the safety of the people of New Orleans is #1 priority, and safety of people going to the Sugar Bowl today is #1 priority, which is one of the reasons why Chief Ann requested such an excess of the bomb squad dogs coming in to make sure that there isn't anything that has been missed.
And do we know anything else about the truck, about what kind of arsenal that the person had, what kind of, there's this flag, of course, on the back that we can't see what it is. Is there any information there?
So from what I understand and information that I received is that this individual was in, full military gear, that he is apparently not local, and that he was prepared, and that he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain on the people on Bourbon Street. And, in talking with Chief Kirkpatrick, with a situation like this and with an individual like this, as prepared with the ammunition that he had, that even though there were 300 police officers there, someone as determined as this, additional police presence probably wouldn't have been something that prevented this. So that's where it's like we need to now move forward, look at those additional resources as to what are now the specific barriers that we need to put in for entering the French Quarter, Bourbon Street. Is it additional sand trucks? Is it the concrete barriers? What is it? That is being determined right now by Rodney Hyatt being, the head of Troop NOLA and NOPD. I want to make sure that people understand, too, that the security of the French Quarter will remain NOPD and state police effort. The investigation itself of this terrorist attack will be led by the FBI.
And is there any sense that the threat could go beyond the French Quarter or the downtown area?
So at this point, from what I'm hearing, it's that the initial threat was just to that Bourbon Street corridor.
Okay, because obviously we have a lot more ahead of us beyond the Sugar Bowl, Super Bowl coming up soon.
Look, no doubt, and obviously now with what has happened, there's going to be an much more increased level of alertness, not only from our local law enforcement that's already been very alert, but also from our federal partners as well.
And as we've seen terror attacks around the world and around the country, we were fearful that something like this would happen on a big day in New Orleans, and it appears that now it has.
Yeah, I mean, it's horrific. I think that, you always see things that happen in other parts of the country, and you still have that wish and hope that it'll never be you. Unfortunately, now it has come to the city of New Orleans, and this is a horrific, tragic event. But we are New Orleanians, and we will move forward, and we will make the city safe.
Yeah. Well, Helena Moreno, thank you so much. We'll send it now back to Mike and Brandon, because there's a lot more that we need to do to find out what's going on, and the 11 o'clock briefing promises to bring a lot more information that will be helpful moving forward in this investigation.
Yeah, that briefing's some 40 minutes away, David. Just real quick before Council President Moreno leaves, talked about the bollards and the information that they were being repaired to be ready for the Super Bowl. Fact of the matter is that there were a lot of people here for pre-planned events, security, safety, top of mind. Is it concerning? How concerning is it that they were not there, that they were not in place when we already knew a lot of people would be down there?
Well, I mean, that's the question from Brandon is, we already knew that this was a big event day. There was going to be a lot of people this weekend, this week and heading into the weekend. The Super Bowl's still, a month away. Yeah. Was this a smart move to have them out for repair at this time?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's like, I think the council's been questioning overall the repairs happening on Bourbon Street just right now anyway? Like, why didn't this happen? So it should have happened way far back. Like, we've been questioning that, no doubt. And so I do believe that, Captain Hyatt with the state police, along with NOPD, we're looking at the type of barriers that were by the bollards, where the bollards should have been, right? And I guess what they believed was substantial. But no, I mean, it's like I don't believe that the repairs happening on Bourbon Street should have happened this late. Those should have happened way long ago. And it's like, if you look at the repairs on Bourbon Street, last time those happened, it took forever for those to get done. And so we've been questioning that. Freddie King, who's the councilman from that district, has repeatedly over and over questioned, why are those repairs happening so late in the game? They should have happened forever ago.
Right. And Mike and Brandon, I'll remind you that it was controversial when those bollards were first put in. People questioned whether or not that was going to compromise the ability to enjoy the French Quarter and to really keep its quality of life and the benefits of the French Quarter if there was this blockade of cars. And the whole point of them was that they could be lowered.
Exactly.
And
that was the point too. So it's like, the bollards are not just bollards that stay forever, right? They rise and then they get lowered. And so, I think you can say a lot of the different things about the barrier, but it's like, this person was determined to get in there and inflict harm, pain, death on Bourbon Street. Yeah. And so, if he was that determined, even if the bollards would have been functioning, he could have picked another time when potentially those bollards were lowered and inflicted this type of terror. So this was a terrorist who was ready to take this type of action.
Does it suggest to you that this person knew that the bollards were down at that time and could take advantage of that?
I'm not sure about that, because maybe he could have picked a different entry point where there are no bollards, where Bourbon Street is still very active. The bollards are only in the very front of coming into entering Bourbon Street, right? So, there's a possibility he could have picked another way into Bourbon Street. This person was ready to inflict pain and death and harm on crowds in Bourbon Street. Yeah. And I think he would have tried to find whatever way that he could.
Yeah. Well, so that's it for now from Council President Helena Moreno. But again, this 11 o'clock briefing will tell us more, and we'll continue to try to get as much information out and make sure that it is verified information for the public.
Right.
All right, David, we certainly appreciate you, as well as the council president, for putting some insight on there. A lot of new information, a lot of good information from the council president there. She's saying that suspect in full military gear, not believed to be local, and was prepared to inflict pain. And that's exactly what happened. I know we do have a statement now from the President of the United States, President Joe Biden. He says that he has been briefed all morning in regards to the situation, and I want to pick it up. Pull it up over here.
Saying that he's been continuously briefed, as you mentioned this morning, by federal law enforcement leadership and my Homeland Security team, including Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas.
Yeah, and he goes on to say that I am grateful for the brave and swift response of local law enforcement in preventing even greater death and injury. I have directed my team to ensure every resource is available as federal, state, and local law enforcement work arduously to get to the bottom of what happened as quickly as possible, and to ensure that there is no remaining threat of any kind. You just heard the council president talk about the possibility of there being an accomplice here, and that law enforcement agencies are going to be using every resource available to try and find anybody else who may be connected to this and get them off the street.
Yeah, both David Hammer, investigative reporter, and investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein also talking about that too through their sourcing. Pearl was here a few minutes ago, and we did ask him about the potential for any other local accomplices here, and he says that he is working with his sources to confirm that, but the fact of the matter is that law enforcement looking into a lot of different things, multiple different areas around here, as we're looking at a closer picture here of the truck. From the front, you can see first responders in front of it, but the front of that vehicle very much so destroyed after it crashed into a device, like a cherry picker there on Bourbon Street.
Of course, there was a big question mark surrounding the Sugar Bowl, which is set to happen today. We just heard from the council president saying that is still set to go on as planned. The perimeter, of course, will be extended. It's going to be much larger than originally expected. There are additional sweeps happening in the dome right now. That's going to continue throughout the day before this game. And fans are, urged to go on about their day and still go to the game, that their safety is going to be paramount in this investigation as the day progresses.
Yeah, Amelia Strahan reporting live from the Superdome this morning, from the Caesars Superdome there, as the sweeps were taking place at the moment. We did hear from investigators this morning during the 6 o'clock hour. We do expect another update in about a half hour at 11. But here is what we know. Officials do confirm that a man intentionally drove his truck along Bourbon Street with the intention, according to Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, to kill people, and that's what he did.
And we do know at least 10 people are dead because of it. And you just heard from the City Council President saying that that death toll might possibly, she thinks, rise, because there are more than 30 people injured because of this act of violence, this terroristic act of violence right there in the heart of Bourbon, on the French Quarter.
Yeah, busy morning at area hospitals, particularly UMC, which is dealing with the majority of those victims. Some 26 people taken there overnight, UMC being a level 1 trauma center, so doctors, nurses, staff in that ER know how to respond swiftly, know how to respond appropriately to traumatic injuries, such as being involved in an accident where you potentially were hit by a truck, which is serious business, life-threatening there. Again, still working to get more information, awaiting an update from officials that is supposed to happen at around 11 o'clock.
Of course, you know, you heard from the council president as well, talking about how investigators and police are actually doing sweeps across the city, not just on that Bourbon Street corridor and around the Superdome, but they are having to now widen this investigation because they don't know how far-reaching it is outside of the French Quarter.
Yeah, and that's why Council President Moreno said, I mean, if you can right now, if you have no need to really be in the French Quarter, parts of downtown at the moment, stay away for now as law enforcement just works to make sure that everything is safe down there, but also that they've gathered all that they need to gather here as this investigation is in its early stages. The FBI federal officials leading it, as we take a look at earlier video from Bourbon Street overnight, where you could see after the incident, no one there other than law enforcement, police tape blocking off access to Bourbon.
And you heard her mention a little bit earlier that this is going to take a while, probably 48 hours.
Yeah, before it
that's
reopens.
2 days before folks can kind of get back into the businesses. Maybe, I don't know if there's any like direct residence in that area that's being blocked off, but you assume that folks can get in and out of their homes. And when it comes to people just out and about around Bourbon Street, 48 hours, that's a long time for businesses who are banking on this type of holiday.
Right, and we've shown this video clip before if you're seeing it for the first time and just wondering what we're looking at. So again, talking about Bourbon being closed off, and this was recorded overnight, this video here, so presumably the gentleman there was just trying to look for where to go, and so that confusion. But again, investigators, officials urging folks to avoid an 8-block area of Bourbon Street, beginning at Canal, going back to Dumaine there, as we take a look now at Canal Street at 10:28 this morning. A live view from our sky cam here. You can see that things have cleared up since we first reported this, since things were active before 4 a.m., where you had pretty significant police presence, particularly on the river-bound side of Canal Street there, there where it meets Bourbon. Bourbon's on the other side of the street, of course.
And of course, a lot of folks by now have woken up to the news. Just horrific news out of the city of New Orleans. The 10 people are confirmed dead because of a terrorist attack that happened on Bourbon Street when someone purposely, with design, drove to kill people and was prepared, as we've heard city leaders say, with ammunition, military gear. This person, not believed to be a local, died in a shootout with police. So some questions may never get answered, but of course the investigation will be far-reaching.
Most definitely. Chief Kirkpatrick saying that this person was, quote, hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did. Also, officials saying that they're looking at possibly 4 officers were involved in this exchange of gunfire with the suspect here on scene. 2 officers we do know were shot, and they are stable, they are talking, they are alert. Chief Kirkpatrick did meet with them this morning over at UMC, where our Lily Cummings has been reporting. Lily also spoke live to City Councilman District E, Oliver Thomas, a few other officials, just about the response there at the hospital. Also, just what we know potentially about what happened in terms of the exchange between the suspect here and law enforcement.
And in the interview that Lily was doing, I think with one of the city leaders, I don't know if it was Oliver Thomas or Freddie King, talking about the officers who responded and were there and present. They are heroes for what they were able to do and get the suspect, as they call it, neutralized, because you don't know how many more people could have died had that man gotten out of that car or that truck with any type of ammunition or rifle or gun and did more damage.
Right, as far as that is concerned, City Council President Helena Moreno telling our chief investigator, David Hammer, that based on the intelligence that she's received, the briefings that she's heard from investigators there, that this suspect was prepared to go much farther, had the equipment ready to cause more harm than was done this morning in what is being described as an act of terrorism on the streets of New Orleans this New Year's Day. 3:15 the call, according to Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick. Our investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein has also gotten more information about the suspect and the gun. CBS News reporting that a long gun was used. Mike, in talking to his sources, went even further to say that the gun that was recovered there from the truck on Bourbon Street also had a silencer.
You know, and one of the alarming things in this is that there is the potential for other suspects or accomplices in this, and that's why you heard the council president say all hands are on deck in finding anyone who may be an accomplice or a potential suspect on this. We're going to go now to our Meg Ferris as we continue our team coverage on this. Meg, how are you? What do you got going on? You at the Blood Center now?
Yes, well, good morning, Mike and Brandon. As we've long known for many, many years, we've always reported around holiday time, the blood supply in our community gets very low. Why? Because people are out partying, they're out shopping, they're not thinking about it. Now you add in a mass casualty such as this one, and let me just show you the blood supply. Look, right here, this is B positive. I think there's 1 or 2 bags. The shelves are empty there. If you come on down the line here to A positive, A negative, look, you can see there's barely any. And here is the absolute necessary one, the O negative. Now, O negative is so important because anyone with O negative blood can give to anyone in the world, any blood type, whether they're positive or negative. And these shelves are absolutely bare. Now, you heard how many people were taken to UMC, which is the level 1 trauma center in our area. And what they do is they keep a blood supply, especially O negative, on if people come in unconscious and they have to do quick surgery to save their lives and to stop the bleed. They keep that on hand because they don't have time to ask a patient or to type the blood. So that is so important. So you can imagine, because of this, the blood supply is low. Now, I'm going to bring in, we have some breaking news here. I'm going to bring in Billy Wheels, who is the president and CEO of the Blood Center. And this is an emergency. I'm going to turn you this way toward our camera. That the Blood Center has gotten together and decided to do some special drives today. Tell me about that.
We have. We're opening our Metairie Donor Center at 2617 Edenbourne Avenue today at 11 o'clock. We'll be open until 7 o'clock tonight. Tomorrow we plan to extend all of our donor centers and rather than normally opening at 11 a.m. till 6, we're going 10 to 7 across the board. Except for Metairie, we will be open from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. We're also doing a blood drive here at our location, co-sponsored by New Orleans Emergency Management Services.
What have they told you? Have they said this is one of the worst situations? Because I know we don't just supply blood here. We supply blood for a whole region. And so when we're low, everyone's low. Mississippi, Texas, correct?
That is correct. And at this point in time, we've had other centers in other areas of the country reach out and say, what can we do to help? O negative, as you mentioned a few moments ago, being universal. Again, people are saying, we can help you with some O positive. We're not doing that great with O neg. So again, we need the citizens of our community to pour out and help make sure that we have adequate supplies on hand. We can't rely on anybody else in the country to take care of ourselves.
And let's be clear, you will take O positive, you'll take A positive, A negative.
Take it all.
AB, you'll take.
Yes, ma'am. Any blood type you want to give me, we'll take it. There's a use for every blood type that we have. AB is the universal donor when it comes to plasma. So there's a need, always a need there as well. So for us, we're willing to take whatever anybody's willing to give. At this point, as you stated, holidays are a really difficult time of the year. primarily because people are out and busy with their own schedules.
So how much blood are y'all moving to these hospitals as they're treating this mass injuries?
As so far we've been contacted, the numbers have not been significant thus far, but we don't know that those numbers may go up. So we're just sitting back and waiting and trying to make sure we stay in constant communication with them to make sure we're meeting their needs.
The problem is if they run out, we've just shown the people what's ready for distribution behind you, which is, I see maybe a handful of pints.
Right. So again, we try to keep 2 to 3 days on hand with them most of the time. But again, the scenario needs to be continuously. Every single day we're using 250 units of blood. We need 250 units of blood to replenish it.
All right, let's go through again. Today, starting at 11 at the Metairie location. Where is that?
It is located at 2617 Edenbourne Avenue.
Okay.
In Metairie.
And 17 and older, if I remember correctly, and you have to weigh a certain amount?
17 and older, 110 pounds is the minimum weight. And again, if you're 16 years old with the parental consent, you can donate as well.
Mm-hmm. I can't think of a better gift to give for post-holiday a season.
I agree with you completely. It's a gift that you're going to give that someone can not get anywhere else, so you can't go buy it off the shelf. This comes from your heart.
Yeah. And so it takes about an hour or so. I will ask that question. It takes about, an hour to donate?
From start to finish, probably an hour when you go through the screening process. Needle in, needle out's about 15 minutes.
Yeah. So our photographer, Jeff Hackett, had a very good question. Who can't give? If you were out partying and having alcohol last night, if you're on certain medication, who cannot give?
Again, there are different medications, and we have a lot of this listed. So if you have a question about a medication you're taking, pick up the phone and contact us and ask us first. If you've been out partying, it's probably not a wise idea to go and donate today. Quite frankly, we don't need your blood loaded with alcohol, jokingly. But again, it's going to be difficult for you, and we don't want you to get up off the bed and go flat on the ground.
Right, because you become very dehydrated once you give blood if you haven't rehydrated with all that alcohol. What else, Mr. Wheels, do we need to get out to the public?
What we need the public to understand right now is this is a perfect scenario where you see that what the need is in this community. It's a continuous, ongoing need. We seem to continuously tell people over and over, we need it, we need it, we need it. And I think sometimes people believe that we're just saying the same old thing. It's crying wolf. We're not crying wolf. We need this. The patients need this. This is about the people of the community.
And I think it's important to note, as you say, even though the hospitals for right this minute may be okay, there are regular people who go in for plasma and blood for maybe they have leukemia or cancers or all sorts of other blood disorders, sickle cell, who will then be at a shortage if this blood is used for mass incidences.
That's correct. So in these mass casualty events, when you have high usage events, the patients who need blood every day, leukemia, any oncology patients, sickle cell patients who need red cell exchanges weekly or monthly, those people don't have it available.
And one more time, let's go over tomorrow. You said everything's going to be open for an extended period of time if people are doing something today. Just give me very quickly tomorrow's schedule.
Tomorrow's schedule is going to be all of our locations that are normally open, and that information is available on our website.
Okay.
You will see it on there in the address locations. But again, they're open from 10 a.m. till 7 p.m., except for our Metairie location, which will be 7 a.m. till 7 p.m.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wheels, so much. Billy Wheels, who is the president and CEO of the Blood Center. So there you heard it. Go out today. Instead of having your beans and your peas for good luck today, go out and help some of these patients. Reporting live from the Blood Center on Canal Street, Meg Farris, WWL Louisiana. Back to you.
Meg, we sure thank you for that, but also providing us with the visuals to show you the extent to which they do need the blood. Needed the blood before this morning. Before we let you go, show us those refrigerators.
It's really telling when you look at those shelves.
Oh,
and
yes.
You see
yes,
basically
absolutely.
Nothing.
I mean, I've covered for many decades when the blood center gets low, even just normal holiday lows. But I got to tell you, look at this whole. all the negatives, AB negative, B negative, A negative, O negative, empty. Negative is only 15% of the world population. I know that because I am a negative. I am O negative. So that is even rarer. O, of course, is the blood type that most people have, but when you add in the negative, most people have O positive. But still, please, if you have O positive or anything positive, AB positive, A, B positive, they need donors. They will take from anyone. So remember, they use that plasma as well for people who have other types of disorders. And people come in from counties in Mississippi and parishes and from all over this region to get some of their treatments here at our big medical centers. So as you heard Mr. Wheels say, people say we cry wolf. They are not crying wolf. This is desperately needed.
Meg, thanks. Of course, it's one thing when you get folks to the hospital to get them the care that they need, but they need the supplies, especially when it comes to blood. So, Meg, appreciate your reporting and what you're doing out there.
Most definitely. We do continue with our reporters who are stationed throughout the area here. Our Amelia Strahan joins us now live from Bourbon and Dumaine on the back end of the French Quarter there. Amelia.
Yeah, you can see there's still a heavy police presence out here. Louisiana State Police has the street blocked off. Lots of caution tape. I'm going to step out of the way so you guys can take a look at just how quiet these streets are. Now, you see, I mean, this is a pretty large perimeter. We've talked to quite a few tourists and even some folks that live down here that cannot get back to their Airbnbs and their homes. They're not even letting residents through because, as you can see, it's still a very active scene. Some of them are saying, they have to check out of their Airbnbs. They have to, get back to their homes. Some of them have been out all night long. But of course, the police are out here making sure the scene is secure. Investigators are still on the scene trying to keep the area as secure as possible. It's, important to note just how different the feel is out here on Bourbon Street right now, especially on a holiday weekend with a big game like this. Even early in the morning, this is usually a very lively place for a weekend like this, a joyful place, and unfortunately, it is much more solemn right now. We're waiting to hear another update from NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick so she can share the latest, hopefully some new information about the suspect. But right now, investigators are still out here at the scene, just gathering what information they can. We're out here talking to people that live in the area, kind of trying to find out, what they heard, what they saw. But the feel on Bourbon Street, like I said, is just so different. It truly was such a tragic incident, and it seems like even the people that are trying to get back to their homes, trying to get back to their Airbnbs, are being extremely respectful of the law enforcement officers. You might even have just seen someone tried to walk down, and the police stopped them, just trying to keep everyone as safe as possible. But we are going to be out here on the scene all day, and of course we'll bring you any updates as we have them. Sending it back to you guys.
Amelia Strahan reporting for us this morning. She is at Dumaine and Bourbon there on the backside of the French Quarter, seeing the response.
Exactly. Eerily seeing that nobody's out there, but for a little bit of inconvenience as this investigation goes on is nothing compared to the lives lost and the people who have been injured in this horrific attack.
We're beginning to learn more about the suspect here as we do await a press briefing from officials that is set for 11 o'clock, so stay with us as we continue to monitor that. It has been delayed until 1 this just in, but as far as that is concerned, we are hearing from our reporters who are well sourced, also hearing from CBS News and their reporters who are getting more information. We had City Council President Helena Moreno here a few minutes ago, and she mentioned that the suspect, who again was shot and killed in an exchange of gunfire with investigators, was prepared, had the capability to go even farther here if law enforcement didn't get in the way. CBS is reporting that sources tell them that that he was wearing body armor, also other information about him and what he had on his person when they responded to the scene, including a flag on the truck.
Now, I don't know if we still have the photos that we can bring up with the truck that we showed a little bit earlier in our coverage. Of course, you may have noticed a flagpole on the back of that truck, on the bumper of it, that white Ford F-150. CBS is reporting that they are looking into whether that flag is connected to some type of terrorist group, particularly ISIS in particular. They don't have any confirmation on it, but they think that it may be connected in some way. If you look on the right-hand side, the right photo there, you can see on the tail hitch, there's like this pole, this white, almost like a PVC pipe that kind of comes up. Around the top of it is a black flag that's kind of folded up. And that's what we're talking about here. They believe that may be connected to some type of terrorist organization. It's unclear if the suspect was acting alone at this point or with others, but there is the potential for some accomplices, which is why you heard the city council president say all hands are on deck trying to find anybody involved. Now, a person familiar with the investigation has told CBS that at this point, neither ISIS nor any other foreign terror organization has claimed responsibility for this attack, but investigators are looking into whether they were involved directly with it, and that flag could, give some insight into whether that was the case.
An important detail there as we do work to answer the many questions here. City Council President Moreno saying that, according to her briefings, she was able to confirm that the suspect, who again is dead, is not from the New Orleans area. The truck there, also information about it. You can see the plates there are Texas plates as we work to learn more information about it and where it may have been in the days and hours leading up to mass carnage in the French Quarter on New Year's Day. 3:15 the time, 10 people killed, 35 others hurt, but again, officials saying that both the death toll and the number of those injured, but not fatally, could increase here as area hospitals are busy this morning.
All right, we're going to bring in Dr. Corey Hebert to really talk about the mental side of this, because we've heard all morning, we've been going for a little more than 7 hours now, folks who have witnessed this, who have seen this type of horror play out in front of them. We even heard from a Marine Corps veteran who says this brings him back to Iraq, seeing the bodies like that.
Yeah, well, first thing I want to say is just we have to be resilient, but damn, how much more resilient do we have to be in New Orleans and things like this happening? This is not something that usually happens in our city. But what I do want to make sure that we understand is that we are resilient. My thoughts and prayers go out to not just the officers, not just the people that were injured and obviously the people that were killed, but this impacts all of us. Not just their family members, not just their immediate family members, but everyone who lives in this city, who goes to that French Quarter and has so many fond memories of things that their families, and all these things that we have done in that beautiful place. That is going to affect you. And my job today is to let you know how that may affect you, what it may look like, as well as what you need to be doing so that it doesn't affect you so much. So headaches, stress, anxiety, all these things, because this is a very particular place for us that we hold dear. So as we move forward, you'll start thinking about, am I safe? Am I safe? And our NOPD did so well just trying to contain that. That could have been such a much more horrible incident. So I want to commend them. And right now, what do we need to do? We need to make sure that our children are not just watching this on the news all day, okay? I want you to stay off of social media unless it is something, a website that is one that you trust. And that's not some, fly-by-night type, these social media blurbs that you're seeing about all this other type of nonsense. Stay informed, because we know that they have copycats that that can do things that are still possibly out there. We doubt that, but that is the reality. So that all these things will play into your mind. And furthermore, when you start to be watching this all day, you can have insomnia. You can have the feelings of that you will never really be safe. So what do you need to do? Okay, you need to make sure that you can sleep. You need to not drink alcohol or take a lot of drugs, because that exacerbates this entire fight or flight syndrome that you're going to feel from this discharge of this fear. Okay, that's very important. And if you have a history of mental illness, we really don't want you to be exposing yourself to this, because all those things can also trigger your mental illness. If you take medicine, okay, do not forget to take it, because what you will do is get caught up in this coverage, and then you won't take your medicine, and then your physical symptoms will exacerbate. Sleep will be a problem, and the concentration that you will need to have, especially if you have to go to work today, especially like the people in the studio have to go through this and see this and relive this all the time in the next day and week to come. You know, we have to make sure that we step back a little bit and just thank the Lord that we are okay, but the bystander trauma that you're going to feel from watching this over and over is something that in the next few days, I will make sure that I'm here to give you the tools that you need to get through it.
And talking about the fight or flight aspect of it that you did mention here, people looking at this, thinking about downtown, they spend some time there, they go there. Talking about the future down the way, potential fears about safety, what do you say to people there and where their headspace may be?
Yeah, well basically what you're thinking about, man, is like, you know, will I be able to go on Canal Street?
Yeah.
You know, because see, the thing that the Superintendent Kirkpatrick stressed here is that this was an intentional thing.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So there's no way that our city or any other city can stop someone that's driving down Canal Street at any point, at any time, because on any Saturday night in any major city, there will be people walking around on major thoroughfares. There's no way. So that's why, you know, when you start thinking about, in reality, that part of you being safe or not, that's an overwhelming fear, because every time for a while you're going to be walking around, whether you're in this city or another city, you're going to feel like, is that car going to run into me? You know, these are the types of things that we have to live with now in this world, which is a shame. But the reality is that you have to stay vigilant. You know, I have a 10-year-old daughter, and I tell her all the time when we're walking around, and I hate that I have to tell her this, but I can't have her just lollygag and just, oh, let me look at all this stuff. And that's the time that we live in. She needs to be vigilant. And right now, in the next week or so, up until next week, I need people to be vigilant. Because if you see something, don't say, oh, it's probably all right. You need to say something. But don't immerse yourself in 24-hour coverage of this, because this is obviously a national story. You're going to be getting calls from all your friends around the country, which I have as well. Were you there? Are you okay? Don't rehash this every time someone calls you. Just say, you know, if you want to know what's happening, you can watch the news, but I don't want to retell this story, because every time I retell this story, it makes it very personal. But we will get through this, just like everything else we've gotten through. But like I said at the beginning, enough.
Yeah.
You know?
What makes it really personal is that this has happened on our doorstep this time. And you kind of mentioned the ripple effects that something like this can have down the road, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's a week from now. I guess my question is, don't be afraid of those, correct?
You have to welcome the fact that you know that these things can happen. But think about this. When you are going to French Quarter Fest next year, and you're standing on Bourbon Street or standing on one of these streets, that image is going to come back into your mind. And the more you watch it over and over, that image will return. And that is something that we have as a community, as a police force, as, you know, everyone that has to look at this all the time. We have to heal ourselves as a community. We've done it before, but we have to be very vigilant about that. And so we can't just sweep this under the rug like, you know, 2 months from now, it's like this is over. This is something because, and see, if it happened, you know, some other place, or even some other place in the city, it wouldn't be as bad in my mind as far as our mental psyche as New Orleanians, because you know, you may not go to a side street in Metairie as much as you might go to the French Quarter. And that's a personal attack. If you talk about New Orleans and someone, you know, addresses us and hurts us in our personal space, that's like somebody coming into your house.
Right.
And that's how personal we take this, and that's how personal you will have to bounce back from this.
You bring up a good point, though, starting now in terms of maintaining your sense of self here is one thing to help you is getting those text messages, people asking about your well-being. You don't have to go into great detail about what's going on, because that is reliving the trauma every time they respond.
That's correct.
Because that's going to happen.
And it's going to happen. It's been happening to me all morning, and it's going to happen. And what I need you to do, okay, is really just try to to exercise some wellness. If you don't know what wellness is, that's what I want you to be Googling right now. Go and look at wellness and mindfulness, because you have to stay in this moment. Don't start thinking about the past, because the past is over. Don't start thinking about the future, because it hasn't happened yet unless you can control it. So what can you control in this situation? Control, just like when we're preparing for hurricanes. What I always tell you, you control your variables, and that decreases your anxiety. So what are your variables that you can control? You can keep your door locked. You can make sure that you are not in these giant spaces if you start feeling anxiety. You have to do things that you can control, and that will decrease your anxiety for the present and also for the future. And that's the only thing that you can do, which is a sad state of our time.
Yeah, lots of good information there, especially because it's always important to take care of yourself, especially in situations like this.
Absolutely. I just commend the officers, man. That I mean, we don't do that work, but they do it. And can you imagine how they feel right now? Right. You know, it's a scary time for all of us. But you know, we have to have people to keep us safe.
All right, Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Corey Hebert, we do thank you for your insight this morning.
Appreciate you, sir.
We are also hearing from the press pool that is responsible for keeping up with President Joe Biden. We told you earlier that they were working to get a statement from the president as he was able to leave on Air Force One. And we are hearing from the pool, the president saying that he doesn't want to talk about specifics about this situation, but that he has been briefed on the matter, and that his thoughts are with those who were hit, but we're still waiting to get more information from what reporters asked the president. Again, the president not answering specific questions about the identity of the driver of the truck, also any information about the suspect there. Again, waiting to hear more from that from investigators. A press briefing here locally, at least, set for 1 p.m. It was initially scheduled for 11, but it's been delayed now until 1 p.m.
Can I add one more thing with that information? You know, when you have a situation in New Orleans, remember we had the thing at Mardi Gras when someone ran into the crowd? Yeah. That's a very different mindset than someone having a terror attack here. Because, you know, that an isolated incident when someone is drinking is a horrific incident, right? And a horrific accident. However, when there's an intentional group of people or one person that is trying to harm another person intentionally, that plays much more into your level of anxiety and your feeling of you being safe or not safe. And that's the real rub of this that makes this so egregious and heinous.
Because you heard the council president talk about it earlier, when you have someone with this type of intention, it's hard to stop somebody with that intention.
That is correct. And that's how, one more thing I would like to say about this is, that's how you know, as human beings, we're all generally good people. Because this type of thing, if someone intentionally wanted to do it, could happen every day on every street in America. But it doesn't, and that's the thing I want people to think about. Don't start thinking about, you know, if this is going to happen to me tomorrow. What I want you to think about is if, in reality, this could happen on every street, every day, in every city, but it does not. And that's a very important thing to talk about when you start talking about humanity and what we are as a city, as a nation, and as a world.
All right, Dr. Hebert, we do thank you for that this morning. We do want to get to our Winston Reed, who is live this morning. Winston, where are you? What can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm at the corner of Mandeville and Murray, and behind me is really what seems like an expanded investigation from what started in the French Quarter is now over here across the Rampart Street, and we are seeing New Orleans Fire in the area, NOPD, ATF, FBI, and other agencies in this area. Neighbors did tell us that they believe that they saw a white truck in the area prior to.
We have been watching our local affiliate WWL following the breaking news out of New Orleans, where at least 10 people are dead and dozens more injured after city officials say that a man intentionally drove a pickup truck into a crowd on a very busy Bourbon Street as people were ringing in the new year. Now, security sweeps are happening at the Superdome in New Orleans, where the Sugar Bowl will take place tonight in the college football playoff quarterfinal matchup between Notre Dame and Georgia. Now, here's what we know about what happened. I mentioned it happened on the world-famous Bourbon Street overnight. Officials say the man drove around barricades and hurtled down the street in very intentional behavior before opening fire on police officers. 2 officers were hit by gunfire. They were rushed to the hospital and are in stable condition. Now, CBS News has learned the suspect is dead, apparently shot and killed by police. Officials say a long gun was recovered from the scene, and according to an investigative reporter with our affiliate WWL, it had a silencer, or more specifically, a suppressive device, and potential explosive devices were also recovered and are being analyzed. Now, the FBI is investigating this as a potential terrorist act. It remains unclear whether the suspect was acting alone or with others. Let's go ahead and listen to the New Orleans police superintendent describe the scene last night.
This event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could.
CBS News Homeland Security and Justice reporter Nicole Skanga joins us from our D.C. bureau. Nicole, law enforcement officials have confirmed to CBS News the suspect's truck appeared to be flying a large black flag from the rear bumper. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, Lindsay, good to be with you. Law enforcement sources telling CBS News that investigators are probing whether that large black flag that you mentioned that was flying from the rear of the bumper of the truck that drove into the crowds in the French Quarter was an ISIS flag or another flag tied to a foreign terrorist organization. What exactly the insignia on that flag means, right now, a person familiar with the investigation telling CBS News at this point, neither ISIS nor any other foreign terrorist organization has claimed responsibility for the attack. But of course, this investigation is ongoing. It's in its very early stages here. So right now, one of the big questions that FBI and others will try to probe is whether or not this attack was directed by a group or an organization or inspired by an ideology. And of course, as you mentioned, one of the key details here is that the FBI is looking into this incident as an act of terror, Lindsay.
What more do we know about the suspect in terms of what the suspect was possibly wearing, the type of weapon that the suspect used, what other potential planning went into this? We've reported that there are investigations into potential IEDs in the area.
Yeah, law enforcement sources telling us that at least 4 IEDs, improvised explosive devices, were recovered from the scene of the crash. And at this point, trying to connect the dots to determine whether, those IEDs would have been viable. Of course, that's where the FBI and their analysis comes in handy on the scene. As far as what we know about the suspect, multiple law enforcement sources telling CBS News that suspect was wearing body armor at the time. Of course, another indication of the planning that went into this. And perhaps another clue here, eyewitnesses as well as local law enforcement who briefed reporters earlier today saying that not only did the suspect drive at a very high rate of speed, but that the vehicle, the truck, maneuvered to avoid barricades. Of course, very difficult for law enforcement to prevent against these types of vehicle ramming attacks. That sort of maneuvering by the suspect here, an indication perhaps that there was some planning that went into this attack carried out in the early hour mornings. Right now, this is an ongoing investigation. We're being, cautioned that this is quite fluid. There are also investigators looking into the owner of this vehicle to determine whether or not there were other individuals who coordinated with the suspect here, if there could be additional charges in this incident. And, as we reported earlier, law enforcement did shoot and kill the suspect here. There was some exchange of fire that occurred. You mentioned earlier there was a long gun recovered from the scene, looking into how many other weapons might have been planted in and around the scene now.
So, Nicole, you mentioned the barricades. We have reported that there was a project underway. I'm going to actually pull up the project website. Construction on new bollards started taking place. Let me go ahead and find that. In November of 2024, scheduled to continue through February 2025. Now, we have reported that the bollards that were in place, they're only on one end of Bourbon Street, but they were temporary. Our affiliate, WWL, also reporting that some of the bollards may have been down. We're working to confirm that. But, Nicole, you had mentioned what law enforcement is trying to gather from witnesses. I want to go ahead and play some of what we are hearing.
It was traveling at a very high rate of speed, and so we were in the middle of the road and managed to run off the road onto the sidewalk and into the doorway of a building for cover. We did hear gunfire, saw police running that direction. We stayed in the alcove until the gunfire stopped, came out into the street, and came across several people who had been hit, wanted to see what we could do to help and administer any first aid. The people we came across were unfortunately deceased.
Some harrowing moments there. We do know that law enforcement engaged the suspect with shots, that suspect was shot and is deceased. Nicole, there are many high-profile events taking place, not just in the near future in New Orleans, tonight. I mean, the Sugar Bowl is tonight at the Superdome. What steps are authorities taking to step up security?
Yeah, this Sugar Bowl football game between the University of Georgia and Notre Dame taking place in New Orleans, and already there were additional law enforcement resources there, state police. It's fair to say that there might be even more resources tonight. Federal law enforcement officials, of course, on the ground, FBI, as we've been reporting. New Orleans is a city that is no stranger to high-profile events. Mardi Gras, the 2024 Super Bowl is set to take place on February 9th in the city. We should also point out that there have been a history of these atrocious vehicle ramming events as recently as, just late last year. Of course, we've been talking this morning, Lindsay, about the 2024 attack in Magdeburg, Germany, the Christmas market attack where 5 were killed. Law enforcement officials I've been speaking with this morning have also reminded me of the terrible 2021 attack at the Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, where 6 were killed and 62 others were wounded. We've seen similar truck attacks in Berlin and in Nice in 2016. And so this was so much of a concern to law enforcement that we've just learned the Department of Homeland Security actually put out a law enforcement bulletin on December 23rd of last year, warning against lone offenders posing a likely threat of violence to soft targets during the winter holidays. And if I can read to our viewers some of those warnings in this threat bulletin obtained by CBS News, it says that threat actors have employed vehicle ramming as a tactic in the United States in the past. It references that Waukesha, Wisconsin tragedy that occurred. It goes on to say that lone offenders are most likely to target publicly accessible places with perceived lower levels of security, including outdoor markets, parades, and other large gatherings or holiday events. It notes that lone offenders have historically used simple tactics such as edged weapons, firearms, or yes, vehicle ramming due to their ease of access, ability to inflict mass casualties, and lack of required training. And so it is an understatement to say that these kinds of vehicle ramming attacks were on the radar of local and federal law enforcement. To your point there, the city of New Orleans trying to take further precautions with a construction project underway. I think this is going to be a theme in a number of major cities across the United States in the coming months and years, Lindsay.
Nicole, as you've been talking, we did get some more information from our national security contributor, Sam Vinograd, who says federal law enforcement is investigating whether the vehicle was not the suspect's, meaning whether it belonged to someone else, possibly rented, possibly lent. What would be the significance of that, and how would law enforcement officials work to confirm that information?
Well, it could point to further charges, Lindsay, if this vehicle, the owner of this vehicle knowingly lent this vehicle to the suspect here, if they were aware of any, plans related to this horrific incident, if the suspect here had leaked any information about their intentions, or if there was negligence in sort of checking out, the background of this individual before allowing them, access to this truck. We have also mentioned earlier on this broadcast, but it should be noted that investigators are looking into what sort of symbols or ideology were added to the vehicle in the run-up to this event. So, of course, that black flag, investigators looking into whether or not it was an ISIS flag that was adhered to the bumper of this truck, although at this point, too early to say whether or not, that belonged to the owner of the truck or not. But, of course, right now, too early for anyone to, with the FBI or with police to rule out another suspect here. We know that the driver of the vehicle is deceased. But there could be other charges or maybe other information we could get about the motive. So often when, the suspect or the driver is deceased, it becomes a little more challenging for law enforcement to piece things together. Perhaps if someone else was aware of these plans, we could have more answers, particularly for the families who are now grieving the loss of these 10 individuals today.
Right. Nicole Skanga, thank you. I want to go to CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, who joins us now from West Palm Beach, Florida. Ed, what are we hearing from the White House?
Lindsay, the president has left his Wilmington, Delaware home and is now en route to Camp David. Before he took off from Wilmington, Delaware to Camp David, he spoke with reporters briefly. We should play what he had to say.
I've contacted every agency in the federal government as well as the state. They're all coordinating to get to the bare facts. We know what the facts are.
Can you say if you're a foreigner or if he was a domestic?
I'm not going to say anything until I get all the facts in front of me.
Has the suspect been identified?
Again, I'm not going to comment until I speak to the group later. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to our FBI, NSC. And we're gathering all the, and I spent a lot of time with the government, with the mayor.
What was your reaction when you heard what happened?
Well, the reaction was one of anger and frustration. Thank you.
The president also told those reporters he would likely speak later today, so that means he'll speak from Camp David. That he is speaking out on this at all, especially on a holiday, is a signal of how serious this situation is being treated by his administration as it works with Louisiana and New Orleans officials to sort out what exactly happened. We also heard very early this morning, Lindsay, when the mayor first spoke to local reporters in New Orleans, that she'd already been in touch with the White House. That was Homeland Security officials in touch with her. The president has spoken with the mayor of New Orleans, and as you heard him say there, he's directed all agencies. The fact that he says the CIA as well as Homeland Security to be involved in this, which signals that they are investigating whether or not this was indeed some kind of international terrorist-related incident or someone perhaps who was inspired by other attacks like this, like the Christmas market attack in Germany a few weeks ago. So he's at Camp David. We'll likely hear from him again later. Here in West Palm Beach, where President-elect Trump, of course, lives and is working on his transition before moving back up to Washington. He's at his golf course right now, but a little while ago had issued a statement through his Truth Social platform saying, in part, our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans Police Department. The Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. But what you also see there at the top of that message is him essentially saying, I told you so, talking about how criminals have been coming into the country and inferring that this may be somebody who has come from outside the United States to commit this act. We don't know that yet. And we also don't know, Lindsay, whether perhaps he has already been briefed on information suggesting that the suspect is from outside the United States, a foreign national of some kind. So notable that he's once again putting out this kind of information when we don't know whether or not the suspect is indeed either American, a foreigner, influenced by a foreign entity, a lone wolf, any of that. But almost instantly putting out that kind of a statement. And it's a reminder, I suppose, of the contrast between the current and incoming president. Speaker Mike Johnson, who is from Louisiana, northern parts of Louisiana, is also set to be here in West Palm Beach today. He says for strategy meetings with the president-elect as he prepares to get reelected speaker, at least he hopes so, on Friday. He put out a statement a little while ago saying the vicious attack on innocent people celebrating the New Year in New Orleans early this morning was an act of pure evil, and justice must be swift for anyone who was involved. Please join us in praying for the victims, their families, and the first responders and investigators on the scene. One of his lieutenants in the House Republican leadership is, of course, Steve Scalise, who is from Metro New Orleans. He, too, calling for prayers and monitoring the situation. So you better believe that this one we'll get close observation from senior lawmakers, given the two of them are in Republican leadership in the House. But Lindsay, the other thing we're trying to sort out from here, and there are indications this is happening as it has been for several weeks, is whether the Trump transition team dealing with national security and homeland security issues is in fact being briefed or being kept up to speed in tandem with the National Security Council, the Homeland Security team up in Washington, as part of the agreement to make sure that the incoming and the outgoing administrations would be working together in tandem on these kinds of things. This is perhaps no greater exercise for the outgoing and the incoming to be working together and be aware of the situation, even though ultimately it'll be up to the Biden administration in these closing days of that administration to figure out what exactly to do in response if there needs to be one.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be talking to you throughout the afternoon. CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd joins us now. And Sam, I understand, well, you broke some news for CBS News as well. Can you tell us what you're learning from your sources about the vehicle?
Yes, I'm learning that the vehicle may not have belonged to the actual suspect. So there has been a lot of theorizing on social media about whether this vehicle crossed the southern border at some point and what its origins were. But at this point, we are not able to confirm that the vehicle actually belonged to the suspect. So naturally, law enforcement at this time is tracing the registration on the vehicle and looking at who the actual owner is. It's very possible that this vehicle was stolen or rented or lent by someone. Right now, that is all being done through a centralized structure that the FBI is overseeing, with the FBI being the lead in these investigations, and I've worked a ton of them with the Bureau. There is now a structure in place whereby federal, state, and local officials are coordinating on every aspect of this investigation, Lindsay. The FBI is leading, but state and local authorities are going to be working the scene, collaborating with the FBI, and gathering as much information as possible about the vehicle, about the weapon, and about the suspect himself.
Sam, CBS News has also learned the truck that plowed through the crowd appeared to be flying a large black flag from the rear bumper. This is according to CBS News reviews of images of the truck, and law enforcement sources tell CBS News investigators are probing whether the flag is an ISIS flag or possibly tied to another foreign terror organization. We also know it remains unclear if this person acted alone or with others, and a person familiar with the investigation told CBS News at this point neither ISIS nor any other foreign terror organization has claimed responsibility for the attack. But what will law enforcement be doing, both in terms of analyzing this flag and analyzing what other information they can glean from this suspect about a possible motive?
Well, I will tell you, as part of any terrorism-related investigation, authorities typically work to see whether there's any foreign terrorism nexus or any domestic terrorism nexus. That can be either that a suspect was directly in touch with the terrorist organization, foreign or domestic, or inspired by them. I will note that there have been a series of ISIS-inspired vehicular attacks in the past, so this does have the trademarks of ISIS-inspired and ISIS-directed tactics. At the same time, we don't yet know whether this was actually an ISIS flag, but we understand law enforcement is investigating that. But it is routine as part of a terrorism investigation for authorities to look for whether there is any terrorism-related nexus to a foreign terrorist organization or a domestic terrorist organization. They certainly do that based on any paraphernalia, insignia, language that's on the suspect's person, the suspect's assets, the suspect's vehicle, at the suspect's residence or where the suspect was staying, in addition to scrubbing the suspect's social media and devices, including their phone. So that is all likely underway. Of course, if there was a flag with ISIS emblems or ISIS rhetoric on there, that would certainly be a very significant clue, but we're still waiting to confirm that detail.
And Sam, I'm just going to ask you about some more information that we're getting into our newsroom. So two sources familiar with the investigation tell CBS News the deceased suspect was wearing body armor. And an investigative reporter with our affiliate WWL confirms from scene sources that the gun described as a long gun had a silencer, or more specifically, a suppressive device. What do those two facts tell you?
Those two facts really solidify the notion that this individual pre-planned this attack. This was not a spur-of-the-moment, spontaneous action by the suspect. The suspect had a weapon, or many weapons, a vehicle, and at least one gun, and we're hearing as well improvised explosive devices, and body armor, such that the suspect could essentially do as much damage as possible while shielding himself from any incoming fire. So all of these details point to the fact that this was a carefully planned attack. I will be waiting to hear whether we learn if the suspect visited the site prior to the attack itself to scope the scene, to try to ascertain how to get around vehicular barriers, how to try to evade law enforcement. But overall, this looks like a premeditated and carefully planned attack. What we don't know is if this individual acted alone, had any accomplices, any co-conspirators, and whether there are any other attacks that may be related that are due to unfold in the coming hours. So while authorities work to neutralize the threat from this attack, they're likely trying to ascertain whether there are any related threats and whether the suspect was in touch with anyone else directly, and or whether this attack could inspire others to act as well in copycat attacks.
To that particular point you just said, whether the suspect acted with anybody, how will law enforcement begin to glean that information?
Law enforcement will be running the individual's identity if the individual has a license on them or some form of identification, and if not, the suspect's fingerprints or other biometric information through criminal databases to see if this individual has any sort of criminal history. They will be reviewing the individual's communications, whether it be on social media, likely getting a warrant for the suspect's phone, any other devices that may be in the car and or at where the suspect was staying, if they can piece that together. They will be interviewing the suspect's acquaintances and family. That does take time, and looking for any form of communication this individual may have had with others. That work does sometimes take time, unfortunately. Warrants are involved, as well as a series of other law enforcement tactics in chat rooms and on social media. So we should not necessarily expect an answer on that immediately.
Okay, Sam, thank you. I want to go back to Nicole Skanga, who is in our Washington bureau. And Nicole Skanga, for anyone who's just joining us, catch us up to speed on what you can report.
Yeah, law enforcement working right now to potentially confirm a suspect here. We know that this individual was wearing body armor at the time of this incident when it played out. At least one long gun and 4 improvised explosive devices found on this person. That vehicle we've been describing, Lindsay, on air as a white truck. It is unclear at this time if the suspect, the driver, owned that vehicle or whether or not they were working with someone else, whether or not that vehicle was rented or borrowed from an associate. Of course, if and when police identify, where that vehicle came from, it could point to further charges. But right now, we expect that federal law enforcement, the FBI that is lead on this investigation, is ascertaining search warrants to search this individual's home, creating a timeline of their possible travel to New Orleans, particularly if they came out of state, and doing a full digital forensic scrub on any devices that might be recovered from the scene or the person. At this point, too early to say whether or not this individual acted alone, but so often in some of these attacks, there are family, friends, associates who might know of, concerning behavior, whether it is, gathering of possible, chemical or other types of incendiary devices, gathering of weapons. It seems here like an extraordinary level of premeditation that Sam was pointing to, and some level of sophistication of this attack. Law enforcement describing on the scene this morning the maneuvering that this truck did in order to, hit many people, 10 people dead, 30 injured. In addition, as soon as the car stopped, we know that the suspect here opened fire on law enforcement. So planning multiple ways of really creating the most amount of carnage. And so investigators have a lot of work on their hands to do once this individual is positively identified. And we're being told that investigators are getting closer and closer to that. And of course, we know that, that body of the suspect has been recovered on the scene, and we have seen some of those images. Okay, closer to an identity of the suspect. Nicole Skanga, thank you so much. And Anna Schechter joins us now in Studio 57. She's a senior coordinating producer for our CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. Anna, you and your team feverishly working to confirm new details. What can you tell us?
Well, just building on what Nicole was just telling you, investigators are creating a profile. They do have an identity of the suspect. They believe they have pinned that down, and we should be reporting that any minute. The truck appeared to come from Texas, drove to New Orleans. As we saw, it was unfortunate that the driver could maneuver around whatever protections were in place for pedestrians, and at least 10 people killed. That number is expected to rise, dozens more injured. But we're really homing in on the motivation of the suspect. You saw, I don't know if we showed this image, there's a white truck, and at the back of the truck, there's a pole with what appears to be a black flag. Investigators are looking at whether that's an ISIS flag or a flag related to some other terror organization. They're probing that now. They have not said definitively, but we expect to learn more. But that is certainly a line of questioning that investigators are telling us they are looking at. So it's early days, but I do think that in the next hour, we're going to learn a lot more about the suspect and looking at motives. Sometimes that can take days, but we're actually moving pretty quickly in this investigation.
I want to ask you about those barricades in a second, but first, what does it tell you that we're able to report that this person was wearing body armor and that this person, well, a long gun was recovered with some sort of suppressive device, some kind of silencer?
That speaks to a large amount of planning, tactical experience. That speaks to a premeditation that would take a long time to think about. There were also multiple explosive devices recovered from the vehicle. So this speaks to premeditation, planning, tactical experience at some level to be able to, get a device that acts as a silencer on a long gun, have parts of an explosive device or those actual explosive devices. It appears our sourcing says explosive devices, not just one. This was designed to inflict as much harm as possible.
Okay, hopefully you can stick around, Anna. Thank you, because we do continue to follow this breaking news out of New Orleans after a truck ran into a crowd overnight, killing at least 10 people, injuring dozens more. We'll be right back. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
"60 Minutes takes you to Paris for the unveiling of the restored Cathedral of Notre Dame.
It resisted to 2 world wars. This is a message of achievement.
How did America help? You'll be surprised as you get a tour like no other. It's time for 60 Minutes.
I can see clearly now.
Clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS.
Yeah!
Tony, you coming?
No, I'm gonna stick around for an hour.
CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel, right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus fun. Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
we're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
Find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser, and we are following breaking news out of New Orleans. At least 10 people are dead and dozens more injured after city officials say a man intentionally drove a pickup truck into a crowd of people. This happened on the world-famous Bourbon Street overnight as people were celebrating the new year. It was around 3:15 in the morning local time. Officials say the man drove around barricades and hurtled down the street in very intentional behavior before opening fire on police officers. 2 officers were hit by gunfire. They are in stable condition in the hospital. CBS News has learned the suspect is dead, shot and killed by police. Now, officials say a long gun was recovered from the scene, and according to an investigative reporter with our affiliate WWL, it had a silencer, or more specifically, a suppressive device attached to it. Several potential explosive devices were also recovered near the scene and are being analyzed. The FBI is investigating this as a terrorist attack, and 2 sources familiar with the investigation tell CBS News the deceased suspect was wearing body armor. The truck that plowed through that crowd appeared to be flying a large black flag from the rear bumper, according to CBS News reviews of images. And law enforcement sources tell CBS News that investigators are looking into whether the flag is an ISIS flag or possibly tied to another foreign terror organization. Anna Schechter joins us now in Studio 57. She's a senior coordinating producer for our CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. What is the latest you're learning about the suspect?
The latest we can report the name of the suspect that investigators have homed in on. His name is Shamsud Din Jabbar, 42 years old, a U.S. citizen, resident of Texas. There are previous criminal record, including theft and driving with a suspended license. So we're starting to piece together the profile of the man who carried out this attack at this time. So chilling. It does appear that this person took some time to prepare for this, prepared the vehicle. It looks like there was a flag. Investigators are saying they're investigating whether it's an ISIS flag or possibly another terror group, foreign terror group's flag.
Did this vehicle belong to the suspect?
It seems the vehicle was obtained through like a ride-share app program in Texas. So it was like a rented vehicle. So that's what we know at this time, not necessarily belonging to Din Jabbar, but that the vehicle was rented in Texas and then driven to New Orleans to carry out this attack. He was wearing tactical gear. We have a photo of him after he was killed by police, gunfire, and he's wearing like camouflage pants, tactical gear. According to law enforcement sources, the long gun that he had a device that acts as a silencer. So all of this points to premeditation and a will to carry out an attack that would inflict as much carnage as possible.
And this suspect did open fire when that truck stopped, right? What can you tell us about that?
That's right. So as the truck was ramming through people, the suspect opened fire. Police then engaged in gunfire. He shot 2 police officers. 2 are in the hospital recovering. Hopefully we'll make a full recovery. And then he was shot and killed by law enforcement.
I don't know if it's clear or not, but was the suspect shooting while the vehicle was still in motion?
Our sourcing indicates that it possibly was, that they're looking at that, whether while he was plowing through is the term that they used, plowing through this crowd of people. There were dozens of people there out and about. It was New Year's Eve or just after New Year's in the early hours of the morning. That's why there are dozens of people injured. So this individual chose this specific place and time in part because there would be a crowd of people reveling over New Year's Eve.
What do we know about the barricades? You had spoken with a local official about a project that was being undertaken ahead of the Super Bowl in February.
That's right. They were right in the middle of a transition period to better protect, ironically, pedestrians on Bourbon Street. They were switching over to stainless steel, what they call as bollards, kind of barricades that allow for people to walk through them, but they could also be removed when the street is opened for traffic. So overnight, and we're still trying to pin down the details exactly what was going on there. But what officials say is that he was able to drive around the temporary barricades that were put in place because the old ones were removed. This was a project that began in November and was supposed to be completed in February, just in time for the Super Bowl when they were expecting more crowds there. So that is certainly an area of investigation. And did the suspect exploit this potential weakness in the system, and might more lives have been saved had there been larger and more stable structures in place?
So sad, because after the vehicle plowed through the Christmas market in Magdeburg, Germany on December 20th, we were talking about how, they had barricades, but these events, they're not foolproof, that somebody with a will can find a way to get in and inflict the most damage as possible. What are the next steps in this investigation? What questions are you asking?
Well, we've jumped over a big hurdle in identifying the suspect. Of course, motive is key right now. Investigators are piecing together a timeline exactly when the suspect obtained the vehicle and his driving route. How did he drive through? They're looking at his prior criminal record. And of course, did he act alone or not? Was he aided by anything? Our sources have told us they're looking at whether the owner of the vehicle knew of his plans. That's unclear at this time. But of course, they're asking those questions. They're asking about his online activity and any communication with foreign terror organizations. Was he inspired by, or was he connected to them in any way? Of course, lone wolves here in the United States can be inspired by these bigger ideas. And in the past, this has happened, Al-Qaeda and ISIS, with or without communication from a known member of that group. So they can just be inspired by the idea. So investigators are looking at that. They're looking at his online footprint. They're looking at threats. They're looking at writings, messages of intent, and were there red flags along the way?
And if you can hang out with us for a little bit and let us know what new information you can give us. I want to bring in Michael Hecht. He's the Infrastructure and Economic Development Coordinator for Super Bowl 59, which is set to take place Sunday, February 9th in New Orleans. Michael, thank you for being with us under these circumstances. First off, what are your initial reactions?
Well, it's a nightmare. And I was in New York, not New York City, when 9/11 happened. I was part of that rebuilding. And this has echoes of that sense of nightmarish quality, loss of life. And I think people are really shook.
Will security at the Super Bowl be escalated as a result of this?
I can't speculate on what improvements are going to be made. I would assume that they are, but I think that's something that the NFL and the FBI and the authorities are going to work on after the investigation.
Are you concerned at all about any potential impact this could have on attendance?
Obviously, it's a concern. I think what we have to recognize is that New Orleans has a long history of producing events with thousands of people very successfully, not just Super Bowls, but Mardi Gras and Jazz Fests, Essence Festival. This is something that we do. We're dealing with a tragedy right now, and we have to learn from it. But I have no question at all that we're going to be able to come back from this stronger than before, safer than before. It's just the nature and the history of this resilient city.
Are you confident that the French Quarter will be able to open for the Super Bowl festivities with potential additional security measures?
Yes, I have all the confidence in everybody who's involved in this, the FBI, the state police, NOPD. We have the best and brightest in the country and the world that are going to be working on this.
All right, Michael, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. We are continuing to follow this breaking news out of New Orleans after a truck ran into a crowd overnight, killing at least 10 people, injuring dozens more. We'll be right back. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
It was genocide, a deliberate effort by the United States government to eliminate the food source that was relied upon by Native American tribes.
American bison were slaughtered and Native Americans displaced.
And that's how tribes were subjugated to reservations and our lands were taken.
But now, through conservation efforts at Yellowstone,
Buffalo provided everything that we needed. Now they need help.
a herd grows
We need to step up and help them.
and a culture is reborn.
When the buffalo return and come back, that's when our tribe will begin to heal.
Yellowstone Bison Revival, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Let 60 Minutes take you on a private tour of the National Archives.
So there may be treasures like this buried in boxes.
Historical secrets from America's past.
So this is original from 1778?
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places. Bright, shiny faces.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Put me in the game, coach.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
The best interviews feel like it's just a conversation with a neighbor.
Hey.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask a question that is the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'll see you in the morning.
Listening to how someone explains themselves is so key to understanding their perspective.
The grief of losing a child is immense. You can't breathe.
After decades of the war on drugs, things have only gotten worse.
Every shipment of fentanyl is a ticking time bomb.
50 times more powerful than heroin.
CBS Reports goes deep into Mexico.
What is your role in the Sinaloa cartel?
To find out why the cartels keep getting stronger and wealthier.
This is a war, but we're not fighting it. Our citizens are dying.
Funding Cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are continuing to follow breaking news out of New Orleans. City officials say a truck slammed into a crowd along world-famous Bourbon Street overnight in the city's French Quarter. 10 people were killed and dozens more hurt in the middle of New Year's Eve celebrations. The FBI says the driver of the truck is also dead after a firefight with police. He has been identified, according to federal law enforcement sources to CBS News, as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a U.S. citizen who lived in Texas. He had previous criminal reports of theft and driving with a suspended license. Law enforcement sources say a long gun was recovered at the scene, and our affiliate WWL is reporting that was equipped with a silencer. We can also report that he was wearing body armor at the time. I want to go to CBS News congressional correspondent Scott McFarland in our D.C. bureau. Scott, what else can you tell us about what new information we have coming in about what happened and who this person is?
Yeah, let's start with the top line information from the FBI, that they are leading this investigation as a terrorism investigation. And according to our latest CBS News reporting, images we've reviewed from the scene show a black flag attached to the truck used in this attack. And there's an investigation as to whether that's a flag associated with ISIS or a different extremist group. But our reporting is that ISIS nor any other extremist group has not claimed responsibility for any attack today. We also know that there is a concern moving forward about what to do with tonight's Sugar Bowl. in New Orleans. We're expecting a 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. New Orleans time press conference with local authorities. Perhaps they'll update what the security regimen will be, if it will change at all for the Sugar Bowl, if any other adjustments are going to be made. But just as a reminder, the Sugar Bowl is a major sporting event in America in any year. And this year, there's added importance to the game in terms of football. So the crowd size is expected to be massive. Tens of thousands of people, if not more, gathered around the Superdome for the Sugar Bowl tonight. Then, of course, there's a Super Bowl in New Orleans in February, which is a national federal homeland security, national security event with an enormous security apparatus around it. There have been concerns, ongoing concerns in New Orleans about the threat of mass casualty attacks with a vehicle in the French Quarter, including on Bourbon Street. A CBS News review of city records and memos shows in 2017, they discussed possibly further limiting vehicular traffic in that area to prevent mass casualty events. But the city public works department in its memo also acknowledged that many of the businesses and homeowners nearby wanted to keep some vehicular traffic to ensure the businesses continued to thrive. That's an ongoing debate, not just in New Orleans, but in other U.S. cities, especially, Lindsay, when you bring into the context the December 21st deadly vehicle attack in Germany, which had so many symmetries to this, and a child died in that attack, and all the precautions that have been ongoing in Times Square in Washington, D.C. to reduce the threat of just this type of thing from happening.
And Scott, what can you tell us about what law enforcement was disseminating amongst themselves in the wake of that Magdeburg, Germany vehicular attack?
Yeah, as is often the case, the Department of Homeland Security and other intelligence agencies share warnings about risks or risk detection. And this was something that came up in a December 23rd circular that made its way around law enforcement and intelligence agencies, a concern that a similar attack to what happened in Germany could happen in the U.S. And then there's that other added concern, Lindsay, of copycats, somebody trying to emulate what they saw in Germany, what they saw this morning in New Orleans. Going to be a revisiting, I suspect, in some U.S. communities about vehicular access near the sites of mass gatherings. And I could just speak as somebody who's based here in Washington, D.C. January 6th is a national federal homeland security event with an enormous perimeter and fencing surrounding the Capitol, trying to mitigate a different type of threat. But Inauguration Day is 2 weeks later, with a crowd likely to measure hundreds of thousands. And I can tell you from having covered a handful of inaugurations before, those crowds fill the streets to get to the Capitol, streets that are open to vehicular traffic. We put in requests to the D.C., Capitol, and other law enforcement agencies in Washington to see if they're going to change any of their parameters and protocols ahead of January 20th.
Scott, you had mentioned a 2017 memo from the Public Works Department in New Orleans about the barricades and the bollard situation, but you also have information about a new project to fortify them ahead of the Super Bowl. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that project could be done before Super Bowl Sunday. It could be done as early as the first days of February 2025 now, to upgrade the bollards, to make them more efficient, potentially more effective, to make them more modern. This is a project that had any different number of motivations, according to the paperwork reviewed by CBS News, not strictly for security, but also for upgrading and updating. But that was a project that was underway in New Orleans, according to our CBS News review of city memos.
All right, Scott, thank you so much. CBS News political reporter Libby Cathy is in West Palm Beach, Florida. Libby, how is the White House responding?
Yeah, Lindsay, President Joe Biden spoke to reporters about an hour ago. He said he's in contact with every federal agency as the federal government responds to this attack. Now, as we've identified the suspect, now he did not answer questions about that suspect's identity. I believe we have some sound. We can go to that and see what President Joe Biden told reporters last hour about this attack.
I've contacted every agency in the federal government as well as the state. They're all coordinating to get to the bare facts. We know what the facts are.
Can you say if it was a foreigner or if he was a domestic?
I'm not going to say anything until I get all the facts in front of me.
Has the suspect been identified?
Again, I'm not going to comment till I speak to the group later. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to our FBI, NSC, and we're gathering all the, and I spent a lot of time with the government, with the mayor.
What was your reaction when you heard what happened?
Well, the reaction was one of anger and frustration. Thank you.
Now, that was last hour, and President Joe Biden did say that he would be speaking again today, or as he's in contact with the federal government, that more details would be shared. I also want to share with you what we've heard from President-elect Donald Trump, who is in West Palm Beach, we believe at his golf club after his annual New Year's Eve bash last night. He posted on Truth Social about this. I want to go exactly to what he said. He said, quote, when I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was refuted, but it turned out to be true. Now, we, again, do not know exactly. Actually, now we have identified the suspect is not a foreigner, but at this time, it seems that Trump was commenting, saying that this was a foreign-born person. This was not a citizen. We did not know that this morning, but this could indicate that Trump is receiving briefings. This is something that should have been happening in terms of that correspondence of memo that we've talked about before, with the smooth transition of power from the Biden to the Trump administration. It seems from that Truth Social post that potentially Trump has been in contact with officials in the Biden administration as they continue to respond. And as we heard that sound from President Joe Biden as well, we'll see if we hear from Trump today. We do have, our poolers out there just in case, but not expecting so far to hear from the president-elect. We will continue to monitor Truth Social. We also saw J.D. Vance, the vice president-elect, say that his heart is with those in New Orleans. And Donald Trump Jr., the president-elect's eldest son, also commented, saying essentially that he blames Biden for this. So that is some of the reaction we're getting. And I'll also just note that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is facing a vote on Friday to potentially be reelected as Speaker, that is what Johnson and Trump say they're hoping for. He is also scheduled to meet with Trump at Mar-a-Lago today. Johnson represents northern Louisiana, but still making that trip here to Mar-a-Lago, he says. And we have a statement earlier today from Speaker Mike Johnson. He called this a vicious attack on innocent people celebrating the new year, and asked Americans to join him in praying for the victims and for the first responders. So we will continue to monitor those reactions as we see them, Lindsay.
Okay, Libby, Kathy, thank you. I want to go back to Anna Schechter here in Studio 57. Anna, can you just clear up what we're learning about the suspect, who this person is?
Sure. This is a 42-year-old person from Texas who apparently rented the truck in Texas and drove to New Orleans to carry out this attack. We just learned from our colleague Sam Vinograd that law enforcement is investigating whether a fire that broke out at an Airbnb rented by the suspect in a nearby area in New Orleans was related to this attack. So this is potentially multiple locations now, or more than one. So that is also under investigation. As we reported before, our colleague Nicole Skanga learned that 4 explosive devices were found in the vehicle, in addition to the long gun that the suspect used to shoot into the crowd and injure those 2 police officers. It does appear that the people injured were injured by him ramming the vehicle into the crowd rather than the gunfire. But of course, fast-moving parts, we might learn more about the injured and the killed in the coming hours.
One question that I have for you, and I wonder if you're hearing anything from law enforcement officials yet, is how somebody with this level of planning can go undetected. We had heard in a report yesterday from our CBS News correspondent, Nikki Batiste. She was reporting about security threats to New York City, of course, an obvious point. So many people gather for the iconic ball drop. We know that police prepare every year, just everybody on deck for an event like that. But a law enforcement official had told her it was the unpredictability of the nature of these threats. So what are you hearing from your law enforcement sources about just how difficult it is to catch somebody like this before they do such a heinous act?
Listen, for decades, it's that lone wolf that authorities are most worried about because they can't really predict that. It's really hard to track. If it's one individual sitting in their home, in their residence, online, being inspired by an idea, whether it's a foreign terrorist organization or some other extremist ideology, and then obtaining weapons, which unfortunately in this country is too easy to do, and then taking that next step and carrying out the attack, those lone wolves who go undetected, maybe they even raise some red flags in some cases, and you and I have sat here looking at a school shooting that occurred in Georgia. There were red flags. The FBI flagged suspicious online activity. Local law enforcement went and interviewed the father of the school shooter and the school shooter, but they didn't have enough to warrant an arrest at that time. So it's really tricky. There are challenges if we live in this society where there's a lot of personal freedom, and that does inhibit security to a certain extent. And law enforcement, like, for example, Rebecca Weiner, who's the counterterrorism czar who spoke to our own Nikki Batiste down at One Police Plaza, NYPD headquarters, that's what she's most worried about. She's worried about state-sponsored attacks, but she's even more worried about people in this country, American citizens. It appears that the person who carried out this attack, Bin Jabbar, was an American citizen. He has a social security number. I just looked up his address in Houston. He appeared to have been inspired by an extremist ideology. All signs are pointing to that. That's certainly the core of the investigation that the FBI isn't conducting right now, looking at motive. So it's really hard to thwart that, especially with the loose gun laws and weapons laws that we do have. Although the FBI does live online, and they look for and flag when someone is downloading, how to make a bomb, how to make an IED. There are FBI agents lurking and trying to find that out.
Anna, thank you so much. As always, we continue to follow this breaking news out of New Orleans after a truck ran into a crowd overnight, killing 10 and injuring dozens more. Stay with CBS News 24/7 as we stay on this developing story.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
I can see clearly now.
Clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS.
Yeah!
Tony, coming?
No, I'm going to stick around for an hour.
CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel, right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus fun.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
These 7 miles of tunnels were the secret storage site for fuel for the Navy's Pacific Fleet and planes.
So this is one of the tanks.
Oh my gosh.
What happened 20 stories below ground is a story for 60 Minutes.
This thing that was a lifeline for the fleet is a threat.
That's right.
I'm Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours, and of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me most. Listen to Murder in the Orange Grove, the troubled case against Crosley Green, wherever you get your podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Sunday morning, a visit with the Wayans at Papa's house, plus affairs of state with the diplomat, and in praise of pigeons. Listen for the trumpet.
Remembering President Jimmy Carter, continuing coverage on CBS News. The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcast.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser. We've been following breaking news out of New Orleans. We continue to monitor the scene where at least 10 people have been killed, 35 hurt when a man drove a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street. The FBI is investigating the attack as possible terrorism. The suspect is dead. He has been identified by federal officials as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a U.S. citizen who lived in Texas and had previous criminal reports of theft and driving with suspended license. Our New Orleans affiliate WWL is covering this story. Let's join them.
Bourbon Street. We've also been seeing a lot of movement with the Orleans Parish Coroner's vans making their way onto and out of Bourbon Street. Again, 10 people were killed when that man plowed into a crowd on Bourbon Street, killing those 10 people and injuring about 36 other people, including 2 officers that were injured when shots rang out when that person ran through the crowd. And of course, officers shot at the man when that person also pulled out a gun. So a lot of different details that are coming out of this, and still information that is actively coming out of this this incident that happened earlier this morning, again just after 3:15 in the morning. I've been speaking to witnesses all throughout the morning, and the first woman that I spoke to says that she was actually on Bourbon Street and was just sitting along the side near the CVS. I just saw her sitting there, and I just had to talk to her. Something told me that something had happened to her just by the way she would look. You could tell that she was shaken up, clearly shaken, and she was literally within feet of that car that ran into the crowd. She told me that it was literally by the grace of God, she says, that she was able to escape and run with her life. Another man that I spoke to who was actually in the Royal Sonesta, which is actually a hotel on Bourbon Street, he said he was inside. He heard some popping and banging that he initially thought was fireworks because, of course, I mean, it is New Year's. And he quickly realized that it was not that. It was, in fact, gunshots. Ran outside and, of course, did see quite a few people laying on the ground. He did see some people who were deceased, and, of course, he jumped into action, being a military veteran, to try to help those people who were injured after this horrific attack. He says that, unfortunately, some people just did not make it out and off of this street alive. Others, of course, were able to make their way to the hospital, where they are continued to be treated here at hospitals across our area right now. That man also described the scene. He said he felt like he was back in Iraq. So that just goes to show you the true scope and the gravity of what people saw out here. I mean, you heard Chief Ann Kirkpatrick say that this individual absolutely intended to cause harm. He intended to kill people. He intended to just disrupt the peace and just cause carnage here, in the words of Chief Ann Kirkpatrick. And I would say he did just that. Of course, we are still waiting to hear more from law enforcement. Again, that latest update will be coming in at 1 o'clock. They've since pushed that back. Governor Jeff Landry will be joining Mayor LaToya Cantrell, Ann Kirkpatrick, and, of course, FBI agents who are now taking over this investigation. I know a lot of people have been speaking about the barriers on Bourbon Street. Were the barriers up? Were the barriers down? I did talk to one witness out here who says that when they were out and about on Bourbon Street, the barriers were not down. As we all know, there's a very expansive project that's happening right now to repair those barriers here on Bourbon Street. But again, we're still waiting on more information from the city of New Orleans to figure out exactly if the barriers were down here in the quarter on Bourbon Street or not. But again, this is a very fluid situation. We are having information come in by the minute, so be sure that you are staying connected with us. Again, a lot of information circulating on social media, and it's very hard to sift through it all. We are sifting through it all, so you don't have to, and you can make sure that you are receiving the correct and accurate information for you as you continue to try and wrap your mind around what exactly happened. But again, the basics of the information that we know right now: 10 people are dead, and at least 35 other people were injured after a man plowed into the crowd here on Bourbon Street as they were celebrating for New Year's. Of course, as always, we'll continue to keep you guys up to date as we will bring you more throughout the rest of the day. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
Hot, I think.
All right, Leah, thank you so much for that update. We are jumping in for Brandon and Mike. Sharice Gibson and Devin Bartolotti here, continuing to cover this mass casualty on Bourbon Street, where you have 10 people dead, 35 injured after a person drove a truck down a very crowded Bourbon Street during New Year's Eve weekend, as well as the beginning of Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, this is beyond tragic. We've been talking about this all morning now, and things are changing so quickly. We are learning so much more as the minutes go on here. We know at this time that this happened right around 3:15 at the corner of Canal Street and Bourbon Street. We know that the suspect has been shot by police, and also that 2 officers were shot and injured, but we do know that they are stable in the hospital.
Of course, there are many other victims that are in the hospital right now. We're going to get an update on those victims and more about the suspect, who we just learned his name, that has been coming out recently, that has just been confirmed for us, rather. And they have more information about this suspect potentially coming from Texas, but we do know that he was driving a truck that was rented through a Turo app. And if you guys are not familiar with the Turo app, this is a kind of peer-to-peer rental system where you can rent cars from other people.
Yeah.
You just exchange the keys, and you have a truck with a Texas license plate. We're told that the suspect possibly came from Texas, but we're still working and hoping to get more information about that. But again, 10 people dead, mass casualty here, 35 people that are inside of the hospital, and police are currently investigating a fire that happened in St. Rock that may be also connected to this.
Yeah, there potentially is that second scene that we know that police and federal agents are handling right now. That's near Mandeville Street and Urquhart in St. Rock. We're told that the FBI and the ATF are there with canines, and that some people have been told to evacuate homes near that area. In addition, law enforcement has swept several properties in the French Quarter, some of them after suspicion, some of them as a precaution. That includes the St. Rock Market, the French Market, the Colonnade Shops, and Café du Monde. Again, some of them because there was some suspicion there, some of them just as a precautionary measure.
Yeah, we heard from our David Hammer a little bit earlier, one of our chief investigators, telling us a little bit more information about the potential IEDs that were found. They said they did detonate devices that they weren't necessarily clear was an explosive device, but out of necessary precaution, obviously wanted to detonate those devices as they investigate. So this calls into question if there will be any more closures within the French Quarter. We do know that right now New Orleans Police Department is saying that people should avoid the French Quarter as they continue through this investigation. And of course, this is very early, and now that we do have a suspect and we do have people who are giving us a little bit more information about what happened in the early morning hours on one of our most popular streets in New Orleans, Bourbon Street, we are getting a clearer picture of exactly what happened here and how tragic this truly was.
If you have, this is an important note for those of you who are maybe families seeking information about someone who you can't find after this incident. NOLA Ready is posting a lot of information on its official website, but we do know that at this time there is a reunification center set up at UMC, at University Medical Center. They're asking you to go to the UMC Conference Center, which is on the first floor across from Tower 2. That is the midpoint of the hospital there, and that will allow you to find more information about your loved one if you're looking for them. They're also saying that if you're a resident in Orleans Parish looking for assistance regarding this incident, you can call 311.
And we, of course, mentioned that the suspect has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Den Jabbar. This is according to NOLA.com and our sources with CBS News as well, that this suspect, again, 42-year-old Shamsud Den Jabbar, not necessarily clear on that suspect's first name, but of course that might possibly change. Now, we do have today the All-State Sugar Bowl. Of course, we know New Year's Eve is a huge tourist attraction to New Orleans, especially with people, revelers on Bourbon Street going into the early morning hours. Bourbon Street is a street where people at any time of the day you may find a lot of people, but especially people there who go from the New Year's Eve celebrations right into the Sugar Bowl. As far as we know, and as far as we've heard from the Sugar Bowl committee is planning to continue with that game today, but there are sweeps that are happening at the Superdome, obviously out of precaution because we have a number of people that are in town. The Sugar Bowl attracts more than some 60,000 fans that you have from Notre Dame and you have from Georgia. So you have people that are in town from all over to attend this game, and this stokes a lot of fear with those people going to the Superdome and with people who are staying in the French Quarter, whether it's hotels, Airbnbs, wherever they are in the city right now. So we have a lot of people that are in town, and they're carefully watching watching us so that we can give them the most accurate information. And joining us right now on this ed, we have Councilman Oliver Thomas. Thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, not the way that we want to start the new year.
No, I've spent the last several hours since wee hours of the morning in the emergency room, there with victims, there with the law enforcement officials who were there recovering from their injuries, there with the medical professionals, and shout out to them at University Hospital, as well as the families. One of the young men, police officers who was shot, his family comes from the neighborhood we grew up in.
Right.
We grew up in.
Yeah.
So that was extremely tragic. They were extremely concerned, but the medical professionals there were doing everything. When I left the emergency room, the one officer was finally resting, and the other was there with his dad, who is a law enforcement official, talking about how heroic they are. The two who were nursing their wounds, along with the other two who neutralized the suspect, had they not done that, thousands of other lives and injuries could have been at stake and were in jeopardy.
This is one of those things that you see in headlines around the world. Something similar just happened in Germany shortly ago at a Christmas market there. And it's one of those things that you always hope never happens in the city where you live. And when you see that headline, when you see the news like that, it is just, it's horrible.
Well, Bourbon Street is one of the most iconic destinations in the world. New Orleans, this little glorious, hard-knock city, as small as it is, we host more visitors per capita than cities 2 times and 3 times our size. So it was definitely intentional what happened here. But we're not only resilient, Sharice, you know, we're very strong people.
Yes, we are.
You're not going to frighten us. You're not going to take away our culture and our freedom, and I think people need to know that. And this was not just an attack on New Orleans and not just an attack on this game. This was an attack on our country and our freedom. And at some point, these people have to be brought to justice. You have to find them, whoever they are, and they have to know that you're not going to take away our freedoms. You're not going to threaten our events and our culture. And whatever we need to do, then we're going to stop you. And I just left a briefing, and I'm so proud of Chief Kirkpatrick, Colonel Hodges, our federal partners there. They are reassessing the situation, hard sites for pedestrian and vehicular access. So what the public needs to know at this, they're working right now to make sure that we can not only prevent or mitigate this. Now, bollards wouldn't have stopped this individual. They drove around the barricades.
I was wondering, because I've spoken to police sources who say that there were units that were stationed at Canal and Bourbon Street, as they typically are when we have a major event. I know that when you have a major event that's happening in New Orleans, whether it's Sugar Bowl, Bayou Classic, New Year's Eve, it feels like French Quarter's like Fort Knox. It's hard to get into it, and you have intersections that are blocked off, and it's carefully orchestrated with multiple hundreds of officers, I'm told, being out there, and it was enforced. So we saw plenty of police presence. This was someone who's determined, but there is a question about the bollards. You know, some people question the timing of the bollards necessarily being down right now or being removed as they're being replaced.
First of all, it's not the time to question what if, who coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Right.
The time for us to come together, have faith in our law enforcement officials, and talk about what they are doing, and be prayerful, right, for the families and the victims right now. I'm not a law enforcement official. I'm not going to question what was, what is, or what could have been. But the briefing that I was just in, our public needs to be confident that all of our federal, state, and local partners right now are doing everything they can to make sure that we're safe and safer moving forward, period. One of the most touching moments, Sharice, that happened this morning was a young woman who graduated from the academy with a young man who grew up in our community.
Yeah.
She made her way there to see how her comrade was. And it was a tearful moment, right? So the other thing we also have to understand is that what are they going through?
Right. Do we know, as you were in the emergency room, do we have a sense of who these victims are? Because we heard someone that mentioned that they were mostly local. We're hearing from people that were law enforcement. Do we know if these are a lot of people from our community or mostly visitors?
Well, what you and I know, it's a good thing about being authentic New Orleans, is that portion of Bourbon Street is usually, it's usually us.
Yeah.
You know, that time of night.
Yes.
Is usually a lot of locals, but whoever they are, wherever they're from, They're getting the very best care from UMC. And law enforcement officials right now are doing everything they can to make sure we can minimize and eliminate these kind of threats moving forward. How do you harden locations for vehicle and pedestrian access? That's the briefing I just left, and I'm confident. But we also can't forget that our law enforcement team, state and local here, we train other people around the world how to deal with crowd control in major events.
Well, because we handle these events every single year. When you think about Mardi Gras.
Well, there's so more festivals per capita than any other city.
Jazz Festival, French Quarter Festival.
French Quarter Fest had almost 1 million people. Jazz Fest broke records last year.
Well, with so many things coming up, I mean, you've got the Super Bowl in just about a month, then you've got Mardi Gras, then
French Quarter Fest.
Yeah, French Quarter Fest, St. Patrick's Day, all these things coming up. How do you reassure not just locals, but also visitors who are seeing these headlines from around the world that this is a safe place to be?
I think that knowing that our federal, state, and local partners are on top of it. Just like what happened with 9/11 in New York City, right? It didn't shut down our world. They wanted to shut down our economy. They wanted to affect our freedom. But we came together, and Sharice, you know better than anybody, from Betsy to Katrina and everything in between, from the 1927 floods to now. One thing about New Orleanians, we're tough. We're not just resilient, and you're not going to stop our traditions.
I have to ask you, you know, in the French Quarter, obviously we talked about IEDs potentially being found. Before I ask you that question, I want to switch on over to Sheriff Susan Hudson, who's giving us an update right now. Sheriff Hudson is here.
Is available right now. We also want folks to know that, because I've gotten had people reach out to me about they're looking for their loved ones. They could be at a number of area hospitals. We put out on our social media about our victims unit, where family members can reach out to get resources and to find out information. And if you can't find your loved one at that particular hospital, reach out so we can try and help you find out where they're at. So we want to make sure people can check on their people and make sure their folks are safe. Gut-wrenching. I woke up to this morning. I've got deputies in the quarter. We had our booking bus in the quarter, so I'm reaching out trying to find out how's our team. Is everybody safe? We had officers respond to that. We got to check on them, make sure they're all right. So right now I'm in a couple of different modes. Number one, making sure we're part of the process for keeping things safe. And number two, making sure all of our team is all right and we're ready.
New Orleans knows how to prepare for major events with large crowds of people. We know the ballers weren't working under repair currently. How come there wasn't a plan B in place to make sure that something like this wasn't going to happen?
Well, so all questions about the investigation have to go to the FBI and the city as they're conducting that investigation. We're here to support the policing function moving forward, make sure, whatever happens with the game, whatever happens with folks who are here in our city, we've got a lot of people here, making sure that we take care of that. All questions about the investigation need to go through the FBI and the city.
How is the Sheriff's Department?
Happens with the game, do you expect it to happen?
I'm not sure. And again, that's not my call. Again, my call is to be here to support all our law enforcement, all our first responders, and to help support this community and keep it safe.
How is the Sheriff's Department moving forward with ensuring safety?
Yeah, we're a part of all these discussions. Number one, making sure we have assets available. So for instance, if they need more deputies, if they need any resources from us, we have a number of resources. As you know, the Sheriff's Department is a mini city. So if we need extra cars out on the street or something of that nature, we're just making sure that we are a part of that, helping secure the city that we love so much. And I want this community also to know that Sheriff's Department from all over the state, the Sheriff's Association have reached out and promised help and support if we need that. But we have a lot of sheriffs right around us who are helping as well, and they were in there too talking about it. So again, public safety is job number one right now.
Can you talk to the unified command right now? We saw, like you said, JPSO parked out here. There's, I think, like every single type of law enforcement agency I've seen in the past hour.
Yeah, and we want our community to know that. We've come together, state, federal, local, our surrounding parishes, all the sheriffs in the state have offered resources if we need those. So yeah, we're ready to deal with this issue, keep people safe, and whatever happens moving forward. We have got a big year planned, right? And we're going from Sugar Bowl to Super Bowl to Mardi Gras. So we're, the planning looking at what we're going to do, but most importantly, coming together. And that's what we're doing.
Can you talk?
Is anything swept for anything, like other explosive devices from your understanding, anything like that?
Well, again, all questions about the investigation or that response need to go through the FBI and the New Orleans Police Department. They'll know what they're able to release and what they're not. And again, we're supporting them 100%.
Anyone in your command injured from this morning's?
Not injured, but affected, right? Right? It was absolute just chaos when that man went through there and did what he did. And so, that affects everybody. The first responders, that affects them as well. And seeing what happened down there, So job number one, securing the city. Job number two, taking care of our team.
Can you talk to what that looks like? This has impacted the whole entire city, and the first responders really are right there. They're seeing this carnage. What does that look like for you as the sheriff, as the head of this department, to make sure mentally and emotionally that your people are okay?
I got to take care of my team. I reached out to all of them personally. They're up all night, right? Some of them are trying to get some sleep right now because they were up all night and just exhausted, trying to keep the community safe. But I checked in with all of them, right? I want them to know their sheriff cares and that I'm supporting them 100%. This is not easy work, right? And seeing this type of thing go down can be tough. I got to support them 100%, and that's what I want this community to know. I'm doing that. I want the men and women of this department to know I'm doing that. Reaching out to all of them. I've already reached out to them all just to let them know I'm here. When they're able to talk, I'm going to do that as well. I got to check on them personally.
What are the next few days going to look like for you and for the city?
Being on ready. We have our chiefs here, majors here, all of our assets, whether those are our investigative services, those are our patrolling functions, those are our reserves who are out in the streets every day for this city, making sure we have that, any other assets we may need to support, equipment we may need to support, we're pledging to give 100%.
Let's talk about tonight after the game, celebrations, fans celebrating the win. What's that going to look like for your team out tonight patrolling or keeping people safe?
Vigilance, right? We got to be keeping a lookout about what's going on, making sure we're safe first, that we are prepared, safe. We got all our safety equipment, and we're being very vigilant about what's going on, and I know our team will do that.
Any message to fans, people just out and about and here for this big event?
Everybody in this unified command here loves the city. We love the people of the city. We love what it represents to this community and to this country. And people from all over the world come here. We love the city. We're here to protect the city. We're putting everything at our disposal to do that. And we want our community to know that, and all our visitors here as well.
My last question, at least for me, obviously there's a lot of talk about tourists and visitors, but there's a lot of people here, people who this is their home, and they're tired of being resilient. This is really hurting them. What do you say to people who love this city because they're born and raised here?
Yeah, we would say, I want my messages to both our community, right? Because this culture is what makes people want to come here, and it's the people of the city that drive that culture. And yeah, we're tired of being resilient, but this is the way the world is. We did not create this, but this is the way the world is. People extremists want to send a message in a horrible way, and this is the way the world is. That doesn't mean we're going to give in to them, and we are going to fight back with everything we have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
OPSO Sheriff Susan Hudson just giving us an update. Obviously, as we said, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and leading this investigation right now, but it is a unified command here in New Orleans, not just here at NOPD headquarters, but all around this city. When I was over on Bourbon Street earlier a few hours ago, as they were still sweeping through Bourbon Street and looking at every single corner, there was FBI, state troopers, NOPD, and again, here at NOPD headquarters, in every single direction that I can see, there is every single type of law enforcement agency. Earlier we saw TSA, we've seen state troopers, Troop NOLA, NOPD, OPSO, TSA, Public Safety Department. Again, every single type of law enforcement agency has their eyes and their efforts on what happened this morning. Of course, working to make sure that the city is safe, tourists are safe, residents are safe, making sure that do they have all the pieces together. We're expecting to get an update from all these law enforcement agencies in about 30 minutes here at NOPD headquarters at 1 p.m. That was supposed to be at 11 a.m. Again, that was pushed back to 1 p.m. We have a statement here from the FBI that I'm going to read part of it. This came in just before Susan Hudson came out and spoke with us. They said, again, we have that identity of the suspect, 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, a U.S. citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to have been rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came into possession of the vehicle. An ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and a potential IED were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. Again, every single law enforcement agency is working on this right now. We're hoping to get more information. A lot of questions still left unanswered. How did this happen? Especially why did this happen? What was the motivation behind this? I'm not sure if we'll get that answer, but we're definitely going to ask once we get to that press conference in about 30 minutes. This situation is such a fast-moving situation. From 1 minute to the next, we're getting more information, more things are coming out. We're hearing from different people. I think the overall message here from everyone is we want to make sure, and they want to make sure, that the city is safe and that nothing else is going to happen. And they got every single corner of this investigation. Every stone is being turned over. As we heard from Congressman Troy Carter earlier, they're putting, again, every single effort into making sure that they have all the questions answered and they leave nothing left unturned. A lot of people really hurt by this situation. You just heard from Sheriff Susan Hudson that this is really affecting the department, as I'm sure other departments as well as first responders. You see the carnage that Chief Kirkpatrick was speaking about. So, yeah, a lot of moving things right now, but we're about to head inside to get that update from law enforcement. For now, reporting live at NOPD headquarters, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
All right, Alyssa, thank you so much. And as Alyssa just mentioned, at 1 o'clock, we're going to bring you that news conference live from FBI officials, of course, local law enforcement as well as city leaders. We have one city leader with us right now, again, joining us. Oliver, you listened to what Sheriff Susan Hudson had to say, and you were inside of the emergency room as people were being brought in and having conversations with people who were impacted. Can you tell us what you saw there?
Well, I want to thank the sheriff. She's also been part of the briefing about how we move forward this morning. But the medical professionals at University Hospital, many who were off came back in. I didn't see any life-threatening injuries while I was there. Everyone seemed to be stable. The 2 officers who were there seemed to be stable. But man, we were so fortunate to have our medical professionals not only there and ready, but those who could help come back to service our community. And as I said before, to see other men and women of the police department come by to check on their colleagues, right? And I'll share a little funny story. One of the officers who was there because of his wounds, when we asked him what he wanted, he said he just wanted to get a Sprite.
Okay.
He said, to somebody, just bring him a soft drink.
Right.
He'll be okay.
Something to comfort him.
Yeah. And he was, his family was there with him. The other officer, his dad, was there. And one of the officers finally went to sleep. He was getting some rest while the other guy was there with his family members.
I mean, it's certainly such good news to hear that they are talking and you know, engaging in that way. I also know that you mentioned that you were in that briefing with some law enforcement officials earlier this afternoon or earlier today. I would like to know, what can you tell us about what happened in there? How are we going to move forward? What kind of discussions?
That's a great question. For the citizens out there, you need to know that they're assessing the situation, reassessing the situation now. How do we take a look at making sure the perimeter is safe?
Yes.
How to access pedestrian, vehicular access. And I was real comforted by what I heard from NOPD officials, federal officials, as well as state officials, is that how do we give access, pedestrian and vehicle access to the dome? How do we funnel people through checkpoints to make sure that there isn't anyone else like this individual, but also while the investigation is going on, to comb every square inch of that area to make sure that there aren't any other explosive devices and that there aren't any other potential perpetrators.
I was going to say, since they had explosive devices, potential explosive devices that were found in different areas of the French Quarter, is the French Quarter on a lockdown right now as you guys assess this situation?
Great question. There's still a crime scene on Bourbon Street right now. They've extended out a certain perimeter to certain streets, but there are parts of the quarter that are accessible. There are people trying to do business.
Right.
There are merchants there who wanted to take advantage of this celebration and all the people coming in town. A lot of the people they're going to make their money because of these special events that sustain them and their families throughout the year. But they're reassessing everything based on what they find and the information that they gather. I was comforted with the chief, our federal partners, Colonel Hodges and our state partners. They're on top of it, and they're looking at every square inch of that community and every safety measure that can make sure we're safe moving forward.
Councilman, thank you so much for your time, for being here with us. We certainly appreciate it, and I know that the officers likely really appreciate you stopping by the hospital as well to send your well wishes.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Councilman Oliver Thomas joining us now as we continue to follow this breaking news of a tragedy on Bourbon Street. 10 people killed, 35 people injured, and several hospitals across the area because of a person. This person, 42-year-old, if I can get this right, Shamsud Den Jabbar, driving down Bourbon Street, a crowded Bourbon Street, early New Year's Day, around 3:15 in the morning, which if you know Bourbon Street, I always say it's a street that never closes. It's a street that is always open all the time. So at any time, you can find people on the street at that hour.
But especially on New Year's Eve.
Right.
We know it was very crowded at that time.
Right.
We do have some new information this afternoon from the FBI that just came in. We know that suspect, Shamsud Den Jabbar, is a United States citizen. He is from Texas. The FBI is saying that an ISIS flag was located in his vehicle along with a potential IED. And there were also other potential IEDs located in the French Quarter. So the FBI is leading this investigation, but we do know that local law enforcement is playing a huge role in supporting them in this effort and in the investigation.
I know we talk about local law enforcement and what they're doing, as well as the ATF, the FBI. They are currently right now on Mandeville Street. That is where our reporter Winston Reed is right now, and that is where Winston says apparently they were drawn to this location because of a fire at a home the suspect potentially was renting as an Airbnb. Winston, what more can you tell us?
Right now, residents who live in this St. Roch neighborhood, they've been forced to evacuate their homes because of that reported fire earlier this morning. The investigation has expanded from Bourbon Street in the French Quarter over here to the St. Roch neighborhood off of Mandeville. And I'm here with Jeff Gonzalez, who's one of those people here this morning who had to evacuate the St. Roch neighborhood. Thank you for joining us. Now, tell me, Jeff, where is the house that you were at and you were staying at in accordance to the Airbnb that investigators are surrounding?
I'm the house right next door.
You're right next door. Okay, can you just walk me through this morning, just play out what happened?
I left the house about 5 o'clock to bring my sister to the airport, and I noticed that the smell in the air was what we thought was fireworks the night before. You could smell it even at 12:30 when we got home. But it was really strong at 5 o'clock in the morning, but I was on my way to the airport and didn't stop. When I got back from the airport at 6 was when the fire trucks were there.
Were you able to get back into the home after you came back from the airport?
I was. At that point, they had contained the fire. There were still hoses going into the house, and one of the residents there said the damage was minimal and no one was hurt. And so I went into the house and talked with my partner about it for a bit, and then we went back to sleep and woken up a couple hours later to a knock on the door saying that the area was being evacuated.
And walk me through that evacuation. What were you told by law enforcement, and where did you have to go after that evacuation?
They explained only that it might be in connection to the events that happened on Bourbon Street last night, and that the Ring camera footage from our place was of great interest to them. So I left with the dog, but my partner is still there in the area of interest with the footage, going over it with the police. And
so he's over. Your partner is still at the house.
And I left without my phone, so I have had no contact with him.
No contact. Can you tell me, have you seen anything suspicious? You know, neighbors have said that they've seen a white truck in the area prior to that terrorist attack over in the French Quarter. Have you seen a white truck? Have you seen anything suspicious? Have you seen the suspect at all?
No, I haven't. And honestly, I was going to get my sister to the airport, so I wasn't really paying attention to the vehicles that were around the area.
Nothing suspicious over the past 24 or 48 hours?
No, just that smell when we got home, but we attributed it to fireworks.
And that is an Airbnb, so oftentimes there are transient people visiting the area who are staying at that house besides.
Yeah, my boyfriend's parents stayed there at Thanksgiving.
Any idea on the extent of the damage of that home right now? We aren't able to get a clear visual of the house from where we were standing.
What I was told was that it was minimal, and there was a 2-hour gap between when the firemen had said that it was contained to when we were evacuated. So my understanding was that they found something that made them evacuate the neighborhood, beyond it just being a regular fire.
Right. So is everybody in your home, and do you know of anybody in your neighborhood who, any reported injuries, anyone hurt?
I have not heard of anybody hurt, but again, I have no contact with my boyfriend right now, so.
All right. Jeff, thank you so much for that update. So that's Jeff Gonzalez. He was evacuated earlier today following the report of the fire at an Airbnb right next door. He was in the house right next door to that Airbnb that had the reported fire, and that is where you see all the law enforcement agents and New Orleans Fire as well in front of that home. And he did say that his partner is going over video footage with law enforcement to get more details and more clarity on this investigation. Of course, we now know the name of the suspect, and perhaps we are able to see the suspect on video. I mean, what direction is the Ring camera? Well, it's facing forward, so will we be able to see the suspect at all?
It's possible, but I was evacuating with the dog when they were just getting the footage. That was 4 hours ago, but I've had no contact, so I don't know what's on there.
All right, so again, his partner is going over that Ring doorbell camera footage, so hopefully we'll be able to get an update on what investigators see on that footage, and we will keep you up to date. And again, law enforcement, NOPD, and other law enforcement agents and agencies are going to hold a briefing at around 1 o'clock, so less than 30 minutes, about 25 minutes from now. So that's the latest here from the St. Roch neighborhood, Winston Reed, WWL, Louisiana.
Winston, thank you so much. Now, we were talking about this earlier. There are multiple locations in regards to where there's a potential attack could have happened. So you had this on Bourbon Street where the car attack happened. They said that the suspect was found with a long gun with the silencer, as well as being found with a potential explosive device, 2 devices that actually had to be detonated, and several devices were detonated around the French Quarter, whether that was near Jack's Brewery in certain locations. So this is a situation where people are, and even what's happening over on Mandeville Street, it's still a very active situation, a situation where it's very fluid and it could change at any moment.
Yeah, we were just speaking with Councilman Thomas here. He said that law enforcement is working very diligently to, first of all, figure out if this person acted alone or if there are potentially other people involved in this situation. We know that the law enforcement has swept several properties in the French Quarter. That includes the French Market, the St. Roch Market, Colonnade Shops, also Cafe du Monde. We know that there were, as you mentioned, those potential IEDs found in other places in the French Quarter. We don't know for sure
if they were
where they
explosive
were,
devices,
or if they were explosive devices. There is so much here that is changing so quickly, and so much that we're learning right now.
All right, we have our coverage continuing. Leah McNeil has been out all morning for us. Leah, do we have any updates from where you are?
Well, guys, I just spoke to a business owner who actually owns a business right here behind me, the Kilwins Chocolates and Ice Cream. He says that they were actually closing up shop this morning when he just heard all of the screaming, the shouting, and even some of those shots that were fired out here on Bourbon Street for it this morning. As you can see right now, still a very active scene out here. He did go inside to try to retrieve some surveillance camera video. He said his cameras didn't capture enough the way they were angled, so unfortunately won't be any help to police. But he says that it was just unfortunately not a sight that he is not used to seeing. He says unfortunately there's always a lot of crime that he experiences having his business in this location, especially when it comes to people coming in and out of Bourbon Street. But nonetheless, he said he's not worried about the business that he is going to lose today. He's worried about the people, those 10 people who lost their lives, and also those other people who were injured now trying to recover in the hospital this morning. So business owners are, again, he says he was grateful for the swift police response, but he is, like many other people I've heard today, say that they are really want to know more about what the city is going to do when it comes to making sure that Bourbon Street is more secure, that the French Quarter is more secure. He did mention that, of course, we have Mardi Gras coming up, the Sugar Bowl today, and also other events that we always have all year round. So he says he's very interested to see what the city's going to do more to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again.
Leah, thank you so much for your reporting down from, she's at Canal and Bourbon Street right now.
Yes.
Certainly so active. We see lots of law enforcement behind her.
Yeah, so we talk about the Sugar Bowl that's coming up, which that is a lot of conversation actually, and I think we're going to hear a little bit more about what happens, as that game usually is an evening game, so it hasn't happened for a few hours. We can tell you that the Superdome has been swept, or is currently being swept by police, but I can say we are talking about one of the biggest games that's coming up in the city of New Orleans, with that being the Super Bowl, and the NFL did issue a statement, and I'm just going to read this in part. It says the NFL and the local host committee have been working collaboratively with local, state, and federal agencies the past 2 years and have developed comprehensive security plans. These planning sessions will continue as they do with all major NFL events, and we are confident attendees will have a safe and enjoyable Super Bowl experience. That was a question that we posed, that we've been posing all day. We heard from Sheriff Susan Hudson, and that we posed to Councilman Oliver Thomas to talk a little bit more about how do we ensure the safety of not just the people who are visiting the city of New Orleans, but at its core, you know, still the French Quarter, while it is a very fun tourist destination, it is still a community, a neighborhood where people live. So ensuring the people's safety there as well, local safety.
And not only that you are safe, but that you feel safe, because the perception of being safe in a city when you have seen things or heard of things like this happening, that's so important, because you want people to come to your city and enjoy it and again, feel as though they are not in any danger whenever they're out on places like Bourbon Street.
Yeah, a lot of people are just joining us now from around the world, actually. We're finding out that there is a terrorist attack that happened. A truck drove down a very busy Bourbon Street, 3:15 in the morning, with 10 people being killed, 35 people in the hospital right now, and we now have a name of that suspect.
Yeah, we just heard from the FBI a short time ago confirming that name. That is Shamsuddin Jabbar. He is 42 years old, and we know at this time he is a U.S. citizen from Texas. Now, this information is coming from the FBI. They're saying an ISIS flag was found in that vehicle, and also a possible explosive device was found in that vehicle as well. That was a Ford truck that was rented from an app called Turo. So he was not the owner of this vehicle, but rather rented that vehicle. It had a Texas license plate. And at this time, we are trying to learn more about where that truck may have come from, where it had been in the days and hours leading up to this incident.
Yes, and I want to just jump back to the Super Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, actually. We've been talking about possible delays in the Sugar Bowl. Well, what could possibly happen? We can confirm that the Sugar Bowl officials and law enforcement, they are in talks right now to possibly delay the Sugar Bowl until tomorrow. We don't know if that's going to happen, but there is a conversation that is happening, and rightfully so, given the situation that's gone on. And unfortunately, also the tragic situation, we also found out that according to the University of Georgia, they're one of the teams that are playing tonight and potentially playing tonight in the Sugar Bowl. One of their students was critically injured in that French Quarter attack. They released a statement just a couple of moments ago saying, at this point, we have learned that a University of Georgia student was critically injured in the attack and is receiving medical treatment. This is from the president of the university. They said they spoke to the student's family and they share their concerns, support, and well wishes on behalf of the entire UGA community. Again, Sugar Bowl brings in more than 60,000 fans, and you're talking about that in addition to our New Year's Eve celebrations and the people locally who enjoy what's happening in downtown New Orleans.
And we've been talking so much about what we're learning about the suspect, but we really don't know at this point very much about the victims of this attack. We know that there were 10 people who died and at least 35 people who were injured, and lots of families who are trying to find their loved ones as well. I anticipate in the coming hours we're going to learn more about them.
Right, and of course I just told you about this Georgia student that was injured. We did hear from Georgia fans earlier today. Here's what they had to say.
Can you describe what it was like last night, having to be evacuated? What time did it happen, and how were you notified?
We were notified over the intercom of the Hotel Sonesta. It was about 3:45, 3:50, somewhere in that range. And so by the time we got up and got clothes on, they were coming down the halls, knocking on the doors, trying to make sure people were out. We thought probably somebody pulled a fire alarm or what have you. And then when we got downstairs, the Bourbon Street entrance was blocked. And it looked like something may have happened in that lobby or whatever. We couldn't go out that way, so we all had to just disperse, come this way.
What did they say to you when they were trying to evacuate? What did they say exactly happened?
They told us nothing. They just said evacuate the building. Most people gathered in the parking garage and was just standing there to stay out of the cold. And then they came down and said, you have to get out of the building and move towards the river. And then we came out and went up towards Canal Street here and sat in the parking garage of the Wyndham for about an hour.
So you went from the parking garage for about an hour before returning back to the Royal Sonesta?
It was an hour there, and then it was all total about an hour and 45 minutes before we could get back into our room.
Where are you visiting from?
Dallas, Georgia, outside of Atlanta.
Being a visitor here this weekend, I imagine you're going to the Sugar Bowl game today. Can you just describe, what's going through your mind as a tourist here in the city? I'm sure you were expecting a fun and exciting weekend, in New Orleans, which is a city that invites a lot of tourists in.
Well, I love New Orleans, and we're happy to be here. And, it's one of those things you never expect it. We've always stayed in a balcony room there, but they didn't have one available this time, and so I'm kind of glad that we weren't right there at that time. But, nobody has a way of knowing what's going to happen and when, and you just kind of have to live with that in the world today.
All right, that is a Georgia fan that is in town like many other fans. I think they're playing the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and it's a potential. We're standing by to figure out if those talks are going to continue on if that Sugar Bowl game is going to happen today.
Yeah, kickoff was supposed to be set for 7:45 tonight, and typically Bourbon Street, the French Quarter, would still be partying today.
Yes.
It would typically be a very lively scene, but obviously incredibly different. We're going to go now to Amelia Strahan. She is at Dauphine, on Dauphine Street at Bourbon Street right now, and has been kind of keeping an eye on the police presence. What are you seeing down there right now, Amelia?
Still about a lot of the same, a heavy police presence. They have, quite the perimeter blocked off. I'm going to step aside so you can take a look. We're learning more about the victims of last night's attack. Our partners at NOLA.com identified 18-year-old Nikira Dido. She is a Mississippi teen, and we also got a tweet from the University of Georgia saying one of their students was injured in the attack, and they are in critical condition. So there are, talks of postponing the Sugar Bowl. Of course, nothing has been decided just yet, but having that student involved, of course, in the attack is going to hit home for many of those fans. You can probably see there are some FBI agents still down there. Officers are still just surveying the scene. There are some evidence markers still down there as well that we can see. Just still trying to find out, exactly what happened. There are a lot of questions going around, and of course, we have that police presser where hopefully hopefully some of those questions will be answered. I've heard some concern from people walking by about, should the Sugar Bowl go on, are they going to be safe out there? I think that's something that a lot of people are concerned about. I even talked to a few fans who will not be going to the game. They decided to go ahead and wrap up early. Now, whenever we were down at the Dome this morning, we can confirm there was a really heavy police presence. We've been reporting they were doing sweeps of the domes. They had bomb dogs out there just securing the scene. So we do know that there is a heavy presence with multiple law enforcement agencies, and that's kind of what I've been telling some of the tourists who seem to be, concerned about, should they go to the game. It does seem to be heavily secured, but of course you can't blame anyone for feeling very nervous at this time. The corridor during a big event like this, a big weekend like this, is generally bustling. It's a very happy place, a joyful place where people are ready to celebrate, and it definitely is definitely a more solemn scene out here this morning as investigators, they survey the scene and see just what happened. Reporting live from the French Quarter, Amelia Strahan, WWL, Louisiana.
Amelia, thank you so much for that. We are continuing to learn more about, every time we check in with one of our reporters, we're learning a little bit more about the investigation, what's happening going forward. As many of them have mentioned, and as we have mentioned many times, this is changing really quickly.
Yes, we do have, again, the security measures that are being taken place and conversations that are still happening. Councilman Oliver Thomas just confirmed for us that there are still conversations happening as to how to prevent this from happening moving forward. We are not going into a period where we don't have a lot of people in the city. During this season, we go from New Year's Eve, we're going straight into Mardi Gras with some of the earliest Mardi Gras balls happening this Saturday. And some of them happening at the Superdome. You go into parade season, you're going into the Super Bowl, and then you're going into the season of festivals. So, of course, this is top of mind for everyone who visits any event that contains a large amount of people, in which for us, that is half the year.
Yeah, and there's a parade scheduled for the French Quarter on Monday night with the kickoff to 12th night. So this is, like you said, not something that there will be time to heal from and to really spend time reassessing the security measures for. This has to be solved now.
Yeah, you have to act right now, and that conversation is happening within 10 minutes. At 1 p.m., we are going to get a live news conference that is from federal officials, FBI, which have taken over this investigation, including New Orleans police, ATF, and many people who are investigating what happened here. And again, you just heard from Amelia Strahan here. We now have our first reported victim.
We know at this time that there have been at least 10 people who have died in this incident. This is Nakira Didro, and she is the first name that we're hearing of someone who died during this horrible attack. We know at least 35 people in addition were injured.
Right, and right now, unfortunately, we did again just hear from Amelia Strahan and spoke about this a little bit earlier about a University of Georgia student that is a part of those injuries that are in the hospital right now. Oliver Thomas giving us an update a little bit earlier about what he saw. 2 police officers are in the hospital, of course, that were injured by gunfire. And people who don't realize, when you think about how this can happen and where this happened, this truck drove down a very busy Bourbon Street. It hit 10 people, injured 30 others, potentially more. And apparently, when there was an exchange of gunfire between the suspect and police officers, the suspect was killed in that exchange of gunfire. And when they arrived to the suspect's vehicle, they saw that he had full body armor on. They found IEDs in the car. They found him to have headgear on as well. So he was prepared for a major attack.
Yeah, this could have gotten much worse than it did, and it was already such a horrible incident. I can't imagine this being worse. Councilman Thomas talked about those 2 officers being heroes for taking the suspect out before any more damage could be done, and we know that those 2 officers were shot and are in the hospital but are awake. They're talking. He said one of them was asking for a soft drink, so we know that hopefully they're on the mend and will recover from this.
I know. We talked about the Sugar Super Bowl, and let's talk Super Bowl. We just got a statement in from the president and CEO of the New Orleans Super Bowl host committee. They're in contact again with local, state, and federal public safety partners, and they're actively monitoring this situation. And they say fan and event security is a priority for Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation, the NFL, the Saints, and the state as well. And they've been collaborating with the public safety partners in the NFL for more than 2 years on the comprehensive security plans for the 2025 Super Bowl. I can only imagine that those security plans might be altered slightly. One of the things that we've talked about throughout the day, this is something that I brought up to Councilman Oliver Thomas, and though we didn't speak very heavily on it, were the bollards that were not there. The bollards that were in place in 2017 and were in the portion in progress rather of being removed and replaced and upgraded apparently so that they can stop incidents like this from happening. That didn't happen until November of 2024. That's when the construction began, and it was supposed to be finished by February of 2025. But those bollards were put in place by former Mayor Mitch Landrieu, and we've attempted and made attempts to reach out to him. Hopefully he can get back to us. But those bollards are put in place to prevent incidents like this from happening. But I think even outside of these bollards, there needs to be a larger conversation. Who needs to get access to Bourbon Street, to the French Quarter, when we have these things happen? Usually the police department has protocols in place. You and I, we can get in because we work here. But we've seen during major events, there's usually some sort of protocol where police officers are blocking access from entrance.
And also, how robust does that block need to be? Is it one police car? Is it multiple? Is it a truck full of sand, which you've seen at some other events? Are the bollards enough, even when they are in place? Is there a way that people can get around them? But like we've mentioned, they were not in place for this, and we know that this was a huge weekend. It was a planned well in advance. We knew that this was going to be a big weekend in New Orleans, and those safety measures were not in place. So what can be done to make sure that not just for the Super Bowl, but for every event that we have coming up, that things are locked down tighter?
I know that right now, again, they're still investigating on Mandeville Street and the St. Roch neighborhood, a home that could potentially, or that was potentially being rented by the suspect. They have the vehicle that the suspect came in. We did confirm that that suspect is from Texas, drove that vehicle to New Orleans with the purpose of doing just what he has done early in the morning hours on Bourbon Street. And right now, people are all over the world are sending their condolences. We've heard from every single local, state, and federal official, including President Biden, who did issue a statement and say that he is being updated and has spoke to Mayor Cantrell and other local state officials about what happened here. And I'm actually just seeing here that Peach Bowl today, there's another game, a bowl game in Atlanta that they held maybe a moment of silence to honor and to think about the people who were injured and killed in this attack on Bourbon Street.
We also have mentioned there are potentially tens of thousands of people in the city right now who came here to have a wonderful and memorable, positive, fun weekend. And there are also people who are not very familiar with our city. They're not from here, they're coming in from out of town. And so this is not only terrifying to people who were out there last night and were witnesses to this or were potentially staying in hotels nearby, but also to people who want to go to the game today, if that game does take place as planned, and are nervous and don't know if everything is totally secure. So Councilman Thomas says they're really focusing on sweeping the dome, making sure that those things are safe.
Yeah, rightfully so. Everyone should, really be nervous, especially as this is an active investigation and there were potentials for these IEDs to be placed throughout the city. Hopefully, they're likely, if I can just say this, they're probably making sure that there are no other potential devices or possible devices that could possibly go out. I want to hear a little bit more. I think we spoke with someone visiting, talking about safety and security, with that being top of mind after this incident.
It's kind of shocking. I just lost my daughter last month to a DUI guy, and I just know she was watching over us. So, I know she got us away. Time to go home, Daddy. So, but I feel safe here. I see, all the police and the different authorities around, and We're just going to go in there this afternoon and watch that ball game and take the Lord with us.
When you're talking about anything of this magnitude within New Orleans or with any area, safety is usually top of mind, given the fact that we've just recently had, as we just spoke about earlier, in Germany at the Christmas market, multiple people mowed over by a vehicle that drove through that market as an attack there. And we've seen potential attacks, and not necessarily, a couple of years ago, there was not necessarily an attack. This was a DUI, someone who ran over maybe more than 24 people. I don't know the exact number, but you think about all of those possibilities and how do we keep every person safe? The people who live in New Orleans, the people who are visiting New Orleans, and continue to attract the major events that we do. And I think when Oliver Thomas was here telling us about that meeting, that's the conversation you have to have. And those need to be put in place, not tomorrow, but it's probably being put in place right now, which is why I question if the French Quarter is open for business or if they are only allowing residents or business owners to come in. And it does put officials in kind of a hard spot here, because you have all those business owners who support their families with the money made from these very busy weekends, and they anticipated a huge busy day today.
We have been watching our local affiliate WWL report on the breaking news that a man drove a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street, killing 10 and injuring dozens more, including 2 New Orleans police officers, in a subsequent firefight in which officers shot and killed the suspect. The suspect has now been identified by federal officials as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, a U.S. citizen who lived in Houston, Texas. CBS News can report he rented a truck in Texas through an app and drove to New Orleans to carry out the attack. He had rented an Airbnb in the La Roque neighborhood of New Orleans, where a fire broke out at that Airbnb today. Investigators are working to determine whether there is any link between that fire and the attack. According to the FBI, an ISIS flag was located in the truck. They're working to determine any potential affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and a potential improvised explosive device found in the truck, as well as other potential IEDs in the French Quarter. We now want to go to a CBS News special report.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. We are coming on the air as officials in New Orleans, local and federal, are prepared to give an update on this morning's deadly attack in the city's world-famous French Quarter. Here is what we know at this hour. At least 10 people were killed when a pickup truck drove through barricades into a crowd, sending people running in terror and disbelief through Bourbon Street. This all happened around 3:15 a.m. local time. The suspect rammed into dozens of pedestrians, injuring at least 35. Federal officials tell CBS News the suspect has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, a U.S. citizen from Texas. The FBI says the suspect, who was wearing body armor at the time of the attack, was killed in a shootout with police. Law enforcement sources say an AR-style rifle and handgun were recovered at the scene. An ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, as well as 4 explosive devices. The FBI is working at this hour to determine any potential associations or affiliations with terrorist organizations, international or domestic. In a statement this morning, President Biden, who has been in touch with the New Orleans mayor, said, quote, "There is no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities." Joining me here at the desk, Nicole Skanga and Scott McFarland, CBS News correspondents both. Nicole, let's start with you. What else do we know that I did not outline here at the top?
Well, there are some indications of premeditation by the suspect here. Law enforcement sources telling CBS News this individual had rented an Airbnb in a neighborhood of New Orleans. Also, FBI in their statement released moments ago indicating they believe the suspect here had rented that Ford pickup truck, of course, a vehicle capable of traveling at a high rate of speed, Major. Beyond that, maneuvering around bollards, although there is is a question of how the city of New Orleans prepared for New Year's Day and, some of the public crowds that were expected. Questions remaining, though, for the FBI that is the lead in this investigation. Were there any accomplices? And one of the questions that law enforcement is looking into is how that vehicle was rented or obtained. Was there any negligence there? Who might have known about this? Was there any leakage in the run-up to this attack, which was clearly meticulously planned on the part of this suspect? Are there any hints of radicalization? We know this individual, a U.S. citizen from Texas. Was there any travel in the days, weeks, and months ahead of this incident, Major?
And Nicole, we would assume search warrants being executed at that Airbnb and possibly at the vehicle in the scene on Bourbon Street.
As well as the suspect's home back in Texas, Major. And in addition to that, a full digital and forensic scrub trying to determine, who this individual interacted with in the days and weeks ahead of this attack, how they might have been inspired or directed. Of course, you mentioned that ISIS flag. No indication at this point. ISIS has not taken credit or responsibility for this attack. Law enforcement officials I'm speaking with say it looks to be more of an inspired lone wolf attack, but at this point, too early in the investigation to say for sure. One of the big questions that law enforcement will be looking into.
Scott McFarland.
Yeah, the FBI doesn't use the term terrorism investigation casually. You have to hit a whole bunch of metrics to qualify for the FBI to actually say that, to iterate that this is a terrorism investigation, and they've done so unequivocally. And yeah, they say they're investigating the potential affiliations of this attacker to see what that ISIS flag might have meant, what a motive might have been, and certainly were there others who were plotting, planning, conspiring, or knowledgeable about this attack. We know the president has returned to Camp David from Delaware today. He spoke briefly as he was boarding the plane and said he talked to the mayor of New Orleans, that the mayor is angry and frustrated, but that he will speak again today about what he's found. He was asked questions about, details about the attacker or motives, and he said, let me get fully briefed before I answer questions about that. He's expected to speak today, likely from Camp David, to give some kind of update. But I'll also note, New Orleans has been concerned about just this type of attack, a vehicular attack in a big pedestrian area. Specifically, they were concerned about the French Quarter and Bourbon Street. 7 years ago, in a city memo, they detailed possible plans to change the security, to limit car traffic in that area. They said in that 2017 memo, they're worried about somebody with a car triggering a mass casualty incident.
I want to bring in Sam Vinograd, who is one of our CBS News consultants and a contributor, joins us now. She also served as the former Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism at the Department of Homeland Security. Sam, your thoughts this afternoon.
My thoughts based on the latest FBI statement are that state and local and federal officials have not yet ruled out whether this individual acted alone. They have not indicated that the threat has been completely neutralized. They mentioned that they're continuing to probe this individual's associations and communications with potential terrorist entities. I will note ISIS has a long history of both inspiring and claiming responsibility for vehicular attacks that result in mass casualty incidents. So this particular incident certainly has the trademarks of ISIS-inspired attacks. At this time, with the Federal Bureau of Investigation being the lead, having worked a lot of these investigations myself, Major, with my colleagues, what's happening is federal, state, and local officials are combing through every bit of available evidence, and while trying to ascertain a specific motivation, their immediate focus is trying to rule out whether there are any other associated threats. As Nicole mentioned, that involves very detailed forensic and digital analysis of this individual's travel history, communications, and assets, and we should expect that part of the investigation to take some time. But until the FBI says that the threat has been neutralized, we can't assume that there aren't other associated threats.
Sam, it is part of our contemporary world that new threats emerge, and law enforcement. I believe the press conference has started in New Orleans. Sam, please stand by. I want to go now to New Orleans and the local and federal officials updating the public just now.
I'm going to provide you some facts and information about what we do now. I know that all of you will have questions, and we will try to provide some answers. But this is an ongoing investigation that's rapidly evolving. So there are some questions I will be unable to answer at this time. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we're investigating this as an attack of terrorism along with our partners. Today at approximately 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 individuals and injuring dozens more. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Dim Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to be rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came in possession of this vehicle. An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe. The FBI Special Agent bomb technicians, as well as our local law enforcement partners, have been working to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they'll work to render those devices safe. The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. We're aggressively running down all of the leads to identify the possible subject's associates. We're working to ensure that there is no further threat. We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has any interactions with Shamsud Dim Jabbar in the last 72 hours that you contact us. The FBI is asking the public's help. We're asking anyone who has information, video, or pictures to provide it to the FBI. We have set up a digital tip line as well as our 1-800 number, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Please provide us with any information that can assist us in this investigation. Once again, thank you for your patience and assistance. For an updated statement or information, please check the FBI's website and our social media accounts. I will now turn over to Mayor Cantrell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Agent Duncan, for your leadership and the full support of the FBI. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones that were impacted by this tragedy on Bourbon Street and in the heart of the city of New Orleans. And I know that the entire New Orleans City Council grieves along right with me, no doubt about that, and our people and our families. My priority will continue to be to ensure that victims that remain on Bourbon Street now will be serviced and removed as soon as possible. But as stated, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and are doing everything necessary to make this happen. I also want to acknowledge hearing from President Biden, all of our federal partners, but most importantly, calling Governor Landry this morning, responded with haste, and we do say thank you. And of course, a demonstration of a unified support is right here in this room. That's how we collectively responded to this tragedy in the city of New Orleans. The mission now is to facilitate, support, and coordinate safety procedures to keep our residents and our visitors safe. I've gone to the hospital along with Chief Kirkpatrick to visit our police officers, and considering their injuries, they're doing well. As I mentioned, this investigation is ongoing, and the FBI remains the lead in the investigation. It is an active crime scene as well. We are committed, no doubt, to uncovering all details surrounding this tragedy. And we're taking every necessary step to put even more safety procedures in place especially given the nature of the investigation. I'm going to ask people to do not go around our secured area if there is no essential need to do so. It matters, and again, it is an active crime scene. I also want you all to know that the Greater New Orleans Foundation has set up a fund to assist victims, and that information will be provided to you. Thank you, Ganoff. Again, I want to thank this unified team. We're leaning in. We will be relentless, and we will do everything that it takes to render real justice. This team will. I want to also just thank our citizens for your heartfelt prayers. New Orleans is a world-class city, and I can say that I've heard from world leaders all this morning and up until now, in addition to my brother and sister mayors across this country. They're calling, they're responding, and they're standing with the city of New Orleans. And what they always say and want me to reiterate, they understand the resilience of this community. And we're strong in that regard, and I will say second to none. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our governor, and as I mentioned, who has not wavered any in leaning in, providing the necessary support, and standing right here with me, and I say thank you, Governor. And I know the First Lady is standing with us as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Again, I want to thank the Mayor. Since about 3:45 this morning, when she called me, we have all been working just around the clock to both secure the city and to solve this act. You know, again, I want to reiterate that our prayers go out with all of those who have been affected by this tragedy. I want to thank our law enforcement officers. I want to thank our medical personnel. I want to thank our first responders. And most importantly, I want to thank the two New Orleans police officers who not only laid their life on the line, but were able to eliminate the threat this morning. Let me say, we have made public safety a state priority from day one. And I think that if you look around me today, right now, and you look at the people who are standing around, that is their commitment as well. We intend to be transparent in assessing any defects that may have existed in the system so that we can address them. It's the only way to ensure that any mistakes that were made are corrected. Specifically, we have been trying and working very diligently to address security concerns in preparation for the Super Bowl since October. And it's interesting because, ironically, in preparation for the Super Bowl, I had intended to issue an emergency declaration tomorrow so that we could bring all of our federal, state, and local agencies to bear in preparation for the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. But because of the events today, I have amended that emergency declaration and issued it today. So again, that declaration will allow our federal, state, and local partners to bring all of the resources necessary to get this city safe. In light of that executive order, I have also ordered the mobilization of a military police company. I've asked General Freelou to mobilize a military police company to assist both New Orleans Police and LSP and the FBI. It is important for our citizens and guests of this state to know that we are doing everything we can to secure their safety in this city. We want to make it clear, the Superdome and the surrounding area is safe. But I've always said that the safety of this entire city is something that is always paramount to me. With that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff with the Super Bowl. Jeff Dunley.
Good afternoon. Obviously, we wish we weren't here for this reason today. The Sugar Bowl Committee has a 90-year history of being a good corporate citizen for the city of New Orleans, and that's why this tragedy hurts us as much as anybody right now. So our condolences, thoughts, and prayers go out to the victims and their families as we all work through this. Of course, anytime we have a major event in the city of New Orleans, public safety is paramount, and we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us. Speaking of which, we were scheduled this evening to have a CFP quarterfinal played in the Superdome at 7:45. We have been in consultation with ESPN, with the College Football Playoff, with the Southeastern Conference, with the University of Georgia, with Notre Dame. All parties and all agree that it's in the best interest of everybody in public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours. Work is fast about to set up a safe and efficient and fun environment for tomorrow night. There'll be more details on that in the coming hours, but for now, that's the plan, that we're going to move forward and play the game. And again, we reiterate our thanks to everyone up here for the important work they're doing. We live in the fun and games world with what we do, but we certainly recognize the importance of this, and we're going to support it 100%. So thank you.
I'd like to bring up Senator Kennedy. I wish I understood better why bad things happen to good people. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. For those people who don't believe in objective evil, all you have to do is look at what happened in our city early this morning. I am, if this doesn't trigger the gag reflex of every American, every fair-minded American, I'll be very surprised. I'm here because these are my people. I'm here because these are my people's friends. I'm here because there are a lot of Louisianians that are scared tonight. I don't want them to be. There's a lot of information going around. Some of it is actually true. Some of it isn't. The federal government is now in charge of this investigation. By that, I mean the White House, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. I have not talked to the FBI. Maybe they've talked to my staff. I don't know. I did talk to the Secretary of Homeland Security a little while ago. And I told him that with all the respect I could muster, that we expect to put the full force and resources of the federal government behind this investigation. Our state troopers, our local police departments, our sheriffs, we've got many sheriffs here today, have been terrific so far. The federal government is cooperating with them. I hope that will continue. Here's what I want to ask from the federal government. Catch these people. Catch these people. And then tell the American people the truth. Now, I don't want you to tell us yet anything that's going to interfere with your investigation. And there are things that I've been told that I think are true that I'm not sharing with you today because it could interfere with their investigation. But after we get to the bottom of this, they need to tell the American people the truth, and the people of New Orleans the truth, and the people of America the truth. I think the mayor and the governor are very wise to postpone this ball game for 24 hours. There's just too much stuff we don't know. and it's just not worth it. But I guess my final point is, I will promise you this: I will, when it is appropriate and this investigation is complete, you will find out what happened and who was responsible, or I will raise fresh hell. And I will chase those in the federal government who are responsible for telling us what happened, like they stole Christmas. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Congressman Carter, I think.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Thank you to all of our law enforcement agents for doing a yeoman's job, for stepping up at a time when we needed you most, for employing the resources of all of our partners. This is all hands on deck, from the White House all the way down. I've been in communication with the White House since early this morning, Secretary Mayorkas, leaders in all of our federal, local, and state agencies. The President has made it very clear that he intends to bring every resource to bear to not only tell the truth, but to provide the resources to bring these cowards to justice. I want to personally thank the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line to protect our citizens and our visitors. To our mayor and our governor for acting expeditiously and bringing us all together. To our sheriffs from the surrounding areas who have been Johnny on the spot, recognizing that if it happens in New Orleans, it can happen anywhere. We don't have the luxury of being myopic. In this community, we work together. We don't point fingers. We don't blame. We go after the bad guys. Let it be clear that the full faith and credit of the United States and every agency therein is on the ground, working. And for those who may have played a role in this horrific act of cowardice, we will find you. We will bring you to justice. New Orleans is a place that heralds its ability to protect its citizens, that heralds its ability to manage major events, Super Bowls, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival, you name it. No one does it better than law enforcement in New Orleans and in the surrounding area. Kudos to those two officers who've been wounded. Our hearts go out to those who lost loved ones. Our hearts go out to those who are wounded and on the mend in the hospital. Citizens, now is the time to stay calm, to be vigilant. This is not a time to come out to sightsee. Listen to your federal, local, state officials. Be vigilant. If you saw something, say something. If you know something, tell someone. There are tip lines, there's information available. Please, all hands on deck. Rest assured that the decision that was made to postpone the game was not done lightly. It was done with one single thing in mind: public safety. Making sure that the citizens and visitors of this great city, not only for this event, but for every event you come to in Louisiana, that you will be safe. And we will use every resource possible, as the governor has said, as the mayor has said, and every law enforcement agent here has said. Our energy, our commitment will be to make sure that you are safe now and for every event in the future. God bless you, and let's stay strong.
Thank you, Congressman. Attorney General.
I first want to extend my sincerest condolences to the families of the victims. Parents got a phone call early this morning, that no parent ever wants to receive. And as a parent of children who come to New Orleans and spend time here, I know that that is just something that, you know, we hold our breath sometimes till they're home safe, and some people did not come home safe. And we also have some people who are fighting for their lives right now in the hospital. So I'd ask everyone to pray for them. They need our support and they need our prayers. This was a heinous act, a heinous, cowardly act, and we will find them, and we will bring them to justice. My office will be providing both investigative and prosecutorial support to the City of New Orleans, to the District Attorney, Jason Williams in New Orleans, as I have done for months. We will continue to do that. We will provide the governor with whatever support that he needs, and the governor's Office of Homeland Security, whatever support that they need. I'll be here to help. I will be here to stand with the City of New Orleans. We will bring them to justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor and Madam Mayor. For those who do not know me, my name is Ann Kirkpatrick. I'm the Chief of Police of New Orleans. My official title is Superintendent, but my role is as Chief of Police. You know, you've heard some of the details today, and over the last 24 hours, we had approximately 400 officers in the French Quarter. And as we know, this is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil. And when we face evil, we have a choice. We can run in fear, or we can indeed stand in strength. In a time of crisis, people are looking for leadership. You are looking at the leadership. And I promise you, as the Chief of Police of this city has been tried by fire before. But fire purifies. Fire makes things stronger. We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to having a wonderful game tomorrow night. New Orleans police have proven their ability to make the city safer. Just 2 years ago, we were the murder capital of America. Today, from that time 2 years ago, we have driven our murder rate more than 50% down. So we have a track record. But this is different because it's terrorism. Now, I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. You're fabulous, and we appreciate the partnership. But last night, 3 of our officers engaged this terrorist who shot at them. 3 of the officers returned fire. Those officers did not run in fear. I liked what the mayor said this morning. New Orleans police and all law enforcement is built. We are built for dealing with evil, with things that would cause others to be in fear, but instead our officers, and last night NOPD in particular, stood strong. They did not run. They did kill the terrorist. We have 2 officers indeed who received gunfire. They will be okay, and we have personally gone to see them. But this is leadership for you, and I promise, as the Chief of Police of this fantastic city, that I will be strong and firm and fearless. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. In wrapping it up, I want to just close with a couple of things. I want to thank Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter. I want to thank again all of our law enforcement officers out there. I want the families of the victims to know that I will be issuing an executive order that tomorrow, when Notre Dame plays Georgia, every flag of every state building in this state is going to be at half-mast. In remembrance of them, but remembering something else. That fear in this state is a liar. And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served. And for the citizens out there that were thinking, well, man, do I really want to go to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow? I tell you one thing, your governor's going to be there. That is proof, believe you me, that that facility in this city is safer today than it was yesterday. And as we come to additional events in this city, I know in speaking with Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter and FBI acting director and the incoming administration, that they are going to ensure that this city has the resources necessary to protect our citizens and our guests. And so with that, we'll take some questions.
All right, if you could, we'll start over here with CBS. Katie, we'll work our way across the room. If I miss you, just give me a holler. I may not see you. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, sir. Katie Weiss with CBS News. I mean, I think this has been a really tough day for a lot of people, but at this point, we're hearing that the death toll, according to some FBI sources, has gone up to 15. Is this true?
Who wants to answer that? Yeah.
I can speak for it, because unless you have a final number. We do not have a final number. We know that we have confirmed 10, but we did have people who had been transported who were in critical condition. And so I do not know that, but I can confirm 10.
And one quick follow-up question, if I may. We know that there have been some local records in Texas about a misdemeanor background on this suspect. Any signs or warnings ahead of time about this person or their plans for what happened this morning?
Because that is the investigation part, I will give the FBI.
At this time, we cannot go into details about the subject's history. What I can tell you, the person was an Army veteran. We believe he was honorary discharge, but we're working through this process, figuring out all this information. The goal with the FBI is providing you with the most accurate and complete information. So once that information is confirmed, we'll make sure we push that out. Thank you.
Ariel.
At this time, do you know exactly, as far as the victims, how many are from here in Louisiana versus out of state, and their ages maybe?
At this time, I can't go into details about all the victims. We want to make sure first that the family is notified appropriately before we put any information out there. So once the families are all notified, then we'll go ahead and release a statement to everyone.
And I would ask the press, in relation to the victims and those that are in hospitals, if we could just refrain from worrying about them so their loved ones can take care of them, and the medical personnel that are trying to get them out of the hospital can do so. And as information becomes available, we want to respect the privacy of those who are still either fighting for their lives or being cared for. Thank you.
A follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
You guys mentioned accomplices. You don't think that the suspect acted alone. About how many more suspects are you guys looking into at this point?
It's a range of suspects. Right now with the FBI, we do not run a rule anything else. So that's why we're asking if anyone has had any interaction with the deceased subject Jabbar in the last 72 hours. Provide us with this information. You can provide us that information through 1-800-CALL-FBI or our digital tips line, which is available on our social media website, as well as the big FBI website.
Can I say something like that? Tell me who you're with.
WDSU.
WDSU. Okay, and CBS.
The NBC's over here on the right.
Oh, that's an unusual position.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Look, the FBI is not going to be able to answer those questions, okay? They will eventually. I promise you. Okay. Once the FBI has a chance to investigate all this, along working with state police, working with Homeland Security, working with the city of New Orleans, they're going to tell you what happened. I can promise you that, or I'm going to raise fresh hell. But right now, they're in the process of trying to catch the other bad guys. And I want to give them the benefit of the doubt for a while.
26.
Yeah, I had a question about the victims. I know that there was obviously gunfire exchange, so I guess how many victims were shot and then how many were injured?
Look, again, let me reiterate both Special Agent Duncan and Senator Kennedy. There's a lot of, I get that y'all want to know minute details. What we don't want to do is impede this investigation or spend any time talking about things that don't get us closer to hunting these folks down and securing this city. And so at a particular point in time, we will release as much information as we can. But at this time, in relation to the investigation, I would ask y'all to refrain from those.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to just have more of the same as the governor just said, we're going to provide that information, but we're going to wrap the press conference now.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Let me finish. You weren't listening. If all of the questions are more of the same, what the governor just said in position, we won't be doing that to provide that information. And if you have a quick, different question, then let's do that quickly and move on. Okay?
My question. Hold on. It's in an orderly fashion.
You say there are multiple.
Ma'am, hold on, sir. Hold on. Then who was next? We had over here.
Hi, Rachel Wolf from the Wall Street Journal. You said you are confident there are multiple suspects involved. What makes you confident in that?
Well, like, why would we tell you that? Again, again, we want to answer pertinent questions. But anything that would lead to impeding or endangering this investigation is not going to be said, okay? And we will, as information unfolds, this is a very fluid process. And remember something, too. We're doing two things. We're hunting some bad people down, and we're securing the city, too. We're getting ready for a Sugar Bowl tomorrow. So if y'all would, again, if you have questions regarding Sugar Bowl, the safety of the city, or something to that effect, we're happy to answer.
Over here.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alyssa.
Okay, 1 second. Usually in parts of the French Quarter, specifically in parts of Bourbon Street, there are bollards. We're hearing that some of those may have been down because of repairs. Can you speak to that? And maybe was there any backup option of putting a truck there or an NOPD car there?
Well, let me tell you that. Yeah, one, I'm going to let the mayor answer. I want you to know that's one of the first things I thought of this morning when the mayor called me. Okay? And I will tell you that whatever the problem was is going to be solved.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for the question. I do understand that it's been on your radar since this morning. As it relates to the bollards on Bourbon Street, over 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project placing bollards on Bourbon Street. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued from Mardi Gras beads on down. But the New Orleans Police Department, of course, deemed them inefficient because they did not operate the way that they were intended to do. Because the city of New Orleans is hosting Super Bowl this year, it gave the city of New Orleans an opportunity to go further and deeper with infrastructure improvements, as we've been talking about. So as a result of that, we were able to build in bollard replacement into our Super Bowl infrastructure package. And because of that, the city of New Orleans has moved forward with that infrastructure that is nearing completion. Bollards were not up because they are near completion, with the expectation of being completed, of course, by Super Bowl, way before Super Bowl. But that is the reason. Now, the New Orleans Police Department, and Chief, you can speak to the deployment to respond to our needs and existing conditions.
All right, so we have been aware of the bollard situation for a long time, and we did indeed harden those target areas where the bollards are. We have patrol cars out there as a hard target, as well as with barriers. Now, I want to share with y'all, if you did not know, that this particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hard target, where he did have a car there, we had barriers there, we had officers there, and they still got around. Now, the wedges that you see out there as well, we knew that that had malfunction problems. And I want you to understand, let's say we put the wedge up and it got stuck. There is no way that ambulance could get in or out, people couldn't get in and out, so we knew that these were malfunction. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
A follow-up, if I may.
Let me just say this. We recognize we got a problem right here, right? We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl in Mardi Gras. And the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one. It's going to be placed into the standard operating procedure of having major events and securing that quarter.
A follow-up, if I may. Obviously, Sugar Bowl postponed till tomorrow, but I'm sure after that game, a lot of people are going to want to celebrate. Are there plans to keep Bourbon Street closed? What does that look like?
So right now, Bourbon Street is an active crime scene, and the FBI is in charge of it. When they clear it, and it does not become an active crime scene anymore, we're going to open it up. Potentially.
Olivia Dunn with Fox 8. Can we ask about this military police presence that you want to call it? Is this a private security like Blackwater? Also, would that be a first that a private security firm is mobilized to supplement local and state law enforcement?
No. We're not. This is our National Guard. These are our citizens that we're bringing in. It's a military police company that we recognize we need some more resources. We need some more boots on the ground because, again, what we're doing now is twofold. We've got an active investigation and we've got enhanced security. Before this event, we were just enhancing and working on security. So we brought some additional resources.
Jesse Kirsch with NBC News. Thank you for holding the press briefing. I just want to clarify something first. You were just talking about bollards that are being repaired. Talk about a lift gate that are replaced and then a lift gate that's not been working. Was there a vehicle in place of that lift gate last night? Were there things in place of those bollards which are being repaired?
Sure. The chief spoke to the plan in place, and that is yes.
That was indeed.
So anything that is currently in the midst of being repaired had a backup replacement.
It had vehicles and officers were there where all of those ballasts have been. We had that. We knew. So we did have it. And like I said, in this particular case, terrorists just went all the way around up onto the sidewalk.
And the lift gate, what about for the lift gate? Was there a vehicle like backing in and out to block that lift gate area, or was that just down and open? Because that's what we've heard from witnesses.
Chief, Captain. The reason I'm calling the captain, he's the captain over that district, and that is a question I'm going to let him address for you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Captain LaJean Roberts of the 8th District. Yes, we did have a vehicle strategically placed right in front of the wedge, preventing access onto the roadway.
And in terms of the framework of security that was already in place on Bourbon Street, I know this is an ongoing project of improvement, but with how that was all aligned, was someone getting up on a sidewalk considered impossible or nearly impossible, or was this not something you expected you would have to account for?
Yes, of course, it wasn't something we expected to account for. The bollards they're actually wedges. They're strategically placed 5 locations throughout the French Quarter on the roadway. This particular terrorist drove onto the sidewalk behind the police car to gain access to the 100 block of Bourbon Street.
So if you're worried about someone ever driving down Bourbon Street, why weren't you worried about someone driving up the sidewalk in the same way, or at least bracing for you the same way for all the years?
All right, look. We can go on what ifs forever. This is evil. And that guy could have easily gone down the sidewalk of Canal Street, where there were a ton of pedestrians on there as well.
And there are
That's right.
on some sidewalks, so that's I'm just asking.
Hold on a second. We're gonna move on. Chelsea, go ahead.
I just want you to know, however, we recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent, and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps as best we can.
Yeah, Chelsea Brazen with Axios. I have a question just about sort of ongoing public safety today. Special Agent mentioned 2 possible IEDs. Were those in the same location? Should residents in the French Quarter or elsewhere be concerned about potential other situations?
The
The 2 IEDs that were in different locations, and what we've done in conjunction with our local and state partners, we've gone through and done a sweep to identify anything that we thought was suspicious, and we have not. However, as I said before, if the public sees something, please reach out to us. That way we can go through and verify that we did not miss anything. But we conducted initial sweeps, I think, starting shortly after our initial
Yes, I'm going to thank you, Agent. I do want to share that we have a plan, and we have been implementing that plan. One of those plans is that we have swept all of these areas. The word swept means we have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chests, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game tomorrow. So that's a part of that safety plan, and we've already been implementing it.
Okay, thank you all for coming out.
Question back here from the governor on the MPs. How many MPs will be deployed to New Orleans?
Right now, there's I think it's a General Freelo 100. 100. 100, and, yeah. All right. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
What gives you the confidence tomorrow night it'll be safe riot?
I'm going to be there.
Yes, but you're also saying you're making improvements.
Press conference in New Orleans in the face of New Year's Day tragedy. That's the only way to describe it. I want to summarize what we heard. The most important description came from Althea Duncan, the assistant special agent FBI in charge, saying that there are a range of suspects still being pursued by federal, state, and local authorities. That means that the terrorist so designated by the local and federal official Shamsuddin Jabbar, who drove a truck into the French Quarter, killing at least 10, injuring 35, did not act alone. Also, the 2 New Orleans police officers who engaged, 2 of the 3 who engaged in firing at the suspect, killing him at the scene, were wounded. They remain in good condition and will survive. The death toll may rise. The Attorney General for Louisiana said several of those injured in this vehicular attack are, quote, fighting for their lives. Also, the Sugar Bowl, due to kick off 7:45 p.m. local time tonight, has been postponed for 24 hours. That is, I think, the biggest summary of what we heard. Nicole Skenga, what else jumped out at you?
The headline that the FBI is pursuing associates aggressively should not be lost on viewers, that the police here believe this suspect did not act alone, and said that quite confidently, Major. We also learned that the suspect here was an Army veteran, that investigators believe he was honorably discharged. My associate, Pat Milton, has also reported this individual was driving a Ford Lightning, an electric truck. That is new information, perhaps speaks to how quiet that vehicle was and how high-powered, high-charged it was. Also learning about some of the safety measures that have been put in place in the days and weeks ahead. The governor there saying that he has signed an emergency declaration he was intending to put into place tomorrow ahead of the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. Now that is happening today. He has activated the military police company in addition to this, and I think, Scott McFarland can speak more to this, but it was interesting to learn about the bollards that were malfunctioning there and some of the precautions that police had perhaps put into place that did not live up to, expectations, and certainly in this case did not prevent this tragedy from happening.
Scott McFarland and Kirkpatrick, the police chief in New Orleans, saying they had a plan. The terrorists defeated it by driving up on the sidewalk and hurtling that vehicle down Bourbon Street.
Yeah, they didn't raise this issue unsolicited. They were asked questions about the bollard issue. We reported this morning that there's a bollard reconstruction project that's been underway for months now in New Orleans to get those things rebuilt and modernized from what they were a decade ago before the Super Bowl, which is there about a month from today. That project was incomplete. The bollards were, in fact, not fully functioning, and then they had alternative plans, the police cars, police officers, which may not have quite the capability or capacity of an actual security bollard. That project still needs to be completed, and they seem to be bullish on it getting done before the Super Bowl, but certainly wasn't ready for last night. But it wasn't just the law enforcement saying that there are likely accomplices. You heard that echoed by the other speakers at this news conference. It was Senator Kennedy who said it's wise to postpone the Sugar Bowl 24 hours. In his words, there's too much we don't know, and that it's just not worth it having it tonight. That may not instill a lot of confidence in the people of New Orleans right now, but he's certainly echoing what the FBI said. Also, the Congressman Troy Carter said there are cowards responsible for what happened this morning. And then the police chief saying, we have a plan. We're going to get these people. You hear the echoes of multiple people responsible.
Nicole, to your point, this is a multifaceted investigation. Joining us now on the phone, CBS News producer Elizabeth Campbell. She is at the Airbnb the attacker rented in New Orleans before this tragic homicidal event. Elizabeth, what can you tell us?
Well, Major, this is still an active scene that is ongoing. We have officials from FBI, from Bomb Squad, from HSI, Fire Department are all here. There is believed to potentially be more explosive in the house. They are waiting to figure that out. They're waiting for a search warrant to go in and confirm that. Out of a caution, they have evacuated all the residents in this residential area and the blocks surrounding that house. This is not how anyone want to be spending their New Year's Day. They're all stuck waiting. We saw one person who was trying to get back in to get their medication, but because the police don't know what is inside that house where the attacker was staying, they're not letting anyone back in yet. Everyone is still very much on edge, waiting to figure out what is inside there.
Elizabeth Campbell, thank you very much. Samantha Vinograd, CBS News national security contributor and former Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism at the Department of Homeland Security, continues our conversation. Sam, it was mentioned at the press briefing that 2 improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were rendered safe at the scene, that there were sweeps of the surrounding area in order to make sure those in that area would be safe and that the security could be established clearly. But at this residence, this Airbnb, those fears remain pronounced.
They certainly do. And what authorities are doing right now is establishing a secure perimeter. And as time goes by, using a range of federal, state, and local bomb and explosive device tactics, are extending that secure perimeter as far as possible around Bourbon Street, and then, of course, going into this Airbnb and ensuring that there's no other explosive devices. I do want to note, based on the fact that this individual traveled all the way from Texas, we also must assume that authorities in Texas are searching this individual's home, securing it as well to ensure that there's no explosive devices, and also tracking anywhere else this individual may have stopped and planted IEDs. So the explosive detection work is really in its nascent stages. And that might be why, Major, it's so critical to note this, that authorities mentioned that this individual may not have acted alone. Now, I'm hearing differing accounts from law enforcement about whether they believe the threat is neutralized or not, but the law enforcement is clearly asking for the public's help to identify any potential leads in this case, not only because such a broad geographic area may be implicated.
And Sam, from your experience, thinking about that potentially large geographic space, how complex is this endeavor for the next 24 hours? And is it even wise for authorities to announce, well, the Sugar Bowl won't be tonight, but it will definitely be tomorrow?
I think it is hard at this stage in the investigation to indicate that stability and security will be recognized anytime in the near future. We just don't know right now based upon what the FBI briefed publicly. Now, I will note, the FBI has what they call joint terrorism task forces in all of their jurisdictions. So that includes, of course, both New Orleans as well as in various parts of Texas, including where this individual resided. Those joint terrorism task forces, which include a mix of federal, state, and local officials, are likely utilizing all available assets, pooling information, and trying to get a picture of anywhere the attacker may have visited or frequented that currently could be under threat. So it is a very complex situation and moment, and it is clear that authorities do not yet believe that the threat has been neutralized in Louisiana and potentially in other locations as well, but they're devoting all resources to try to neutralize that threat, Major.
Sam, please stand by. We want to show you surveillance video obtained by CBS News. It shows the pickup truck drive around a police car onto the sidewalk and speed up, plowing in to the terrified, disbelieving crowd. CBS News national reporter Katie Weiss is in New Orleans, where this press conference that just wrapped up occurred. She's joined by Louisiana Congressman Democrat Troy Carter. Katie?
Hi, Major. Yes, we just finished hearing a press conference, and Congressman, I want to hear your thoughts. So, what do you think about, the information that we know so far?
Well, it demonstrates a collective effort. Federal, state, and local governments working together, law enforcement utilizing all the resources at hand. The president is very clear that he is going to deploy every resource possible to put the full faith and credit of the United States behind apprehending these cowards and bringing them to justice, making sure that the city of New Orleans and the surrounding area is safe. Paramount to everything that we do is making sure that citizens are safe, making sure that our football game can go forward, but only in a way that is safe. And these cowards, they should know that there's no victory for them. There's no victory for them. We have FBI in charge on the ground. We've got Homeland Security. We got New Orleans Police Department. We've got the surrounding sheriffs and all law enforcement all working hand in hand to demonstrate that we will find you and bring you to justice. New Orleans is a strong city. Our state is resilient, and resources are here as evident by everything you saw today, that we're going to leave no stone unturned.
Yeah, and talking about no stone left unturned, it sounds like there's still several suspects at this hour who, investigators are looking to track down. Can you speak a little bit to that? Should people in New Orleans be concerned about any further potential threats?
Well, we should always be concerned. We should never let our guards down, because we know terrorism is a real threat to our homeland. So we should always be ever vigilant, and we should always pay attention. However, we should also step back, be calm, let law enforcement do its job. We have the best of the best on the ground here to do just what they're trained to do, and that is to find these cowards, bring them to justice, and make sure that we're safe. We don't know all the facts. We know from evidence that's been turned out that there appears to be additional people that are part of this plot. We're going to find them. To share much more than that would threaten the sanctity of the investigation. So I'd ask you and all of our citizens to just trust us that they're working feverishly.
Now, the executive order that the governor talked about today, what exactly does that do? How does that help with that investigation?
The declaration of emergency unlocks the full faith and credit of the federal government. The president has already given that. This is yet another example of all hands on deck working together to make sure that all of those resources of Homeland Security, FBI, DOJ, resources are here to protect the Sugar Bowl, Super Bowl, and ongoing events. We know that we'll have thousands of visitors that will come to Louisiana, and more specifically to New Orleans. It's important that we let the public out there know, when you come to visit here, you will be safe.
I guess final question for you, sir. The Super Bowl is a big event that's coming up on everyone's minds. How do you think the events this morning that have been unraveling are shaping any changes in your approach to the Super Bowl?
It certainly redoubles our efforts. We've had belts and suspenders on. Now we'll have trap wires. We'll make sure that all the resources are in place. New Orleans is no different than any other major city when there's a national event that's going to go on. And so we already had those systems employed. Now we're going to retighten the hatches and make sure that we redouble our effort, look at every possible way. Like it was discovered today that although there were bollards on Bourbon Street and a car in place, maybe we also need to do something to block vehicles from jumping the sidewalk and getting around. Each situation provides us an opportunity to learn from it, and as the governor said, whatever's broken will be fixed.
An opportunity to learn. We're certainly going to continue continue to find more information and keep you posted as we learn more today. I've been following the story truthfully from the very minute that it happened. I was in the French Quarter this morning when this took place. So my heart goes out to everyone who witnessed the tragedy today. We're going to keep you updated as we learn more. We'll send it back to you, Major.
Katie Weiss, thank you very much, and our thanks to Congressman Troy Carter. Top of the hour, let's reset what we know. The Assistant Special Agent, FBI, in charge in New Orleans, Athea Duncan, told us about an hour ago that 42-year-old Shamsoud Din-Jabbar, the principal suspect in this homicidal event in the French Quarter, Bourbon Street to be precise, that killed at least 10 people about 3:15 a.m. local time, New Year's morning, did not act alone, and that there are a range of suspects federal and state authorities are looking for. That suspect, Shamsoud Din-Jabbar, born in the United States, age 42, Army veteran, honorably discharged, at least authorities so believe at this hour. 3 New Orleans police officers engaged in fire with that suspect, Shamsoud Din-Jabbar, who was wearing body armor. He died at the scene. 2 of those police officers with the New Orleans Police Department wounded. They are, according to the mayor, doing well and will recover fully. Some 35 others were injured. The Attorney General of Louisiana said some of them at this hour are fighting for their lives, and we should possibly anticipate that the death toll could rise above the confirmed number, which is presently 10. Also, for college football fans, the Sugar Bowl scheduled for a 7:45 local time p.m. kickoff tonight, postponed, according to officials, for 24 hours. That resets what we know, the biggest, most important details. Also, we just talked to Elizabeth Campbell, one of our producers, at the scene of this Airbnb rented by the suspect. It is now the subject, Nicole Skanga, of an extensive investigation and the possible threat of explosive devices there, requiring at least a block-wide evacuation in that neighborhood.
Yeah, that search warrant issued and granted expediently, Major, and we've heard from on-the-ground reporting that there is ATF, FBI teams on the scene, K-9 teams on the scene moving forward. Of course, we know there are 400 members of the New Orleans police, and that is important because they have swept this entire area, in addition to the 4 improvised explosive devices that were found on the suspect's rented vehicle, that Ford Lightning that we saw drive into crowds. There were 2 other improvised explosives found in different locations in the area. Police saying moments ago that those have been rendered safe. But of course, this fear among, city goers, visitors, and residents of New Orleans moving forward. In addition to that, Major, you underscored it. Everyone here within federal and state law enforcement, local law enforcement, speaking as to possible other associates. And so we're going to see police not only visit the Airbnb, perhaps the suspect's home back in Texas, but also, his friends, his family members, the folks who might have known more about this.
In matters of this kind, there is a science that has been developed over decades. The FBI really masterminded that science. It's called profiling. And a former senior FBI criminal profiler, Mary Ellen O'Toole, joins us on the phone with her thoughts about that science and what we may, at this early stage, if anything, be able to glean from the facts so presented. Mary Ellen?
Thank you for having me on. Yes, as I listened to it, to the complete press conference, several things struck me, and one of them was because they did seem to get it wrong earlier today when they implied that this offender may have acted alone. For them now to come and say that there's the likelihood of multiple offenders that are involved, this would not have been based on just assumption or investigative intuition. So in this kind of a case, I believe that one of the things that they've done is they brought in the forensic evidence so that they can look at, for example, with the IEDs that have been located there in the vehicle and at the scene, does it appear as though that they have been created or built by the same person. Bombers have different signatures. So they also can do some forensic analysis pretty quickly. Whose fingerprints were on the components with the IED? Do they match the suspect, or are there multiple fingerprints? What about the DNA inside the truck? Does it come back obviously to the driver, but maybe to other people as well? Or are they looking at the cameras, which they are, in terms of who else would have been around the B&B or around the area where the offender got access to the truck? So they will be looking at also computer intelligence. Who is this offender communicating with? So I think at this point, to justify that they're saying that it's likely there are multiple offenders or people involved in this, they're bringing in forensic evidence to back up those statements.
Mary Ellen O'Toole, please stand by. That's some vital insight you just provided to us. I want to thank you for that. Rodney Harrison is a CBS News law enforcement contributor and former Suffolk County, New York Police Department Commissioner. Rodney, your thoughts building on what Mary Ellen just told our audience about things that are probably being pursued but can't be talked about openly just yet.
Yeah, so I totally agree. And there's a lot more of a concern that I have on the surface regarding there's other potential suspects involved with this incident that happened in New Orleans. And that leads me to believe, is this something that other municipalities need to have a concern about? You know, is this something that just touches New Orleans or Texas? Or is this something where other cities, large cities that are having events need to also have a concern? So my concern is, I know the investigation needs to be methodical, but we need to get as much information out as possible so other cities or states need to be prepared just in case there's other plots going on throughout the country.
Rodney, based on what you just said, would you expect in short order some type of bulletin to be sent out by federal or state authorities to other jurisdictions that might need to be on a higher state of alert?
And once again, we're still in the infantile stages of the investigation, but as soon as we get as much information after the search warrants, be it the Airbnb, be it his residence in Texas or other locations, a bulletin does need to be shared so everybody can put things in place. Other law enforcement agencies could put things in place to protect their citizens through these holidays.
Rodney, Mary Ellen O'Toole talked to us about the way the IEDs, the improvised explosive devices, might have been constructed, DNA. Based on your experience, how quick is the turnaround from discovery to conclusion or leads in a situation like this?
Well, it could be anything within 24 to 48 hours to a week. It all depends on what's on file, if there is DNA on file or other types of technological information that we can use to try to get as much information to the other suspects that were involved. You know, unfortunately, these things don't happen overnight. And we have to submit a lot of sciences to the labs and make sure they put this on the top of the pile of their research and make sure the information gets back to the law enforcement agencies so now we can put things in place to protect other plots that may be potentially occurring throughout the country.
Rodney, this may seem like a very simple question, but to avoid detection, would you assume that this suspect and anyone who might be associated with the suspect wanted to stay under the radar, meaning not rent a car from a rental car agency, use Airbnb, not a hotel, to, if not immediately avoid detection, make detection either before or after a bit more difficult?
So I'm not sure what the role of the other suspects were. Are they also involved in some type of plotting and looking to commit some act of violence, or were they just behind the scenes helping this subject get a vehicle, provide him these explosive devices and other things? I was told that he had a long gun with a silencer. So what their role is undetermined at this time. But I will say this, I know the investigation is in the beginning phases, but they need to get to the bottom of it as quickly as possible to identify those suspects to make sure that they are apprehended as quickly as possible.
Rodney Harrison, please stand by. I want to go back to CBS News national reporter Katie Weiss, who's now with New Orleans City Council member Eugene Green. Katie?
Good afternoon, Major. Yes, Councilman, I wanted to talk with you a little bit more about some of the safety issues that came up during the news conference this afternoon. There was a question about the bollards, or for those at home watching who aren't familiar with those, type of barrier that's put up to try to keep folks in a pedestrian-only zone safer.
Yes.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what went wrong with those? What kind of improvements were pending still in time for the Super Bowl with those?
Well, the simple improvement was going to be that they were going to be a bit more efficient and less prone to mechanical issues. But it's important to recognize that there was a police car in place in front of the area where the bollard should be, and this terrorist chose to simply go around it. It's also important to recognize that the terrorists could have entered the French Quarter and even Bourbon Street from side streets. Not all of them are protected by a bollard. So it's just important to recognize that, yes, certainly that's a desirable development to have the bollard in place, but that alone does not explain why a terrorist was able to go onto the sidewalk and run down the sidewalk and kill people, because even bollards would have their limitations there. This was somebody who was just hell-bent on killing other people, and if he hadn't gone down that street with those bollards, he would have gone on a side street like Iberville or Dumaine or some other street like that.
For you, witnessing this event unravel this morning, how has that shifted your focus as a city council person?
Well, as a city council person, I see so much. Unfortunately, I see good and the bad. I see a lot of good. We host a lot of events that go off without incident. We just hosted Taylor Swift 3 days of 50,000 people at the concerts. We've hosted Super Bowls. In fact, this is going to be our 11th Super Bowl. We host Mardi Gras. We host the Sugar Bowl and other events. So, unfortunately, to the nation, maybe they don't feel as comfortable coming to the city. But I will tell you that we are a safe city, and that we do a good job in terms of security on major events. Again, I emphasize this to say how important it is to recognize that someone who is hell-bent on killing other people, especially in this instance, so diabolical that he chose to use a truck to run over people, teenagers, people having a good time, because that's all that was going on Bourbon Street last night or early in the morning, was people having a good time. So it was a strike at humanity. But in this instance, nothing was achieved, because, there's going to be a Sugar Bowl game tomorrow. There are families who are hurting, but the city of New Orleans or the nation is not about to change its government structure because of a terrorist incident like that. It's an unfortunate fact as to what happened, but the bottom line is that as a city, we're still a safe city to visit.
You talked about this being a terrorist event. I think one of the most interesting details that came out of this news conference just now this afternoon was the FBI official confirming about information on the suspect's vehicle, that the truck did have an ISIS flag attached to the back of the truck at the time of the attack, and that there are still other alleged accomplices that potentially are still at large at this time. What are your thoughts? How does that resonate with you, knowing those new details?
Well, I feel very confident that the local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies working together are going to get to the bottom of this and to arrest those who are responsible. One party is deceased already. One terrorist is deceased. There may have been accomplices. But the bottom line is that I feel that this is yet another test of our law enforcement community, but I'm very confident that members of the New Orleans Police Department, working with our state and federal partners, are going to do a thorough investigation. There's going to be an arrest, and somebody's going to pay a severe price.
Someone might pay a severe price. You heard it. We'll continue to keep you updated as we learn more information. Major?
Katie Weiss and Eugene Green, member of the New Orleans City Council, thank you very much. Sam Vinograd, I want to come back to you. As I understand it, the FBI has done some consultative briefing with relevant agencies. What can you tell us?
Well, what I can tell you is that after the vehicular attack in Germany on December 20th, the Department of Homeland Security did issue a bulletin to law enforcement partners warning about the threat of vehicular incidents. Today, the Federal Bureau of Investigation did a call with its law enforcement partners that includes both state and local law enforcement partners, as well as law enforcement associations and counterterrorism officials, to brief them on where things stand at this moment. Major, in my experience, these law enforcement partner calls are typical after a mass casualty or significant potential terrorism-related event. This is standard operating procedure. The FBI did conduct that call to share what they know at this time, and also to encourage law enforcement partners around the country to remain vigilant for any associated threats. Those associated threats could be related to the actual attacker in this case. Perhaps he was in touch with others about perpetuating similar attacks, or others typically are inspired by high-profile mass casualty events and may seek to implement attacks of their own. So this is a tense moment for the country, and that is why law enforcement across the country is being encouraged to operate at the highest level of vigilance to prevent more destruction and more violence.
Sam Vinograd, thank you very much. Nicole Skanger, your thoughts?
Yeah, one thing we should point out here, Major Shamsuddin Jabbar, the suspect here, the FBI assailant in this attack, may have had help carrying out this attack. Our colleague Andy Trier reporting that the number of IEDs, improvised explosive devices, left around the scene in the French Quarter are a big clue here, and that some of these were serious enough, as we heard moments ago in that press conference, for federal agents to have rendered them safe. Speaking with senior law enforcement officials and other sources here, they're telling me that investigators are now combing through video, trying to identify if there are other people connected to those improvised explosive devices that police have found in the surrounding area.
Meaning scanning video to see if there's anything that they could detect from that video about the placement thereof, or by
placement
whom.
Or by who placed them, Major. And beyond that, you know, we heard earlier from our contributor, there's certainly going to be forensic analysis of those bombs, of those improvised devices, to determine were there any fingerprints, and what's more, what were the signatures on the bombs like? Were the people behind them or the person behind them, you know, the same maker there, Major? That's a big clue for investigators now.
When you say signatures, does that mean component parts that can be traced to other previous events?
Parts, ingredients, the building blocks of these explosive devices.
Scott, it was said at the press briefing by Senator Kennedy that eventually federal authorities will clarify what they know. And if they don't, he said he will raise fresh hell. I don't know if he was intending to or not, but that seemed to serve to imply that he's not yet convinced federal authorities will be as forthcoming as he would expect or demand in this matter.
Intentionally or unintentionally, Senator Kennedy, speaking at that news conference, expressed some cynicism about the FBI's truthfulness and transparency. And what you had there is, I think by all of our experiences, that was a very untraditional crisis communication news conference. All those different voices, no uniformity in message, no uniformity in information stream. And you had people at some parts of that news conference trying to instill confidence in people. Come back tomorrow for the Sugar Bowl. The governor says he'll be there. You can feel safe. We want you in the French Quarter. Then you had Senator Kennedy say he's glad they postponed it tonight because it's not worth it. We're not sure what the risk is right now, which kind of runs counter to everybody should feel safe. You had the police chief saying that there were some issues they've got to button up. Issues with the bollard that the mayor mentioned are still trying to be repaired, the safety bollards to protect people on foot. So I think charitably, you had some inconsistent messaging about safety today. A couple things I want to mention. Other police departments undoubtedly are going to step up some of their protection of their pedestrian areas. CBS News has learned the Washington, D.C. Police Department, ahead of some major events here this month, major events, is increasing its visible enforcement today indefinitely, and people will notice the difference. I expect to hear that from other police departments, but also this update from our affiliate KHOU in Houston, that law enforcement from Houston is now visible outside the attacker's home there, and it's a property with multiple dwellings on it, trailers or some improvised dwellings in addition to some type of home. They're there. That's totally customary. When an attacker is deceased, to go to that person's home, find out what you can. We saw that in July in Butler, Pennsylvania. One of the first stops was in Pennsylvania to the gunman's home to see what the computers show, what any people who live there can say. If they're looking for accomplices, it's a good place to start.
As part of our continuing coverage, we want to show you again surveillance video that CBS News has obtained. If you watch closely, it shows the pickup truck drive around a police car onto the sidewalk and speed up, plowing in to the crowd. Former senior FBI criminal profiler Mary Ellen O'Toole joins us on the phone. Oh, forgive me. I want to turn now to CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, you are joining us from West Palm Beach, Florida, I believe. Former President-elect Trump has weighed in on this, sometimes accurately, sometimes less than accurately. What can you tell us?
Yeah, well, we're tracking, in essence, the current and the future president, Major. We know, for example, let's start with the current one, that President Biden is at Camp David. There's still a possibility we'll hear from him again later today. When he arrived there earlier today from his home in Delaware, he told reporters that he had real feelings of anger and frustration about all of this. And in his written statement this morning, he was among the first to signal that this might have been a broader operation, more than just one person acting alone, by saying in his statement at the time that he was directing his teams to continue making sure that there were no other perpetrators involved and that there was no remaining threat of any kind. That was notable for him to put in a written statement like that, signaling that there was still concern that we've now heard conveyed by those local and federal officials. Here in Florida, President-elect Trump is at his golf course at this hour, as he is most days during the daylight hours. He did speak out earlier today and implied some things that are not accurate. First, he suggested that, all of his warnings about crime going up in this country have been proven again with this situation, and then suggested that criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country. So he was suggesting that this might have been some foreigner who had come into the United States to commit this act. We now know, of course, it was a U.S. citizen, an Army veteran, somebody who lived in Texas who had committed this act. But he added, our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans Police Department. Notably, he says the Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. The other thing to keep in mind, Major, we've got indications today that the Biden White House and its national security and homeland security apparatus has been in touch with the Trump national security and homeland security teams based here in Florida. That was a promise both sides made several weeks ago, that there would be conversations held in tandem about things ongoing that they would likely inherit. If you're looking for an example of the need for an outgoing and an incoming administration to be talking to each other several weeks before an inauguration, we now have one, but we have indications that they are in touch with each other so that the president-elect is kept abreast of the situation. We're not currently expecting him to say anything more about this later today, and again, we do expect President Biden might have more to say later today from Camp David. Major.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. And building on Ed's point, if indeed we are notified of remarks from President Biden at Camp David, we, of course, will bring them to you. Mary Ellen O'Toole still on the phone with us. I'm very grateful that she is there. Mary Ellen, you're a former FBI criminal profiler. Based on your experience and your knowledge of the very early stages that this investigation is quite obviously in, what's going on behind the scenes? And how much less is the public being appropriately informed of that the FBI and other relevant authorities may already know?
So great question. So behind the scenes, more than likely what they're doing, the behavioral analysis unit, my old unit, they're doing both a timeline and a personality assessment of the truck driver. And by that, I mean they're going back and they're tracking where was he a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and so forth. They're also doing an in-depth assessment of his life. At what point in his life did he have an ongoing involvement in criminal behavior, or was there a point in his life that he made the decision to become antisocial, having been pro-social, in other words, abiding by the laws for most of his life? That becomes a critical period of time, because that may be where he decided to participate or spearhead this lethal attack. And it had to be such a powerful event in his life to make this decision, because he became both homicidal and suicidal. That's huge for somebody that has been pro-social or law-abiding before that. So that's why the timeline, when did this happen, and the personality assessment, what was going on in his life, becomes so critical. That also will give agents much more information on who was he talking to, who was he working with, who was he living with, who were the other people that were influencing him. And at this point, they're able to, they've already got this information. They're putting it together. This is not what they can release to the public at this point, because if it gets out there, somebody that was a close associate of his may start destroying evidence. And that's one of the most profoundly important reasons that you can't give out Joe Blow 1 and Joe Blow 2's names, because they still have to collect evidence. They still have to do interviews with possible other suspects. So it's frustrating, but there's a reason for it.
Mary Ellen, you mentioned this suspect, homicidal and suicidal. Though he wore body armor, he had to know, according to what you just shared with our audience, that he was going to die in this attack.
I think that he reasonably, because he's older, he's not in his early 20s, where the thinking is a lot more flawed. At that point in his life, he had to consider the fact that he was planning to be homicidal, but suicidology or suicide was also a possibility.
Mary Ellen O'Toole, thank you very much. I want to go back to New Orleans, where New Orleans Council member Oliver Thomas is standing by with our Katie Weiss. Katie?
Yeah, Major, I've been talking with Councilman Thomas here about a very touching account that he has to share from his time visiting patients in the hospital this morning. Councilman, thank you for your time. Tell us a little bit about what you've experienced, what you saw.
We've heard a lot about what happened with the perpetrator and the terror and the violence that actually affected this city, this country, and this event. But very little have we talked about the human side of what happened with the victims and the two officers who were shot at the emergency room. And in my time in the emergency room this morning, to see the families and to talk to them and to see the care from our medical emergency professionals has been exemplary at University Hospital. But there was one touching story with a young woman who came by in her uniform because she was coming to check on her comrade, someone she had been through the academy with, someone she was friends with. And it was a tearful exchange to see her concern was getting to where someone who she graduated the police academy with, who was a fellow officer. And she actually talked about being on assignment with them, but actually being sent to do something else. And then just to see the medical emergency officials recognize how heroic those officers were, that had they not put their lives on the line, potentially thousands more, hundreds more people could have been killed or hurt.
So they truly were heroes in this.
Definitely, truly. It's an example of how fortunate we are to have the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department, and how sometimes that we take them for granted, but we shouldn't take them for granted. You know, and in many cases, they don't think about whether they're being appreciated or not. They think about making sure our families and our businesses are first and safe, and that's what these officers did.
Could you describe a little bit about those moments when they were injured, how they acted so heroically?
Yeah, and people need to know that this perpetrator went around the barricades, went around officers, plowing through the crowd of the street, and these officers went towards him, confronted him, put their lives on the line. That story has not been told enough. And yes, this is a tragic event, but we have two folk who could have lost their lives. We had another officer who wasn't injured, but the two who were in the emergency room this morning with their families, healing from their gunshots and their wounds. And we need to make sure that they're recognized appropriately.
And those two officers, how are they doing right now? Do you know when they'll leave the hospital?
Well, no, I don't. I haven't gotten any updates. When I left to start all this other stuff that we've been doing about the event, one of the officers finally fell asleep. As a matter of fact, he asked Police Chief Kirkpatrick if somebody, I think, could bring him a Sprite, 7-Up. He was there with his wife and family members and other officers. He fell asleep. And the young officer whose family comes from the neighborhood where I grew up in, he was with his dad, who is also a member of law enforcement with another agency,
wow.
Just smiling, worrying about his fiancée. His fiancée was frantic, and she was just concerned about him. And they're about to get married, right? But to see his dad there, comforting him, and he was upbeat. He was sitting up, and the other officer finally got some rest.
Wow, that's really, really touching accounts. Thank you so much for sharing that today. We appreciate it. We'll continue to keep you updated on the status of those two heroic folks today, and we'll also let you know the status of other patients that we know were also transported to the hospital. For now, we'll send it back to you, Major.
Katie Weiss, and our thanks to Oliver Thomas, member of the New Orleans City Council. It's now 3:30 on the East Coast, 12:30 on the West, 2:30 in New Orleans. Let's recap where we stand. The latest on the deadly New Orleans truck attack New Year's morning this year, just hours and hours ago. The FBI says the suspect, 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar from Texas, rammed his pickup truck into a crowd before being shot to death by police in what has been described as a volley of back-and-forth gunfire. At least 10 people on that scene were killed. That death toll may rise, we don't know, but at 10 is the confirmed number presently. 35 injured. The Attorney General of Louisiana has said some of those 35 injured are, quote, fighting for their lives. Investigators say they believe Jabbar did not act alone. They found an ISIS flag on the truck and several explosives inside his vehicle. Those explosives were known as improvised explosive devices. This incident is being investigated as an act of terrorism. Earlier, New Orleans Police Superintendent said this is not just an act of terrorism, this is evil. The FBI is the lead investigative agency into this morning's deadly truck attack. Here's what we heard earlier from the FBI Assistant Special Agent in charge.
The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we're investigating this as an attack of terrorism along with our partners. Today at approximately 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 individuals and injuring dozens more. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire, and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to be rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came in possession of this vehicle. An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe. The FBI Special Agent bomb technicians, as well as our local law enforcement partners, have been working to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. We're aggressively running down all of the leads to identify the possible subject's associates. We're working to ensure that there is no further threat. We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has any interactions with Shamsud Din Jabbar in the last 72 hours, that you contact us. The FBI is asking the public's help. We're asking anyone who has information, video, or pictures to provide it to the FBI. We have set up a digital tip line as well as our 1-800 number, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Please provide us with any information that can assist us in this investigation. Once again, thank you for your patience and assistance. For an updated statement or information, please check the FBI's website and our social media accounts.
That was the voice of Althea Duncan. She is the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI in New Orleans, briefing reporters about an hour and a half ago. Joining us now, CBS News producer Elizabeth Campbell. She is at the Airbnb the attacker rented in New Orleans, where there is a sizable law enforcement presence. Elizabeth.
Major, good to be with you. You heard there the investigation is ongoing and the situation is ongoing here. It is very tense. Earlier this morning, there was some smoke seen from the house where the attacker was staying in an Airbnb. They have now evacuated residents. If you can see, if you look down that street, there is a large presence, as you said, as they wait to enter the house. There is bomb squad, FBI, HSI. This is an all-hands-on-deck situation as they wait to try to enter that property to clear any potential IEDs, improvised explosive that they may find, and secure this area. Residents are frustrated. It has been going on for hours. It will continue to go on for hours, and the situation here is tense.
Elizabeth, based on what you can observe, and I know that there may be some limitations there, do you believe that authorities have entered the property or are still preparing to do that?
They are still preparing to do that. We've heard they are waiting on a search warrant before they can enter the property, and that is part of the reason why this is a continued long affair. Of when it will end is unclear.
Elizabeth Campbell on the scene for us. Thank you very much. Nicole Skanka and Scott McFarland joined me here at the table. Nicole, your thoughts based on what we've heard so far and the things still yet to come.
Yeah, Major, very concerning that law enforcement has not ruled out a future threat. You heard the FBI Assistant Special Agent in charge say there, quote, "We are working to ensure no future threat." And the kickoff time delay by 24 hours is an indication of that. It will be interesting to see if kickoff remains at 8:45 p.m. tomorrow.
Of the Sugar Bowl.
Of the Sugar Bowl, that game between University of Georgia and Notre Dame. This is going to be a huge concern, copycat attacks for law enforcement moving forward. They are tracking many pieces here, a vehicle ramming, potential improvised explosive devices. Past is prologue in politics. It is in Homeland Security, too. And on December 23rd, you heard Sam Vinograd mention it before, after that horrific ramming vehicle attack at the German Christmas market, there was a law enforcement bulletin that went out to all law enforcement across the country, warning that lone offenders pose the most likely threat of violence to soft targets during the winter holidays. That bulletin here that is in front of me, warning that lone offenders are most likely to target publicly accessible places with perceived lower levels of security, large holiday gatherings and events. It mentions simple tactics, including improvised explosive devices and vehicle ramming. This terrible nightmare now has played out in New Orleans, and certainly officials are going to be concerned in the days and months ahead with so many high-profile security events, the Super Bowl happening in New Orleans, the inauguration coming up, looking forward to the World Cup, to the Olympics. How are they going to secure the nation's cities to ensure that they can lock them down? And the real answer, Major, is that there is no possible way to lock down a city entirely. Speaking with former law enforcement officials today, they say it is truly a tough task. But you're going to see some of those renovation projects, like the one that was underway in New Orleans, play out in other major cities across the United States moving forward. Mark my word.
Scott, catch up our audience on something you mentioned a moment ago about Washington, D.C., preparations for the inauguration, possibly a rally by President-elect Trump the day before the inauguration, downtown Washington, D.C. That's a complicated event under the most normal circumstances.
Yeah.
This tragedy in New Orleans adds another layer of complication.
And the Washington, D.C. police say they've already increased their visible police presence. That adds to whatever's happening behind the scenes and is invisible to us. We know there are these seminal moments coming up in Washington, D.C. that will draw a crowd or security concerns, several of them in just the next few weeks. January 20th will draw hundreds of thousands of people. That's going to be a little bit different. That's a national security, Homeland Security designated event. It comes with a dome of security and a fortress-like atmosphere. January 6th, they're going to do the same thing, even though it's just the certification of electoral votes because of what happened the last time they did that. They're bringing that same Homeland Security apparatus that's going to be massive in scope and size. But what about the days in between when you have, for example, as CBS News reported first today, Donald Trump expected to speak at a rally at an arena downtown, January 19th, when you have crowds gathered here for any number of reasons before and after all those events I just described, you're going to sense that. But I was really struck, Nicole and Major, by how much time was spent at that New Orleans news conference talking not about the attack this morning, but about the security confidence people should have going to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow. And you heard the governor when asked, well, what assurances do we have that we're going to be secure if there are potentially accomplices in a larger scheme? And his response was, because I'm going to the game. They spent an awful lot of time trying to instill confidence for the Sugar Bowl and for the Super Bowl. But the rest of the message today, that there may be others out there, that there were IEDs, that there may have been a larger scheme, may take more than just the governor's attendance to reinstill confidence.
Thank you very much, Scott. I want to bring back into our conversation Rodney Harrison, CBS News law enforcement contributor. Rodney, for the audience sifting through all this, hearing our conversation here at the desk, hearing from subject experts like yourself, trying to sift the most important things learned so far, how would you prioritize them and how would you help them comprehend both the risks and the next steps?
So let me just touch about the next steps, and there's going to be a host of different search warrants that are going to be performed at different residence locations, computers, cell phones, social media scrubs. Then there's a hotline that the FBI agent produced. They're going to have to go through any tips that are provided. But the one thing that I would like to see going forward is an image of this individual. There's somebody out there that has seen this individual go into a store or be around a certain people, maybe be at a certain religious institution that can help us identify other individuals that he is involved with. So these are probably going to be the next steps going forward. This is not just going to be the job of the FBI and the New Orleans Police Department. This is going to be some type of assistance from everybody in this country to try to get eyes on this incident, see who's involved, and make sure they report it to the authorities.
Rodney, it's sometimes said in casual conversation that we are an over-surveilled society, that there are police cameras or governmental cameras in lots of different places. Some jurisdictions, like New York City, make a kind of public show of that. This is a surveillance part of this investigation. There is a surveillance part of this investigation. You mentioned photographs of this individual, this suspect, 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar. Surveillance cameras might have them already.
Yes, and that's going to help us or the investigating agencies be able to determine the actions of Mr. Jabbar prior to this incident, how he plotted things out, where he was days before this incident. And then once again is this, he's no longer with us, but there are still people that are outstanding that we need to identify. So capturing any type of video or any other intelligence that can help us identify those individuals will be extremely helpful to put a close to this incident.
Rodney, you heard a moment ago our Elizabeth Campbell, who's near the scene of this Airbnb where a search warrant is in process and authorities want to enter that property, probably cautiously for some realistic fear that there might be something either set there or booby-trapped. Talk to us based on your experience about what that part of the investigation will and should look like.
Well, I'm hoping that the investigators involved, before they go inside this location, knowing that there were explosive devices recovered from the vehicle, that they use some type of sniff bomb dogs to go in prior to their entrance of the search warrant and make sure that everything is clear and there's no other explosive devices anywhere in any residence or business that they may have to conduct a search warrant in. So it's important that they use these canines to sniff out any potential explosive devices going further to make sure that nobody else gets hurt.
Is it your assumption, and I understand that I'm using the word assumption, Rodney, but based on your experience, that Airbnb may have a lot or a little evidence for investigators?
Well, whatever little bit of evidence that can be retrieved is going to be instrumental. Regarding how much, the time will be able to tell us that. But these are the little methodical steps that I shared earlier that are going to help us identify other subjects involved with this incident and bring them to justice as well.
Do you glean anything in terms of the quote-unquote sophistication? And I don't mean to use that as a compliment. I just mean that as a multi-layered plot involving not only a ramming incident, but improvised explosive devices, not only in the vehicle, but in the surrounding area. Does that tell you anything important about how premeditated this was?
Well, you just take a look at him wearing a body armor, him going around the police vehicle and going on the sidewalk during this time frame, getting an Airbnb, him being from Texas. There was a lot of plotting involved. Once I first heard about this incident, I actually automatically assumed that he did not perform this act by himself. That's why I stated there's a little bit more of a concern just on the surface. And the other people that are out there that are involved, are they on the run now? And what's going to be the mechanism to make sure that we bring them to justice and hold them accountable? So there's a lot more work that needs to be done through just getting information and tips to recovering video that can show what actions he was performing prior to this incident, to whatever sciences that they can recover from inside the Airbnb, the location in Texas, or anything else that's connected to Mr. Jabbar.
Rodney Harrison, thank you very much. I want to turn back to our CBS national reporter, Katie Weiss, in New Orleans. Katie, as you mentioned earlier, you're not just our reporter on the scene. You were in the French Quarter this morning when this deadly act of terrorism played out. As much as you can, and as gently as you can, take us through what you saw and heard. Paint that picture.
Major, thank you. It's been a long morning, a long day, and it's not just for myself, but for many of the law enforcement, hundreds of law enforcement officers who responded, and the EMTs who ran to the rescue, for the Good Samaritans that were there, the employees of the bars and clubs along Bourbon that witnessed this, their friends, families, tourists, locals alike who were there at this time. It's been a long day for all of us. What I witnessed, I heard some commotion. I stepped into a bar along Bourbon, like many others, and I heard that there had been a shooting. So I went up to the second floor window to try to get a better vantage point, and I saw there several people on the ground across Bourbon Street who were injured in varying capacities. I saw first responders rendering aid to someone who was on the ground, seemingly unconscious. I spoke with some witnesses who had also ducked into this bar and asked them what they had seen. One woman told me that she and her husband saw the truck drive past. In fact, her husband, she said, the truck clipped her husband's ankle, but fortunately he was able to move out of the way in time. She said that they ducked into this bar for cover and were just, trying to figure out what else was going on, but that they, as soon as the truck went through, she said she heard kind of a loud crashing noise when the truck hit something, and then she heard shots ring out. She said it was multiple rapid fire type shots. We know now that a long gun was recovered at the scene, so it certainly kind of, aligns with those kinds of witness accounts that I heard there. Once we were allowed to leave the bar, police had kind of created a corral for all of us to leave the scene, the area of Bourbon, and as we were leaving, I saw bodies strewn across this block of Bourbon Street where I was, seeking cover, and it was pretty horrific. There was blood all over the street. There were people worried for their loved ones, comforting their loved ones. There were people trying to render aid, CPR. There were people being lifted up into gurneys, onto stretchers, and we were corralled out of the way. Police just, at the time, I was trying to record to get some, to get a better picture of what was going on. The police said, no time to record, just keep on going, and they motioned us to safety. And now knowing that there were explosive devices in that area, I know for myself, that's pretty unsettling. Anything could have happened. For many people who were there to learn that, certainly very unsettling to learn that as well. We are grateful. I know I'm grateful to be able to be here and give you this report, Major.
Kate, I just want to ask you, 3:15 a.m., in some American cities, after the clock strikes midnight and everyone has said Happy New Year, crowds tend to dissipate. But New Orleans prides itself, understandably, as a 24/7 city that likes to party. What was the size of the contingent at that time, 3 a.m., as compared to midnight?
Sure. You know, I used to live in Denver, and at 2 a.m., all the bars close. That's definitely not the case in New Orleans. New Orleans is a unique place where they want you to have fun. Laissez les bon temps rouler, let the good times roll. It's the Mardi Gras, word, the Mardi Gras phrase, if you will, that everyone lives by here. At 3 a.m., that's really the peak hour that people are out and about. So there were a lot of folks that were walking around Bourbon. This is a pedestrian-only area. So there were tons of people on the street at that hour who were excited, having a good time, carefree, ringing in the new year, certainly not expecting something as horrific as this.
Katie Weiss, thank you very, very much. I want to bring in Omar Villafranca, who was at the scene, or as close as he can get as a reporter to the scene where the driver began his deadly attack. Omar?
Well, Major, where we're standing right now, this is Canal Street, just over my shoulder over here. This is Canal right here. Right there is Bourbon Street, right where you see that Walgreens sign. And that's where you may have seen video. There's some video circulating from a business owner around here where you see the white truck driving right here, right in front of this Crown Plaza. And then there was last night apparently a cop car that was stopped right there, blocking people from going in. And that truck went right around it, but then basically cut right in front of that cop car, going on the curb and going down that way. And that's when the mayhem started. So that part we can't see too far down. We were able to see one of those bollards, and there's also some like street blockers is basically what I call them. And if you live in Washington, D.C., or if you've been around any secured building, you may have seen them. They're flat, but they do come up like this so a car can't drive over it. That's farther down. We saw some that were there. They're being repaired because the Super Bowl is coming here next month. So, of course, there's going to be added security. But people are here for the Sugar Bowl. This tragedy happened in the business district, the French Quarter. Over my shoulder, you may be able to see crowds of people still walking around right now. They're here not only because it's the French Quarter and it's New Orleans, but because tonight the Sugar Bowl was supposed to happen. So you had fans from Notre Dame fans here. You had fans from Georgia. They're supposed to be tonight at the game. That is now not happening. So it's an odd setting, Major. You have people who want to be a festive, in a festive mood because we are here in New Orleans and it's January 1st. But just right here, it's taped off, and that's where this tragedy happened right behind us. We're still trying to get information, Major. It's very fluid here.
Omar, is it worth noting that Bourbon Street in the world-famous French Quarter, for the moment and for the next couple of hours at least, if not longer, remains an active crime scene?
Well, we were trying to get in to see how close we could get just a few hours ago, and state troopers were telling us, we tried to fly a drone, they said no, there were still some of the victims there on the ground. So this is still a very active crime scene for parts of the French Quarter, but there are people who are still walking around here with an occasional drink, still having fun here, but of course they are shocked at what just happened across the street. This side of Canal Street almost seems like it's business as usual, but people are shocked. The other side, it is an active crime scene here on January 1st.
Tandem realities, business as usual on one side of Canal, shock, disbelief, very pronounced layers of horror on the other side of Canal Street, and then down Bourbon Street into the heart of the French Quarter. Nicole Skanga, your thoughts?
I want to point out here, Major, this is the deadliest U.S. vehicle ramming that we know of, and there is a rich history of this particular kind of attack, often a terrorist attack. The use of a vehicle as a weapon, not new. Attacks of this nature require minimal capability but can have a devastating impact in crowded areas. San Jose State University has tracked 184 vehicle ramming attacks between 1963 and 2019. Of course, we mentioned earlier last year, the Magdeburg, Germany attack where 5 were killed. There was also a notable attack in 2021 in Waukesha, Wisconsin, that many in our audience might remember. 6 were killed in that vehicle ramming attack against a Christmas parade. In 2017, in New York City, along the Hudson River in Manhattan, there was a vehicle that rammed its way into a bike lane. 8 died there, 11 were injured. In Charlottesville, Virginia, in that same year, Heather Heyer died during the Unite the Right rally after that, a perpetrator swerved his car into protests. And who could forget the 2016 Nice attack where more than 80 people died in this vehicle ramming attack? And this is going to be a huge concern for the United States moving forward. You heard during that press conference with local law enforcement and with FBI, the mayor, as well as local chief of police Kirkpatrick, they're trying to explain how the retractable barricades were malfunctioning. And, former Mayor Landrieu installed those barricades using Department of Homeland Security funding at the time, to the tune of $40 million. Those malfunctions, they had mentioned that during Mardi Gras celebrations, there were beads that were thrown into them. They did not work properly. I'm texting with law enforcement officials here at the desk who are telling me there's concern. Will we need to put up barricades in every major U.S. city? And how do we ensure that they work effectively moving forward? We heard from the governor there saying whatever the problem was, it's going to be solved. So some reassurances, but the solution today was to put a police cruiser there in the French Quarter. That's a resource that not every law enforcement agency, the more than 18,000 across the country, can afford. We know that right now law enforcement resources are very tight.
And there's a balancing act, right? You got to balance safety with business. According to the memos reviewed by CBS News from New Orleans in 2017, when they talked about possibly limiting traffic altogether in that area, bollards aside, one of the city memos said businesses weren't keen on that because they want to have traffic coming through. They want the business. That's always a balancing act. It's easy to revisionist history, the decisions made, but cities across the country have to consider that too.
Right. If you're going to put bollards up and then you're going to put squad cars up and then you're going to put big trucks on top or on reinforced as a layer or in front of the police cars, then what kind of atmosphere are you creating for those who want to have a safe pedestrian experience? It
doesn't say
they feel like they're in an armed camp.
Yeah.
And businesses understandably worry and fret about that.
And I mention this because there is, at this point, as this day evolves, some symmetry between an incident in Las Vegas and in New Orleans. There was an explosion of a car near the Trump Hotel in the Las Vegas Strip area.
We see that on video right now.
According to our latest CBS News reporting, somebody in that car is dead. They don't know if it's a man or a woman. You see the scope and size of that explosion. There are injuries, too, and there's an investigation underway as to whether there are other explosives in the area. You have 2 different events on the same day, both in that business district where there are people, where there are crowds. And if there's a connective tissue between the 2, we expect it to come out. But again, you have to make these decisions as city leaders. How far do you want to go now? Do you want to put bollards around the entire business district? Do you want to do what Washington, D.C. will do January 20th, put huge salt trucks on all the on-ramps and off-ramps to say, we don't want anybody coming around here? In that case, for the inauguration, it makes a lot of sense. But businesses and cities will grapple with how much do we want to tell people stay away.
Yeah, and best laid plans, Major. You can plan and plan and plan. But as we heard from Chief of Police Kirkpatrick today, she said, we did indeed have a plan. The terrorists defeated it.
Nicole Skanga, Scott McFarland, all the others who contributed to this coverage, I thank you very much. Just to recap before we depart for the hour. From New Orleans, the FBI says it does not believe the driver in this morning's deadly truck attack acted alone and is asking the public to help track down any, quote, known associates, unquote. The attacker, who was killed in a shootout with police, has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar from Texas. He served in the U.S. military, a native-born American citizen. Investigators recovered an ISIS flag, an AR-style rifle, handgun, and several explosive devices in or near his vehicle. Officials are investigating this New Year's morning attack as an act of terrorism. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and of course tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. Good day.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser. We're following breaking news out of New Orleans, where at least 10 people have been killed and 35 hurt when a man drove a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street. The FBI is investigating the attack as possible terrorism. The attacker is dead. He's been identified by federal officials as 42-year-old Samsudin Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen and Army veteran who lived in Houston, Texas. The electric Ford truck was rented through the Turo app, according to sources, and he also rented an Airbnb in the La Roque neighborhood of New Orleans, where a fire broke out today, and investigators are working to find out if there is a link between that fire and the attack. According to the FBI, an ISIS flag was on the trailer hitch of the truck, along with an improvised explosive device, and more potential IEDs were found in the area. 2 had already been rendered safe when the FBI updated us this afternoon. Officials don't believe he was solely responsible, and we also know the Sugar Bowl game tonight at the Superdome in New Orleans has been postponed for 24 hours. We want to show you some surveillance video that CBS News obtained, and we want to give you a warning. It is graphic. It shows the pickup truck drive around that police car onto the sidewalk and speed up, plowing into the crowd. During that press conference, there was a lot of talk about the bollards, those protective barricades that were there to help in a pedestrian-only area keep vehicles out. And they said that they had planned around the construction of replacing those bollards ahead of the Super Bowl to have those police vehicles, but they could not have planned for that attacker to jump the sidewalk there. Our New Orleans affiliate WWL is covering the story. Let's join them.
Publicly accessible places with perceived lower levels of security. That includes parades, markets, outdoor markets, houses of worship, and other large gatherings or holiday events during the winter holidays. That is based on past incidents and identification of these types of targets and its message to supporters. When you think about all of the things, when you think about all of the things that come to play in the city of New Orleans, we have the Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, the Sugar Bowl parade.
Yeah.
We had a Christmas Day parade. We had people that are visiting for New Year's Eve celebrations that happen around Jackson Square, people who ring in the holiday on Bourbon Street. We have visitors that come from all over the country so that they can attend the football game for the Sugar Bowl. And then you have people that come who are just fans of New Orleans and who are just fans of Mardi Gras. As we kick off Mardi Gras on Monday, the start of 12th night. So everything that DHS issued a warning about.
Yeah, we check every box.
Every single box. We check all of those boxes, with the exception of a house of worship. But everything that we've done has been outdoors, and it creates something. It creates something for them to attack. So with that in mind, you have a lot of people. With that in mind, you have a lot of people who are concerned in the future as we have all of these events, and as more people, hopefully, as people we don't want people to get inspired or any copycats to happen.
No,
that's what we don't want.
Absolutely not. And we're continuing to learn things about the victims in this incident as well as the day goes on. Our Whitney Miller is with us now. You have been taking a look at just some of the people who were hurt by this horrible incident today.
Right. You know, the names are slowly coming in. There's been numbers floating. 10 people have been confirmed to have been killed and upwards of 30 people injured, and that's what NOPD is comfortable with at this point of the confirming those who have passed away. But we've been able to identify just a few of them so far. The first death that we have confirmed was 18-year-old Nakira Cheyenne Dido. She was from Gulfport, Mississippi. I know you've been talking about her a little bit. She was a recent graduate of Harrison Central High School. Her mother told our partners at NOLA.com that she was sweet and loving. She said the teen was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and a friend. I was scouring, Facebook, trying to find out more information about her and just to see all the love and support that's coming into her family. On that Facebook post, her mom posted and said, that her daughter was involved in this, and so it's really tragic to see that. They are heartbreaking for sure. The next thing that we learned about was a UGA student who was critically injured and is receiving medical attention. Now that student is unidentified at this time, but that information came from the university's president, who made this tweet here, or on X. He made this post on X. That student has not been identified. In the statement, though, the university's president said he was in touch with the student's family and has shared his concerns and well wishes. And it was a lengthy statement that he posted there. The next person that we have learned about who has passed away is 37-year-old father of two, Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. A cousin of his told our partners that he decided on a whim to go to Bourbon Street. He and another cousin were hit by that vehicle. Hunter died. His cousin is in the hospital with extensive injuries, so one of the 30 plus that are being treated right now. And then the third fatality that we know about is 27-year-old Tiger Besh. I think y'all might have talked about him a little bit. A Lafayette native and former St. Thomas More football player. Besh died at the hospital from his injuries later on this morning, and his athletic directors who confirmed his death to our partners. And she says that he was in New Orleans for the holidays, and Besh played wide receiver, quarterback, punt returner, and defensive back at STM. He went on to play football at Princeton, and he graduated in 2021 and was working as a trader at a New York brokerage firm. So obviously, you know, families learning about this, and the reason why we don't know everyone's name right now is because their families have to learn about this, and they don't want to learn about it on the news, so they have to be notified before that information goes out.
It's unfortunate. Have you heard from, I know that there are a lot of people that are in town. Are we hearing from any fans or people who may have seen this all play out?
So there was somebody who sent us a message. They were trying to find their niece earlier today, and they were concerned. They were trying to call 311 and couldn't really get through. They did luckily find her, but she's on lockdown in a hotel. So I'm trying to get in touch with her just to see how she's doing. He said that she might be taking a nap right now because it's just very, you know, obviously this is a lot. It's heavy for the all that are involved. I mean, not only just to see it, to know that even if you weren't touched by the vehicle or even that close, if you were there maybe a few minutes before, you know, that feeling of I was just in that spot.
That video that we saw, it's hard to watch them. And I know that all of us, many of us have been on that corner of Bourbon Street before, even if you're just walking by.
At this point, it feels like ballers are not. I mean, that right there, turning onto the sidewalk. You couldn't even. How could you get out of the way? How could you?
How could you could have never?
You could have never seen it coming.
No.
Yes.
What a tragedy.
Yes.
Yeah, I could not imagine waking up on New Year's Day and hearing this news about your loved one. So thank you so much, Whitney.
Yeah, I'll keep doing some digging. This is it's sad digging for sure.
It is.
You know, but you know, a lot of people want you to know who their loved one was.
All right.
They're not just a name. So.
And what's the name if people are looking for someone, their loved one? How can they find?
You can call 311, and I think you press 3 when you get on 311.
Okay.
All right.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Whitney.
you. Alyssa Curtis, I think, is joining us now. She was inside of that press conference where they talked a little bit more about what the FBI found, what local officials are doing, what state officials are doing, giving us a live look. Alyssa, what do you have?
Hey guys, yeah, we are now on Canal Street, just right in front of Bourbon, at the scene of where this all started. I'm going to take a step out of the way so you can see what is going on right now. Police have a really large area blocked off by crime scene tape. Again, as we've been saying all morning and now afternoon, there's every single type of law enforcement out here and working on this. LSP, Jefferson Parish, has a truck out here. NOPD, of course, we know FBI is the lead investigators on this incident right now. A big question so many people have had today waking up once they heard this information was, weren't there bollards? Aren't there barricades in the situation? Well, those barricades, those bollards were down. We now know from the press conference that we had a little while ago that they were not working, and they are part of the infrastructure package and plan that the city has been working on in preparation for the Super Bowl. So Mayor Cantrell said that they've been working to get these repaired and fixed and working better than they were working, and that's why they were not up at the time. Those are there in order to prevent situations like this. We know Bourbon Street is a heavy pedestrian area, so police always, not just on big events, but normally on normal weekends, don't want to have people driving through the street. So where those bollards would have been, they say that they had barricades and they had an NOPD truck out there, an SUV unit parked out there, but that did not matter. They say this person, the suspect, was so intent, so hell-bent on causing this carnage that he drove up and around the sidewalk to do this and commit this act. And police say, the governor says that he was just so intent on doing this that he could have come up and gone on the sidewalks on Canal. He could have done the same thing on any other street. So they're saying, yes, you know, while there was a barricade, that he was going to do this no matter what. Again, they are working to get those fixed for and in time for the Super Bowl. Governor Landry said that he was planning to enact an emergency declaration tomorrow in preparation for the Super Bowl and all the events that we have coming up. He said, scratch that, we're enacting it right now. We are having this emergency declaration right now. That way, all of these resources that we need can be deployed to this situation right now. Again, you saw, I think we've seen all throughout the day, but especially during that press conference, just the unified response. Guys, when I tell you that room, there was barely any air in that room because of how many people, not only on our side, on the press side, wanting to learn more information and wanting to get to the bottom of this, but on the other side of the podium as well. We had every single council member out there. We had NOPD, we had FBI, we had JPSO Sheriff Joe Lopinto out there. It was completely packed, and I think that shows visually just how many resources they're putting into this. Obviously, we know the FBI, and this is a federal investigation at this point, but beyond that, not only into this incident, but keeping the city safe. We also know the Sugar Bowl has been postponed 24 hours, and they're really focusing on making sure people are safe and feel safe enough to be there. I asked about Bourbon Street. Obviously, people are going to want to celebrate after the bowl game tomorrow. They say that obviously right now it continues to be an active crime scene, so Bourbon is closed, but when they want to reopen, they're going to again have a strong police presence. This is such a fast-moving incident. We are getting information in so quick. Things are really changing and can change at the drop of a hat. Another thing I want to mention, obviously the main suspect has been killed. NOPD officers killed him once he started shooting at them, but FBI says that there are other suspects that they are confident that are involved in this incident. So they're working again to find that. They couldn't really give us much information beyond what we've been saying, you know, for the past hour or so, because it's a federal investigation. They say they really don't want to jeopardize the investigation. So we asked, why are they so confident that there are other suspects? Who may these other suspects be? They could not give any information, but they say if you have been in contact with the suspect in the past 72 hours, please give them a call. Please give them any information you may have. If you were out here and you saw anything, it's New Year's Eve. They know a lot of people, or it was New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. They know a lot of people had their phones out taking pictures. If you have anything, they're asking to please send that their way so they can get to the bottom of this. Again, everyone is very focused on getting information, getting answers to this. We spoke with Attorney General Liz Murrow. She says, obviously, with the federal investigation, anyone involved will likely be facing federal charges of terrorism, but there's also a chance that they'll be facing state charges here under state terrorism laws. So this isn't just going to be wrapping up anytime soon once they're finished with this investigation. That alone is going to take a really long time, but moving forward in charges and anything that comes after, this is going to be a long situation, and it's going to take a lot of people a lot of days to get to the bottom of this and to bring everyone to justice. They did not give us an updated number in terms of victims. We are still at the 10 confirmed dead and about 30, or I believe 35 injured. We asked if there was an updated number. Some people were saying there might be more, but they could not confirm that at this time. Again, I think the overall message here was this was an evil act, and I think Chief Kirkpatrick said it in such a great way. She says, this is evil. We can run in fear or we can stand in strength. She says that's exactly what they're doing. They're standing in strength and making sure that everyone in this city right now feels safe. We're going to be out here for quite a while. There's a lot of people out here kind of business as usual, as weird as that sounds. You know, obviously we have this part of the French Quarter completely blocked off. On the other side of the crime scene tape, you have tourists just walking around, enjoying their day, because again, we know the Sugar Bowl is supposed to be happening today. So still a lot of people out here on the other side of the barricade. We'll be out here for quite some time and continue to gather as much information as we can. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
So, Alyssa, thank you so much. We're hearing more about victims as time goes by. Obviously, if these victims are still in the hospital, 30-plus people that are still in the hospital, and unfortunately, those 10 people that have passed away, and they say that they don't know if that number will rise. And Kirkpatrick was very adamant, or that she didn't know necessarily what was going to happen at this point because some of the injuries were critical that were in that area. But as we move on throughout the day, there are a lot of questions and a lot of fears that need to be answered right now.
Sure. We do know the names of 3 of those victims who unfortunately died in this incident. One is Tiger Besh, a 27-year-old from Lafayette, Nikira Dido, who's an 18-year-old from Gulfport, Mississippi, and Reggie Hunter, who is a 37-year-old father of 2 from Baton Rouge. And those are just the 3 names. There are at least 7 that we do not know of now because they're working on contacting their next of kin. But of course, dozens of people here have been injured. Many of those people are at UMC recovering and receiving treatment right now.
Yeah, Lily Cummings is joining us now live with that part of the story, giving us an update. And Lily, you've been out there all morning long, spoke with some officials from the state and local level. Can you tell us where we stand right now?
Yeah, Sharice and Devin, we have been here at UMC since about 5 this morning now. Things have definitely calmed down outside. Earlier this morning, we saw a lot of law enforcement agencies from JPSO to state police as well as NOPD coming and going from the hospital, and several ambulances early this morning. But now things have calmed down, and I'm sure if we were inside the hospital, it would be a different scene though. As you all know, UMC is a level 1 trauma center. This is where you want to be brought because these are the best of the best that have seen the worst of the worst. These doctors and nurses are very skilled in dealing with gunshot wounds and trauma care. So we know that from this morning's press conference, there were 26 individuals brought here to UMC, 4 to Turo, 4 to Ochsner Baptist, and 1 to Tulane. As Alyssa just mentioned, we asked if there were any updates to this morning's numbers, and they weren't sure at the time. So as it stands right now, 10 killed, 35 injured. Now, we did speak, as you mentioned, Sharice, to Councilmember Oliver Thomas, as well as Councilmember King. State Senator Royce Duplessis was also out here. They were all coming to visit the victims here at UMC to see how they were doing. That included 2 New Orleans police officers who were involved in neutralizing that suspect, as Councilmember Thomas told us. He said that he believed there were between 3 and 4 NOPD officers who were firing at the suspect at that vehicle to stop as he barreled down Bourbon Street. And he says that at least 2 of them were struck by fire from the suspect. So they were brought here to UMC. Chief Ann Kirkpatrick came and visited them right after that morning press conference wrapped up, and she says that they are in good spirits. Councilmember Thomas says that they confirmed that they were in good spirits. In fact, he was familiar with some of the victims here. He said when he went upstairs to the emergency room, he was familiar with some of the families there because, as we all know, New Orleans is a small town, and we all know each other. We all look out for each other, and I'm sure you'll see that even more prevalent in the days and weeks to come following this tragedy. But the update from UMC tonight: 35 people injured, and of course, Chief Kirkpatrick didn't give an update about this at the 1 p.m. press conference, but she did say this morning that there could possibly be more injuries, more people brought to local area hospitals that they were just simply unaware of. Maybe they got there by their own means and weren't transported via ambulance to one of our hospitals. So we're still learning, and of course there's going to be more information that comes in the hours and days to follow. But right now, 35 injured, 26 of them brought here to University Medical Center. And I do want to mention one update that we received this afternoon. Families of victims arriving at UMC are asked to go to the UMC's conference center that is located on the first floor across from Tower 2, which they say is the midpoint of the hospital. They set up a reunification area for those families. So if you are, hopefully at this hour, families have been reunited, but if you are looking for information on a loved one, just know that they have set up that reunification center again in the conference center here at UMC. You're also asked to call 311 if you are looking for any information on loved ones. The city has kind of set that up as a line that you can call to get information to see if you're looking for any victims that may have been hurt in this senseless tragedy. Guys, that's the update we have now from UMC. I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
Lily, thank you so much for all of that. We know that this is going to be changing quickly. Of course, we always hope that the death toll does not rise, but there are some very serious injuries. We do know that among the injured, we have a UGA student who has not been identified, but we know that they have very serious injuries. We also know that one of the injured is the cousin of one of the men who was killed in this incident, the cousin of Reggie Hunter, who's from Baton Rouge. So we know that in the coming hours, we're going to learn more about who these people are and where they're from.
And the latest in this investigation is the fact that this person did not act alone. Apparently, the investigators are reviewing video that show 3 men and a woman. They may have been involved in placing those IEDs, those explosive devices, throughout the French Quarter, ones that were located in different areas. I think one was over at the Jack's Brewery, and there was another one that was located in a different area of the French Quarter.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure because there have been so many areas of the French Quarter that have been swept, and we know that they're combing through surveillance video, which is how they found that there were these alleged accomplices involved, was because these 4 people, now 3 that are on the run, were spotted on surveillance video placing these devices in different places in the French Quarter.
We do know that this is an act of terrorism that has happened right here in our beloved city of New Orleans, and during a time where people were celebrating, welcoming the new year, when people were celebrating and beginning, hopefully we're starting to begin the Sugar Bowl that unfortunately has been postponed until tomorrow. And of course, pending the investigation, we really don't know how this is moving forward. This puts a lot of things in jeopardy, and it's all in regards to safety. It is making sure that people are safe and making sure those who are responsible and anyone else who is connected to this is caught. So if they move anything or if they postpone anything, we understand the frustration that people may have, but right now it's about safety, and right now it's about finding and holding those accountable.
And we know that right now the eyes of the world are on New Orleans, and not typically around this time of year, it's for all of the fun, amazing, joyful things that happen in this city. People come to New Orleans because it is a wonderful place to visit, and this city is so used to hosting huge crowds and keeping them safe. And this is such a devastating blow to not only to the culture of New Orleans, to the people of New Orleans, and to the families of these victims. It just feels like such a heavy day here.
Yes, it is a really heavy day, and it's heavy in our hearts because this is home for us, and we know people, and we've reached out to people as we give you information. We started to call people in our own families, in our own circles, and friends who work in the French Quarter and who live in that area, just to make sure that they were okay and they weren't in the line of fire or in the line of where this truck was going. We've gotten condolences from President Joe Biden a little bit earlier, and the president did issue a statement, and I don't know if they have a live shot of the White House right now, but the president did issue a statement a little bit earlier offering his condolences and telling us that he's been in contact with the FBI FBI and local officials, including Mayor Cantrell and with Governor Jeff Landry, to offer any assistance that they may need. Unfortunately, it's the way that this setting the tone for the country on January 1st is not exactly what we hoped it would be.
No.
And unfortunately, it's connected to our community right in our own backyard at Channel 4.
Yeah, the president said, quote, "My heart goes out to the victims and their families who were simply trying to celebrate the holiday. There's no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities."
All right, so again, hearing from the president, Governor Jeff Landry, he ordered for 100 military police, and that is through the Louisiana National Guard to assist, because as you've done and you've covered in your breakdowns many times, we are still very short on police officers, not near that goal where Ann Kirkpatrick wanted us to be in regards to recruitment. So we need all of the assistance that we can get. And of course, with all the events coming up, I'm sure that there's going to be some changes with how police is manned. We already have the Louisiana State Troopers that have Troop NOLA that are patrolling across the city of New Orleans. So now we're probably going to see additional forces.
Certainly, Ed, because you not only have, Governor Jeff Landry put it this way, he said this is a twofold situation. On one hand, you have this big investigation that's currently going on in 2 different neighborhoods, at least, of the city. And on the other hand, you've got to keep all these people safe because the main event that a lot of people were here for still has not even happened yet.
Right.
You have tens of thousands of people in the city of New Orleans who are not from here. They don't have homes here or families here, or really a lot of them probably don't have an easy way to get out of town if they want to leave because they've got flights. So now you're tasked with keeping all of these people safe and preparing for all of these events that are coming very shortly.
All right, so we have new coverage is coming in. We're going to be continuing to cover this. We're joined now by Maria Martin, who is joining us from our Atlanta sister station as we break down this horrific, tragic event that happened on Bourbon Street earlier today. Maria, what can you tell us?
Hey, Charisse and Devin. First of all, I want to say that I'm thinking about everyone at your station and everyone in the city of New Orleans. This senseless tragedy obviously affects a lot of people, and you mentioned a lot of people coming in town for the Sugar Bowl at the Superdome, and a football game obviously pales in comparison when we're talking about what happened this morning, the senseless tragedy, as you guys are going through the details and will be in the coming days as well. I'm actually on Canal Street, and to my left is where Georgia is staying, the entire football team and their staff. It is their team hotel for this trip, the college football playoff quarterfinal, and they are to remain in place for the rest of the day. It is their effort to keep everyone in that building safe. This is just for the football players and the staff. They've decided to keep everybody inside so that they can stay accounted for and make sure everyone is good to go. They were also waiting bright and early this morning to figure out what they were going to do about the Sugar Bowl, and that conversation is actually still ongoing. We heard from officials that they are postponing the game 24 hours from when it was originally scheduled at 7:45 tonight to 7:45 tomorrow. However, I've been told that Georgia and Notre Dame both have complained about the time. They want it to be moved up a little bit, but that request has not been met yet. Those conversations are ongoing. So right now it is scheduled for 7:45 tomorrow. However, the team is hoping that it can be moved up a little bit earlier. And you talk about rescheduling your plans for New Year's Day. In my hotel, in the lobby, there are a ton of fans, both from Georgia and Notre Dame, just trying to get an extra night at the hotel. The line when I went downstairs, when this was figured out that the Sugar Bowl would be postponed, a full 24 hours was literally wrapped around the lobby. I was overhearing conversations from people saying that they were just trying to get one more night, perhaps 2. I even was speaking to people in passing in the elevator this morning. They said they're just going to get out of town. They're going to forget the game. It is a very heavy day, a very heavy environment when you walk around, and the players are all safe in that hotel. I was talking to Georgia's SID this morning, making sure that all the players were accounted for. You heard from President Moorhead, which is the president of the University of Georgia, that one of their students is one of the victims that is critically injured. I heard you guys talking about that earlier as well. So they are navigating that situation. There's a lot of moving pieces to this. One, of course, is the game and whether or not it's going to be played at their initial announcement time of 7:45 tomorrow, or if it's going to be moved up a little bit earlier. But as we continue to navigate this, I will also keep everyone posted in Atlanta, and my thoughts are with you guys here in New Orleans. Charisse and Devin, back to you.
Maria, I have a quick question for you. You say that you've been in touch with the teams. You know that they're inside of the hotel hotel so that they can remain safe. Are you in contact with any of the players? What's the general feeling, or what are they saying right now? Oh, it looks like Maria. Do you hear me here? You might not be able to hear us. So we were trying to figure out if you guys didn't know, this is Maria Martin. She's from our sister station at WXIA in Atlanta. She is a sports anchor and reporter, so she has valuable knowledge when it comes to what these teams and these players are doing. You did mention, you did hear from her that all of the players are being kept inside of the hotel room, obviously to maintain their safety. The players have all been accounted for on both sides, on both accounts. And that's the thing that we're worry about. And you were talking about this earlier, if these players were potentially, which I don't necessarily know the protocols for sports for football players when they're in town for a game day. Do they get an opportunity to go out? I'm assuming at 3:15 in the morning that these players were not
in bed.
Yeah, everybody was in bed and they were accounted for.
Yeah, I would hope so. At 3:15 before game day, you would certainly hope so. But it is definitely good news that they are all safe, all accounted for, because the hotel where they are staying, I'm looking at the map here, is just like 2.5 blocks away from where this horrible thing unfolded. So she said that they're in the hotel today, safe and sound. Everyone is accounted for and they're good.
We also just heard her say that she spoke to and she's listening to some of the chatter that you hear inside of the hotel rooms for all the visitors, and some people are asking to leave the city. Here's the thing, you can expect people to want to celebrate. It's a little difficult after such a heavy event for people to want to celebrate and want to continue to attend a football game, which is completely understandable if they don't know necessarily where we stand, and capturing the other people that were involved or potentially involved in this. Also, if we don't know where we stand with security and safety and knowing what the updated plan is, and I'm sure as the time unfolds that we're going to know exactly what that plan is. And some people just feel it's a heavy moment. It's a moment where you were maybe inches away from a terrorist attack, and sometimes this is something that is nowhere near us.
Yeah, and you just want to be out of the city.
Yes, absolutely.
And not to mention, a lot of things are not open right now. Obviously, Bourbon Street is still closed down as the FBI continues to investigate. So a lot of the celebratory nature of this weekend is over.
Yes, and so right now it's a lot of people who are just frustrated and, quite frankly, who are scared, and a lot of us here included, because our stations are in the French Quarter, and so we're near where all of this would have happened. So I just want to give you guys an update if you're just joining us. For anyone who is just joining us, we are unfortunately following a terrorist attack that happened on Bourbon Street, which is a sentence I never thought that I would say here in New Orleans, a terrorist attack that happened on Bourbon Street, where 10 people were killed after a truck being driven by a man from Houston, Texas, was driven down Bourbon Street in the first block from Canal Street, mowing down several people and killing them. 10 people dead, more than 30 in the hospital, currently being treated, some for some very serious injuries and some for minor injuries.
And this ended just a few blocks away from that intersection. We know that there was a shootout with police, and 2 police officers were shot, and then the suspect was then shot and killed on Bourbon Street as well. And there were a lot of people out there. Of course, this was 3:15, just 3 hours after the fleur-de-lis drop. You've got a lot of people out, and we're seeing some videos from Bourbon Street that are frankly terrifying.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get an opportunity to kind of rack that up, but just to show the video, just to give you a sense of how this all happened, because there are a lot of questions. No problem. There was a lot of questions regarding how that truck could make it onto Bourbon Street. As we've mentioned before, if you're not familiar with of New Orleans, when there are major events in which we host major events, it feels like almost once a month sometimes. As we host major events all the time, they typically have a plan in place that closes up for the French Quarter, and it's usually just either as a safety measure and as a traffic measure to make sure that we don't have a lot of traffic buildup and we don't have a lot of people that are in danger. And we talked a little bit earlier about one of those measures being bollards that were placed on Bourbon Street, but this was in response years and years ago to terrorist attacks that happened with vehicles used to kill or mow down people in other places, more specifically in East France, or drunk driving incidents as well. So those measures are put in place place to make sure that this doesn't happen. And right now, those bollards are down. But as Whitney may have mentioned, and as we heard earlier in the news conference, they may not have been a factor here.
For those who don't know what these are, they are kind of movable metal poles, metal barricades that would prevent a car from going down the street. However, in this instance, like we saw in the video, this truck just drove right around onto the sidewalk. So even if those bollards had been up, would they have really made a difference? And if the answer is no, there needs to be some reassessment of security, which we know that is happening right now. They're talking about how to re-secure this street.
I'm seeing a tweet right now. You just mentioned this. This is from the FBI in Houston. As we mentioned to you, the driver of that vehicle in the Bourbon Street attack is from Houston. According to the statement that I'm seeing tweeted out by the FBI in Houston right now, in the Harris County Sheriff's Office, they say they're currently conducting law enforcement activity near the intersection of Hugh Road and Crescent Peak Drive. This is in North Houston. They've secured a perimeter in that area, and they want people to avoid the area. FBI Houston personnel and specialized teams will be on site for several hours, and this is related to this morning's New Orleans attack, but due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, they can't provide further information.
We knew that there were big gaps in the timeline, I should say, from where this truck left in Houston, where it was rented, where this person is from, and where it ended up on Bourbon Street. We know that there is potentially a second crime scene under investigation right now in the St. Roch neighborhood. Now we're hearing of this third perimeter being set up in Houston, and it seems as though the pieces are starting to be put together here by the FBI and by investigators.
I know that right now investigators did not, and hopefully we get an opportunity to play that news conference from earlier so we can give you an update. The latest that we've received from investigators, and things have moved along even since that news conference, ended. But you have a number of officers who are investigating not only what happened on Bourbon Street, but the potential of IEDs being placed all around the French Quarter, potentially elsewhere. These are the places that they've seen they've been placed. 2 of them have been detonated so that they don't explode, and they've collected and gathered the other ones because they are possible incendiary devices. And you also think about the Mandeville Street situation. We heard from one of our Atlanta reporters earlier today who was on Mandeville Street, as well as our reporter Winston Reed, to talk about the fact that after this happened, 2 hours, maybe a little after 2 hours after the incident on Bourbon Street, there was a fire that was set on. There was a fire that was set at a home on Mandeville Street. This is in the St. Roch neighborhood, very residential community here. And that fire that was set led firefighters to put it out, and whatever they found inside of that home led them to call bomb squad. They believe that this was an Airbnb potentially rented by the suspect.
And we know that it was very serious because almost right away, we know that they responded around 5:30 this morning, and by 8 a.m. they were telling neighbors within a 2-block radius that they needed to leave their homes. So there was an evacuation involved. Neighbors had to leave. We're told that they were just grabbing their pets and whatever they could and getting out of the area so that the investigation could take place, and that is still cordoned off at this hour.
Yeah, I know that you have a lot of people right now who are also doing the painstaking work of attempting to locate loved ones.
Yes.
Finding people who, unfortunately, like one of our victims who are visiting town to celebrate the New Year's holiday with us, those who may have been visiting town to go to the Sugar Bowl that has been postponed until tomorrow, or people who are just visiting town or just celebrating what should have been a joyous occasion and gathering of people, as we always do. We are in a very celebratory period of New Orleans, and right now when you're in that period, as you go from, we joke about this, the fact that we go from Thanksgiving to Christmas to New Year to Mardi Gras to Jazz Fest and to French Quarter Fest. It's just extremely frustrating to see this happen. Right now, we're giving you, this is, I thought this was video from earlier, this is a live look right now that you're getting from Bourbon Street. And during this live look, you'll see, we had video a little bit earlier, but it shows you that Bourbon Street is still an active crime scene. It is locked down, so they're asking no one to come to the area. Really try to avoid the French Quarter if you can, but especially that area. We know that some situations are unavoidable because people have to return to work, or you have people in the neighborhood of the French Quarter who live there. These are officers who are still standing finding out as they investigate this tragic situation. And we had video a little bit earlier that showed officers, this was all captured on Earth Cam, on the same camera that we're giving you now. They showed officers the moment that they found out. Several of them were standing along the street on Bourbon Street, and this was at 3:15 in the morning. The moment they found out what was going on, they ran down Bourbon Street to the scene of where this was happening. I spoke with one of those officers a little bit earlier, and he told me that what he found was tragic, and that it was a horrible scene. There were people who were mowed down, and the suspect, the suspect was identified with having military gear on and headgear on. There was a long gun that was inside of the vehicle, and he had IED explosive devices. So again, this person came so that he could really make something happen. And there was, even though there was some speculation initially a little bit earlier, there indeed was an ISIS flag. This is confirmed by the FBI that was flying on the back of this truck. Now, this is the video that I'm telling you about here. These are the officers, and you see them standing around. It is 3:15 in the morning and not much happening. And this moment here is the moment that we knew and everyone else knew that something was wrong. All of them ran down the street. And this is a few blocks from where this incident happened. All of them ran down the street towards where this terror attack was happening in this moment. And at this hour, 3:15, a lot of people still out partying, and you have people who don't know necessarily what is going on. So they haven't ran away. This is why if you look at the video or continue to look at the video, it may seem like, no one's paying attention. Bourbon Street is a very long street. This incident happened at really the beginnings of Bourbon Street. And look, you have state police troopers running down the street as well. But this happened to that entryway to to Bourbon Street, where you have Canal and Bourbon. And then you have further down, of course, where this Earth camera is. So there is intentionality of probably getting those people at the entry level, because really a lot of people cannot drive into that area. Being joined now by Katie Moore, and you were talking with David Hammer a little bit earlier about what you guys found, all the investigators found.
Yeah, we've been digging into this all day long, of course, as everyone else has. And one of the things that I recently discovered as we were talking about the FBI in Houston carrying out activity, you and Devin mentioned that statement that they issued through the Houston FBI office. Again, just to reiterate that for those who are just joining us, the FBI Houston and the Harris County Sheriff's Office are currently conducting law enforcement activity near the intersection of Hugh Road and Crescent Peak Drive in North Houston. We have secured a perimeter in that area, and we're asking people to avoid the area. FBI Houston personnel and specialized teams will be on site for several hours. The activity is related to this morning's New Orleans attack, but due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, no further information can be provided. Now, that is of note. I did a public records search on the suspect in this case, the alleged attacker, Shamsud bin Jabbar, and one of his last known addresses is on Crescent Peak Drive. So we can assume that they are securing his home, looking for any evidence that may be contained in his house in Houston. From what we know, from what we've heard from investigators so far, is that this man, again, lived in Houston, possibly on Crescent Peak Drive, according to public records, and then at some point rented that truck, drove to New Orleans, either alone or with other people, and then rented an Airbnb, we believe, according to law enforcement sources, in the St. Roch neighborhood here in New Orleans. And we saw, of course, that heavy police presence around that house earlier today. There was a fire at that house. We believe that may be related to some possible explosive devices or some sort of evidence that was found there. It's unclear how that fire started or when they put it out, but we do know that the ATF was heavily involved in that operation here in New Orleans in the St. Roch neighborhood. So you could assume that, they are concerned that there may be some sort of bombs or weapons involved and that were present at that house here just outside the French Quarter, really, for those who don't know the geography. St. Roch neighborhood's right outside New Orleans. Right outside the French Quarter, rather.
Yeah, so I mean, they were really close. And can you talk about the other IEDs? I know we had David Hammer in earlier, and they detonated 2 of them, but apparently, did we discover if they were actual IEDs that were found, or similar to a pipe bomb or anything?
I don't know what kind of they're improvised explosive devices, so they could be anything, really. But what we heard from the FBI at the news conference at 1 o'clock was that there are at least 2 that were found and neutralized. They were detonated. Now, we did hear reports that there were other things that were blown up or detonated around the French Quarter at different locations. It's unclear whether or not those things that were targeted by investigators were actually devices that were explosive, or if it was just something else that was like a suspicious package or something. Of course, they're going to be looking into every single thing that they find here in the quarter for the foreseeable future. And it kind of sounds like they found 2 of the actual IEDs that may have been created by these suspects, and that the other things may not necessarily have been. But we also heard, from the Associated Press reporting, based on a law enforcement bulletin that was sent to the Louisiana State Police, that apparently there's surveillance footage of 4 people, 3 men and a woman, placing those IEDs in the French Quarter.
Right, and and that's what made me question the security protocol right now for the French Quarter. I know that the crime scene is mostly on Bourbon Street, as it should be, but are we opening up the French Quarter to everyone right now, or are we waiting until this investigation is complete, or are we only? How long will people have to shelter in place before they can leave safely and go somewhere else?
When I came into work, this morning, there were tons of people out walking around in the quarter. So there were people driving in the quarter, just not in the areas where this terrorist attack happened. So you would think that other parts of the quarter are open for business right now. I mean, I think we could probably just kind of step outside and see whether or not that's the case now.
We're in the quarter ourselves.
We're right there. But we obviously haven't had a chance to do that. So, but I don't know. It sounds like the governor, all of our law enforcement leaders have said they really want people to stay away from the area as long as they can. Now, we have 60,000 people in town for the Sugar Bowl. And for New Year's Eve, there's probably an additional number on top of that. So those tourists have to go somewhere. They need a place to eat. So you would think that at least some of the restaurants and things are back open.
I know that they probably are taking some protocols to make sure that the people that are driving around don't access certain areas. I was told that we have some video earlier. We had Meg Ferris at a blood center that was over in Metairie because they said they needed assistance. When you have that many people in the hospital with critical injuries, and obviously you hope that they have some support. According to Meg Ferris, the blood center said that there are at least 40 people in line at the Metairie location giving blood, and they reported this morning and showed video of, and I saw this when I arrived, empty refrigerators of blood, and that is because it's the holidays, and right now a lot of people, and look, people, that's the thing about New Orleans. They made a call that we needed the help, and they needed people to donate blood, and you have people that are already standing out there ready to support and to give blood. So this is, again, the one in Metairie. They had a long line of people that were there hoping to support. Those 35 people or 30 people that are still in the hospital, and we're hoping that they get the support that they need. As we learn about these victims, though, an 18-year-old young lady who came from Gulfport just to celebrate with us, a former star athlete, rather.
From Princeton and St. Thomas More over in Lafayette. I mean, you just hear these stories, they're just tragic. Everybody was just out and about, having a great time last night, early this morning, which is what we want people to do. And this suspect, Jabbar, decided that he was going to just make this a horrible start to 2025.
Yeah, and this is Reggie Hunter. He was one of our victims that was killed. Tiger Besh, another victim that was identified and taken, and we have more victims that are still, they're trying to reach out to families because you have people who might not necessarily know what's going on. I know I have some people who are reaching out to me in several parts of not just here. I've had people reach out from Ireland, from the UK, from Boston, from all over the place, asking what's going on and trying to figure out what's happening. But this marks the beginning of the new year in America for a lot of people. This terrorist attack that's now tied to New Orleans forever.
Yeah, and it's called terrorism for a reason. It's terrifying, and I think a lot of people just want to help any way they can and find some sort of peace and solace in knowing that they're trying to make the situation better. As this investigation unfolds and continues, there are obviously national security ramifications that could be associated with this attack. And so with the FBI involved, with the president actively engaged and watching the investigation, there are some very serious like I said, ramifications to what's going on with this. So lots of interest here locally and all over the world. And I know a lot of people are joining us on WWL Plus to check it out, check out our coverage. So thanks for being with us.
Amelia Strahan joining us now, one of our reporters continuing our coverage. We have reporters all over getting every single angle of this. Amelia, you're on near Bourbon Street, Rava. Can you tell us if they still have this area cordoned off or what you're seeing around you?
Yeah, they do. Police are still out here investigating. They've had this area blocked off all day long, still just out there investigating. Now we just got, updates earlier from local and federal law enforcement, and they say they're investigating this as an act of terrorism, and they don't think the suspect acted alone. We know those bollards that are, in place to protect the corridor were down for repairs, and that has a lot of people wondering, New Year's Eve, the Sugar Bowl, why were they down, or why was there not some other precaution put into place? Still a lot of questions around this incident. Many of the victims, their families are going through an incredibly difficult day today. We have identified a few of those victims. Nakira Dido, she is a Mississippi teenager, and then Tiger Besh, a Baton Rouge father. The University of Georgia also tweeted saying that they had a student injured in the attack and was in critical condition. Of course, we know the Sugar Bowl has been postponed, so definitely a difficult day here for our city. You can see this Louisiana State Police trooper still has the street blocked off. We've talked to a number of people that live around the area, or they have Airbnbs down the street, and they haven't been able to get back. They're having to find other options, getting hotel rooms. So definitely a difficult day for the city. At least 10 people were killed, 30 at least injured. So a really dark way to start the new year here in New Orleans. Reporting live from the French Quarter, Amelia Strahan, WWL Louisiana.
All right, Amelia, thank you so much for that update. Taking a look at basically some of the updates that we're getting from as this time goes by. You can talk about the ramifications when it comes to security and political ramifications. There have been calls for people to testify before Congress to talk about what happened here today and what they, obviously it's difficult to talk politics here, but they're talking about asking them to explain where the failure happened with the FBI. But I think that this is a situation that's a little difficult to follow.
Yeah, you mean with the infrastructure?
Yes.
Yes, the infrastructure. Now, of course, Mayor Mitch Landrieu. Yes. It's been a long day. Former Mayor Mitch Landrieu later became the sort of infrastructure czar for the United States. Right. Now, Landrieu is the one who coordinated the Bollard project that had those bollards installed on Bourbon Street to, in theory, prevent an attack like this from happening. Right. Now, there have been questions about whether or not those bollards have been really worthwhile or functional since they were installed back in 2017, 2018 timeframe. And that's when Mitch Landrieu was mayor. So I think there are going to be a lot of questions for him in particular about whether or not that project was done adequately and sufficiently, whether or not more should have been done. And secondly, of course, we heard questions asked of Mayor LaToya Cantrell why is it taking until now to try and fix those, if that is a problem, when we have the Super Bowl knocking on our door?
Right.
And the Sugar Bowl this weekend, obviously, New Year's Eve, all these major events that are happening. We do know that they just got a big chunk of money from the state to carry out these infrastructure projects around town because of the Super Bowl. So that's why they now, excuse me, now have the money to do it. There must be something in the air in the studio.
Yeah.
In this situation, everybody's going to nitpick and ask those tough questions because people want to know if there's a way that this could have been prevented.
Yeah, there's going to say, I think a lot of people are asking if this event could have been prevented. I think that it's important to ask all those questions, like what could we have done, and what do we need to do moving forward? That's why I question exactly what the security protocol is going to be, because we have a lot of people who are questioning if those bollards and what you're seeing now, the movable bollards, and if you have something that people can just push to the side and do whatever they want to do with, which I'm sure law enforcement won't allow that to happen, but if you have things that they don't feel like will prevent an attack like this from happening, then what can you put in place? And you also have to think about the fact, Governor Jeff Landry said something, and this is very much a reality, anything could have been the target of a terrorist attack.
Yes.
And so you have the fleur-de-lis drop that was in Jackson Square by Jack's Brewery. That could have easily, of the people that were gathered there to watch for that, could have easily been the target of an attack if someone wanted to try it. So it's unfortunate that you don't know necessarily when this is going to happen. That's when you can rely on maybe intelligence to kind of catch that before it gets this far. But since this has happened, I figure what lessons are we going to learn from it so that we can make sure that if there are attempts for this happening again, we can at least try our best to prevent it.
I think you said something very key in that there are questions about whether or not there were intelligence failures here.
Right.
If there were any red flags that were missed. If this was, in fact, a terrorist attack, as we believe that it is, that may have ties to some sort of extremist organization and terror group, then what were the intelligence failures that led to this? And I think those are some of the bigger picture questions that are going to be asked in the coming days and weeks.
Yes.
Right now, the big question is, who were the other people that the FBI believes were involved in this attack? Where are they, and can police and law enforcement catch them?
And that's the hard part about it, and that's the part that has a lot of people concerned. The fact that we have investigators on video who say that they've seen these people place devices in different parts of the French Quarter. Luckily, they were able to recover these devices. The big question is, are there more? Did it go, and did they place them anywhere else throughout the city? And also, why New Orleans? If you're driving from Houston, which is a major city, a much larger city, and passing through other cities to get here, I'm wondering what made us a target here.
I don't know. That's a great question too. And it doesn't appear that this suspect had any ties to New Orleans specifically.
Right.
We do know that he's a U.S. Army veteran. We're unsure whether or not he was honorably or dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Army. And the FBI said today that they're working to confirm those details about his background. We know that there is an active search underway and an active operation happening in Houston right now as investigators start to really look.
We've been watching coverage from our New Orleans affiliate WWL. For now, we're going to take a short break. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
"60 Minutes takes you to Paris for the unveiling of the restored Cathedral of Notre Dame.
It resisted to 2 world wars. This is a message of achievement.
How did America help? You'll be surprised as you get a tour like no other. It's time for 60 Minutes.
I can see clearly now.
Clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS.
Yeah!
Tony, coming?
No, I'm going to stick around for an hour.
CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel, right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus fun.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
and reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time. Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish
That
you and
we
I are going to
just-
have.
Yep.
Oh, my good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights
What a finish at the final round of play.
and in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching. I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to our FBI, NSC.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates.
It's just kind of surreal, and it's sad. It's sad for America, and it's sad for our people.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser. New Year's celebrations turned into tragedy in New Orleans after a driver rammed a truck into a crowd at the city's iconic Bourbon Street. We want to warn you, the next video we're about to show you is graphic. Surveillance video shows the attacker's white pickup truck with what we now know is an ISIS flag speeding into the area packed with those celebrating the start of the new year. And what authorities say was 3:15 a.m. local time. So in this video, you can see there is a law enforcement vehicle there barricading the street, but that white truck goes around and onto the sidewalk to get around that vehicle. At least 10 people are dead with 35 others injured. Among those hurt are 2 police officers who confronted the attacker. The attacker has been identified as 42-year-old Samsuddin Jabbar of Texas. He was killed in a firefight with police. The FBI is now investigating the attack as an act of terrorism and believe he is not solely responsible. We start with CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca, who is near the scene. Omar, what's the latest you can tell us from the ground?
Well, Lindsay, that video that you just saw, we're standing right across the street from where everything happened. I'm going to point over my shoulder here. You may recognize some of that awning. This right here is Canal Street right there where you see that red awning going down. You're right. There was a police car in that video that was blocking any traffic from going onto Bourbon Street. But in that video, the white truck goes around the police car onto a crowded Bourbon Street, and then witnesses were saying they were gunning it down that street. And that vehicle, we understand, is roughly 6,000 pounds. It was an electric truck. Now, This is where everything started. That video came from one of the businesses across the street here in the Central Business District, French Quarter. There are cameras everywhere. Matter of fact, the business owner over here that had some of that video, we talked to him, but the FBI was already in contact with him, so he's holding off showing any more video that he may have. Where we're standing right now, and let me move my photographer out of the way since we are getting some emergency vehicles still in this area. Just a few minutes ago, we heard two booms, at least two booms, maybe three, and then vehicles were speeding off. Now, we're not sure if that is in fact related. What you're also looking at is crowds that are on the street. People are down here in New Orleans not only because it was New Year's Eve and today's New Year's Day, but today is the Sugar Bowl. This was Notre Dame and Georgia. Supposed to happen today. It is postponed now. So you have fans coming in from Indiana and from Georgia. And now they're basically having to pause this right now because it is still an active investigation behind us.
What can you tell us about the general feeling of people there? I mean, on one hand, we have one side of you, which is still an active crime scene. I don't know if that is still the case, but at the time that you had tried to get more access, there were victims that were still in the street. Yeah. But then on the other hand, you have these businesses who rely on a day like New Year's Day. People are in town. I mean, it's sort of that balance. What are you hearing from people there?
Well, people are in shock. They came down here to have some fun, to experience New Orleans, and also go to this game, and now they're kind of in awe. Now, some people, I was at the airport flying in, there was a bunch of Notre Dame fans. Some of them didn't know. They hadn't turned on their phone to see what was going on. They were just hopping on the flight so they could come down here and have a good time at the game, so they were shocked to find out what happened. And, of course, there's some trepidation. People don't want to be here when there's a suspected terrorist attack, but they've paid their money, a lot of money, to come here and see their team. So people are walking around a little bit dazed. Usually this is a place where people will go have a nice meal, a fantastic meal, grab a drink and be walking around. But people are kind of looking around, finding out, not only looking at the media, but as I said, this crime scene. This is Bourbon Street. This is one of the big areas where people would be walking down to go in and experience the French Quarter, the bars where you can grab a drink and walk on the street, people throwing beads from the balconies. There's a dueling piano bar. People may hear that and want to go in and grab a drink and listen to some music. And a very unique New Orleans experience for them has now been shattered and has turned into a crime scene. And just a few minutes ago, Lindsay, we have a crew that's elsewhere. They were trying to also fly a drone up near the Airbnb where we believe the suspect was staying, and sheriff deputies were like, no drones at all around that area too. So they're controlling everything here because they're not letting anyone in. It's still an active scene.
Right. Omar Villafranca, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and bring in Anna Schechter here in Studio 57. She's the senior coordinating producer for our CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. As we just heard there from Omar talking about another location, there is just information coming in fast and furious. So let's separate out some of these ideas. First off, what can you tell us about what we know about the attacker?
Well, we've learned quite a bit. In fact, there's a lengthy YouTube video of him from 2020 where he's describing his work as a real estate agent. He talks about spending 10 years in the military, working in IT. Officials confirmed he was in the Army. He grew up, he was born in Beaumont, Texas, and grew up there. He was a resident of Houston, Texas. I mean, in that video, you see him wearing a button-down shirt with a jacket, looking like a professional person, describing his career in a very articulate, coherent manner, and it's just hard to reconcile the individual that carried out the attack with that man. Such different profiles, you would think.
Do we have any information on what may have been going on in his life at the time? Anything from an interpersonal relationship or finances?
Absolutely. So he was married twice. In his second divorce, he filed for divorce in 2020. It took a couple of years to resolve, and during those proceedings, he talks about not being able to pay for the home. His former wife filed a restraining order against him to protect her and their child or children, and that was actually granted. So clearly his life was starting to unravel after that video that we see from him in 2020. In recent years, things started to go downhill. He had financial troubles. He also had sort of small run-ins with the law, driving without a driver's license, theft on his record. So he does have a record. It's not major crimes. It's not violent crimes, but he does have a record. And we're now piecing all of this together. We're trying to build a profile. The New York Times is reporting that he was a recent convert to Islam, so we're working on that.
And we know that there was an ISIS flag on the trailer hitch of the rented truck, rented through Turo, rented in Texas.
That's right.
Driven to Louisiana. We know that there was at least one improvised explosive device in the vehicle, more placed around the French Quarter. So what do we know about the fact that authorities definitively said at the press conference today they don't believe he acted solely, that he was not solely responsible?
Well, our sources tell us there is a video. There is video capturing multiple other people, 4 other people who potentially helped them that investigators believe were accomplices. And our sources described to us that they were dragging the improvised explosive devices to place them. So we don't know exactly where that is, but we know that there were several placed in the French Quarter. There also were devices or parts of devices, precursors, as our sources call them, inside an Airbnb in the Laroque neighborhood of New Orleans, where we saw there was, quite a bit of activity. In fact, our producer down there, she said that she heard an explosion at the house. So much going on. Now we're also looking at a Las Vegas explosion. We're trying to figure out if there was any connection.
So real quick before we let you go, the multiple locations that we know are being investigated in connection with this include the Airbnb location in the Laroque neighborhood in New Orleans and the attacker's home in Houston, correct?
Correct. And then, of course, Bourbon Street, where he carried out the attack. In and around there were other explosive devices found in that neighborhood.
Okay. Anna Schechter, thank you so much. For more on the investigation, let's bring in Orleans Parish District Attorney Jason Williams. Thank you so much for your time on such a tragic day for you and your community. What can you tell us about the investigation? Is the threat believed to be over at this point?
No, the threat is not over. This is an active and fluid investigation. Much of Bourbon Street is a very large and active crime scene. There are a lot of moving parts. One, to try to bring everyone who was involved in this to justice, and to also make sure that our locals and visitors are safe as they continue to navigate the city of New Orleans.
Do you feel confident that the Sugar Bowl can go on tomorrow safely for everybody?
No, that's not a decision for one person. Sugar Bowl leaders, city leaders, have been meeting about that all day and will continue to meet about that. The decision to shift it 24 hours to put more precautions in place was wise and was smart. But this is as devastating and as shocking as you can imagine that it is. I was in the French Quarter having dinner last night. My college-age son was on Bourbon Street celebrating with friends until roughly about 2 o'clock, just before this happened. So this was an attack on my home, but it was not just an attack on my city. It was an attack on our country and our way of life. It didn't just go after Democrats or Republicans. They went after Americans. He went after Americans and our way of life.
And we heard in the press conference from officials today the importance of holding whoever was responsible accountable. We know that the attacker is deceased. What is law enforcement doing now to figure out who, if anyone, that attacker worked with? And will your office be involved in holding those people accountable?
I imagine you're going to see New Orleans and the state have been working together in a way that you don't see in a lot of other places. State, the AG, LSP, NOPD, my office. Coordination is very good, was already very good, but you're going to see a level of coordination that you probably don't see anywhere else in the country in terms of national, state, and local investigators and prosecutors working to hold every single person that played any role in this attack accountable. I mean, this attack was clearly intended to harm a lot more people. This truck was used as an odious weapon. He opened fire after the truck could not move anymore. He had bombs ready to hurt other people. The only reason there wasn't more loss of life was because of the quick work of the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department. They ran to that danger. They neutralized it quickly before he could cause more harm. And they're heroes. I have to say that they're heroes, and I'm thankful for them.
I do have to ask you because, and I know there will be a time to assess whether more could have been done, but in the press conference today, it was repeated that those bollards, those barricades on Bourbon Street were under construction, nearing completion. completion, their replacement ahead of the Super Bowl. They were not up, according to the mayor today, and that we should mention also that the New Orleans police superintendent said, look, this was an act of evil, and that they planned for these bollards to not be the only deterrent, that they had patrol cars and other barriers, and that the person, the terrorist, drove onto the sidewalk around the police vehicle. We saw that in the surveillance video. They said we had a plan, but the terrorist defeated it. Do you have any comments or questions about that particular fact of the case right now?
Got lots of questions, and I'm going to keep asking those questions until they're satisfied. Right now, we're in a triage situation of trying to go after who else was involved. But yes, those bollards went up after that horrific attack in Europe in 2017, in which there was a loss of life because of a truck driven into a crowd. And we knew that Bourbon Street, I used to be on the city council, I was president of the city council, and we knew that Bourbon Street was a particularly soft target for that sort of attack, which is why we authorized and allocated money to put those barricades up. Now, at some point, those barricades were inoperable and they were being repaired. And there are going to be a lot of questions about the speed and with which those repairs were being made or not being made. But as you just said, you can see in that video that this man, hell-bent on evil, went around the area where a police car was, where that barricade should have been up. He went around, he went on the sidewalk. There was nothing on the sidewalk. So there's going to be an autopsy about every single thing that was in existence before this happened. And I imagine that you'll see the city of New Orleans and other American cities changing everything about how we protect particularly soft targets. Just like after the 9/11 attacks, we had to change the way we handled air travel. Yeah. And this is going to change the way that we handle large crowds and big events. But this person was hell-bent on evil. And it's a clear reminder that evil is real. It is not an abstract. Just as sure as there's good, there's evil in this world.
And it hit so close to home for you. You said your own son was there in that area up until about 2 a.m. This happening just about an hour and 15 minutes later. What is your message to your community tonight?
My message to my community is I know that we are all reeling. I'm reeling. This has been a very emotional day. I have not eaten a bite of food, as I'm sure a lot of other people are in that same situation. But the men and women of the NOPD and the men and women of the Louisiana State Police are on their job, and they have the help of the FBI, who is leading this investigation. And every single person is doing everything they can to make sure that we find anybody who was in any small way involved in causing this carnage, to make sure that they are held accountable, they're brought to justice, and they spend the rest of their lives in jail.
Jason Williams, we appreciate you and your time on such a tragic day for you and your community. Thank you. Well, the people from New Orleans are reeling from this morning's devastating attack. This hour, the city's former mayor joins us to share his reaction. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
"60 Minutes takes you to Paris for the unveiling of the restored Cathedral of Notre Dame.
It resisted to 2 world wars. This is a message of achievement.
How did America help? You'll be surprised as you get a tour like no other. It's time for 60 Minutes.
I can see clearly now.
Clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS.
Yeah!
Tony, you coming?
No, I'm going to stick around for an hour.
CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel, right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus fun.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
we're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
Find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
We continue to follow today's truck attack in New Orleans that left at least 10 people dead and dozens of others injured. The FBI says it believes the attacker, who died after exchanging gunfire with police, was not solely responsible. I want to bring in Mitch Landrieu. He served as the mayor of New Orleans from 2010 to 2018. He also served as Louisiana's lieutenant governor from 2004 to 2010. Thank you so much for being with us on just such a harrowing day for you and your community. How did you first learn about the attack, and how are you feeling right now?
Well, I heard about it this morning when I woke up. As folks know, it happened around 3:30 in the morning, so I was hoping to start the day with a joyful, New Year start. But it was tragic in an unbelievably difficult way, and our hearts are broken here in New Orleans. We pride ourselves on being a city that receives citizens from all over the world to come enjoy the best food, the best music, and some of the best entertainment. We do Super Bowls and Final Fours and Mardi Gras Jazz Fest, Essence Festival all the time. So this is really a tragic event, and our hearts and prayers go out to the victims and their families. And thanks to the 3 first responders, police officers, who really ran to the fire literally and got in a gunfight and killed this terrorist. So, and the medical professionals, by the way, who unfortunately have gotten really good at making sure that they get the kind of treatment that's necessary. But it's been a very hard day. What's really important right now is that there's clear command and control, coordination and communication between the federal authorities, the state authorities, the local authorities, so that they go find out whether or not there's any other thread to this. It seems to be, from the FBI's perspective, that this wasn't an event just by this terrorist, that there are other people involved in it, and I know they're working hard to find that, and they will.
When you were mayor, you unveiled a $40 million security plan aimed at making New Orleans safer. Do more changes need to be made ahead of, for example, the Sugar Bowl tomorrow, the Super Bowl next month, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, the Essence Fest? I mean, we talked at least in the last few minutes with the Orleans Parish District Attorney about this bollard situation, and we know that New Orleans police had tried to plan around that situation, that those barricades were temporary and were being replaced ahead of the Super Bowl. But what, if any, changes would you like to see?
Well, let me make a couple of comments. First of all, there's going to be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking that's going to go on. And after a horrific event like this, you always want to do an after-action report to find out where there were deficiencies. That's why I mentioned the heroic acts of the police officers who stopped this terrorist from actually doing more damage. In 2016, after the vehicle attack in Nice, France, we anticipated something like this happening, and we had a $40 million plan that was pretty good. I don't know what happened over the last 7 years. I know that they're going to look at all of the things that you need to do, but it's securing a street like Bourbon Street is one issue. Securing an entire city that actually gets taken over by events like Jazz Fest and Mardi Gras is another thing. You will recall a number of different instances just a couple of weeks ago in Germany at a Christmas market. A very, very similar thing happened. So this terrorist, who is solely responsible, along with the help of other people, is the person to be looking at right now. When they do the after-action report, they got to figure out where the holes were. They've got to get in there and they've got to plug them. They're going to extend the perimeter tomorrow night for the Sugar Bowl. And, of course, a lot of these things hopefully will be in place when the Super Bowl comes, because we've done this many, many, many times before. But it's very hard to plan against something specifically like this, but they've got to get after it and make it better than it was.
How do you feel about the decision to postpone tonight's Sugar Bowl game to tomorrow? And would you feel comfortable enough to be there? We know the governor says he will be there, and that is a testament to his faith in law enforcement and how secure he believes that area will be.
Well, first of all, it was a smart thing to do, to postpone it for 24 hours, to give them time, because remember, the FBI right now doesn't know what they don't know. They think there may have been some other people involved. They've got to run those threads out. So it was a smart thing to do. 80,000 people are going to attend this game. It will absolutely be safe. I'm glad the governor's gone. I think that is a good signal for folks, and I believe that they'll be safe tomorrow night when they come to New Orleans, as they will when the Super Bowl comes.
You were also the senior advisor and infrastructure coordinator for President Biden and his administration. What do you want to tell residents of New Orleans, residents of America who have been deeply shaken by today's events?
Well, you actually saw another event going on in Las Vegas. When there is a terrorist attack on the ground in the United States of America, whether it's in New York, whether or not it's in Las Vegas, whether it's in New Orleans, it's an attack on all of America. This individual evidently was an American citizen who unbelievably evidently was a veteran as well. And so we cannot let the terrorists win. There are no circumstances under which we should hide our heads in the sand or be afraid or let them stop us from enjoying the freedoms that we have. We've got to be better. We've got to be faster. We've got to be smarter. And we're going to continue to do that. And I would say no matter who the president is, the governor is, the mayor is, when these events happen, everybody's got to line up. Everybody's got to make sure that we're on the same page. Everybody's got to make sure we know where the threat is. And then we have to make sure that we secure ourselves. And I know that they're working hard to do that.
Mitch Landrieu, thank you so much. And as we've been talking, we actually got an official statement from the New Orleans coroner, and that the death toll has now been increased to 15. We are very sorry to have to give you and our viewers that information. Mitch, thank you. And just reading a little bit more. Indeed. Okay. Reading a little bit more from that statement. As of now, 15 people are deceased. It will take several days to perform all autopsies. Once we complete the autopsies and talk with the next of kin, we will release the identifications of the victims. So the latest official statement from the New Orleans coroner is that there are now 15 people deceased, up from 10. And we do want to turn to another story we've been following out of Las Vegas, which Mitch just mentioned. At least one person is dead, 7 more injured, after smoke emerged from a Tesla Cybertruck and then it exploded outside of the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas. Authorities say the person who died was inside the vehicle at the time. The surveillance video shows the moment the truck exploded. Now, sources tell CBS News this incident is being treated as a possible act of terrorism. Las Vegas officials spoke earlier about efforts to keep the community safe.
With an explosion here on our iconic Las Vegas Boulevard, we are taking all of the precautions that we need to take to keep our community safe. We're looking for secondary devices. We're taking it slow, and we are going to make sure that we remain safe in our community.
CBS News spoke with an eyewitness at the scene about what he saw and the response from inside the hotel.
It was like a firework. It was popping sound, bang sound, and a lot of sparks fly. They took us out near the parking lot, and that's where we were there for a little bit, and then they pushed us. They told us to come out further, and we came out there, and then now we are here.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk posted on X, "We have now confirmed the explosion was caused by very large fireworks and/or a bomb carried in the bed of the rented Cybertruck and is unrelated to the vehicle itself. All vehicle telemetry was positive at the time of the explosion." We will continue to follow that story. Well, today's attack in New Orleans took place just weeks before President-elect Trump returns to the White House. How he is responding to what's being investigated as an act of terrorism. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
It was genocide, a deliberate effort by the United States government to eliminate the food source that was relied upon by Native American tribes.
American bison were slaughtered and Native Americans displaced.
And that's how tribes were subjugated to reservations and our lands were taken.
But now, through conservation efforts at Yellowstone,
Buffalo provided everything that we needed. Now they need help.
a herd grows.
We need to step up and help them.
And a culture is reborn.
When the buffalo return and come back, that's when our tribe will begin to heal.
Yellowstone Bison Revival, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Let 60 Minutes take you on a private tour of the National Archives.
So there may be treasures like this buried in boxes.
Historical secrets from America's past.
So this is original from 1778?
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places. Bright, shiny faces.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Put me in the game, coach.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
The best interviews feel like it's just a conversation with a neighbor.
Hey.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask a question that is the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'll see you in the morning.
Listening to how someone explains themselves is so key to understanding their perspective.
The grief of losing a child is immense. You can't breathe.
After decades of the war on drugs, things have only gotten worse.
Every shipment of fentanyl is a ticking time bomb.
50 times more powerful than heroin.
CBS Reports goes deep into Mexico.
What is your role in the Sinaloa cartel?
To find out why the cartels keep getting stronger and wealthier.
This is a war, but we're not fighting it. Our citizens are dying.
Funding Cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser. At least 15 people have been killed and dozens hurt after a man drove a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. The FBI is investigating the attack as possible terrorism. The attacker is dead. He's been identified by federal officials as 42-year-old Samsudin Jabbar. This is video of him from earlier, posted several years ago. He's a U.S.-born citizen and Army veteran who lived in Houston, Texas. The electric Ford truck he rented was rented through the Turo app, according to sources, and he also rented an Airbnb in the La Roque neighborhood of New Orleans, where a fire broke out today, and investigators are trying to determine whether there is a link between that fire and the attack on Bourbon Street. According to the FBI, an ISIS flag was on the trailer hitch of the truck, along with an improvised explosive device inside, and more potential IEDs found in the French Quarter. Officials don't believe he was solely responsible. They are asking for the public's help in trying to identify anyone who may have aided him. And we should mention tonight's Sugar Bowl game at the Superdome in New Orleans has been postponed 24 hours. Now, we want to show you surveillance video that CBS News obtained. We do want to give you a warning. It is graphic, and it shows the pickup truck drive around a police car that was serving as a barricade onto the sidewalk and then speed up, plowing into the crowd. Joining us on the phone right now is CBS News. Joining us in person is CBS News producer Elizabeth Campbell. She spent her day at the Airbnb that attacker rented in New Orleans. Elizabeth, what is the activity outside that Airbnb?
Yeah, absolutely. We are still seeing a heavy law enforcement presence here. We've seen a couple of fire trucks depart, but there are still many FBI, bomb squad, HSI agents on the scene. If you take a look behind me, just down the road there, that is the Airbnb where he was staying earlier. We did hear a controlled explosion a few hours ago, and it seems like things are starting to calm down a little bit, but they insist this is still an ongoing investigation. They don't know what they're going to find in that house. As you mentioned before, there were improvised explosive device as part of this attack, and they're concerned they might find some in there. So they're treating everything with caution as they're here.
What are you hearing from residents in the neighborhood?
Yeah, it's been a tough day for a lot of folks here. Around 9 a.m., they had knocks on their doors from officials telling them that they needed to vacate the area. They've cleared a couple of blocks around the house in every direction. Folks here have been staying with friends, going for walks. There's a church around the corner that has very graciously opened their doors to folks for charging stations, a restroom. It's still unclear when they're going to get to return to their homes, though. They've been allowed to be escorted one at a time to get medicine or something they need. But it's been a long day of a lot of uncertainty here.
Any idea when they can go back home?
No, unfortunately, they say this is an ongoing crime scene. Again, they can go in briefly to get something out, but they can't go in and stay just yet. It's going to be a long night for a lot of folks.
Questions are you asking, Elizabeth?
You know, we're trying to ask what are the booms that we've heard? Do they know what they'll find? How concerned are folks about that? So a lot of things we're talking about now is just when can people get back into their homes? Is everyone safe in that home? We did see one person who was in the house right across the street. They were able to get their medicine quickly and get out. But a lot of the question is the one everyone else here is asking of when can they go back in and why was he here?
Okay. Elizabeth Campbell, thank you. President-elect Trump says his new administration will, quote, fully support the city of New Orleans as officials investigate today's deadly truck attack. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe is here to discuss this and more from West Palm Beach, Florida. So, Ed, what else is the president-elect saying about this?
Lindsay, good to be with you. He is here in his hometown. Has returned home after spending most of the day at his golf course. And in that statement he had issued this morning, he initially suggested incorrectly that the suspect was somebody who had come from outside the United States to commit this crime and this terrorist attack. Of course, we now know that the attacker is a U.S. citizen, an Army veteran, somebody who had lived in Texas, studied in Georgia, not a foreigner. But the start of his message this morning suggested that he was, inferring that this was someone who'd come from outside the country to cause this terror. And as you said, he says his team will, of course, provide comfort to New Orleans and assistance once it takes over. There are a lot of Republicans this afternoon, at least in the social media space, Lindsay, raising 2 points. One, questions about whether the Biden administration was truly on top of things and had its priorities straight, especially in recent weeks, given what happened in Germany a few weeks ago at that Christmas market, and whether it was able to properly track these things. And, of course, that comes amid the criticism and concern about President Biden himself and whether or not he's been totally on top of things in recent weeks and recent months for most of the last year. To that end, the White House has said that this afternoon the president had another series of meetings with Homeland Security advisors to get an update on the situation in New Orleans. He was briefed as well on that fire and explosion at the Trump International Hotel, Las Vegas, where that Tesla Cybertruck blew up. You reported earlier, of course, that appears to have been some kind of intentional explosion that's being investigated as a possible case of terrorism as well. He spoke with his Homeland Security team, spoke again with the New Orleans mayor, and has spoken with FBI and military officials as well about the potential response. What we've been waiting to hear all day is whether the president himself will speak to this. When he was moving from his home in Delaware to Camp David earlier today, he told reporters he had a real sense of anger and frustration about this and was asking a lot of questions of agencies and said he wouldn't speak until more details were known. So it may be that the White House deems this to be too... Oh, yeah, that's him there earlier. It may be that they still believe it's too fluid a situation and don't want to step on anything, and he may wait. But there have been questions also like, why isn't he out there speaking up about this? Why isn't he saying more? It seems the White House is holding him back as they try to determine who exactly was involved and what might be the full scope of this. One other thing Republicans, supporters of President-elect Trump, have been saying today that plays into what's going to play out in Washington in the coming days is they believe that this means it should be no question that the president-elect's nominees for top national security positions should be confirmed as quickly as possible. It is expected in the next 2 weeks or so that confirmation hearings will begin for people like Marco Rubio, the nominee to be Secretary of State, possibly his CIA and FBI picks, and a handful of others, the Homeland Security pick, Kristi Noem, the governor from North Dakota. That's standard. Often in transitions, the Senate will start holding hearings before the inauguration so that on Inauguration Day they can be confirmed, if not unanimously, at least pretty quickly. And it seems that they're going to put a lot of pressure on Democrats to make sure that that can happen now in the wake of these two incidents today.
I want to ask you about something that you had mentioned and the concern that maybe the president wasn't entirely on top of things. Is the concern that his Department of Homeland Security wasn't in lockstep with local authorities after the attack in Magdeburg and making sure that, for example, New Orleans, which we know that officials have themselves called Bourbon Street a soft target. We know that those bollards or barricades were in the process of being replaced ahead of the Super Bowl, that his DHS was not in lockstep with local authorities making sure that they had everything locked down?
Yeah, there's going to be questions about that kind of thing, especially because you have the Sugar Bowl, Mardi Gras, the Super Bowl, Jazz Fest, all these events that aren't necessarily considered national special security events that get the full Secret Service and FBI protection. The Super Bowl does, maybe not the Sugar Bowl. And so there'll be questions about whether there should have been more known. What I do find interesting, though, Lindsay, up early this morning, that the mayor of New Orleans in her first remarks said she had heard already from White House officials. So sometime between 4:15 Eastern when this happened and when she spoke closer to 8 a.m. Eastern, she'd already been in touch with White House authorities about what was going on, which meant the White House had a good grasp on the situation and was monitoring it. We know the president and her spoke a few minutes later. So there will be all sorts of conversations about what the city was doing, whether they had properly prepared and protected around those areas where those bollards are what we call sort of posts, stumps in the ground that can go up and down. We see a lot of them in Washington. I know you see a lot of them in New York. It's a newer thing for a lot of other cities because they've worked in places like Washington and New York. So you're seeing a lot of other cities put them in place. They can go up and down to allow, dump trucks or an ambulance to go through if needed, but otherwise go up, especially on a night like last night. And that incredible camera footage that shows that the truck just went around a police car that was standing there instead. There are going to be a lot of questions that federal, state, local authorities are going to have to think about when it comes to protecting soft targets or pedestrian-dependent or heavy targets and events in the coming months.
Yeah, the mayor had said today those bollards were actually down, but the New Orleans police superintendent said they had a police vehicle there to be a barrier. And just as you mentioned, that attacker just drove right around on the sidewalk. Ed O'Keefe, thank you as always. We'll have much more coverage of the deadly truck attack in New Orleans, including reaction from officials in Louisiana. You are watching CBS News 24/7.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Can see clearly now.
Clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS.
Yeah!
Tony, coming?
No, I'm going to stick around for an hour.
Hey!
CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel, right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus fun.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
These 7 miles of tunnels were the secret storage site for fuel for the Navy's Pacific Fleet in planes.
So this is one of the tanks.
Oh my gosh.
What happened 20 stories below ground is a story for 60 Minutes.
This thing that was a lifeline for the fleet is a threat.
That's right. I'm Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours, and of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me most. Listen to Murder in the Orange Grove, the troubled case against Crosley Green, wherever you get your podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Sunday morning, a visit with the Wayans at Papa's house, plus affairs of state with the diplomat, and in praise of pigeons. Listen for the trumpet.
We continue to follow the latest developments out of New Orleans following the deadly truck attack on Bourbon Street that killed at least 15 people. CBS News Congressional correspondent Scott McFarland is with us at the White House now. Scott, a lot of information has been trickling in. Can you catch us up to speed on what new information we've learned about the attacker?
Now, Shamsuddin Jabbar, according to the FBI, had an ISIS flag as he was part of this attack targeting the French Quarter, and engaged law enforcement by gun and was shot and killed in return fire. We know, according to our Houston, Texas affiliate, KHOU-TV, that law enforcement is seen outside a home or a property associated with Jabbar as the evening begins here as they conduct investigations. And we also know, according to law enforcement, a long gun was found at the site of this attack. And the videos we've seen so far show quite clearly the way this attack was conducted, with a truck going around a police perimeter right there into the heavy pedestrian section of Bourbon Street on a particularly busy hour of a particularly busy night, New Year's morning in New Orleans. The investigations are ongoing, and we know here at the White House, the briefings have been ongoing with President Biden, who returned from Wilmington, Delaware to Camp David today. We expect to hear from the president at some point soon with an update on the federal investigation. But as it stands right now, the FBI is the lead investigating agency, and they characterize this unequivocally, Lindsay, as a terrorism probe.
We have learned from the Texas lieutenant governor that it looks like the attacker rented that car in Houston via Turo on December 30th, potentially suggesting what law enforcement officials will be looking at in terms of premeditation or the planning that went into this. What reaction are you hearing from lawmakers both in Louisiana and across the country?
A uniform bipartisan prayers and thoughts and statements from federal officials, from state officials, and from members of Congress, and that's no surprise. But we did get an unexpected chance to hear from some of the local congressional leaders from Louisiana today at that news conference that was staged midday in New Orleans, including the Senator John Kennedy, the Republican, who says he's pleased the Sugar Bowl has been paused at least 24 hours, saying it's too much of a risk to have played that game tonight. And Troy Carter, the Democrat from New Orleans, saying, quote, there are cowards responsible for this attack, emphasizing the plural nature of that word, cowards, an ongoing refrain we've been hearing so much through this day, that there are multiple people believed to have played some role in this attack, not just Jabbar.
What more are we hearing from officials about the security and the response that we've seen?
We'll start off in New Orleans, where they say they're going to review any vulnerabilities that were exposed through this attack. We know from our CBS News reporting this morning, the security bollards that are supposed to be there to prevent vehicular attacks are being repaired, restored, or just simply reinstalled at that site. And that work is not going to be completed till February. An acknowledgement today from law enforcement, those bollards were not fully in place today or this morning when the attack was affected. We also know here in Washington, D.C., Lindsay, the D.C. police say there is a more visible law enforcement presence people will see, effective immediately. And they have those two enormous national security designated events coming in the next few weeks. On January 6th, on Monday, they have the electoral count certification at the Capitol. They put an enormous security presence in place around that event based on what happened 4 years ago. And of course, inauguration is a national security event with an enormous amount of closures and protocols and a parade that goes right here by the White House.
I want to get back to New Orleans, and you had mentioned the Sugar Bowl being postponed. I had asked Orleans Parish District Attorney Williams whether he was confident it would take place tomorrow or how he felt about it. And we were basically given no guarantees. Right now, we don't have any indication that the game won't take place tomorrow evening. But what other adjustments are being made by officials as a response to this attack? And maybe we're not privy to it because they're not publicly releasing that.
Yeah, that's right. Though this is a different part of town. I mean, this is a non-French Quarter, non-business district site. This is the Superdome in New Orleans, which, oh, by the way, will also be the host of the Super Bowl next month, another one of those national special security events. The governor of Louisiana was pressed on that question, Lindsay, during the news conference in New Orleans midday, and he says, what reassurance can I give you it's going to be safe? He said, I'm going to be there. I'll attend. Police have acknowledged some potential vulnerabilities in the French Quarter on Bourbon Street that they have to button up, and they know it. At the Superdome, there seems to be a better sense of the security parameters that are there for tomorrow's Sugar Bowl and for next month's Super Bowl.
Cy McFarland, we always appreciate you outside the White House. Thank you so much. Up next, we'll ask a former police commissioner about what security measures may be implemented after today's deadly truck attack in New Orleans. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports. Tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely. As Taiwan faces threats and aggression,
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, they are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are emergency. We are depressurized.
How could this have happened?
It's still happening right now.
Meet the Boeing whistleblowers who believe they know how.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah, and good parts. They're not too picky.
Wow.
It's time for a 60 Minutes investigation.
Sunday morning, the miracle of Paris's Notre Dame, plus actor Daniel Craig and Billie Eilish, 22 but already a legend. Listen for the trumpet.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
We return now to our top story. A deadly truck attack on New Orleans' crowded Bourbon Street has forced city and state officials to reevaluate security ahead of the Sugar Bowl, which has been postponed until Thursday, and the Super Bowl, which is scheduled for early next month. CBS News law enforcement contributor Rodney Harrison joins us now. He's also the former police commissioner for Suffolk County, New York. Rodney, thank you for being here. What will authorities need to do to secure the area moving forward, and what are the challenges still?
So first, there's still a lot more information or intelligence that needs to be brought to the law enforcement officials in New Orleans. And the FBI, I'm sure, will be doing a methodical job regarding gaining as much intelligence. I know they're waiting to do a search warrant in a location where there was an Airbnb. I'm sure they're looking to get into his residence in Texas and a host of other locations that they're eventually going to track down where he was staying and how this whole radicalization occurred at this incident here on New Orleans on Bourbon Street. And that's going to determine safety measures going further. Are there outstanding individuals that were involved? You know, one of the things that you heard in the press conference, there are more people outstanding that they're looking for. So it all depends on the investigation, what information is received, and then they can make a determination regarding what safety measures they can put in place, be it either for the Sugar Bowl, the Super Bowl, or other events that are happening in New Orleans or other places around the country based upon the information that they receive.
I mean, we know, unfortunately and tragically, that bad actors may see this as an opportunity to be a copycat. I mean, we've seen examples around the world of attackers using cars or trucks to ram through crowds of people. What options do authorities realistically have to prevent such an attack from happening?
So, you know, you just take a look at New York City and my time in the NYPD. You know, we use all types of logistics to protect individuals from taking a vehicle and going on sidewalks and trying to run people over. We would utilize sanitation trucks filled with sand and put them in different locations just to make sure that that opportunity wasn't there and there were no vulnerabilities. What happened out here in New Orleans, I'm not sure if there was any credible threats that caused them to raise their level of protection. I will say this, that they did have department police cars in certain areas where the ballers could not be located. But due to the fact of this recent attack, I'm sure they are going to be on high alert and make sure that any location that they feel may be another target down the road, they have the appropriate measures in place to protect that location.
We've been talking about the fact that authorities believe the attacker was not solely responsible and worked with others, that there are outstanding people that law enforcement will be looking for. What are the next steps to confirm who he may have been affiliated with?
So there's going to be a host of search warrants that are going to be done, either in his computer, his cell phone. They're going to scrub social media, any activity that he might have done on some other platforms that are encrypted are, you know, going to be one of the uphill battles that the FBI agent's going to have to go through. There's going to be a bunch of tips. I actually like that they provided a hotline number if anybody had any information to call. So they're going to have to take any information that they receive through this hotline and conduct a thorough investigation into that. So there's a lot of steps that need to be done. They're also going to look at his financial records, where he traveled, any other associates that he might have been involved with. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done just to try to identify those other individuals that might have been involved and then bring them into custody as well.
Okay, Rodney Harrison, thank you so much for your time as we continue to follow this developing news of a tragic event on what should have been a joyous day celebrating the new year and then ended in a deadly truck attack in New Orleans around 3:15 local time on a busy Bourbon Street. We're going to have much more on this throughout the evening, including the latest on the attacker. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
I have a dorky look to me. I don't look like a criminal at all.
60 Minutes has reported on fraudsters, criminals, and hoodlums. But what this minor league thief was able to do surprised even us.
These are Yogi Berra's World Series rings.
A sports story you'll have to see to believe.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, the Music Man, T-Bone Burnett, plus Ted Danson, and Martha Stewart with Just the Recipe. Listen for the trumpet.
I report from a lot of war zones, but I don't really take the same risks.
He's one of the bravest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, there was one horror movie I was too scared to watch. It was called Candyman. But did you know that the movie Candyman was partly inspired by an actual murder? Listen to Candyman, the true story behind the bathroom mirror murder, wherever you get your podcasts.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Remembering President Jimmy Carter, continuing coverage on CBS News.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your...
I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to our FBI, NSC.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We're aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates.
It's just kind of surreal, and it's sad. It's sad for America, and it's sad for our people.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser. New Year's celebrations turn into tragedy in New Orleans after a driver rammed a truck into the crowd at the city's iconic Bourbon Street. We want to warn you, the next video we're about to show you is graphic. Surveillance video shows the attacker's white pickup truck with what we now know is an ISIS flag in the back, speeding into the area packed with those celebrating the start of the new year. So you see that truck go around a police vehicle onto the sidewalk. This happened around 3:15 a.m. local time. At least 15 people are dead, dozens more injured. Among those hurt are 2 police officers who confronted the attacker. The attacker has been identified as 42-year-old Samsud-Din Jabbar of Texas. This is video of him. He was killed in that firefight with police. The FBI is now investigating the attack as an act of terrorism and believe he is not solely responsible. We start with CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca, who is near the scene. Omar, what's the latest you can tell us on the ground?
Well, Lindsay, that video that you just saw, we're standing right across the street from where everything happened. I'm going to point over my shoulder here. You may recognize some of that awning. This right here is Canal Street right there where you see that red awning going down. You're right. There was a police car in that video that was blocking any traffic from going onto Bourbon Street. But in that video, the white truck goes around the police car onto a crowded Bourbon Street, and then witnesses were saying they were gunning it down that street. And that vehicle, we understand, is roughly 6,000 pounds. It was an electric truck. Now, this is where everything started. That video came from one of the business